If it weren't for Qin Xian breaking off the engagement, she would already be married. She's still so young. Just let her indulge herself. Look at her now, talking and acting without rules, always causing trouble. Why doesn't she just fly to the sky? Mrs. Deng was very angry. Her frustration wasn't just because Li Jiao had spoken back earlier, but also because she wanted to vent her anger on her daughter Li Qingju. Li Jiao understood this well. Facing Mrs. Deng, she felt a bit restrained. She didn't want to cause more trouble. Her age and status made her cautious. She knew she shouldn't hurt others while protecting herself. Mom, it's snowing so heavily outside. I'm willing to wash clothes, but I have to go to the town tomorrow to talk to the shopkeeper and the boss. Otherwise, they might deduct my monthly pay, and I still owe 300 taels to the pawn shop. How about this? Let Yu Zhan and Wang help me. Would that be okay? Hu Shi was the first to speak up. Jiao, what are you saying? Wan is so young. I am 16 years old this year. Your family's Huan is 3 years younger than me, so she is 13 now. Her birthday is in the first lunar month. It's only been 2 or 3 months, so she's 13 already. What's wrong with her? Is she very young? Mrs. Deng heard this and looked upset. Because she loved her family, Li Qingju's daughter, Chu Yuezhen, was also very dear to her. Mom, I don't want to make excuses, but I still owe a big debt of 300 taels of silver. My mother has already helped by asking the landlord for some help. You know, those who work for the landlord, none of them can come back to help us. Besides, we owe money too. Li Jiao explained clearly, and Mrs. Deng couldn't find anything to say in reply.
So, Mom, how about this?
Tomorrow, Huan and Yuezhen can help me. We'll finish washing quickly, and I can also help the family. Mom, you'll feel better, and I won't miss work at the landlord's place. What do you think? Whose eyes widened angrily at Li Jiao, but Li Jiao didn't look at her. In this family, Mrs. Deng was the one in charge. All right, forget it. Your mother can wash tonight, Wang quickly agreed. Li Jiao hurriedly tugged at Wang's clothes to stop her from speaking. Mom, after my mother finishes cooking, what time is it? Besides, my mother can't stay at home. A few days ago, when she was home, the shopkeeper asked about her, and I made up 2 excuses. If my mother doesn't go tomorrow, what excuse will I have? Mom, you might not know, but in our landlord's yard, besides a cleaning woman, there are no other women. They're just waiting for my mother to bring back clean clothes to wash. My mother also needs to sew and mend for them before returning. Wang often washed and mended clothes when she was in town. Mrs. Deng and the others felt guilty and never dared to go to the pawn shop. Only Li Qingfu and Li Chengkai went to the county once. Back then, to make it look real, they even asked Xie Chongjue for some thugs. Wang looked at Li Jiao, and Li Jiao gently squeezed her hand with concern. Whose face was serious. Jiao, if you say that, does that mean you and your mother can't come to help anymore? Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately retorted, Third aunt, why do you say that? You know the big trouble I caused. You know I owe money. When I needed silver, I didn't see you step forward to help. You could have helped. I owe this debt, so I have to fix this mess. Now you want me to pay back the money and help with family chores? It seems I've taken all the good things in this world. Why should I? Blaming others for being fools or easy targets. Who was so angry her face turned red. She glared at Hu Meyer fiercely and immediately turned to Deng and said, Mother, look at Jiao. I mean, we have guests at home, and I worry we can't handle everything. I thought, even though Jiao and her family split up, she's still part of our Li family. Look at this child. Deng looked serious and said, Fine. Jiao, you're quite cunning. I remember that. The term cunning here means being sneaky or sly. Deng was clearly upset with Jiao. Jiao immediately looked pitiful and lowered her head. Grandma, I'm not sneaky. I want to help, but just now. Never mind. Forget it. Grandma, no matter what, our grandparents always think we're not good enough. Tomorrow, tell Dad to go to the other family. I won't go. I'll stay home and help. Grandma, Don't bother washing clothes. I can do all the chores at home tomorrow. Old Lee frowned. What are you doing? So many people at dinner, but when it's time to work, everyone disappears? Go away. Our Lee family didn't owe debts before, so don't embarrass us. Wang and Jiao Jiao went back to their room. Li Chunkai didn't follow. After washing up and changing Li Qiao's clothes, just as they were about to sleep, Li Chunkai stormed in with a dark face. Are you that busy? That old woman, Big Brother's family, only does something once a year. Your matters are so important. Can't you help the family a little? Father. Jiao Jiao interrupted. We owe 300 taels of silver, as you know. The other family has so many people. Do you think my mother and I can beat anyone? If we want to pay back the debt, you need to work harder tomorrow. That way, you'll look good and be seen as respectful and sensible, right? Li Chunkai was so angry, he almost spit. He raised his hand, but Wang instinctively grabbed it. Jiao Jiao hurried between them. Dad, if you dare hit me or Mom, I'll go to the town and complain. My mom and I are no longer just part of the Li family. My mom sold herself to the other family. If you try to hurt us, just try it and see. Seeing Li Chunkai hesitate, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sneer. Dad, if you really want to be respectful, help Grandma and Grandpa more. Don't just yell at me and Mom. We still have debts to pay. At night, Mrs. Wang held Li Qiao and whispered to Li Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, no matter what. He is your father. You shouldn't say things like that. Mother, I didn't say anything wrong. If he wants to show respect, he should do it himself. Forcing us to work to honor the grandparents is so shameless. Don't you think so? And as for Grandma, she's upset with us. Look, others are doing light chores, but when it's my turn, with so many clothes at home and all this snow by the river, she wants me to go wash clothes in the river. Mrs. Wang sighed. There was heavy snow by the river, and many families in the village had their clothes washed by adults. Few children went, and if a child fell into the river, it would be truly disastrous. But Deng didn't care about these things. She insisted that Li Jiao Jiao go wash clothes in the river. Mother, tomorrow you cook first. After you're done, come to the town. I've arranged with Xiao Yin to send some fruit. When you come, help me out. We won't be back tomorrow night. Li Jiao Jiao wanted to prepare some medicinal dishes, which was a bit complicated. It would be even better if Mrs. Wang could help. Mrs. Wang thought for a moment. All right. The next morning, the whole family started working as Deng had instructed last night. Li Qiao Qiao was dressed beautifully by Ma Xiaoqing, who sure brought Li Huanhuan to see her, and they couldn't help but praise. I think Jiao Qiao just needs a little dressing, and she looks very pretty. Deng shouted from under the eaves. Where is everyone? Where have you all gone? Look at this yard. The snow inside has been shoveled. In town, Li Jiao Jiao returned to her house shortly before Xiao Yin arrived. Xiao Yin was small, carrying a basket full of fruit on her back. Grandpa Yin was also there, dragging a sick body to bring 2 baskets of fruit to Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly invited them inside. Grandpa Yin, you're not feeling well. Xiao Yin told me, so I hired a cart to bring everything back. Are you feeling better? Old Mr. Yin coughed twice. I took the medicine you gave yesterday. I'm feeling better, but I still have a little cough. Isn't hiring a cart expensive? Why spend that money? Li Jiao Jiao felt emotional and quickly told them to rest. She hurried out to buy 8 meat buns. Before leaving, Gu Dongshu pushed 2 into her, and she returned with 10 buns to give to Grandpa Yin and Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, if anyone in your village wants to sell me fruit, remember to tell me. I'll hire a cart to bring it tomorrow. This time, Li Jiao Jiao emphasized again, neither you nor Grandpa Yin should come. Do you hear me? The snow on the road is slippery, and it's easy to fall. Your grandfather is getting old. If he falls, it could be very serious. Do you hear me? Xiao Yin nodded. Grandpa Yin felt helpless. Li Jiao Jiao told them to eat first, then she took the food to the kitchen. This time, Li Jiao Jiao wanted to give them some coins, but they didn't want to take them. Li Jiao Jiao didn't have much money herself, so she accepted. She told Xiao Yin, when my sister earns some money, I will give you more then. Xiao Yin waved his hand and said, no need, sister. You've already given us a lot. You don't need to give more. Old Mr. Een also said he didn't want any more. But Li Jiao kept this kindness in her heart. Afternoon. Wang Shi hadn't come yet. Li Jiao wondered if it was because there were too many things at home. Maybe that's why she hadn't arrived. Until 3/4 past noon, Li Jiao heard some rumors. Did you hear? The main road is blocked. We can't leave, and outsiders can't come in.
I know.
My brother came back this morning and said he saw many beggars on the main road. They stopped travelers and asked for silver coins to let them pass. My brother and others gave 20 coins to get through. They also took everything from them. As long as people are safe, that's a blessing. This snow this year, I don't know how many villagers will die. Li Jiao stopped and quickly moved closer. Big brother, with things like this happening, doesn't anyone at the government office know? Sigh. Natural disasters have always caused human trouble. The common people have no way to survive. Who cares about those things? Don't even mention the government. Those officials are probably all drinking. Who would care about us common folks? Girl, be careful when you go out. Those beggars are desperate. Be careful they don't cause trouble. Come on, let's go home quickly. People hurried along the street. Li Jiao stood still. She had just arrived in this world. In the small town of Xingfeng and the nearby Sunshui village, everything seemed peaceful and quiet. But then winter arrived early, and the first heavy snow fell. She slowly realized something was different. She never expected that the main road between their town and Liang County would be cut off. Refugees fleeing from danger blocked the road, asking travelers for valuables. This touched the bottom line of the country. It seemed that soon, chaos might break out here. Thinking of this, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel more anxious. She hurried back to the house and packed all the valuable items into her space. She originally wanted to buy some things, but as soon as she stepped out the door, she remembered that her silver money had already been spent. At this moment, in the Li family of Xuanshui village, Old Li was anxiously asking Li Qingfu and Li Qingxing, "Have you two found out what's going on? What's happening? Why is it taking so long? What's really going on with you family?" Li Qingxing gasped, "Dad, something has happened." Li Qingfu almost cried, "Dad, the official road has been blocked. Those beggars, I don't know where they came from. They are robbing people. It's spreading through the town. Our Xingfeng town and Liang County's official road are cut off. They are robbing anyone they see. What should we do now? As for the Yu family, we don't know what's happening. They might have been robbed too." Old Li and Mrs. Deng were stunned. Hu Shi and Li Qingxing listened, feeling very uneasy. Li Chengkai clenched his teeth. "Dad, what do we do now?" In front of the main house, a big table was filled with food. Today was supposed to be the day of the wedding, but now, with all this happening, the Yu family probably couldn't come. Not only could they not come, but their family might also be in danger. What do we do? Hurry, hide all the food at home. Old Li, upon hearing this, quickly told his sons, "Hide all the valuables at home. Don't just stand there. This is such a big problem. Luckily, you went to town earlier, or no one would know. Older brother, third brother, go now." The family quickly started acting. Ma Xiaoqing covered her face, anxiously asking Old Li, "Grandpa, what about Li Li? He went back with the Yu family. Is he safe now?" Old Li suddenly looked defeated, slumping onto a stool. Everyone in their family was mostly at home, except for Li Li, who had just returned from the county today. With such a situation, it was best for the family to stay together and stay inside. Zhao Shi bit her lip hard, tears in her eyes, looking at Li Qingfu. Li Qingfu and Zhao Shi had been married for many years. They had 2 sons and a daughter. Li Li was their pride. Now that he was stopped outside Xingfeng town, how could they not worry? Li Chang stepped forward. "Dad, I'll go find big brother." Chang Yu heard this and was so angry she almost fainted. She quickly pulled on Li Chang's sleeve. "What are you doing? There are so many normal people at home. They will find a way. Why would they need Li Chang, a disabled person with below-average intelligence?" Li Chang shook off Chang Yu's hand. "My older brother, I will go pick him up." Mrs. Zhao was tempted. When Li Chong was silent, he looked tall and strong, with a rough appearance that suggested he was not someone to mess with. Li Qingfu shook his head directly.
No.
You can't go. Chong Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qingfu looked at Li Chengkai and said, Second brother, Liar is outside. We are really worried. With how things are now, it's not very safe. Can you help by going to find Liar? If possible, bring him back. At this point, they no longer hoped for Li to become a big manager. In these chaotic times, he just wanted his family to stay safe and survive. Old Li and Deng Shi looked at Li Chengkai. Old Li sighed and said, It's not that we don't want Xiangzi to go. This kid, he hasn't even grown up yet. How can he bring Liar back? Second brother, you and third brother go together. It's better to have someone watching out for each other, okay? Deng Shi also said, Second brother, you're the older brother.
It's up to you.
Just as Li Chengkai was about to agree, Wang Shi suddenly interrupted. She grabbed Li Chengkai firmly and said to Deng Shi and Old Li, Father, Mother, Liar has parents. Xiangzi is not suitable. What about the eldest brother? His son should go look for him himself. Jiao Jiao is still in town. Chengkai, and I also need to go to town to pick up Jiao Jiao. This time, Li Chengkai didn't scold Wang Shi. He wasn't stupid. He just listened obediently. But Jiao Jiao was his weakness. He could ignore Wang Shi, but he couldn't ignore Li Jiao. Jiao Jiao was his only son. Old Li looked at Li Qingfu. Li Qingfu shrank back. He glanced at Zhao Shi and quickly said to Old Li, Dad, I'm getting old too. I worry about myself. Outside is so dangerous. My old arms and legs make walking difficult. Wang Shi pointed at Li Qingfu and said, Oh, you're getting old. But Li Chengkai is young? I tell you, big brother, you can't behave like that. Everyone has elders above and children below. If you're worried, that's your son. Stay out of it. Why should he risk himself? Old Li knew his eldest son's little schemes. But Wang Shi's words made him feel embarrassed, and he scolded loudly. Enough, stop arguing. After a pause, Old Li said to Li Qingfu, Liar is your son. You go and pick him up. Li Chong, go with your father. When you see something wrong, run away without telling your father. Don't interfere with your older brother, understand? After Li Qingfu and Li Chong left, Mrs. Deng looked at Mrs. Wang coldly and said, I really didn't see it before, but you're quite capable. Mrs. Wang blushed. At this moment, she didn't care whether her mother-in-law hated her or not. She pulled Li Chengkai and went into the house. Inside, Li Chengkai whispered, Mother must be upset with me. You see, I also. What did I do? Do you want to go? Mrs. Wang looked serious. Li Chengkai, I don't want to argue. I want to find Jiao Jiao and Xiao Qiao. After Mrs. Wang left, Li Chengkai stood at the door and told Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng, Mother, it's not that I don't want to go. You saw it too. The wife is very temperamental now. She often threatens me with Xiao Qiao. I didn't have a good life like my older brother. Xiao Qiao is the only child I have. Old Man Li waved his hand. Li Chengkai used to be the most obedient son in the family. But when Li Qiao went to school last night, he even showed him the writing Li Qiao did. Old Man Li knew that Li Chengkai had become more ambitious. He also wanted his son to have glory, like Chen Xian's father. There's nothing wrong with that, but he's just too tired. Mrs. Wang hurried to the town. At this time, few people knew about the road being blocked. She was anxious. When she saw acquaintances, she didn't look carefully. Li Jiao Jiao took Li Qiao back to the house. She hadn't had time to wash the fruit when Mrs. Wang arrived. Seeing that Li Qiao and Li Jiao Jiao were safe, she finally relaxed and said, Jiao Jiao, the town has been so chaotic these days. Let's go home with Mother. Xiao Qiao, later we'll tell the teacher.
We won't go to school for now.
We'll wait until things settle down. Seeing Mrs. Wang so worried, Li Jiao Jiao asked Mother, Do you know about this too? Mrs. Wang panted and said, How could I not know? We prepared the meals early, waiting and waiting, but the fiancé's family didn't come. Your grandfather sent your eldest uncle and third uncle to find them, but before they arrived, We heard that there was a robbery on the official road. Your older brother and the others haven't come back. Jiao Jiao, don't stay here. Look at the house. Everything like the house deeds has been packed. Come home with mother. The village is safer than the town. Mrs. Wang hurriedly urged Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao to go home. Li Jiao Jiao held Mrs. Wang's hand. Mother, don't worry yet. Xiao Yin brought me quite a few fruits. I want to pack these first. Also, Mother, I want to ask for your help. Li Jiao Jiao shared her plan. Mrs. Wang frowned. Why are you buying so much fabric? Li Jiao Jiao said, Mother, there are people fleeing all over the streets. It's so cold, and they are not eating well or staying warm. How can they not be chaotic? I bought cloth and some food, and I hid everything. Mother, please help me make some things. I can't do sewing or needlework. Mrs. Wang sighed. Li Jiao Jiao ground the herbs she bought or boiled them into soup. She washed the fruits and made jam from them. Over the next 2 days, as more people in town learned about the situation, the grain shop and cloth shop closed. Almost all the shops in town shut down. Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang worked quickly and finally finished making everything Li Jiao Jiao needed. When they returned home, Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng looked very upset. Mrs. Wang asked where Li Chunkai was. Hu Shi pointed at her nose and scolded loudly. Second sister-in-law, I can't stand you. Your family is missing and you ask where they are? Now you're happy, and all the brothers are gone. Are you satisfied? Mrs. Wang's face suddenly changed color. Even Li Jiao Jiao, who wanted to say something to Hu Shi, kept quiet. What is going on? Hu Shi pointed at Li Jiao Jiao and asked, What's going on?
Ask me?
Who else should I ask? Everyone's gone like a bunch of meat buns being chased away. Now, the men in the family are gone, and we're finished. Hu Shi cried loudly. She turned and grabbed Zhao Shi's collar. It's all your fault. Your family didn't get engaged early or late, but now? Now my child's father is gone. I tell you, if anything happens to him, I will fight you. Mrs. Wang stepped back in shock, her face pale. Li Jiao Jiao tried to stay calm. Hu Shi was aggressive. She scolded, If you keep yelling, will they come back? Hu Shi was stunned. Li Jiao Jiao took a deep breath and said firmly, Everyone, be quiet. Then she went to Old Man Li and said, Grandpa, please watch over my mother and little brother. I will go find them. Besides Old Man Li, the only other men in the Li family were Li Qiao and Li Sun. Both boys were still young. Old Man Li thought the women in the family were not capable, so he was shocked when he heard Li Jiao Jiao wanted to go look for people. No way. Mrs. Wang was the first to step forward. You're a girl. What are you going to do? At this time, you need to behave. Jiao Jiao, stay at home and wait. If anyone should go, it should be me. Li Jiao Jiao glanced at Wang Shi. Old Man Li took a deep breath and said, It's my fault. I told them to go find someone. Wife, you stay home and watch the children. Take care of Qiao Qiao and Xiao Senator. I will go look for them. Hu Shi and Zhao Shi looked at each other, while Li Qiao Qiao became a little excited. Li Qingju shrank back and lowered her head without speaking. What are you going to do? Old and useless. At your age, you should look at your frail body. The outside is chaotic. If something happens to you, what will happen to the women and children in this family? Deng Shi poked Li Old Man's shoulder. She looked at Wang Shi, Zhao Shi, and the timid Hu Shi, then clenched her teeth. If anyone's going, it will be me. Li Jiao Jiao was very surprised. Deng Shi had always seemed strong, bossy, and selfish. But this time, with her 2 sons missing and her eldest grandson gone, she surprisingly chose to step forward. Not only was Li Jiao Jiao shocked, but everyone in the family looked at Deng Shi in surprise. Deng Shi took a deep breath. I'm old now. Even if something really happens, it's okay. But you all can't. Old man, this family still depends on you. I will go. There was never a moment when Li Jiao Jiao felt this family had any warmth. Since she arrived in this world, the family had been full of fights, fighting over who works less and eats more, fighting over small benefits. Between sisters-in-law and cousins. Deng Shi and Old Man Li could stand up and act. She was truly amazed. Li Qingju almost cried. She grabbed Deng Shi and said, "Mother, you're so old."
You go.
"No, don't go. Don't go." Li Jiao looked at Li Qingju. Li Qingju was very clever. After such a big event, she locked her daughter-in-law Zhu Yuzhen in the room and ignored what was happening outside. She sneered, "Little sister-in-law, since it's like this, why don't you go?" Hearing this, Li Qingju pointed at Li Jiao and scolded loudly, "You good-for-nothing. Don't you care about your grandma? Do you still have a heart? This family is supported by your grandparents. You heartless thing. If your grandma wants to go, and you, as her granddaughter, don't stop her, then I will go. I'm just a guest in your family. Why should I go?" Li Jiao rolled her eyes. Now she was a guest? Deng Shi looked at Li Qingju, pushed her hand away, and swept her gaze across everyone in the family. "All right, I'll go. Mr. Deng is almost 60 years old. If Ma Xiaoqing were strong enough, even great-grandchildren would be possible. Let her go, but that's definitely not okay." Zhao tightly held Li Qiao's hand, shielding her two daughters-in-law, Ma Xiaoqing and Changyu, behind her. Wang pulled Li Jiao to her side, while Hu held Li Wanwan's hand tightly and hugged Li Sun in her arms. The yard was full of people, but at this moment, no one stepped forward. Li Jiao glanced at Li Qingju, thought for a moment, and whispered to Wang, "Mother, I will go to the town to find Manager Yang." Wang's eyes brightened. Yes, how did they forget about him? They had always used him as a shield before, but now, in this situation, they forgot about him. Wang tightly held Li Jiao's hand. "It's so chaotic now. Jiao, we shouldn't go." Li Jiao looked at the women and children in the yard. She thought she still had space. If necessary, she could hide inside her space, better than these old and small ones. "Mother, it's okay. That big man you've met, I won't go to the county town, just to the town." Wang was worried about Li Chengkai, but she was also worried about Li Jiao. She gritted her teeth. "I'll go with you." Wang and Li Jiao whispered, but Deng and old Li saw them. Li Jiao shook her head and pointed to Li Qiao. "Mother, Qiao is still here." Wang instantly looked dejected. Her palms and back of her hands were flesh. Li Jiao repeatedly assured Wang, "I'll only go to the town, Mother. It's okay." "Second sister-in-law, what are you doing? Mother is so old, you're not going, but you want Mother to go? How can you bear that?" Li Qingju was the first to stand up and protest. Frustrated, Li Jiao retorted, "If you're so filial, sister-in-law, why don't you go instead?" Li Qingju fell silent immediately. Old Li looked at her and sighed. "Enough, stop arguing. I'll go." Deng tightly held old Li's hand. Old Li shook his head. "All the women and children in the family, I will go find them. I may be old, but I am a man. The wife should stay at home and watch over everything. The valuables should be kept safe. Do you understand? After I leave, no one should open the door. Even friends or neighbors might be dangerous now. Remember that." Old Li stood up to leave. Deng couldn't help but tear up. Deng was proud and almost never cried in her life. This was the first time Li Jiao saw her cry. "Grandpa." Li Jiao stepped forward. "Grandpa, I just discussed with my mother. I want to go find the master of the house." Deng and Hu's eyes brightened. Hu hurriedly stepped out, raising her voice. "Yes, how could we forget? Jiao and second sister-in-law have a very important employer in town. They have many bodyguards. If we ask him for help, maybe it will work." "Father, Mother, do you think so?" Zhao quickly agreed. "Yes, their family definitely has connections. Father, Mother, let's send Jiao. If she asks him for help, he will surely help." Just moments ago, Li Jiao was feeling happy because she finally felt warmth from the Li family. But in the blink of an eye, her expression changed so quickly. Wang tightly held Li Jiao's hand. She gently patted her back. Jiao had just decided to speak up because she had already expected this. So, whether it was Zhao's reaction or Hu's words, they wouldn't hurt her. Old Li and Deng had once agreed to let Jiao Jiao sell herself for 15 years to work in the pawn shop. At that time, they were still thinking that since Jiao Jiao was pretty, maybe the pawn shop owner would take her. This idea was wrong, but no one said it aloud. Still, they thought it. When Jiao Jiao was rejected in marriage, they believed that her future marriage prospects would be very difficult. If the pawn shop owner liked her, that would be good. So, they silently accepted it. Jiao Jiao, this. Jiao Jiao looked at Deng. She had been in this world for a long time and had never seen Deng look at her with such gentle eyes. Usually, Deng looked at her with disgust and hatred. But at this moment, Deng's eyes were full of gratitude, which made Jiao Jiao stunned. Mother, watch the younger brother. I'm going out.
Wang was so worried she was crying.
She grabbed Jiao Jiao's hand tightly. It's so chaotic outside. You're just a girl. I don't feel safe. Jiao Jiao immediately bent down, scooped some dirt, and smeared it on her face twice. Mother, now you don't need to worry. When I go out, I'll dress in rags. Don't worry about me. I'll come back quickly. If my employer helps, that would be perfect. But if he doesn't, don't worry, I won't look for him. I'll come back as soon as I can. Hearing this, Wang finally felt a little relieved. Who opened her mouth to say something, but didn't. Zhao clenched her teeth. Jiao Jiao, your eldest uncle and elder brother are counting on you. Li Jiao Jiao only glanced at them briefly, then quickly changed into worn-out clothes inside the house. Li Qiao pulled at Li Jiao Jiao's sleeve and said, Sister, can I go with you? Please? Li Jiao Jiao picked up Li Qiao and said, It's okay. I'm strong. Do you remember where I hid my things? So, Qiao, don't worry. I have a fairy grandfather helping me. Li Qiao then remembered that his sister had many things, and while he was turning around, the items disappeared. They later reappeared, but he didn't dare tell anyone, not even his mother. He was just curious and not afraid because he knew his sister loved him. Li Jiao Jiao wrapped her head with cloth. When she left, there were hardly any people on the street. The only ones she saw were beggars, many of whom had families and looked very pitiful. On such a cold day, she saw several people walking barefoot in the snow. Li Jiao Jiao wanted to give them things from her space, but she couldn't. If she dared to take anything out, it would be snatched away immediately. Despite so many beggars, Li Jiao Jiao was dressed in torn clothes and had a rag wrapped around her head, so no one recognized her. Finally, she arrived in the town and went straight to the pawn shop. Shopkeeper Yang was startled when he saw Li Jiao Jiao. She pulled down the cloth covering her face and asked, Shopkeeper, where is the master of the house? Yang looked her over carefully, but didn't answer. Instead, he asked Miss Li, Are you in trouble?
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
A few days ago was my cousin's engagement day. As you know, then the official road was blocked. My cousin's future in-laws couldn't come to our village, and my cousin and others went with them. Later, when the official road was blocked, my father and the others went to find them. They went 2 or 3 times but never returned. Yang's voice grew louder. Do you want me to send someone to find them for you? Before she could speak, Yang waved his hand. Forget it. That's impossible. Honestly, Miss Li, the master has left. We're planning to close the pawn shop for a while. Did she really leave? She still wanted to repay kindness, but now he was gone. What should she do? Should she go to the official road herself? The original girl was much prettier than her, and her appearance alone had attracted many men. Thinking about her future, she couldn't help but want to turn back. Li Chengkai is a scoundrel. He doesn't care whether he lives or dies. As for the other members of the Li family, she cares even less. So, she hides her disappointment and turns to leave. Miss Li. Li Jiao Jiao turns around and sees Manager Yang coming from behind, carrying a bundle of things. He hands it to her and says, This is a gift from our master. Take good care of it. Don't let anyone see. Use the back door to leave. It's a big bundle. She only glances at it, but doesn't reach out to take it. Manager Yang says, Miss Li, our master said before leaving that he can't repay your life-saving kindness. This is a small token of his gratitude. Life-saving kindness? The spirit in her mind shouts, "Fool! Take it quickly." At this moment, what's most important? Of course, it's to stay alive. She's finally got her life back, and she doesn't want to lose it now. After a moment of hesitation, Li Jiao Jiao accepts the bundle. Manager Yang arranges for someone to her to the back door. Before leaving, he reminds her, "During this time, Miss Li, it's best to stay at home.
Don't go anywhere.
If you're in trouble, hide in the mountains. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing." After the pawnshop's back door closes, Li Jiao Jiao quickly hides the large bundle into her space. Wow, so many herbs, plus gold and silver. My goodness! The spirit's voice echoes in her mind. She feels excited. Thanks to Xie Changjue, she's starting to understand. TSK gold. Last life, she only saw gold jewelry, never saw what ancient gold looked like. Is it like the gold in TV shows? Big chunks of shiny gold? Just thinking about it makes her feel she's about to get rich. But this gold was given by Xie Changjue, and she doesn't want to touch it for now. As she walks, she suddenly sees a group of ragged people rushing toward her. Before she can react, they surround her and push her forward. She's stunned. By the time she realizes what's happening, they're already on the official road. As more and more people gather, Li Jiao Jiao is squeezed forward. "Big brother, where are we going?" Finally catching a chance, Li Jiao Jiao quickly asks a man with a dark face nearby. His clothes are torn and one sleeve is missing. He loudly replies, "To the county town."
What?
She really messed up. She forced a small laugh, squatted down, and pushed in the opposite direction. She knew that if she followed them, once the Imperial Army arrived, they would be considered rebels and likely executed. Revolts in ancient times often ended in death. Besides, she was just and right now, she only wanted to go home. Don't fall behind. If we succeed, the officials will see us. Then, we will be saved. Yes, hurry up and follow. Everyone will die sooner or later. Instead of freezing to death, let's fight for a better tomorrow for the children. Li Jiao Jiao was small and fragile. Her clothes were torn and ragged. She squatted on the ground, and when someone saw her, they immediately pulled her up and dragged her forward. Several times, she almost escaped but couldn't. Soon, the large group of beggars reached the place where the official road was blocked. Li Jiao Jiao stood among the crowd. Luckily, she was thin and unnoticed. She tiptoed, trying to see where the Li brothers were, but she was too short. "Our people are all here. All right, let's go." Li Jiao Jiao couldn't see what was happening in front. She only heard two loud voices, then saw all the beggars raise their hands high and shout slogans. They pushed forward together. Li Jiao Jiao was forced to move ahead. As the official road got wider, she had a chance to run away. But now, she hesitated. As they headed toward Liang County, the road became straighter and broader. More beggars appeared on the road, and Li Jiao Jiao saw more tragic scenes. By the roadside, many small graves marked with carved wooden stones stood in small mounds. She even saw many children, barefoot and weak, gasping for breath. It is often said that oppressive officials cause rebellion. Refugees from Yunxi County were countless, but the imperial court showed no signs of action. The common people had no choice. They had to use these methods to attract the court's attention and find a way to survive. In the freezing snow, a barefoot child fell. His mother carried him on her back, but after a few steps, they both fell heavily to the ground. Then the people behind dragged them aside, and the main group continued forward. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't stand such cold indifference. She had seen beggars in Xingfeng town. Although they wore tattered clothes, at least they had a torn cotton-padded jacket to keep warm. The mother and child who had just fainted, in such cold weather, their thin clothes were torn and ragged. The child's fingers and toes were purple from the cold. They were about the same age as Li Qiao. "Wake up, wake up." Li Jiao Jiao wanted to take off her own clothes to give to them. When her hand touched her clothes, she realized that her outer garment was torn and ragged to look like a beggar, and she wore a small cotton jacket underneath. Otherwise, How could she bear such cold weather? But if she took off her clothes, her new cotton jacket inside would be seen. Then what awaited her? She called out several times but received no response. She clenched her teeth and dragged the two aside. An elderly passerby glanced at the unconscious mother and child, sighed, and said, "Sigh. Forget it. Let's go quickly to the county town. Maybe there's still a way out." Li Jiao looked at the mother and child on the ground, but didn't get up. After dragging them off the main road into the snow outside, she used a large stone to block the biting wind. Only then did she take out a quilt from her space to cover them, and also took out a water bottle to feed them some food. She waited a long time but saw no sign of the woman or child waking up. She became anxious. First, she carried the child to a thorn bush, then dragged the woman over, and set up a temporary tent in the snow. Fortunately, her last tent was still there. She took everything out, carried the mother and child inside, and built a fire outside the tent. As the temperature rose, their bodies gradually warmed up. Li Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the firewood was running low, she went out to find more. The snow was heavy. She fell several times. Each time she saw some firewood sticking out, she struggled to pull it, only to realize the snow on the ground was very deep. Frustrated, she kept walking farther away. Finally, she found a dry branch that was easy to break. She was careless and fell from a high bank. "Ugh, someone is there." Li Jiao brushed the snow off her face. The world was white and blinding in the sunlight. She couldn't see clearly. She sat up and spat out the cold snow from her mouth. "I'm not a person, am I? Could I be an animal instead?" When she opened her eyes and saw the person on horseback, she was instantly overjoyed. "Xia Changjue, is that you? You went somewhere, everything is messed up. Don't you know? The beggars went to the county town. I don't know what they are doing. There are many people, and this year's snow is very heavy. The common people are having a hard time." Before she finished speaking, Li Jiao felt something was wrong. Around her, on horseback, many eyes were staring at her closely. Behind these horses, there was a long line of people wearing armor with padded jackets underneath, holding weapons. From a quick look, the line seemed endless. Her face suddenly changed, and she swallowed hard. She grabbed Xia Changjue's hand but slowly let go. Xia Changjue looked at Li Jiao and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Jiao opened her mouth, but when she saw the reflection of armor on Lu Qing and Qin Ziyu, she thought for a moment and then said, "I was planning to go to the town to find you for help. My father and my older uncle went to find someone a few days ago, and they haven't come back. I didn't expect that in the town. I was forcibly pulled into the line by a group of people. I tried to go back several times but couldn't. When I reached the main road, it was wider, so I slipped away. They all left. It was very cold, and as Li Jiao spoke, her nose started to run. Seeing something strange on her face, she hurriedly took out a handkerchief from her and quickly wiped her nose. She almost felt embarrassed, such a grown-up person, still with a runny nose. How embarrassing. "General, this isn't yours." Lu Qing was stunned and stayed in place. He had earlier said he wanted the general to propose marriage to him. Now, what is going on? Why was the general's handkerchief in Li Jiao's hand? Qin Ziyu was also stunned. The general's handkerchief was in Li Jiao's hand, and she was using it to wipe her nose. Xia Changjue, with a serious face, reached out to Li Jiao and said, "The snow here is too deep and hard to walk through. I'll take you to the main road." Li Jiao looked at the path she came from, hesitated for a moment, and reached out her hand. Just as Xia Changjue took her hand, she quickly withdrew it. Xia Changjue was slightly stunned, then a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. That day before he left, he saw Li Jiao being gentle with the child in the carriage. He kept wondering why Li Jiao was so complicated, like the people around him. Lu Qing was smooth-talking, Qin Ziyu was mature and experienced, but Li Jiao was not. Sometimes she was greedy for money, sometimes cunning, sometimes ruthless, and sometimes kind and gentle. Realizing he cared too much about Li Jiaojiao, Xia Changjue planned to give himself some time. But unexpectedly, he met her again here. She was still holding his handkerchief. At that moment, Xia Changjue felt a flutter in his heart. Just as he thought Li Jiaojiao would get on his horse, she pulled her hand back. Xia Changjue, I rescued a mother and her child over there. They haven't woken up yet. They probably got frostbite and after not eating for a long time, they fainted. I can't go to the official road now. I need to stay and watch over them. Hearing Li Jiaojiao's words, Xia Changjue clearly relaxed a bit. Come up, he said, extending his hand to Li Jiaojiao. Lu Qing widened his eyes, while Qin Ziyu looked thoughtful. Li Jiaojiao sat in front of Xia Changjue, feeling a bit uncomfortable. This was the first time she was so close to a man. She knew it was because of a situation, but she just wasn't used to it. The armor on Xia Changjue was very hard, pressing painfully against her. He was breathing heavily, and his warm breath hit her hair. She wondered if the mist might turn into ice crystals and freeze on her head. Lu Qing leaned toward Qin Ziyu and asked, Old Qin, what's going on? Qin Ziyu rolled his eyes. Don't you have eyes? Lu Qing was annoyed. I told the general earlier that I thought this girl was nice and asked him to help me propose. What's this? I have a marriage contract too. Does that mean I lose my chance? Qin Ziyu gave Lu Qing a look of disbelief, as if he was looking at a fool. Lu Qing mumbled to himself. Li Jiaojiao pointed the way and led Xia Changjue and others to her tent. She was about to get off the horse, but Xia Changjue grabbed her sharply. Can you get off the horse? Li Jiaojiao immediately forced a smile. She forgot. She thought this was a carriage. But riding a horse had its advantages. The horse was warm, so she wouldn't feel cold. However, the horse was a bit unsteady, and she was scared every time, clutching tightly to Xia Changjue's clothes. Xia Changjue swung down from the horse, looked at the tent, then turned around and spread his arms. Li Jiaojiao looked at the distance from the horse to the ground and forced a couple of awkward laughs. Maybe I should try to get down myself? Xia Changjue withdrew his hand. Li Jiaojiao turned to the side, her legs together, planning to jump down. But the horse beneath her took a step forward. She was scared and jumped ahead, thinking she would fall. Just as she expected to hit the ground, Xia Changjue caught her steadily. Do you like to show off? Li Jiaojiao forced a small laugh and quickly stepped down from Xia Changjue's arms. She turned and ran into the tent. Inside, the woman had woken up and was looking around for food. Seeing Li Jiaojiao come in, she looked at her cautiously and moved closer to her child step by step. You're awake? Li Jiaojiao glanced at the nearly burnt-out fire outside. I just went out to find firewood. By the way, you're probably hungry, right? I have some dry food. I'll boil some water first. Miss, you saved us. Li Jiaojiao waved her hand. It's nothing. Wait here, I'll go boil some water for you. Seeing Li Jiaojiao come out carrying a kettle, Xia Changjue found a clean patch of snow, grabbed a handful, and put it on the fire to melt.
Xia.
Master, thank you. This place is close to the official road. I know the way back, so I won't bother you anymore. By the way, many people went to the county office earlier. Do you want to go? Xia Changjue stretched out his hand. A long line of people passed by the tent and headed directly onto the official road. Qin Ziyu and Lu Qing came over to Xia Changjue. Lu Qing looked at Li Jiaojiao. Go to Liang County first. Lu Qing asked Xia Changjue, General, what about you? Xia Changjue glanced at Lu Qing. Lu Qing chuckled awkwardly. Xia Changjue told Qin Ziyu to stay behind. Lu Qing muttered a few more words. Li Jiaojiao watched the long line of people. The mother and child inside the tent were also frightened and dared not come out. She wanted to ask Xia Changjue, Are you a general? Can you help me find my family? But just as she was about to speak, she swallowed her words. Xia Changjue was clearly a man of great importance. With so many beggars and the incident at the official road last time, just thinking about it made Li Jiaojiao realize things were complicated. It might even involve violence to resolve, so she couldn't bring herself to ask. Are you searching for your family this time? Xie Changjue looked at Li Jiao's hesitant face. You should go back first. It's too chaotic here. This is Qin Ziyu.
Talk to him.
He will help keep an eye out for you. After saying that, Xie Changjue mounted his horse quickly and decisively joined the line of people. Li Jiao was very happy and shouted thank you towards Xie Changjue's back. She quickly told Qin Ziyu, our elders, my father, my eldest uncle, my third uncle, and my older cousins, both the first and second, plus a family with the surname Yu. I haven't seen them, so I don't know what they look like. After Li Jiao entered the tent, she took out some dry food and brought in hot water. She poured a bowl for each mother and child. The woman softly called the child. When the child woke up, they ate the dry food quickly. The woman then knelt down with the child and said, "Thank you, kind benefactor, for saving us." Li Jiao hurriedly helped them up. Big sister-in-law, as you saw just now, the court sent people here. You shouldn't go to the county town. I don't know where you escaped from, but you have a child. It's so cold, and the child is suffering too much. Here I have a few dozen coins. I don't have much, but you can take them. Go to the nearest Xingfeng town and stay there for now. Let's see what the court does. The woman cried tears of gratitude. Li Jiao also gave them a blanket and the remaining dry food. When no one was looking, she packed up the tent and headed towards Xingfeng town. In Xingfeng town, because many beggars had left, the streets were empty and all the shops were closed. She didn't return home but hurried back to Xuanshui village. It was dark and Wang Shi didn't dare to sleep. She had no mood to cook. Li Qiao came inside with a dry bun. Wang Shi shook her head. Qiao, go to your grandparents' place and eat something. I'll wait here for your sister to come back. Li Qiao shook his head. Mom, I'll wait here with you for sister. Wang Shi was worried he might get sick, so she pulled him inside. Not long after, Deng Shi came to call Wang Shi and Li Qiao to eat. Wang Shi shook her head. Mom, you and Qiao go eat. I really can't eat anything. Deng Shi didn't say much and took Li Qiao to eat. After they left, Wang Shi put on a torn cotton-padded jacket and went out. Li Jiao hurried back home. From a distance, she saw a figure on the small path outside the village. For some reason, her heart warmed and she quickly walked over. When she saw Wang Shi's face clearly, she rushed forward. Jiao. Wang Shi hugged Li Jiao tightly. Tears nearly dried up in her eyes. She cupped Li Jiao's face with both hands. Jiao, my daughter, look at you.
How are you?
Tell me, why did you risk coming out? Everything's so messy. If something happened to you, how could I live?
How could I go on?
After Jiao left, Mrs. Wang felt more and more regretful and scared. She wondered why it couldn't be her going instead, why it had to be her daughter. Jiao was only 16, so pretty, and if something happened to her, what would be left for her to live for? Mother, look at me. I'm fine, really okay, Jiao said, holding Mrs. Wang's hand tightly, afraid that if she let go, Jiao might disappear. On the way home, Jiao told Mrs. Wang what she had seen and heard. However, she didn't mention Xie Changjue's true identity. Mrs. Wang had never seen any important person before. If she found out Xie Changjue's identity, she might get scared. Mother, I saw people from the court. The beggars also went to the county town. We should be safe here. I found the main road, and there weren't many people there. It was so cold, and I didn't see Dad or the others. So I came back, Jiao explained. Mrs. Wang hugged Jiao's hand. Yes, it's good you didn't go. My child, you must take care of yourself. As long as you're safe, I am happy. I regret so much. If anything happened to you, how could I go on living? Jiao squeezed Mrs. Wang's hand back. Mother, I'm not stupid. With so many people around, I couldn't find them, so I just came back. Everything's fine. Let's go home, she said. As soon as Jiao entered the house, Hu Shi and Zhao Shi hurried over, anxious. Hu Shi asked right away, Jiao, you're back. Where's your third uncle? Why didn't he come back? Zhao Shi also asked worriedly, yes, Jiao, where are your eldest uncle and the others?
Did you see them?
Soon, Li Qiao and Li Huanhuan appeared at the door. Mrs. Wang frowned. Sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, Jiao just got back. She hasn't even had a sip of water. She's been hungry all day. Let her eat first, okay? Who sure couldn't wait. She rushed over to Jiao and asked anxiously, Jiao, tell me, did you see your third uncle or not? Jiao looked a bit annoyed. I came back alone, so of course I didn't see them. Hu Shi immediately sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Why did you come back? Why didn't you go look for them?
You went out, so why didn't you try to find them?
Zhao Shi took a few steps back, staring blankly. Where exactly are they? Mrs. Wang's face darkened. She pointed at Hu Shi. Why can't she come back? It's already dark. Why can't she come back? She didn't even go into your house. Hu Shi, if you're worried about your man, go find him yourself. Why should Jiao help you find a man? You're older than Jiao. If you don't go out to look, why are you forcing my daughter? Get out. All of you, get out. Mrs. Wang lost her temper, surprising even Li Jiao. Mrs. Wang harshly drove away Hu Shi, Zhao Shi, and the two girls standing at the door, Li Qiao and Li Juju, then slammed the door shut. Not long after, Li Qiao brought in a bowl of food. Mrs. Wang quickly opened the door to let Jiao eat. Before Jiao finished her meal, Mrs. Deng and Old Man Li hurried into the house. Seeing this, Li Qiao quickly stepped forward and said to Old Man Li, Sir, you're here? My sister is still eating. Yuan Shi then also stepped out, saying, Father, Mother, Jiao has been out all day. The children haven't eaten much. Let her eat first, okay? After she spoke, Mrs. Deng's face fell. Old Man Li tugged at Mrs. Deng's sleeve, saying, That's right. My wife and I are worried too. Jiao's father and others are outside, but we don't know what the situation is. Our village is okay, but I heard the town is very chaotic. When we're anxious, we forget about this. The second daughter-in-law, let's let Jiao eat first. After she finishes, we can talk. Old Man Li pulled Mrs. Deng out of the room. Mrs. Deng directly shook off his hand, saying, Aren't you worried too? The men in the family are all outside. If something happens, our family will be finished. Jiao and Xiao Sun are so young. How many more years can you support this family? Old Man Li sighed. Why are you so anxious? She's just a girl. It's already brave of her to step forward. She's been hungry all day. Be a little more tolerant. This time, Mrs. Deng didn't argue with Old Man Li. After finishing her meal, Jiao went to the upper room. Everyone in the Li family was there. The upper room was very quiet, with only a small fire still flickering in the nearly extinguished fire basin. Hu Shi held Li Sun tightly in her arms. Li Juju was also wrapped in a thick cotton coat, her sharp eyes darting around. Li Qiao and Zhao Shi sat close together. Zhao Shi looked very tired, and Li Qiao also drooped her head. When she saw Jiao, she looked up and glanced at her. Jiao stood among everyone. She didn't delay or hesitate. She straightforwardly told them, I went to town to ask for help from the landlord, but our landlord had already left. Now, only a manager and a servant are left at the pawn shop. So, I decided to go out and look for help myself. As soon as I went out, I ran into all the beggars heading toward Liang County. They said they wanted to find officials from the court. I was forced to join their group. We traveled along the official road, but halfway there, I fell behind. Later, I saw the court's army heading toward the county town, so I turned back first. Old Mr. Li listened, his face full of surprise. The court's army. That's good. Soon, the world will be peaceful again. Jiao, you're a great help to our Li family. Grandpa will always remember your kindness. Li Jiao looked at old Mr. Li with some surprise. When only old Mr. Li Qiao, and Li Sun were left in the family, no one else stepped forward. But Li Jiao did. To old Mr. Li, Jiao, who had always been a burden, did something he never dared to do. Whether his words were sincere or not, Li Jiao remembered this. Grandpa, Grandma, I don't know how things are now. Like you said, The court's army has arrived. I think our situation here will get better soon. So, the only thing we can do now is protect our home. Old Mr. Lee nodded. Good, I understand. Worried and anxious, but life still goes on. Recently, old Mr. Lee and Mrs. Deng have been in low spirits. Zhao and Li Qiao are also very gloomy, always looking down. Hu and her 2 children rarely come out. Only Li Jiao and Li Qiao are doing well. Li Jiao has stored a lot of grain in her space. When she wanted to eat fried pancakes, she and Li Qiao went to the backyard to pick some scallions. Wang cut some chives. The mother and son fried simple scallion pancakes and chive pancakes at the stove. Li Qiao, holding a scallion pancake, had oil all over his face. He ate and said to Li Jiao, sister, you can read and write, right? Can you teach me how to write? Thinking of her past self, Li Jiao knew she could read and write a little, thanks to Qin Xian's teaching. Since Li Qiao was just starting to learn, teaching him shouldn't be a problem. She agreed happily. Li Chengkai wasn't home. The mother and son were living a good life. Li Jiao even thought that if Li Chengkai really died this time, it might be a good thing for them. 2 days passed like this. Li Qiao, pinching his chubby cheeks and pouting, said to Li Jiao, sister, look, I've gained weight recently. Wang smiled and said to Li Jiao, don't spoil him so much. If he keeps eating like this, he'll eat us out of house and home. Li Qiao pouted. No, mother. We have plenty of food. Li Jiao smiled and nodded. Mother, didn't I tell you before? I have stored all the money as food. Thinking about the fruits and jam in her space, Li Jiao really wanted to take them out to make money. However, at this time, everyone had their doors closed and only a few people would be willing to spend money. In the evening, it got dark early. Mrs. Wang boiled some hot water. She went to tidy up the chicken coop in the backyard she had arranged. Li Jiao took off Li Qiao's shoes when she heard faint footsteps outside. At first, she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was Li Qiao or Li Huan and Li Sen's siblings. But after a while, she heard someone calling her outside the door. Li Qiao pointed at the door. Sister, it seems someone is calling you. Li Jiao rubbed his head. Then you wash your feet yourself. I'll go see. She put on a coat and opened the door. Lu Qing, scratching his head, saw Li Jiao and hurriedly took out a letter from his pocket. Miss Li, this is a letter from our general to you. Li Jiao frowned. What did you say? Lu Qing didn't dare look into her eyes. He lowered his head. Our general wrote you a letter, Miss Li. Please, could you help us? Li Jiao took the letter inside. Under the candlelight, she read it slowly, hardly believing her eyes. He wants that tent? Lu Qing nodded. In the past few days, our general has counted over 24,000 refugees. With so many people, even if the entire county town's houses are emptied, it might not be enough to house everyone. But it's so cold now. If they aren't kept warm, many could freeze to death again. Our general thought of your tent, Miss Li. He hopes you could describe the steps to make the tent, or write them down. Tent. Li Jiao wasn't sure whether to praise her good luck or her foresight. Last time, she bought all the cotton fabric from the fabric shop. She asked Mrs. Wang to help cut it all into pieces and make tents. Now all she needs is to put in the supporting framework and they can temporarily live inside. Lu Qing, can you tell me about the current situation in the city? Lu Qing looked at Li Jiao quickly, then lowered his head. With our general here, there are no riots. The general is kind and won't kill innocent people. Miss Li, our general said to tell you to rest assured. In a few days, everything should be resolved. Li Jiao glanced at Lu Qing. This man was not telling the truth. Xie Chongjue was the same. Last time, on the mountain, she wanted to ask about the general situation of this world, but he only gave her a few words and dismissed her. They look down on women and Li Jiao can understand. Not just in this world, but even in her own world, where gender equality is supposed to exist, true equality is hard to find. Many times, men look down on women. Wait a moment. Li Jiao closed the door. While Yuanshi was not around,
She told Li Qiao something. Li Qiao closed her eyes as Li Jiao took all the tents in the space and dumped them out. Not only that, she kept the food she needed and poured out everything else. Lu Qing peeked in and was stunned to see the room full of things. Li Jiao pointed at the items on the ground. These are tents my mother and I made. Because we ran out of fabric, we made 27 tents. Not many, but if 5 or 6 people share a tent, it can only shelter less than 100 people. So, take these tents back and have someone make more. It's simple, just use rough cloth, which is sturdy and thick enough. The food here is what I stored myself. You can take it all. It's not much, just a small token of my kindness. Lu Qing didn't know what to say. He stared at Li Jiao in shock. When she bought these things earlier, Li Jiao had thought about the many beggars and people. She wanted to help in her small way, but her strength was limited. If others found out about these supplies, she worried they might think she was hoarding. But Xie Changju was different. He was a general with people under him. These things didn't matter much to him. He would distribute and arrange everything, making better use of these supplies than she could. Lu Qing took a deep breath. For the first time, he sincerely bowed to Li Jiao. Miss Li, your great kindness is beyond words. Li Jiao waved her hand. That day I saved a mother and her child on the official road. Nature is ruthless, but I hope there is kindness among people. You should go now. My mother will return soon. Lu Qing called out to some people outside. 5 or 6 men dressed in black silently entered. With a wave of Lu Qing's hand, the items quickly disappeared from Li Jiao's sight. Li Jiao and Li Qiao stared in shock. Until everything was gone, they couldn't believe it. Lu Qing clasped his fists. Miss Li, until we meet again. Then Lu Qing vanished before their eyes. Li Qiao looked blankly at where Lu Qing had been. After a long moment, she muttered, Sister, he's gone. Li Jiao responded with an feeling a bit envious. This must be the legendary martial arts. It's not as fantastical as in TV shows, but compared to her own clumsy skills, it's much better. Water's already cold. Why are you still washing your feet? Jiao, go to bed quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Yuan said as she took off her padded coat and lifted the wooden basin. Jiao, what are you standing here for? Go to sleep now. 3 days later, Chen Xian's mother, Lu, spread the news throughout the village. Our Xian has made a big achievement this time. You don't know, this time Chen Xian broke the rules and became an official. You might not understand, but Chen Xian is a scholar, yet he's also an official and county clerk. Do you know what a county clerk is? It's a rank 8 official. In just 2 hours, news of Chen Xian's promotion spread all over Sun Shui village. When the Li family heard the news, Li Wanwan was showing off to Li Jiao how her mother had just steamed some buns. White flour buns. During harvest season, even Deng didn't usually make such food. Li Wanwan overheard her village friends saying Chen Xian became an official and couldn't help but mock Li Jiao. Oh, Li Jiao, aren't you regretting it? Almost, just a little more, and you would have been a wife of an official. You see, you're lucky, but your luck is so bad. You were about to get married, but someone else snatched him away. And it's not just that. Chen Xian is gone, and a scholar can become an official. Aren't you a jinx? After saying this, Li Wanwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Jiao rolled her eyes. I was so close. Li Wanwan, look at how sharp-tongued you are. I almost had a marriage with an official. Look at you. Maybe even a commoner wouldn't want you. Li Wanwan's face turned red and dark from anger. She pointed at Li Jiao. You little brat, dare to say that again? Li Jiao chuckled softly. You're only about 10 years old, and your ears aren't good? I'm just saying, you're so sharp-tongued. You probably won't get married in this lifetime. It's really pitiful. Maybe your parents should save some dowry for you. But be careful, if you don't have a dowry in the future, even a commoner might not want you. Li Wanwan was so angry she started crying, and Li Jiao felt very proud. Hu Shi carried Li Sun, who was munching on a bun, and came out with a stern face. Jiao Jiao, Wanwan is still young. You can't just be harsh on her, because you're a few years older. You're the older sister. Even if Wanwan says something wrong, you should teach her nicely. Why do you have to scold her and say such things? If others hear, what will they think of you? Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at Hu Shi and said, I wondered why Jiao Jiao, who is so young, knows so much about official ladies and being robbed by others. Turns out it was your third aunt who taught you. Who told you that? You're talking nonsense. Li Jiao Jiao looked at the frantic Hu Shi with a cold face. If it wasn't you who taught her, then who did? Grandparents always say, you can't write two Li characters in one. We are close relatives connected by blood. Breaking bones still leaves the tendons. Even outsiders shouldn't say such things. I don't think it was you, third aunt. Jiao Jiao, who told you to say that? If you say out loud, I will go find Grandpa and Grandma. Jiao Jiao choked and looked anxiously at Hu Shi. Seeing this, Li Jiao Jiao pretended not to notice and kindly advised Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, if you don't want to tell, that's okay. But remember, your surname is Li, and mine is too. We are family. If others say such things about me, you should help your sister stand up for me. Don't learn from those uncultured people. When you say it back, you think you're making yourself feel better, but do you know how others see us Li family? Hu Shi's face turned pale and red alternately. Li Jiao Jiao glared angrily at Li Jiao Jiao. Why are you just staring at your sister? All right, be obedient. If you hear anyone say such things again, spit in their face. Those troublemakers dare to stir trouble in our Li family. They're not good people. You must tell Grandpa and Grandma right away, understand? Seeing her daughter suffer, Hu Shi couldn't help but smile slightly and said, Jiao Jiao, did you hear? Chen Xian is now an official. Actually, it's not surprising that Jiao Jiao said that. These days, everyone in the village is talking about it. They say you are unlucky. Almost became an official lady. Your luck was bad. You missed out. Who would have thought before? Chen Xian was just a scholar. Even if he passes the exam in 3 years and gets promoted, that's after he becomes an official. Li Jiao Jiao saw Hu Shi's gleeful expression, and her temper flared up instantly. She sarcastically retorted, Oh, third aunt, your news is really sharp. I, who was rejected by my fiancé, didn't even know. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. If you weren't from the Chen family, I wouldn't believe it. At that moment, someone passing by the village courtyard overheard Li Jiao Jiao's words. The person paused and looked at Hu Shi. Cheng Xing's wife, your news is really quick. Hu Shi's face turned pale with fear. She hurried out to explain. This was terrible. If it got out, Hu Shi would lose her footing in the Li family. Hu Meyer was very proud. She smiled and said to Li Huanhuan, next time you curse, speak a little quieter. Otherwise, your mean reputation might be known to the whole village in just one day. Li Huanhuan was almost furious. Seeing how proud Li Jiao Jiao looked, she couldn't help but tease her. What are you so proud of? You all agreed to split the family, but you're still living close to your grandparents. Li Jiao Jiao wasn't upset. She just smiled and said, if you say so, there's nothing I can do about it. Actually, since they received the family separation document, Li Jiao Jiao, Wang Shi, and Li Qiao had been eating alone. They never ate a meal in the main house. Li Huanhuan was speechless and trembling with anger. Seeing Li Huanhuan so angry, Li Jiao Jiao smiled, even more happily. She didn't expect that using a clever saying would work so well against Li Huanhuan, who was always causing trouble. She turned around proudly and went inside. Li Huanhuan stomped her foot hard and then ran to Hu Shi. Inside, Li Jiao Jiao's face suddenly turned serious. Chen Xian had become an official. How could a scholar like him become an official? What about Xie Changjue? Isn't he supposed to keep order in the county? How did Chen Xian become an official? News of Chen Xian's appointment spread quickly. The next morning, Chen Xian's father, Chen Yongsheng, and Lu Shi held a big feast at their home, claiming it was just a simple meal. But in reality, they prepared a grand banquet. Everyone who came to their house didn't leave empty-handed. Chen Xian was now an official, and many people were eager to flatter and please him.
Deng Shi and old Li looked worried. Zhao Shi and Li Qiao didn't want to cook. Hu Shi approached old Li and Deng Shi and said, "Father, mother, are we really not going to Chen's house? Chen Xian is an official now, a 7th-rank officer. If he just opens his mouth, he might be able to bring Cheng Xing back for us." Old Li didn't answer. Deng Shi looked a bit tempted. Hu Shi glanced toward the second house and said, "Mother, we have so many people at home. We haven't seen anyone, and we don't even know if they're alive or dead. If things go on like this, I can't take it anymore. Mother, Chen Xian is stronger than Jiao, a girl. Just asking a simple question doesn't take much effort. Maybe we should go see what's going on." Deng Shi looked at old Li and agreed. At home, Li Qingfu, Li Chengkai, and Li Qingxing, the 3 brothers, along with her 2 grandsons, the eldest grandson Li Li and Li Chong, were missing. If something really happened, she thought, even if she died, she wouldn't have the face to meet her ancestors in the afterlife. Old man Li looked at Mrs. Hu and asked her, "When you ask someone to do a favor, you need to show some sincerity. Third daughter-in-law, what do you think our Li family should offer to get Chen Xian's help?" Mrs. Hu immediately replied, "I just saw the village head's family go to Chen's house, bringing 2 pigs trotters, 2 chickens, and 2 ducks. They also secretly gave Chen Xian's father a small purse. I didn't see exactly how much silver was inside. The village head Li Lianzhong's family is one of the wealthiest in Xuanshui village." Old man Li sighed after hearing this. "Our family can't compare to the village head's family. We can't afford to give so many things." Mrs. Hu quickly said, "Father, I didn't say we need to give so much. We just need to give some silver or something and ask Chen Xian to speak a good word for us. As long as he's willing to help, the officials at the county office will pay more attention. As long as he's in our Liang County, we can find him." Mrs. Deng nodded. "If he still doesn't come back, then this is all we can do." But Chen Xian's mother has a temper. Earlier, because Chen Xian passed the imperial exam, Lu's family was very proud. Now that Chen Xian has become an official, they probably look down on them even more. Plus, their daughter Jiao was once engaged to Chen Xian, but the engagement was broken off. When they go to ask Chen's family, Mrs. Deng worries Lu's mother might use this to control her. Mrs. Deng is very proud and strong-willed. In her life, she's only ever been the one to hold power over others. No one dares to hold power over her. Mrs. Hu came out of the main room and met Li Qingju and Zhui Yuezhen. She pulled Li Qingju aside and boasted loudly about Chen Xian becoming an official. Finally, she whispered to Li Qingju, "Later, Chen Xian will be working at the county office. Sister, if your family can establish a connection with him, your brother-in-law's grocery shop and Yuezhen's marriage prospects, wouldn't others look up to you more? Having an official relative is not something just any family can have." Li Qingju was moved and, after Mrs. Hu left, she took Zhui Yuezhen into her room before her wedding. She took a few items from her bundle, wrapped them in a cloth, and told Zhui Yuezhen, "When you go to Chen's house later, be clever and listen carefully, understand?" Zhui Yuezhen didn't seem to care and pouted, "Mother, I don't want to go." Li Qingju sharply patted Zhui Yuezhen and said, "Stop your little thoughts, Yuezhen. Our family is just an ordinary family in the county town. Your father runs a grocery shop. Do you think we're someone special? How can you look down on others? Chen's family is from a scholarly family, and now he's an official." Zhui Yuezhen felt very wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Li Qingju felt a bit sad and spoke more softly. "Yuezhen, do you remember how your father and I always behaved when we saw officials? Even a small officer, we would bow and treat them like ancestors. Whenever they came to our shop, we had to give them discounts and even give them good things, just hoping they would look after us a little. Have you forgotten that?" Zhui Yuezhen nodded. Li Qingju felt very caring and hugged her tightly. She whispered earnestly, "But now, Chen Xian is an official, a real government officer. Yuezhen, we need to build a good relationship with them quickly. When we go back to the county, if your grandparents find out we have such a relative, they might treat you better. Maybe, after knowing someone like him, your marriage prospects." Zhui Yuezhen blushed and obediently finished tidying up with Li Qingju before leaving the house. Seeing Hu's family and Li Qingju leave one after the other, Deng's heart also warmed up. She turned to look at old Li. Old man, are we really not going? Chengxing and his brothers, Liar and Xiangzi, we have so many family members here. Now we have no news at all. I'm really worried. Last night, I had a dream about them. I was so scared I couldn't sleep all night. Old Li sighed helplessly. Then tell me, how much money do you think Xin Xian needs to help us? Deng was speechless. As a woman, she didn't understand these things. Old Li sighed again. Didn't I think about that? But our family and the Qin family have a grudge. Look at Qin Xian's mother. She wishes for our Li family to fall into trouble forever, never to recover. If we go and ask them now, they might not help us. We won't ask that Lu family person. Old man, we should ask Qin Xian. After all, he and our Jiao Jiao once had a marriage agreement, right? If it weren't for the county magistrate's favor, maybe Qin Xian would be our son-in-law. Old Li shook his head. Qin Xian hasn't come back yet. I've thought about it. If we really ask, it would be to find Qin Xian. That boy still has some conscience. Maybe he can help us. As for his mother, forget it. Keep an eye on their family's movements. If Qin Xian returns, I'll go myself. Deng thought for a moment and agreed that old Li was right. Li Jiao Jiao quietly carried a wild chicken while looking down at the mountain. The Qin family's yard was lively and noisy despite the cold weather. Li Qiao rolled in the snow from afar and came to Li Jiao Jiao. Sister, where did you find this? I've been walking around nearby and didn't see a single feather. Li Jiao Jiao smiled and handed the wild chicken to Li Qiao.
Let's go down the mountain.
After taking a few steps, Li Jiao Jiao stepped on something. She looked down and saw a medium-sized wild chicken egg that had broken. Li Qiao shouted excitedly, Sister, it's a wild chicken nest. There are more eggs inside.
Look.
Li Qiao was quick and used both hands to dig through the nest. Soon, a nest appeared. He crouched down, counted carefully, and said happily, Sister, there are 8 eggs. 8. If you hadn't stepped on one, there would be 9 eggs. Li Jiao Jiao didn't expect her luck to be so good, finding wild chickens and eggs just a few steps apart. Li Qiao carefully held a few eggs, his nose red and cheeks flushed. Under his furry hat, his eyes sparkled. He happily said, Sister, isn't Mother talking about raising chickens? Let's hatch these eggs at home. Then we'll have eggs to eat. Li Jiao Jiao wondered if wild chickens and domestic chickens were the same. Would the wild chicks hatch small and be able to fly? If they didn't eat the eggs and the chicks flew away, that would be a big loss. But seeing how happy Li Qiao was, she thought for a moment and agreed. On the way down, Li Jiao Jiao put the eggs into her space and carried Li Qiao on her back. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, she saw the brothers Li Chengkai and others. Li Qiao was so happy, he jumped down from Li Jiao Jiao and shouted, Dad. Rushing toward Li Chengkai. In the yard, Li Chengkai, Li Qingfu, and Li Qingxing stood in front. Chang Yu held Li Chang's hand tightly. She smiled, but tears came to her eyes. Li Chang, simple-minded, only held Chang Yu's face and told her not to cry. Inside the yard, Li Jiao Jiao saw a familiar face, Qin Ziyu. Wasn't he one of the black-clad guards around Xia Changjue? Last time, Lu Qing came to get the tent. This time, it was Qin Ziyu. Looking at Qin Ziyu and Li Li in front of him, could it be that Qin Ziyu brought them back? Qin Ziyu saw Li Jiao Jiao, looked up at him, and Li Qingkai, holding Li Qiao, immediately noticed the scene. Li Jiao Jiao is very pretty. No girl in 10 villages is as charming as her. In the past, Li Chengkai relied on her good looks, dreaming that she would marry into a good family, earning respect for himself. Until Qin Xian broke off his engagement with the county magistrate's daughter, and Li Qingsai's dreams were shattered. Plus, Li Jiao Jiao's engagement was also called off, and she couldn't marry into a good family anymore. He grew to dislike her even more. But at this moment, Li Qingsai's eyes suddenly lit up. Sir, thank you for escorting us all this way.
It's been you.
Please come inside for some hot water.
Lili bagjarapatadli.
Qin Ziyu, with a serious face, said, Since we've arrived home, I will be leaving now. After speaking, Qin Ziyu turned and walked away. Li Li wanted to step forward, but didn't dare to stop a general in armor. He could only keep thanking him and bow repeatedly. Qin Ziyu didn't look at Li Li at all. Before leaving, he glanced at Li Jiao. When Li Chengkai realized what was happening, he quickly threw Li Qiao to the ground. Li Qiao didn't stand firm and fell. Li Jiao ran quickly to catch Li Qiao and held him. Li Chengkai had already gone outside. Li Jiao looked at Li Chengkai with hatred. Li Qiao comforted her, saying, "Sister, I'm okay." "Who was that just now?" "Sister." His clothes reflected the light. "Did you see that?" Li Jiao held Li Qiao and handed him a wild chicken. "Go inside and see where Mom is. Take care of this wild chicken. I'll find some firewood in the back. Later, I'll cook chicken for you." Li Li and Li Chengkai quickly returned, looking very disappointed. Old Master Li, Mrs. Deng, Mrs. Zhao, Li Qiao, Mrs. Hu, and the two children hurried over and surrounded the men in the house. Old Master Li asked Li Li, "Lear, who was that just now?" Li Li told Old Master Li, "He's a deputy general. We were locked up. It was originally a threat from the rebel army to the court. Unexpectedly, he rescued us. This deputy general kept escorting us home. Father, the county town's matter is settled. Do you know? Chun Xian has become an official. He's about to be appointed as the county magistrate of Yunxi." "A general?" Mrs. Deng was very surprised. Old Master Li also hurriedly asked Li Qingxing and the others. Li Qingxing waved his hand and said, "Oh, Father, let me tell you, do you know? Chun Xian, as in Qin Yongxing's family, has become an official. It is said to be a rare exception. He proposed a method to solve the disaster, and the higher-ups took notice of him. They made an exception and promoted him to county deputy, a scholar, and now an official. Everyone says that the Chun family's ancestors are blessed." In the front yard, Li Qingxing excitedly talked about what he had seen and heard these past few days. Meanwhile, Li Jiao quietly went to the backyard. She climbed over the fence and ran out. Here. She didn't run far before seeing Xie Changjue and Qin Ziyu standing under a locust tree. Xie Changjue had large bruises under his eyes. When he saw Li Jiao running over, Qin Ziyu wisely left. "Why are you here? By the way, what's going on with my father and them? There have been many things happening in Liang County these days. Why did you go out of your way to bring them back?" Li Jiao was panting, her breath quickly disappearing into the cold air. She was dressed simply in a blue cotton jacket, with her hair neatly styled, and wore big cotton shoes. Despite her youthful and lively appearance, Xie Changjue was captivated by her. "By the way, are the common folks in the town doing okay?" After speaking, Li Jiao saw that Xie Changjue hadn't responded for a while, so she asked again. Xie Changjue suddenly looked at Li Jiao seriously and said, "Actually, I should thank you for those refugees. Over 20,000 refugees, all thanks to your tents. Once they're used up and the refugees are settled, the tents can be folded and taken elsewhere. Jiao, you've made a great contribution this time." Hearing this, Li Jiao was instantly overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful. I didn't do much. You know, I love collecting herbs in the mountains, so I made a tent to make it easier. But if you plan to use the tent in the future, it's best to coat it with some oil on the surface, so it can resist rain." Xie Changjue looked at the girl in front of him. In this cold weather, she looked like a little sun. When he first tried to detoxify her in the mountains, he met her for the first time and was saved by her. The second time, it was the same. No matter where she went, she seemed to shine brightly. But Xie Changjue suddenly looked serious. "I can't write a memorial to recommend you. Your contribution can't be recognized for now." He thought Li Jiao would be disappointed, but she simply waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's nothing. First, let's solve the refugee issue. After a few months, when spring comes and they have land and hope for a better life, that will be good. By the way, how will you treat those refugees? They didn't do anything wrong. Look at my father and them. They all came back safe and sound. Can't they be lightly punished?" Whenever I think of that mother and child, Li Jiao feels a little sad. If the court had known earlier about the snow disaster in this area, perhaps fewer people would have died from the cold. The common people were forced into rebellion because they had no other choice. Their only hope was to get the court's attention. Are you still worried about them? A young girl from the countryside, surprisingly broad-minded, Xie Changjue has never seen anyone like her. Most girls born in the countryside never leave their county town in their lives. They don't see much, and it's hard for them to think so far ahead. But Li Jiao can, and he's very surprised. Isn't it? Because I helped a mother and child last time? They really couldn't go on, so they hoped the court would notice. They had no choice but to block the official road. It was necessary, especially in this kind of natural disaster. Everyone should be more understanding.
Li Jiao's pax casuali.
She only uses what she learned in her past life to prevent the refugees from being punished for rebellion. Besides, for peace in the world, her big plan to make money can only succeed. Thinking of her empty purse, Li Jiao feels a little pain in her heart. Luckily, the fruits and jams in her space are safe and not rotten. Otherwise, she might really cry. Xie Changjue's lips curl slightly. He doesn't quite know what's happening to himself. After finding her relatives, he could have just casually sent someone to bring them back. But he really wanted to see her again. So, he followed Qin Ziyu, blended into the crowd, and sent Li Qingxing and the others back. Don't worry, the current emperor is a wise ruler. He wouldn't kill people recklessly. Li Jiao breathes a sigh of relief, then asks, do you know what happened with Qin Xian? When Li Jiao mentions Qin Xian, Xie Changjue can't help but think about her relationship with him. His face darkens a bit, and he turns away slightly, speaking in a low voice. The disaster relief method he proposed was effective. The prefect used his approach and made an exception to appoint him as the county magistrate of Yunxi County. Qin Xian's disaster relief method? Li Jiao doesn't think much of it. To her, it doesn't matter whether he's a good or bad person. If it solves the problem, then he's a good person in her eyes. She doesn't like this scoundrel, but if he can help solve the snow disaster, she can temporarily put aside her hatred for the greater good. If he really can control the disaster, that's great. But this person's heart isn't pure. He's always thinking of taking shortcuts and trying to curry favor. Li Jiao showed no hiding her dislike and disgust. She thought about how Qin Xian had caused Wan Yuxiu to target her. She secretly glanced at Xie Changjue and, after careful thought, decided not to mention the matter of Liyang County's magistrate's daughter harming her.
Oh.
Xie Changjue's tone sounded a bit strange. Li Jiao couldn't help but look at him, wondering if she had said anything wrong. Do you seem to dislike him? When asking this, Xie Changjue kept a side glance at Li Jiao, his hands unconsciously clenched, and his nervousness went unnoticed even by himself. Li Jiao raised an eyebrow. Why would I like him? He's just an unworthy man. She waved her hand. Anyway, thank you for bringing them back. Your great kindness to our Li family is remembered by us. In her heart, Li Jiao sneered. It was the Li family who was grateful to him. She didn't feel happy about saving Li Qingkai, a scoundrel. It would only make her more annoyed. Xie Changjue was in a good mood. He waved his hand. It was just a small favor. By the way, I asked shopkeeper Yang to give you something. When mentioning what shopkeeper Yang gave her, there was quite a bit of silver inside. But Li Jiao didn't touch it. Whether buying grain or coarse cloth, she used the money she earned from selling herbs. The few coins left in her purse were from selling candied hawthorn. She kept all the items given by shopkeeper Yang. I didn't need it. Thank you. I kept it at home. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you. After speaking, Li Jiao turned to run. Xie Changjue called out to stop her just in time. That was originally for you. He paused and then said to Li Jiao, no need to give it back. You've made such a big contribution this time, and there's no reward. Just consider it a gift for you. Xie Changjue was worried she might refuse his gift, so he said this. Li Jiao thought about it. The tent wasn't her idea, but she had spent all her money buying so much coarse cloth and grain. If Xie Changjue said so, she could accept it. All right then. I bought all that grain and cloth, and it just used up all my silver. Li Jiaojiao was honest. Xie Changjue found her even more adorable. Having seen many scheming and subtle people, her straightforwardness almost made him laugh. Li Jiaojiao knows her own faults. She has a quick temper and a simple personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked in the workplace for nearly 10 years and still be at the lowest level, working long hours without holidays, pushing herself to exhaustion. She hasn't gained a house, a car, or money. After watching Xie Changjue leave, Li Jiaojiao went to the backyard to gather some firewood and lit 2 fire pits before going inside. Big sister, Dad gave the wild chicken to Grandma and Grandpa. Inside, Li Jiaojiao saw Li Qiao's hands were empty and had a bad feeling. When she heard Li Qiao's words, her face darkened immediately. Wang Shi hurriedly said to Li Jiaojiao, "Your grandparents said your dad and the eldest uncle have come back. That's good. Later, your grandma will prepare a meal to honor our ancestors. Since there's not much food at home, your dad took the chicken from Qiao Qiao. Mom, that chicken is mine." Wang Shi quickly nodded. "I know, Jiao Jiao. Your grandparents said it's okay. Just forget it, it's only 1 chicken." Only 1 chicken? But that chicken was also caught by her. Why should she give it to them? If she remembered correctly, Deng's backyard raised 7 or 8 chickens. Why didn't they kill one for the ancestor offering? That scoundrel Li Qingkai really shouldn't have come back. Deng's joy almost made her cry. Old Mr. Li knelt in front of the incense table, very devout. Zhao Shi, Li Qiaoqiao, Hu Shi, and Li Jujuan, along with everyone else in the family, including Li Qingju, were busy in the kitchen. Seeing Li Jiaojiao arrive, Deng's was not polite and told her to pluck the chicken. Li Jiaojiao was angry, but since things had come to this, she couldn't take the chicken back. So, she and Li Qiao plucked the chicken, cleaned it, and then she directly went to the kitchen, cut off a chicken leg with a knife, and handed it to Li Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, cook it and eat it." Li Qiao happily took the chicken leg. Li Jujuan, anxious, stood up and pointed at Li Jiaojiao, saying, "What are you doing? We haven't eaten yet with so many of us." Li Qiaoqiao and Zhao Shi also looked at Li Jiaojiao. Deng's had gone outside and hadn't come in yet. "This is a wild chicken I found. If you're brave, go find one and give it to Grandma so she can cook it for everyone. It's good enough for you to eat. Stop whining and arguing with me. If you don't want to eat my chicken, then don't." Hu Shi, hearing Li Jujuan's voice, hurriedly came inside and asked, "What's going on? Why are you arguing?" Li Jujuan immediately pointed at Li Jiaojiao to complain. Li Jiaojiao remained calm and quietly watched her complain. At the end, Mrs. Hu looked deeply at Li Jiaojiao and sarcastically said, "Jiao Jiao, this is where you went wrong. Your grandfather is still offering sacrifices to our ancestors. They haven't finished eating yet and you're already eating. That's disrespectful. Aren't you afraid the ancestors will come to talk to you tonight? Oh, you're just trying to scare me?" Who is Li Jiaojiao? She lived over 30 years in her past life, a true materialist. She thought she could use that to scare her, but Mrs. Hu is really mistaken. "Auntie, how can you scare people like that? If my ancestors knew I was so filial, they'd be so proud they'd bring back a wild chicken from the mountain to honor them. They'd love me even more. But you, with your little girl, like Wan Wan, always arguing and fussing, and you, just protecting your own, you've spoiled the children. If the ancestors found out, they'd be so angry they'd come out of the ground to scold you." Mrs. Hu was so angry she almost fainted on the spot. Li Jiaojiao personally roasted chicken legs for Li Qiao. The brother and sister ate happily, each taking bites until the food was gone. The leftover chicken leg head was thrown into the pig pen to feed the pigs. Today's dinner was the first time Li Jiaojiao and Li Qiao's family ate together after dividing the household. Old Mr. Li looked at his neat family, his eyes a bit moist. He said to Li Qingfu and Li Li, "This time, you came back safe because of the ancestors' protection. After this, I've realized many things. Many are just illusions. The most important thing is that our family is safe. Li Chengfu took a deep breath and nodded. Lily looked at Li Chaoqiao and said to old Mr. Li, "Grandpa, the Yu family has gone back, but they said that once the situation stabilizes, they will come to give us a betrothal gift." Old Mr. Li was very happy. The Yu family is a respectful family. That's good. They keep their promises. Our Li family isn't unreasonable either.
It's settled then.
Li Jiao and Li Qiao just focused on their meal. As they talked, Li Chengkai brought up Li Jiao. Normally, for such matters involving a daughter who isn't yet married, one would just mention it briefly, like Li. But Li Chengkai didn't do that. He kept emphasizing, "Father, that general's look at our Jiao. I want to go to the county town again someday. I'll find him. If it works out, our family could gain another relative. What do you think?" Li Chengxing enthusiastically agreed, while Li Chengfu and Li slightly lowered their heads, hiding their disdain for Li Chengkai. Mr. Wang's face turned red, but luckily, Li Jiao was thick-skinned and not shy about her marriage. She was still eating heartily. "What are you saying? The children are right here." Li Chengkai pulled Wang's hand away and scolded her. "You don't understand anything. When I think about Jiao being rejected, I can't eat or sleep well. With her situation, where can she find another family? If there's a suitable one, we must seize it. You don't understand anything." Wang's face flickered with red, and then pale.
Li Yao liket her fingers.
"Dad, we've divided the family, haven't we? The family division document is still with me. Do you want me to find it and show you?" As soon as she said this, the whole family fell silent. Back in the house, Li Chengkai still looked regretful. "Dividing the family, so what? We can still look for that general. He's a general after all. Not to mention, even if it means being a concubine, it would be good." Wang felt heartbroken and looked at Li Jiao.
Li Jiao shmilat coldly. "Dad, here's an idea.
Tomorrow, go to the county town. Maybe you'll meet that general." Li Chengkai was overjoyed. Jiao, you don't oppose?" Li Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't oppose. Why would I? If you go to the county and find the general, that would be perfect. But if you can't find him, with the chaos and unrest among the refugees, they might catch you. If you freeze outside, that might be for the best. I'm just worried the imperial troops might catch you and execute you, cut your head off, or worse, accuse you of treason and punish your entire family. I heard that rebellion is a serious crime." Li Chengkai didn't understand much about unrest or rebellion, but hearing about family punishment made him tremble with fear. "You're right. At this time, we can't run around blindly. We just can't." Li Chengkai muttered to himself. This time, when he went to find Li and was taken away, he was only detained for a few days. But during those days, he saw people freezing to death and witnessed many dark things. He was terrified. Li Jiao was surprised to see how easy it was to manipulate Li Chengkai. After all, this cowardly man had always believed that being rejected by Chen Xian was the main reason he was not respected in the village. She had just mentioned it casually, and he seemed to be terrified out of his wits. The men of the Li family returned after several days. The whole family stayed at home, afraid to go out or leave the village, worried about encountering trouble. The matter of Chen Xian's official appointment gradually settled down. Chen Yongsheng and the Lu family were very proud. The village girls often went to Lu's house to show off their presents. Lu openly said that Chen Xian had become an official, and if any girl wanted to serve Chen Xian as a maid, she could help recommend her. Finally, the weather cleared up. The heavy snow stopped, and warm sunlight shone on the snow-covered ground. Li Jiao wanted to ask Li Qiao to go to school, but Wang was worried about the safety of the town. So, she took the brother and sister up the mountain to gather firewood. Li Jiao held a shovel in her hand and carried a basket on her arm. Li Qiao carried a basket with a rope inside, and they headed up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao told Li Qingfu, "Qiao's marriage is something you should think about. Things have been peaceful here these days, so maybe you and Li Er could go to the county town to ask about the match." Li Qingfu rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to go, you go. I'm not going." Li Qingfu was also quite scared. Li Qingju and her daughter, Qu Yuzhen, just came out of Li Qiaoqiao's house. Li Qingju held Qu Yuzhen's hand and said to Deng, "Mother, I've been back for so long, but I still don't know how things are with the father and son at home. I plan to go back with Yuzhen." "Go back for what?" Deng pulled Li Qingju into the house. Hearing that his daughter wanted to return, old Li hurriedly tried to stop her. "It's not that I want to stop you, but with the chaos outside, I don't know how things are in the county town. Wait a few days. When we get news, you can go back then." Li Qingju thought for a moment and stopped arguing with Deng and old Li. Standing halfway up the mountain, Li Qiao pouted and said to Wang, "Mother, my cotton shoes are wet." Wang's and Li Jiaojiao's shoes were also soaked. The sun was out, and the temperature on the mountain rose. The ice and snow melted. Because Li Qiao was young and the mountain path difficult, he easily stepped into a puddle. Wang carried Li Qiao on her back. Li Qiao, lying on Wang's back, pointed ahead and said, "Mother, look, the trees are showing now." Li Jiaojiao was the happiest to see this, but the mountain wind was cold, making her teeth chatter. It's said that snow isn't cold, but melting snow is cold. When it snowed, wearing a padded coat made it feel not so cold. But once the snow melted, the cold wind seemed to have eyes, constantly sneaking into the coat. Her feet were wet, and the cold wind pierced her bones, making her feel like her bones were cracking. The cold wind kept blowing inside. "Jiao Jiao, let's go back." Li Jiaojiao also wants to go back, but her spirit device keeps shouting in her mind, "Host, the space is empty. Why don't you put something in? Aren't you processing medicinal herbs anymore?" Li Jiaojiao pauses her steps. Yes, during this heavy snow blocking the mountains, she hasn't gone up the mountain to gather herbs for a long time. Li Jiaojiao slips slightly and almost loses her balance. Once she steadies herself, she suddenly notices a plant in front of her that seems to glow in the sunlight. She stops walking. Mrs. Wang is still urging ahead. "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Let's go down the mountain. Later, I'll gather some firewood at the foot of the mountain. It's so cold, hurry back and change clothes so you don't catch a cold." Li Jiaojiao doesn't move. She takes a few more steps forward. "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing?" Li Jiaojiao keeps walking forward, waving her hand behind her to Mrs. Wang. "Mom, wait a moment. Something over there seems to be." Li Qiao climbs down from Mrs. Wang's back, very excited. "Mom, sister is very lucky. Let's go see. Maybe she found a wild chicken again." Mrs. Wang is slightly surprised, but Li Qiao already runs skillfully toward Li Jiaojiao. Mrs. Wang counts on her fingers. It seems that her Jiao Jiao really has good luck. She always finds medicinal herbs when she goes up the mountain, and often encounters rare herbs. When they sell herbs in town, they get good prices. Even when they buy a house, they might find a suitable one. Even Li Jiaojiao, when she goes out, can find wild chickens. Including the ones she brought home a few days ago for the family to eat, she has already found wild chickens twice. Wild chickens, Mrs. Wang thinks. She's worked on the mountain for so many years, but has never encountered a freshly dead wild chicken. Yet her Jiao Jiao can find them. This is. Li Jiaojiao squats down. The large green leaves, under the sunlight and snow, are truly glowing. As she approaches, she realizes it's actually a plant called banlongen. In her previous life, the medicinal herb she was most familiar with was banlongen. Whenever she felt unwell, especially with a cold, stuffed nose, runny nose, she would take a packet of banlongen. She had tried the version with added sugar, but the real banlongen, the one she saw when she was a child with her grandfather on the mountain, was the most familiar. "Big sister, what is this?" Li Jiaojiao takes out a small shovel. "It looks like banlongen. Wait for me here, I'll dig it out." Just as Li Jiaojiao steps back, she hears a cracking sound under her feet. Li Qiao excitedly shouts, "Big sister, egg, egg." Li Jiaojiao looked closely and saw that it was another wild chicken egg. Actually, she wasn't sure what kind of bird's egg it was. The eggs had small spots on them and weren't very big. She almost stepped on one, but luckily it was just a dry branch on the bird's nest she had just stepped on. Li Qiao hurried over and picked up a nest of eggs. She nodded and waved at Wang Shi nearby. Mom, look. Wild chicken eggs.
There are more wild chicken eggs.
Wang Shi looked up, her eyes full of confusion. There are 8, sister, 8 wild chicken eggs. Li Jiao happily told him to keep the eggs. She looked at Wang Shi and quickly waved her hand. Mom, here are 8 wild chicken eggs. Go home and see if they can hatch into chicks. If they hatch, we keep them. If not, we'll just eat fried eggs when we get back. Wang Shi came over, and Li Jiao had already dug out several roots of blue gentian. Jiao, you're so lucky. Li Jiao didn't notice Wang Shi's strange expression. She kept digging for blue gentian while looking for other herbs. I don't know what's going on. Ever since Qin Xian and I called off the engagement, my luck has been amazing. Mom, I can't believe it myself. The first wild chicken I found was actually right outside the kitchen door. She dug out another root of blue gentian. Only then did she look up and see Wang Shi's strange expression. She leaned in front of her and asked, Mom, do you think it's because I was rejected and heaven is feeling sorry for me, so it's giving me a little reward? Wang Shi was surprised. Yes, maybe this was heaven's way of making up for her. Li Jiao also thought so. In her past life, she was very unlucky. She once bought 10 bottles of drinks at once and never won anything. She was the only one in her company's annual party of hundreds who never received a prize, not for several years. So, she wondered if heaven thought she had been too unlucky before and was now giving her this special luck. The spirit of the artifact, hearing this, couldn't help but comment in Li Jiao's mind, You're lucky, but others are not. Like the bird that laid that nest of eggs, 2 wild chickens you ate, and me. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with you now. Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Jiao is right. Maybe heaven thinks our Jiao has had a hard life and is giving her some compensation.
Li Xiao licked her lips.
Mom, shall we go home and make fried eggs and rice?
How about that?
I haven't eaten this in a long time. Mrs. Wang poked Li Qiao's forehead. You little rascal, you've been home these days. Look at you, you've gained weight. Luckily, your sister stored some food at home, or I don't know what you'd be eating. She carefully put away a wild chicken egg. Then Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao helped Li Jiao dig for medicinal herbs. They found a lot of banlangen, isatis root, rhubarb, and ox knee, filling their baskets completely. When there were no more herbs nearby, Li Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Mom, we're done. Let's go back. Mrs. Wang hurriedly carried Li Qiao and Li Jiao down the mountain. Their pants were soaked through. Mrs. Wang was very worried. She forgot about herself and quickly looked for clothes to change Li Qiao. Seeing Li Chengkai at home, she hurriedly asked him to light a fire. After changing Li Qiao's clothes, she saw Li Chengkai sitting by the fire pit, roasting radishes to eat. She was so angry she couldn't speak. She carried Li Qiao over to the fire pit. I told you to boil water. Why are you just sitting there? Li Chengkai took a bite of a white radish. The roasted radish smelled good, but wasn't very tasty. He took a bite and set it aside. Ah, Qiao is a man. What's wrong with shivering a little? When we were kids, it was so cold we didn't even have shoes, but we still grew up. Mrs. Wang was so angry, she couldn't say a word. She didn't have time to change her clothes and hurried outside to light a fire and boil water. Li Jiao changed into her clothes, took out her cotton shoes, and put them on Li Qiao. Seeing Li Chengkai relax like that, she couldn't help but say, Can you be the same? Dad, your parents had 3 children. As the saying goes, more is less valuable. We only have Qiao, the only boy in our family. Besides, when you were little, no one cared about you. So now that you're grown and a father yourself, don't you want to care for your son? Li Chengkai glared at Li Jiao fiercely. You're sharp-tongued with me. If you have the guts, why don't you go argue with the Qin family?
Li Jiao snurta coldly.
Why would I go to the Qin family? You're my real father. If I argue with you. Li Chengkai was so angry, he stood up to hit her. Li Jiao Jiao grabbed the fire tongs from beside the fire and said, "If you dare hit me, I'll make you pay back the 300 taels of silver debt." Li Chengkai didn't dare to hit her. Li Qiao couldn't help but want to laugh. He bit his lip tightly, afraid to make a sound. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, grandpa, grandma. Suddenly, two voices sounded from the yard. Hearing this, Li Chengkai turned around and ran outside. Li Qiao hugged Li Jiao Jiao's waist and asked, "Sister, how do you know Dad is afraid you'll make him pay back the debt?" Li Jiao Jiao lifted Li Qiao and gently moved the coals in the fire basin. "With so much silver, not just him, but look at our family, who will take over next." Though young, Li Qiao understood the seriousness of her words and slowly hid the smile from his face. Outside the courtyard, Li Chengkai hurried forward to support Chu Linshen. He is Li Qingju's husband and Chu Yuezhen's father. At this moment, Chu Linshen looked very disheveled, with torn clothes and a broken bundle. In such cold weather, his clothes had no good parts, and Chu Yuezhen, walking beside him, looked equally pitiful. Her nose, fingers, and a single exposed toe were all red from the cold. "Brother-in-law, what's happening?" Chu Linshen hugged Li Chengkai tightly. "Third uncle, I've finally arrived home." "Where is Auntie Qingju?" Deng Shi from the main house heard the noise and hurried out. Li Qingju and Chu Yuezhen came out and saw Chu Linshen in such a state, and they were stunned. Old Master Li and Deng Shi quickly stepped down the stairs. Old Master Li looked him over carefully. "What's going on? You look fine, so why are you like this?" Chu Linshen always thought of himself as a person from Liang County and rarely came to Sun Shui village. He only visited once or twice a year. Every time Chu Linshen returned, he looked proud and looked down on everyone. But this time, he was so battered that the Li family found it hard to believe. Li Qingju snapped out of her shock and hurriedly took her father and brother into the house. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, this is how it is. Our general store has been completely robbed. Not only did they take everything, but they also occupied our shop. Now, we have no home to go back to." Li Qingju sat stunned on a stool. Seeing Chu Linshen crying, Chu Yuezhen also started to cry. "Dad, what should we do? What can we do?" So many refugees flooded into Liang County. Most of them had no food. When they entered the city, they would first look for something to eat. Chu Linshen's shop, with no waiters or servants, was an easy target. On the day the refugees entered the city, his general store was looted. Later, the army came, and with so many refugees, their home was requisitioned by the government. Everything was destroyed. He and his children had no way out, so they had to come to Sun Shui village to find their father-in-law and mother-in-law. Li Qingju cried so hard she couldn't straighten up. She covered her face, full of despair. Chu Linshen looked very sad, like he had lost someone important. Chu Yuezhen and Chu Yuezhen lost their previous pride and sat quietly beside Chu Linshen and Li Qingju. Mrs. Deng took a deep breath and gently patted Li Qingju's shoulder. "It's done now. Let's stay here for a while." Old Mr. Li also sighed. "It's a natural disaster and human trouble. Who can say for sure?" Chu Linshen held his stomach and looked at Li Qingju. Li Qingju immediately understood and turned to ask Mrs. Deng for some food. "Zhao?" and who moved closer. Who whispered to Zhao, "Sister-in-law, how long do you think they will stay?" Zhao shook her head and said nothing. Mrs. Deng scolded sharply, "Why are you still standing there? Third daughter-in-law, go and cook now."
Who was not easy to deal with.
She looked at Li Qingju and the family of four and smiled, saying, "Mother, it's already past mealtime. What should I cook? Besides, I have to light the fire and cook alone. I can't handle it all." Mrs. Deng snorted coldly, "Take Huan Huan and go quickly. Stop giving me that attitude. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Hurry up." Under Mrs. Deng's strictness, who reluctantly went to the kitchen. Li Chengkai had been in the main room and didn't come back until it was dark. Wang said to Li Jiao, "Sai, your little uncle used to be very proud and looked down on our countryside. I didn't expect him to come here now, and it's really—" "Mother, let's eat first," Li Jiao said. Li Jiao cooked a plate of chives and eggs, placed fried crispy meat in front of Li Qiao, and served a big bowl of cabbage soup with a few oil residues floating on top. Wang was worried the children would be hungry, so she told Li Jiao to eat first. Jiao Jiao, you and Xiao Qiao eat first. I'll wait for your father. Li Jiao urged Li Qiao to eat quickly. She put down her chopsticks, pulled Wang to sit down, and said, Mother, little uncle rarely comes to our house. Tonight, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely entertain him well. Let's eat first. It's cold today, and if we wait too long, the food will get cold. After we finish, you still need to make 2 pairs of cotton shoes for me and Xiao Qiao. Wang thought about Li Qiao's soaked shoes and decided to sit down and eat. Li Qiao helped Wang, and Li Jiao with the crispy meat. The fried meat was fragrant and crispy. Li Jiao loved it and ate half with Li Qiao. Wang couldn't bear to eat more, took a bite, and decided not to eat anymore. Li Qiao and Li Jiao kept urging Wang, and only then did she eat a few more pieces. Seeing the plate of crispy meat getting smaller and smaller, Wang hesitated for a long time but couldn't bring herself to ask the children to leave some for Li Chengkai. Li Chengkai finished his meal upstairs before coming into the house. Mrs. Wang was already asleep with the children, but he insisted on waking her up. The couple then went outside to talk. If brother-in-law stays here often in the future, Dad's idea is for us to help build a house nearby. Mrs. Wang was very surprised. They want to build a house in our village? There's no suitable land, and besides, is brother-in-law willing? Once things settle down, he might get his shop back. Oh, woman, you don't understand anything, Li Chengkai interrupted impatiently. The outside is chaotic. Our village is peaceful. Look at the town, hardly anyone there. Dad's idea is that even if they want to go back to the county later, we can build them 2 rooms at home. If they come back someday, they won't have nowhere to stay. Mrs. Wang frowned. But the problem is, who will pay for the house? You and your brothers? Li Chengkai almost immediately said, Of course. We only have one sister. Besides, their family has no money. My brother-in-law used all the silver to buy goods, but in the end, the goods didn't sell, and everything was taken away. There's no silver left. Mrs. Wang's face darkened. Do you have money then? Li Chengkai was stunned. Before the family split, all their earnings went to Mrs. Deng. After the split, he only had a few acres of land and this house. As for silver, he had none at all. You and Mayor work at the pawn shop in town, right? What about your monthly wages? Mrs. Wang was furious, pointing at Li Chengkai's nose. Li Chengkai, do you have no shame? We've only been working for a short time, and you already want your monthly wages? Where would we get monthly wages? We still owe money to others. Perhaps because she had said it many times, Mrs. Wang had learned to bring up the 300 taels of silver they owed whenever she could. Hearing this, Li Chengkai loosened her hand. Then I'll go talk to my parents. Li Jiao was awakened by their argument and got off the bed. Mom. Mrs. Wang patted Li Jiao's hand. It's okay.
He's always like this.
But it's fine. He has no money. Chu Linshan and Li Qingju didn't go out all day. Chu Linshan was afraid of being laughed at, and Li Qingju felt shy to see people. After eating at home, Li Jiao wanted to go to the town. Wang sure saw this and, feeling uneasy, accompanied Li Jiao to Xingfeng town. The town was almost empty, with everyone staying indoors. Wang sure was a bit worried. Li Jiao patted her hand and said, Mom, don't worry. The Imperial Army is in the county now. Nothing will happen. Wang Shi nodded. Li Jiao took Wang Shi to Huichun Hall. Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhou saw Li Jiao and were quite happy. Oh, you're here. Do you need herbs? Seeing how eager the 2 doctors looked at her, Li Jiao asked, Doctors, is there a high demand for herbs lately? Dr. Wu sighed, and Dr. Zhou told Li Jiao, this year's snow was very heavy. Many people are sick, and every day someone comes to buy medicine. Plus, the court is also collecting herbs. Our pharmacy is running out of supplies. I was just talking to Lao Wu. When will the snow melt so you can bring more herbs? It would be even better if it was like before. Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Like before? You mean Tianma?
We don't have Tianma.
Yesterday, I saw plenty of banlangen and gnocchi on the mountain. Look, I've prepared them already. Dr. Wu quickly said, perfect, we need those. Many people are sick these days. Come here, I'll calculate the bill for you. Wang Shi had never seen a doctor so eager to sell medicine. Soon, Dr. Wu came out and said to Li Jiao, usually fresh herbs are cheaper, but recently prices are high. I'll charge 20 coins per gene for banlangen, and for gnocchi, I'll give you a good price. Dr. Wu, just give me the usual price, Li Jiao said. Dr. Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Things are a bit unstable lately. As a young lady, it's better if you don't go out too much. Wang Shi couldn't help but say, I told her that, but she wouldn't listen. She paused and then added, but the Imperial Army is in the county now. Our town should be much safer. Dr. Wu was surprised and asked, you know about that? Wang Shi looked at Li Jiao and smiled. It's because that day, the child went to find her father and met the army on the way. Luckily, she ran into the Imperial soldiers, so she came back safely. Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhou were a bit surprised. Xuanshui village is not far from the town, and many people in the village are known to them. The Li family has quite a few members, yet they needed a young girl to go find someone. Don't they know how dangerous it is for a young girl to go out alone? They sold medicinal herbs for over 500 coins. Mrs. Wang sighed happily. Selling herbs is much more profitable than farming, but you need to know about herbs to do this work well. After selling the herbs, Li Jiao wanted to buy some things, but Mrs. Wang wanted to go home quickly. Come again next time, okay? I always feel unsafe outside. Li Jiao thought for a moment. In these chaotic times, her own home still felt the safest. Mom, I want to go see our house. It's been several days, and I don't know if someone has stolen anything. Mrs. Wang looked serious. That's true. Sigh. Life is hard for everyone. I heard from Erhu's mother that an old person in her family froze to death outside. They didn't find the body for a long time. It's so sad. I hope the weather warms up soon so everyone can stay alive. Li Jiao also sighed. She hoped for the same. The Baozi shop at the Gu family's house was closed. The alley was empty. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang worried about theft at home, so they hurried into the alley. Xiaoyin? From afar, she saw a small figure squatting in front of her house. When she heard her voice, the girl quickly looked up. Under her big hat, her face was rosy and smiling. Jiao sister, you're here? Li Jiao hurried forward and took Xiaoyin's hand. You came alone? Where's your grandpa? Grandpa hasn't been feeling well these days. He was supposed to come, but I didn't let him. Xiaoyin looked at the basket on the ground. Jiao sister. Last time you said you wanted fruit, right? Many people in our village came to find me. It's snowing, so I came to find you. Li Jiao looked at the basket. It was heavy, at least 30 pounds of fruit. Xiaoyin was small and thin, yet she carried such a heavy basket all the way from Danyang village. Mrs. Wang quickly stepped forward and took Xiaoyin's hand. Her small hands were full of calluses. Today, she carried the basket, and her arms felt sore and weak. Her palms had blisters that turned red and swollen. Xiaoyin wasn't cold at all. Her hands were red and swollen from the blisters. Auntie, I'm not cold. Mrs. Wang gently touched her hand with concern. Little girl, you're so honest and sincere. You see how much snow fell those days. Later, the streets were full of refugees. You, a young girl, why are you running around blindly? Come, let's go inside. Li Jiao went to pick up the basket. Xiaoyin also wanted to carry it, but Li Jiao pulled her hand away, took the keys, and opened the door. The house was exactly the same as before they left. Wang Shi finally relaxed and said, luckily, nothing happened. Xiaoyin, how many fruits did you gather? How much did you spend? Not much. Xiaoyin waved her hand. Jiao, we still have a lot at home. Next time you're free, we can move the cellar out. We received quite a few fruits, and my grandpa said if we leave them outside, they might freeze and spoil, so we put them in the cellar. Seeing Xiaoyin avoiding her gaze, Li Jiao asked her more. Xiaoyin couldn't hide it and told everything honestly. This was her third day waiting for Li Jiao Jiao in town. It had just snowed, and she arrived every morning after breakfast, returning in the evening. They collected over 100 jin of fruits from the village. She told Li Jiao Jiao she carefully selected only the best ones. Grandpa Yin wasn't sick. He had fallen. An elderly person, when carrying fruits into the cellar, slipped on the stairs and fell. Luckily, he was close to the ground, but even so, he couldn't move one leg. Wang Shi was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to hear this. Li Jiao Jiao's eyes welled up with tears. Did you use the money I gave you to buy the fruits? Xiao Yin lowered her head without speaking. Li Jiao Jiao took a deep breath. Let's go to the pharmacy.
I'll get some medicine for your grandpa.
Returning home from Danyang village, it was almost dark. Wang Shi kept talking along the way about how pitiful Xiao Yin and her grandfather were. But Li Jiao Jiao suddenly thought, Mother, why don't we visit Mr. Zheng? Xiao Qiao just started school. If we go a few days earlier, maybe she can learn 2 more days than others. Wang Shi clapped her thigh. That's right. How did I forget? It's over. Since the street isn't crowded, maybe we can take Xiao Qiao to see him tomorrow.
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
That's a good idea. With Wang Shi around, Li Jiao Jiao didn't put the fruits they brought back from Xiao Yin's home into her space. Luckily, they returned late so no one saw. Once inside, she packed all the fruits carefully. Thinking about the money she earned today, Li Jiao Jiao cut 4 or 5 jin of pork belly. She burned off the hair on the pigskin over the fire, then washed it clean and set it aside. She sliced the pork belly into strips and also cut carrots into strips. She stir-fried carrot and pork strips. Remaining pork, she initially wanted to steam a dish of pork with rice flour, but Li Qiao wanted to eat braised pork, and Li Jiao Jiao also loved it. So she decided to make all the leftover pork into braised pork. While the braised pork was still cooking, they heard Li Wanwan and Chu Yuzhen arguing. Li Wanwan, holding her large steamed bun, pointed at Chu Yuzhen and said, Aren't you from the county town? Don't you look down on us? Yet you're eating my bun. If you want to eat, ask your mother to make one for you. Chu Yuzhen tried to grab the bun from Li Wanwan, who stuck out her tongue and ran into the house. Chu Yuzhen, with red eyes, went inside to complain to Deng Shi and Li Qingju. Li Qingju hugged Chu Yuzhen and cried loudly, Mother, it's all my fault. Now we're so poor that even my own brother looks down on us. Mother, I think I should leave. Deng Shi was very angry. That's too much. Where is the third brother? Go and call Li Qingxing, that troublemaker, here. Li Wanwan had already run inside to complain to her mother, who, sure, clever and quick, pulled Li Qingxing aside and said, Listen, this bun is for my mother, for me and the children. If your younger sister's child wants to eat, let them make their own. Li Qingxing nodded and said, Don't worry, I understand. Li's son ran over holding a bun and said to Li Qingxing, Dad, you eat. Who sure took Li's son and said, See how filial your son is. Li Qingxing, you should be more careful. Your younger sister and brother-in-law don't know how long they'll stay here. Don't be foolish and go over there. If they stay in our village later, how many things can you send to them? Just as Hu Shi finished speaking, she heard Deng Shi loudly calling Li Qingxing. Li Qingxing patted Hu Shi on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. I remember you said that the main family took many benefits, so we should fight for a little for our son. Rest assured. Hu Shi was very pleased. Li Qingxing wasn't very capable, but he looked good and knew how to flatter her. That's why she was willing to marry him. In the upper room, Deng Shi pointed at Li Qingxing's nose and said, A few broken buns, is it worth it? That's your niece. She's not a stranger. Why are you hiding things? Li Qingxing looked troubled and said, Mother, what should I do? That's some white flour for my mother-in-law for the children. It's not much. My mother-in-law cares about the kids. Their mother steamed it for them. There aren't many buns. Otherwise, my wife is very filial. Would she not send some to you and father? Deng Shi kept silent with a dark face. Li Qingxing said, Mom, little sister, Yuzhen, wait a moment. When uncle earns some money, can he buy you steamed buns then? Mom, I really can't ask my mother-in-law for white flour. I'm a man, after all, and our Li family cares about face. Old man Li told Deng, The third son is right. Our Lee family isn't so poor that we need him to beg his mother-in-law for flour. Wife, since Yu Zhen and the others want to eat, let's just make some white flour steamed buns today. Although Deng was usually fierce, she listened to old man Li and cursed outside. Eat, eat, eat. You'll never starve. Afterward, Deng went inside and brought out half a basin of white flour. Before Li Qingju got married, her room was filled with Chu Linshan and his son Chu Yuejin, who kept sighing heavily. Chu Linshan's family had no parents or relatives nearby. When something happened, he had to come to Xuanshui village to find his in-laws. For the first time, he felt like he was living under someone else's roof, and he was very disappointed. Li Qingju brought Yuzhen back and saw Chu Linshan sighing constantly. She frowned and said, "What should we do? Can we get our shop back? Once this storm passes, we'll go back to the county town. I told you before, the distance smells good but the nearby stinks." Third sister-in-law and her family eat delicious food, and Yuzhen saw Li Huanhuan, that stubborn girl, mocking us for not being able to eat white flour buns. Yuzhen couldn't help but cry, "Mom, I saw that third aunt steamed a basket of buns. I heard Li's sons say they've been saving them and eating 2 buns every day. Mom, I want to go home." Yu Zhen was 15. She was supposed to be talking about marriage, but instead, she faced such a big change. Li Qingju looked very upset. That third sister-in-law is the most cunning. All right, remember this. Whatever good things you have, give them to Li Huanhuan.
Do you see?
She gives you nothing. Stay away from her, understand? Yuzhen nodded. That night, old man Li called his 3 sons. He wanted to pay for building a house for Li Qingju and Chu Linshan. Li Chengkai lowered his head. "Father, I don't have money. Since we split up the crops on the land, I went to look at the mountain. The wheat was crushed by snow, and we don't know if we'll have a harvest next year." Li Qingfu looked at Zhao and said, "Father, you know our situation. We never hide a penny. We really don't have money, but I would definitely like to build 2 more rooms. Dad, tell me when we will start building. I, my wife, and Shuangzi and Liar will all work hard." Li Qingfu was very pleased with his father's answer. He nodded slightly and looked at Li Qingxing. Li Qingxing couldn't help but mock him. "Big brother, of course you want that. You're the eldest son. In the future, this house and land will all be yours. Build more houses. It will all be you and your sons." Li Qingfu got angry and pointed at Li Qingxing. "What are you talking about?" Li Qingxing snorted coldly. "If you say second brother's family has no money, I might believe it. Second brother is honest, and his family never hides anything. But if you say big brother is poor, I don't believe it. Lily has been managing a shop in the county for many years. If he has no money at all, I won't believe it. Second brother, do you believe that?" He threw the question to Li Qingkai. Li Qingkai was a coward and stammered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Li Qingxing looked at him with contempt. "Dad, since big brother and second brother aren't paying, I naturally have no money either. My wife has money. Dad, why don't you and Mom ask my wife? Using his wife's dowry? Unless their Li family has no shame." Over the years, Deng Shi has scorned her daughter-in-law but never dared to openly ask for her dowry. For ordinary families, asking for a daughter-in-law's dowry is considered shameless and would make others look down on them. Of course, Deng Shi isn't against using her daughter-in-law's dowry. She would find ways, like dealing with Wang Shi. When the children are sick or when the family urgently needs money, she pretends not to know or that they have no money. In the end, Wang Shi would have to sell her dowry. Nonsense.
Lilau to skuldari Shanxing.
He took a deep breath. As for building the house, let's put it on hold for now.
Sigh.
In that moment, Li Lao too almost cried. Deng Shi looked heavy-hearted. She looked deeply at her sons. She had never felt as lost as she did now. Soon, Li Qingju found out the result. She wiped her tears and told Chu Linshan, "In a while, we'll leave the children with my parents and go back to the county. They've been occupying our shop, but they can't keep doing that. We still have the house deed. No matter what, we need to get her home back."
Chu Linshan note that.
The next day, Li Chengfu and Zhao Shi carefully considered and sent Li Chong and Li Li to the county. Li Chong was silly and knew nothing, but Li Li hesitated. Ma Xiaoqing directly told Zhao and Li Chengfu, "Dad, Mom, we don't know what's happening in the county town. You just let them go there. What if something happens? Will they still be lucky enough to meet the general next time? Yunxi County is very chaotic now. I heard there's a heavy snowstorm and many people have died or lost their homes. If you send them now, isn't that forcing them into danger?" Li Chengfu sighed. "What forcing? It's been a long time, so it should be safe now. All right, I will go with your mother. We will go, is that okay?" Li Li heard this and sternly scolded Ma Xiaoqing. Ma Xiaoqing felt very wronged, covered her face, and ran out. Li Chong happily told Zhao and Li Chengfu, "Dad, Mom, I will go with you. I can fight. I am strong." Li Chengfu comforted himself, glanced at the worried Chongyu, and sighed, "You stay home and look after the house." Zhao and Li Chengfu packed up, explained to the family, and prepared to leave. When Li Qingju and Chu Linshan heard this, they also wanted to go. Li Qingju stood in the yard, talking to Deng and old Li. "Dad, Mom, our family of four usually stays at my mom's house. It's not really suitable. We want to go back and see. If we can get the shop back, we will go home. That way, you and the brothers won't argue." Deng felt sad upon hearing this, almost crying. Old Li choked up and said to Li Qingju, "What are you saying? Even though you married out, this is your family home. You can come back anytime. Silly girl, we don't know what's happening in the county town. If you go now, it's okay, Dad. We just want to see. If the situation isn't good, we'll come back." In Liang County, Li Jiao took Li Qiao to see Master Zheng, then also arrived in Liang County. Li Qingju and Chu Linshan walked ahead, Li Chengfu and Zhao followed behind, and Li Chong and Li Jiao walked together. Li Chong whispered to Li Jiao, "Why do you want to come to the county town too? My wife said it's very chaotic and dangerous now." Li Jiao was surprised. She tilted her head and looked at Li Chong, "Second brother, you know it's dangerous. Why are you still coming?" Li Chong gestured to show his strong body. "I look strong. Big brother is too weak. I come to protect Dad and Mom." Everyone says Li Chong is foolish, but at this moment, Li Jiao thinks he is the most sincere and kind person among all the people in the Li family. She purses her lips and says, "Yes, I saw you, second brother. Also wanted to come, so I followed." "Second brother, are you going to the Yu family? I looked around the street, and there aren't many people. It should be safe now. I want to buy some things." "Second brother, can I wait for you at the intersection where we first arrived?" Li Chong frowns and says, "You're just a girl." Li Jiao waves her hand and replies, "It's okay, second brother. You go ahead. Big uncle and the others have already gone far." Li Chong looks at Li Jiao and then at his parents. As he turns to leave, Li Jiao quickly runs away. The original owner had never been to Liang County before, but the ancient county town was not as big as a modern city. After wandering through 2 streets nearby, she roughly understood the place. There were few pedestrians on the street, and most houses had their doors tightly closed. Occasionally, someone came out, either dressed uniformly, which looked like officials, or ordinary villagers. She didn't see any refugees today. Those in uniform, with black clothing and a round red patch in the middle, looked like officers. She wasn't sure. She adjusted her hat to hide her small face inside it. She was wearing a thick cotton coat, worried that it might be unsafe outside. She had deliberately put on a patched-up coat to keep warm. Wang Shi didn't want her to come, but she was unwilling to stay at home all the time. The only money she had was the money given by Xie Chongju. The bundle Xie Chongju gave her contained medicinal herbs, which she didn't touch. In the cold winter, it was easy to get sick, so she wanted to keep those herbs. As for the gold ingot and over 100 taels of silver, she came to the county town this time to see if she could find a way to make money. The fruits given by Xiao Yin couldn't stay in her space forever. Why not make some autumn pear syrup? The spiritual tool's voice echoed in her mind. Li Jiao rolled her eyes and said, "You didn't notice? There are so many pears in the space.
How many pears are there?
There are quite a few hawthorns, but since there are no people on the street who would buy candied hawthorns, the spiritual tool looked around in her space. There are indeed not many autumn pears. Only about 30 to 50 gene. There are quite a few hawthorns, which are easier to store than pears, over 100 gene. There are also apples, but not many because they are wild mountain apples, small in size. There are also some kiwi fruits, some are soft, and others are still firm. Most of them weigh dozens to over 100 gene. The copper coin space hadn't expanded, so her fruit, tent, and kitchenware were all stored inside, making it quite crowded. She asked the spirit of the space about enlarging it, but it replied that it didn't know how to do that. The spirit said it had been damaged, and the damage was so severe that it had fallen into a deep sleep. The spirit didn't speak anymore. Li Jiaojiao took a walk around the county town and saw many shops for sale, which made her interested. However, she hadn't decided what to do yet or how to use the fruits, so she decided to pass on them for now. Be careful, don't bump or knock anything. Just after turning a corner, Li Jiaojiao quickly stopped. On the gate of a big mansion, the words "One Mansion" were clearly written. In front of One Mansion, two maidservants, who had previously gone with Wan Yuxiu to their Sun Shui village, were dressed in thick cotton coats. They were directing the guards to load things onto a carriage. Li Jiaojiao hid behind a corner and peeked out. After everything was loaded, one carriage left, and another stopped in front of Wan Mansion. The two maidservants helped Wan Yuxiu out of the house, supporting her carefully. Seeing her gentle, cautious manner and the slight bulge of her belly, Li Jiaojiao suddenly understood. Wan Yuxiu was pregnant. No wonder she was doing well in Sun Shui village. She was pregnant. "Grandma, be careful," one maidservant whispered, a reminder to Wan Yuxiu. Li Jiaojiao noticed the way the maidservant addressed Wan Yuxiu and raised an eyebrow slightly. Previously, the maidservants called her Miss, but now they called her Grandma. Don't underestimate these titles. Calling Wan Yuxiu Miss showed that even among the servants of the Wan family, Chen Xian hadn't yet gained their full respect. They looked down on him. But when Chen Xian became an official, even as a scholar, holding an 8th rank position, it was a big deal. Although the position wasn't high, Chen Xian was only of marriageable age and still a scholar without official fame. Holding such a position meant a bright future. Therefore, the entire Wan family, from top to bottom, kept Chen Xian in their hearts. Wan Yuxiu stood in front of the carriage, her hands protecting her belly. "Uncle Ding, is the husband settled in? Have the servants and my parents been arranged for?" An old man bowed in front of Wan Yuxiu and replied, "Grandma, everything is ready. You can rest assured." On the carriage, I also arranged 2 thick layers of cotton blankets. The journey from Liang County to Yunxi County isn't far. We'll set off now and arrive in Yunxi County early tomorrow morning. Wan Yuxiu nodded and said, "Uncle Ding, after I leave, please take good care of my parents. If there's anything uncertain, send someone to Xingfeng Town's Xuanshui village, which is my husband's hometown, to find out about a girl named Li Jiaojiao. She was originally engaged to my husband before, and I worry that once they find out he's an official, they might plot against us. I'm not feeling well now, but once I'm better, I will deal with this hidden danger." Uncle Ding respectfully agreed. Before she got on the carriage, Wan Yuxiu suddenly lowered her skirt and turned to Uncle Ding, saying, "Uncle Ding, after I leave, send someone now and then to Xuanshui village in Xingfeng Town, which is my husband's hometown, to check on a girl named Li Jiaojiao. She was once engaged to my husband, and I fear that once they learn he's an official, they might scheme against us. I'm not feeling well now, but once I recover, I will handle this problem." Wan Yuxiu got into the carriage. Before it could leave, the county magistrate of Liang County, Mr. Wan, and his wife came out. They had only one daughter. Mrs. Wan covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wan Yuxiu peeked out of the carriage and said, "Father, Mother, take care of yourselves. Once I settle everything, I will ask my husband to send someone to pick you up." Mrs. Wan nodded tearfully, and Mr. Wan whispered, "I want to go now." No need for him to send someone. Sure, Yunxi County isn't very peaceful. When you get there, be sure to listen to your husband and don't go out.
Remember that. Also, tell him if you need help, whether people or money, to send someone to inform us. Wan Yuxiu nodded tearfully. The carriage slowly left. Li Jiao rubbed her stiff legs, her face cold as ice. This time, she came to the county not only to find business opportunities, but also to see what Wan Yuxiu and her family were up to. Since she wasn't planning to let herself go, she wouldn't hold back anymore. She had many plans now to start. Li Jiao walked past the front of Wan Yuxiu's house. Luckily, she dressed quite plainly, so the gatekeeper didn't notice her. She looked back at the bright red Wan Yu house and quickly left. Further ahead was the county office. Li Jiao stayed there for a while. Liang County wasn't big, and on this street, most of the wealthy people lived. These wealthy residents included officials like the county magistrate, clerks, and other officials, most of whom lived on this street. From afar, Li Jiao caught a whiff of a sweet smell. She looked over and saw a shop in front of her, with more than 10 people standing neatly in front of it. Judging by their clothes, they were all servants. It was winter, and the street was empty except for this line of people waiting outside the shop. She saw this from a distance and quickly walked over. Get out of here. How dare you come here? Be careful. The officers might see you and arrest you. Stop looking. Even if you see it, you can't afford to buy it. As Li Jiao approached, the two people at the back of the line shouted at her. One man even pushed her. Li Jiao snorted coldly. I'm just a guest here. Whether I can buy it or not is up to the shop owner. What's it to you? Is this your family shop? The man spat at Li Jiao. He was angry and wanted to hit her. Li Jiao clenched her teeth and grabbed his hand. Her grip wasn't very strong, but she used her skillful force to press on some pressure points. As she applied a little more strength, the man looked pained. Li Jiao released his hand and coldly warned him, "Get lost." Who do you belong to? Li Jiao looked down at herself. Who do I belong to? None of your business. The man stared at her deeply. All right, I'll remember you. Just wait and see. After saying that, he ran away. After this incident, no one tried to chase Li Jiao away again. 15 minutes later, it was finally her turn. She looked inside and was surprised to see only pastries. In this season, the shop had found fresh plum blossoms, with small red plum flowers decorating the pastries. Give me one of each kind of pastry you have. The shop assistant looked at Li Jiao. She snorted coldly, then took out a handful of silver coins from her sleeve, about 2 or 3 taels, and weighed them. Seeing this, the assistant smiled and started packing. Green bean cake, red bean cake. The assistant packed each pastry and handed them to Li Jiao. When she finished, the total was 3 taels of silver and 328 coins. Li Jiao was amazed. This was the most expensive thing she had bought in this world besides her medicinal herbs, over 3 taels of silver. The previous buyers each spent only about 1 tael. Calculating this way, just these 10 or so people, the shop owner made over 10 taels of silver that day. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She took out a tael of silver from her space and waited for the assistant to give her change. Standing on the shop steps, she said, "Miss, our Bingxinjai's pastries are one of a kind. Not just in Liang County, but in nearby counties and even the capital city. They're delicious. Try some now, and I promise you'll come back. No one else makes such tasty pastries. Our shopkeeper's ancestors once ran a pastry shop in the capital." Li Jiao silently remembered the shop in her heart and then turned back along the same path. During this time, she did not encounter the man she saw earlier. Li Jiao went to another street. She did not see Li Chong and Zhao's group. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go near the city gate where she had come from. The city gate of Liang County is guarded by only 2 officials. They do not check people leaving, but those entering must have their travel passes examined and their household registration checked before they can go inside. On both sides of the gate, there are many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. Li Jiao took a piece of red bean cake from her space and started eating. This red bean cake is made with glutinous rice flour on the outside and filled with a cooked, mushy red bean paste inside. The beans are cooked until soft, then crushed, mixed with sugar, and wrapped in glutinous rice flour. Honestly, in Li Jiao's opinion, such treats are quite expensive, selling for a silver coin or more. She comes from the future, where snacks are everywhere, and she has tried all kinds. When it comes to desserts, she still thinks cakes are tastier. After eating a piece of red bean cake, she only felt it was a bit sweet, but not very special. Next, she took out another piece. This time, it was plum blossom cake. The presentation was very attractive, but she wasn't sure how it tasted. When she took a bite, the plum blossom cake had a light sweetness. It felt sweet but not greasy. The glutinous rice flour probably had other ingredients added to make it sticky, yet it still kept a fragrant aroma. Paired with the scent of plum blossoms and a gentle sweetness, it made the treat very tempting. Li Jiao nodded to herself. This was indeed worth the 3 or so silver coins she paid. It was acceptable, or she would have regretted it terribly, especially since she bought it with the money Xie Changju gave her. From now on, this money would be her capital. She needed to remember that. After eating a piece of plum blossom cake, she also ate a piece of osmanthus cake. Its aroma was even stronger than the plum blossom cake. The osmanthus cake truly contained osmanthus flowers. After a few bites, she felt full and didn't dare to eat more. Using her sleeve to cover her mouth, she took out a pot of water from her space and took a few sips. She thought that when she returned, she could also make some cakes to sell. It would be perfect to turn all those fruits into jam. That way, she could earn money and also give those fruits a proper use. But her mind was troubled by the backer. Thinking of the young servant who had helped her earlier, her face clouded with worry. Deputy General Qin. Deputy General Liu. 2 figures riding horses quickly passed through the city gate. The guards at the gate greeted them and hurriedly moved things out of the way. Li Jiao just looked up and saw Qinzi looking at her. He quickly tightened the reins, turned his horse, and rode down fast. Lu Qing hadn't reacted yet, but Qinzi was already in front of Li Jiao. "Miss Li, why are you here?" Li Jiao glanced at Lu Qing and then looked around aside. She didn't see Xie Changju's figure. She pointed at the city gate. "My master's coming to the county for some business. I just came along to join the fun. Isn't it said there are many people here? Why, today when I entered the city, I didn't see many refugees. We ordered someone to send them back to Yunqi County. There are many tents, and once Hua Shui builds houses for them, they won't lack places to stay. Li County has been through enough trouble lately, and there are still a few groups of people in the city."
Li Jiao nudda.
Lu Qing wanted to say more, but Qinzi was anxious. He quickly told Li Jiao something and then rode away. Li Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. Only when everything was peaceful could she make money. As for medicinal herbs, they were really good. But going up the mountain to pick herbs was too troublesome. If she could grow them, with her method of processing herbs, she wanted to produce them in larger quantities. No matter when, herbs were always valuable. Li Jiao waited here until almost noon. Then she saw Li Chengfu and Zhao Shi, along with Li Chong, walking together. Seeing their happy faces, she knew that Li Qiao's marriage prospects had been settled. "Jiao, you must be anxious waiting?" Li Jiao shook her head. Just now, Lu Qing and Qinzi had exchanged greetings. She had been warming a fire at the soldiers guarding the city. Those 2 soldiers were very respectful to her, which made her a bit shy. She even shared her bought snacks with them. "Big uncle, do we still have to wait for little aunt and little uncle?" Li Chengfu waved his hand. "No, your little uncle's shop is still there, but it's a mess. Your little aunt and little uncle told me to take you home first. Let Yu Zhen and Eugene stay with us for a while. Once they've tidied up their house, they'll come to pick you up. Let's go, we're heading back." From Li County to Sun Shui village, walking would take about an hour and a half, or 3 hours in total. When they came this morning, it was still early and they started walking. Now, heading back, they wouldn't arrive home until evening. As they got closer to Xingfeng town, Li Jiao's legs ached. She thought people in ancient times could walk so much. 6 hours, at least dozens of kilometers. They did a round trip, and they seemed fine. She looked at her Aunt Zhao, who walked with ease, not to mention Li Chengfu and Li Chong. Finally home, Li Jiao sat down when Mrs. Wang came to ask, "You took Xiao to school. Why did you go to the county with your uncle? Do you know it's very dangerous?" Li Jiao stuck out her tongue and said, "It's okay, mother. Look, I'm back. And I have good news. Our county. Everything is fine now. My younger sister and her husband haven't come back yet. The shop will be returning soon. They need to tidy up. Mother, everything is peaceful." Hearing this, Mrs. Wang stared at the ground in a daze for a long time and couldn't quite come back to herself. Li Jiao was very happy and said, "Mother, I will go to the town tomorrow to see if the family has returned." When Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng learned that Li Chengju's shop was coming back, Mrs. Deng knelt in front of the ancestral tablet and prayed for a while. Chu Yuzhen and Chu Yujin were so happy, they almost cried. After the happiness, Chu Yuzhen happily walked to Li Wanwan. They talked, but Li Wanwan didn't know what was said. She went with Qiao to buy dozens of eggs from a nearby village and stored them all in her space. The next day, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang went to the town. Li Chengkai wanted to say something but thought of the huge debt of a few hundred taels of silver, so he swallowed all his words. In the townhouse, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang were cracking eggs. "Jiao, do you think this cake in the county can really make money?" Mrs. Wang didn't believe it. They had made bread with eggs before, and it wasn't anything special. Could city people really like it? Li Jiao's hands turned red. She wanted to make an ancient-style oven for baking cakes. She bought a piece of iron from the blacksmith shop, almost spending all her money from selling herbs last time. Luckily, she still had silver given by Xie Chongju in her space. "Mother, you know green bean cake? The people in the county love simple green bean cakes. They rush to buy them like crazy. My cake is based on one I saw in the small kitchen of a shop when I went to the pawn shop. It tastes amazing. I asked for the recipe. Wait and see. I will make some for you to try." Mrs. Wang was a bit skeptical. Craftsmen in ancient times usually inherited their skills, father to son, mother to daughter. If you asked, they would tell you their secrets. Li Jiao didn't care whether Mrs. Wang believed her or not. She just wanted to try if she could make an ancient-style oven herself. Li Jiao had never worked as a bricklayer before. She put in a lot of effort and finally built a simple kiln, similar to a porcelain kiln, with a semicircular shape. She placed an iron plate at the bottom and supported it with 2 iron bars, dividing the oven into 2 layers. She hurried to the kitchen and brought out a big scoop of charcoal fire, placing it under the iron plate. Mrs. Wang handed her some beaten egg whites that were foaming. Li Jiao poured the egg whites into the flour, mixed it well, then scooped a spoonful into a small bowl, sprinkled some sesame seeds or other dried fruits on top, and placed it inside her oven. The fire underneath needed to be carefully controlled. Unfortunately, Li Jiao, used to smart appliances, tried several times but kept failing, either burning the food or it wasn't cooked enough. She hadn't succeeded once. Feeling discouraged, Li Jiao hung her head. Mrs. Wang, who hadn't initially believed in her, comforted her. "They say a master leads you in, but practice makes perfect. Others can tell you a few things, but the rest depends on your own effort. Don't be discouraged. If it doesn't work today, try again tomorrow. Next time, Jiao, we'd rather burn it than eat raw food because raw food can cause stomach upset and it's a waste." Today, Mrs. Wang had been eating the failed cakes all afternoon. Even though they were burnt, she thought they still smelled good and had a delicate texture, just burnt. Li Jiao smiled, thinking she might succeed tomorrow. After taking care of Li Qiao, they went home. As the snow melted, the town became peaceful again. More people were walking on the streets, and villagers started visiting each other. Hu Shi and Li Jiao arrived home shortly after. As soon as they entered, Li Wanwan ran over to complain, "Mother, Grandpa and Grandma are biased. Why does Chu Yuzhen secretly eat steamed buns, but they won't give any to me and my little brother? Mother, We're only surnamed Li. Steamed buns. Hu Shi wiped Li Wanwan's tears and said, "Why are you crying? Haven't you ever eaten steamed buns before?" Though she said this, Hu Shi still took Li Wanwan's hand and led her to the upper room. Zhao Shi was talking with Deng Shi, planning to visit the town tomorrow to ask Dr. Zhou to check Ma Xiaoqing's pulse. Ma Xiaoqing had been here for 2 years, but still hadn't given Li Lixing a child. Zhao Shi was getting worried. Hu Shi pulled Li Wanwan inside and said, "Mother, oh, big sister-in-law is here too? By the way, where is Yu Zhen?" Deng Shi glanced at Hu Shi and asked, "Why are you looking for Yu Zhen?" Hu Shi smiled and said, "It's nothing. Wanwan told me that Yu Zhen ate a steamed bun. Children are naturally curious about food." I told her, "That's impossible. We haven't eaten steamed buns at home for many years. Besides, we don't have white flour, so how could we make buns?" But Huan insisted that Yuezhen was eating, so I went to check on Yuezhen. Huan is young and shouldn't be tricking others. Mrs. Hu is good at talking, especially sarcastic remarks. Deng is not stupid and immediately understood what Mrs. Hu meant. She looked serious and said firmly, "Your father wanted to eat the buns I made. What's wrong with that? Now only your maternal family can send you buns, and our Li family can't afford to eat them? What's wrong with Yuezhen eating? My Yuezhen doesn't deserve buns? Only your 2 children are allowed to eat them?" Mrs. Hu looked upset by this, but she forced a smile and said, "Mother, look at what you're saying.
I didn't mean it like that.
I'm just worried that Huan might be tricking us. Why can't Yuezhen eat?" It's my fault. Last time, Huan's grandmother brought buns, and I should have shared them with everyone. But my mother said Xiao-san is young and needs to grow, so she told us to save the buns for Xiao-san and Huan. I couldn't even take a bite. Deng didn't say anything, just looked coldly at Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly took Huan and left. Huan and Wang were preparing dinner. Wang let out a long burp and looked bitter. "I wish I hadn't eaten so much. I'm not hungry at all now." Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh at Wang. "Mom, we shouldn't eat too much. Qiao needs to eat well. He's still growing. He didn't get enough to eat before."
Look how small Qiao is.
"He's the shortest in their school." Hearing this, Wang took her cooking seriously. Li Qiao is a boy about 7 or 8 years old, very active and eats a lot. While Wang was chopping vegetables, sounds of Mrs. Hu's scolding children came from the West Wing. Soon after, Huan started crying. The house was noisy and messy. Li Jiao rolled her eyes. She didn't like the Li family very much. A few days ago, during the snowstorm, she thought she saw family love, but not long after, the scheming and fighting started again. Fortunately, this was just family squabbling, not deadly conflicts like in some places. Otherwise, who would dare to live here? Mr. Wang just finished cooking, and the mother and son are about to eat. Li Chengkai walks in holding a few steamed buns and says, "Why are you eating?
Don't eat now.
Go to the front room. Your grandparents steamed plain buns today. It's been many years since I last ate plain buns. Qiao, hurry up, get up and go to the front room with Dad." Li Chengkai hands a bun to Li Qiao, who looks at the red braised pork on the table with some reluctance. "Dad, I don't want to go."
You go instead, okay?
Mrs. Wang points to the food on the table. Qiao is hungry. "We made red braised pork today." "Red braised pork?" Li Chengkai glances at it and frowns. "Do you have money? Eating meat, Our family is wasteful, not earning a single penny, just spending all the time." Mrs. Wang softly explains, Qiao is in school. The children are not full. Jiao and I are saving money. Why don't you just secretly eat your meat? Why not send some to your parents? I remember you weren't always so unfilial. Why have you changed so much? Li Chengkai points at Mrs. Wang's nose. "Even though we've separated, they are my parents, your in-laws, the children's grandparents. You can sit here peacefully eating meat, but I can't eat. I don't have the face for it." He then slaps his face hard. Mrs. Wang feels ashamed and uncomfortable. Her face turns red, and she tears up from anxiety. "Parents, eat something good. I hurriedly called you to the front room to eat buns." And you, hiding and eating meat? How can you be so shameless? Mrs. Wang, I feel ashamed for you. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to stay in this family anymore. Li Qingsai's words become more and more excessive. Li Jiao can't hold back anymore, but this time she doesn't argue with him. Instead, she steps in front of Li Qiao and Mrs. Wang, shielding them. She looks coldly at Li Qingkai. Dad, you're so filial. We should learn from you. You're our model. When we see Aunt San's family, Li's son, and Li Wanwan eating plain buns from time to time, I thought it was given by grandparents. Grandparents are elders. They give to whoever they want. As juniors, we shouldn't feel resentful. I often tell Xiao, we can't hold grudges. This time, Li Qingkai agrees with Li Jiao. Last time, Yu Zhen and Eugene, the siblings, followed their aunt to the backyard and agreed to eat eggs. I also told Xiao that those are grandparents' things. If they want to give them to the children, they can. We shouldn't hold grudges. And before. As Li Jiao pointed out each incident, Li Qingsai's arrogance gradually diminished. He frowned and asked, since you know everything, then what about this meat? Li Jiao suddenly changed the subject and said, so, Dad, who do you think this is? It's your parents, my grandparents. Could we really deceive them like this? Dad, do you know what kind of meat this is? It's meat from a family's ancestral offering. Grandparents often say that after offering sacrifices to ancestors, the food shouldn't be given to others to eat. If someone eats it and gets sick, who will take responsibility? Offering? Recently, after the snow disaster passed, people dared to go outside again. Many families had made offerings to their ancestors. Under Grandpa Li's lead, the Li family also made offerings, but they didn't offer as many items as others. In the past, during festivals, Grandpa Li would lead his sons and grandsons to make offerings in front of the ancestral tablets. The offerings at the altar were not for children to eat casually. Only the items Grandpa Li considered important would be chosen for his grandchildren. The rest would go into Grandpa, Li, and Mrs. Deng's stomachs, supposedly because the younger generation shouldn't eat them. Eating them might make them forget things.
Ha!
Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao couldn't keep up with Li Jiao's clever thinking and looked at her blankly. Dad, as the saying goes, filial piety is the most important virtue. Xiao just taught me that, so no matter what, this questionable meat can't be given to Grandma and Grandpa. Dad, here's what we'll do. We won't eat our steamed buns. We'll save them and give them to Grandma and Grandpa, and also to you and Mom. How about that? Consider it our way of showing respect to Grandma and Grandpa. Li Qingkai was instantly speechless. He was not good with words anyway. When he argued with Mrs. Wang at home, he could be quite eloquent. Moreover, Dad, Grandpa Li already gave us the family separation documents. How could we possibly eat Grandma and Grandpa's steamed buns? How could you bear to do that? Grandma and Grandpa are old and working hard. If we eat their buns, they'll have less to eat. After Li Jiao successfully convinced Li Qingkai to leave, Li Qiao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Sister, you're amazing. The next morning, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang took Li Qiao to school. The mother and daughter planned to go to the town to continue yesterday's work. But Li Qingkai also wanted to go. Not only that, Grandpa Li and Mrs. Deng also asked Li Qiao and Qiyuzhen to go to the town. Mrs. Wang held Li Jiao's hand and whispered, Jiao, what should we do? Li Jiao comforted Mrs. Wang, don't worry. Let's go and see. Today, I want to go to the pawn shop to check the situation. Mother, if it's really not possible, you and Father can go together later. I will go to the house by myself. If I succeed, I will come back in the afternoon. If not, I will stay in town tonight. Mother, since they don't really care about me, just find any excuse and say I need to work. Wang sure feels a bit sad for Li Jiao. Girls in their village care a lot about their reputation, but no one cares about Jiao, even if she doesn't come home for a night. People see that Li Jiao was rejected in marriage. Honestly, if someone who's blind in the head liked her, maybe that would be a good thing. So, Li Jiao doesn't deserve a good reputation. Even her own family members, like Li Qingkai, Think her best future might be to marry into a wealthy family and become a concubine. Come back tomorrow. Mother will go with you then. As a modern independent woman, she lived alone in the past. As long as she's careful and doesn't live in cheap neighborhoods just to save money, there shouldn't be any problem. Oh, no need, mother. It's okay. Wang Shi feels helpless when Li Jiao insists. In town, Chu Yuzhen holds Li Qiao's hand. The two whisper quietly. Li Qiao goes to school, and Li Chengkai looks at Wang Shi and Li Jiao. Wang Shi is caught off guard. Seeing her silent, Li Chengkai can't help but pinch her. Why are you just standing there? Lead the way. The pawn shop owner probably ran away long ago. The houses in town might not be wanted. Let's go see the house first. If no one wants it, we can move in later. Li Qingsai's mind doesn't seem to think about all this. Wang Shi frowns, about to say something, but Li Jiao cuts in.
Dad, how do you know?
We just came back from the county town. The town is quiet and empty. We haven't even had time to look around carefully. Li Chengkai proudly tells Li Jiao, it's because your third uncle told me. If it weren't for him, I'd almost forget. After such a big incident, I heard from your third uncle that our village is okay, but in town people are stealing and things are chaotic. Rich people have already left. When we came back, didn't you see the town was all closed? Maybe those scoundrels at the pawn shop already ran away. Seeing Li Chengkai so proud, Li Jiao feels quite annoyed. She deliberately says to Li Chengkai, Dad, let's do this. I'll go check the pawn shop first. If there are people there, we won't go in later. You know, there are a few strong men living inside. Our group isn't even as big as one of their fists. If no one is around, they might really run away. When that happens, Dad, you and Xiao and the others should go and take over the house. Li Chengkai thought this plan was good and nodded repeatedly. Jiao, you're much smarter than before. Faced with Li Chengkai, Li Jiao couldn't really smile happily. She forced out a smile and continued, Dad, later I'll check a few other houses nearby. If they've also run away, you should quickly call Uncle San and the others. Come quickly. We have a lot of family, one person for each house. Maybe the whole area will be ours. Li Chengkai suddenly clapped his hands. Yes, that's the plan. Li Qiao, Chu Yuezhen, and Chu Yuejin stared blankly at the father and daughter. Li Qiao, being a bit older, blushed slightly and looked down. Chu Yuezhen and Chu Yuejin had been spoiled by Li Qingju since they were young. Chu Yuezhen couldn't help but raise her voice. Second uncle, are you crazy? You want to take over someone else's house? Do you have the land deed? If they come back, they'll report to the authorities, and you'll get caught. Li Chengkai was like a bucket of cold water pouring over him from head to toe. Chu Yuezhen also looked at Li Jiao with disdain. A country bumpkin who doesn't understand anything and just wants to take over. What a fool! Li Jiao glared at Chu Yuezhen. Dad, don't listen to Chu Yuezhen. I think she's probably just jealous of you. Think about it. If everyone has gone away to escape, the shops in the town are still there. Maybe we can even take over a shop. Then we can make our own money. Li Qiao couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She tugged on Li Jiao's sleeve. Jiao, stop talking. Looking at Li Chengkai again, his greed and excitement were obvious. His eyes sparkled with eagerness, and his breathing grew faster. Jiao, go check the pawn shop quickly. Your mother and I will come from behind. Wang Shi patted Li Jiao's hand. Li Jiao gave her a reassuring look. Li Qiao and Chu Yuezhen couldn't bear to watch anymore. These father and daughter seem really sick, trying to steal someone else's house. According to our laws, that's a crime punishable by death. Second uncle, Chu Yuezhen, and I will go over there to look. You all go ahead first. Li Qiao had money in hand. She originally planned to check if the shops in town had opened with Li Chengkai and Wang Shi. The Yu family was coming, and she should prepare some dowry, like wedding dresses and red veils. It was time to get everything ready. Li Jiao went straight to the pawn shop, while Wang Shi and Li Chengkai arrived at the alley entrance. Gu Dabo and Gu Dongshu were out selling goods again today. Gu Dongshu recognized Wang Shi, and because there were few people on the street and not many customers, he gave her a meat bun. Madam, has Jiao Jiao come? Wang Shi nodded.
Yes, she has.
Gu Dongshu quickly smiled and looked at Li Qingkai. Wang Shi hurriedly introduced him. This is Jiao Jiao's father. Hearing this, Gu Dongshu immediately took a bun from the steamer. Yuan Shi, come see Uncle Li. Uncle Li, today there aren't many customers.
Please don't mind this meat bun.
Wang Shi quickly took out 4 coins. Oh, Dongshu, why are you saying that? Even if we have no customers, we can't just take your food for free. Your flour and meat filling aren't cheap. Here, take it. Li Qingkai stared at the 4 copper coins in Wang Shi's hand and muttered, Where did you get this money? Wang Shi was startled. Jiao Jiao earned money and often gave some to her to save for her dowry, claiming it was for her wedding. Wang Shi loved her daughter and usually didn't touch that money. She had saved it all. But today, Gu Dongshu's family's meat buns weren't cheap. Flour and meat filling both cost money. They weren't related to the Gu family, so there was no reason to take their food for free. She didn't think much and took out a few coins from her purse. No need, no need. Gu Dongshu kept waving his hand. Just 2 buns, no need to pay. Madam, Uncle Li, if you can eat my buns, it's my honor. Gu Debo watched his son trying to flatter Wang Shi and Li Qingkai, feeling uncomfortable inside. Li Qingkai proudly told Gu Dongshu, You see, it's true. I'm not bragging. My daughter and wife are working at that pawn shop. You know that pawn shop, right? They work there and earn a lot. My daughter is pretty, capable, and promising. Wang Shi almost couldn't listen anymore and tugged at Li Qingkai's sleeve. Li Qingkai, however, pulled her sleeve away and kept talking excitedly. Gu Dongshu didn't understand what Li Qingkai was saying. Jiao Jiao working at the pawn shop? He hadn't seen her go there once. Also, how could parents be proud of their children working as servants in someone else's house and boast about it openly? Wang Shi lowered her head. Jiao Jiao should be back now. Let's go first. Li Qingkai heard this and, still eager, patted Gu Dongshu on the shoulder. Young man, you have good judgment. That bun. Thanks. When my daughter receives her monthly allowance, I'll have her give you more. At this moment, Li Jiao Jiao was standing outside the pawn shop. Not only was the shop still open, but business was good. She waited for a while, but neither Manager Yang nor the shop assistant paid her any attention. Finally, when no one was around, Manager Yang took a sip of water. Miss Li, why are you here today?
The town is peaceful now.
Our master has sent a letter saying everything is safe, so you can rest assured. Li Jiao Jiao nodded, but Manager Yang had no idea she had already met Xie Chongjua. Why are there so many customers today? Manager Yang sighed. This year's series of heavy snowstorms made life hard for many people. They can only things to get by. There's nothing else to do. Li Jiao Jiao asked him a few questions about the house. It was originally hers, but today, since Li Qingkai was there, she quietly asked Manager Yang, Manager Yang, are the few big brothers who came to my house still at the pawn shop? Manager Yang looked at her and pointed to the backyard. Those soldiers are in the back. Miss Li, before our master left, he told us if you need anything, just tell them directly. Li Jiao Jiao glanced at Manager Yang. The soldiers and Manager Yang both knew about her. In the backyard, she saw the 5 men. They were all big and muscular, looking fierce. When they saw Li Jiao Jiao, they all smiled foolishly. The leader, named Song Chongsheng, asked Miss Li, Are you in trouble? Is it something in the village or family matters? Li Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and said, Brother Song, I might trouble you to go to my house later. You won't need to go inside, just walk around the yard. I made some food, and I'll give it to you later. Seeing her look troubled, Song Chongsheng seemed to understand. Just like before, right?
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
Yes. Thank you for your help. When she returned to the house, she saw Li Qingkai standing at the door, bragging to some nearby people about how her daughter worked at the pawn shop. He said if she needed help in the future, just ask, no need to be polite. Wang Shi was nearby, looking so awkward she almost clawed her toes out of embarrassment. Seeing Li Jiao Jiao, Wang Shi hurried over. Have the master and them come?
Lijiao nudda.
Yes, they're here. They've all arrived. Wang Shi was surprised.
Who came?
But soon, Wang Shi understood. As soon as Song Chongsheng and his group arrived, several families immediately closed their doors. Li Qingkai quickly shut his mouth. Song Chongsheng frowned and said, "What are you all doing standing here? Since you're here, go work. Don't think we are kind masters. Remember, you still owe 300 taels of silver. Hurry up and start working. If you dare to make excuses and not come later, you'll regret it." "And you?" Li Chungkai trembled in fear as Song Chongsheng pointed at him. His face turned pale. Li Jiao hurriedly opened the door, and Song Chongsheng led his men inside. Li Chungkai instinctively tried to slip away, but Wang Shi stopped him. Song Chongsheng looked at him with a half-smile, making him too scared to move. He stood properly at the door. Inside, Li Jiao sent Wang Shi to the kitchen. She claimed she was going inside, but actually took some burnt cakes from her space. Last time, she had left some flour, and yesterday she tried to make cakes with Wang Shi, but none turned out well. They wasted a lot. Wang Shi ate until she was full, and Li Jiao couldn't bear to see so many cakes thrown away, so she ate some herself and put the rest into her space. She spread a layer of homemade jam on the cakes and placed them on a plate to give to Song Chongsheng and his group. "This is for you, Brother Song. I didn't make it perfectly, so please don't mind.
Take it home and eat.
When I perfect it, I'll bring it to you myself." The aroma of the jam mixed with the scent of the cakes was sweet and delicious, with a slight burnt flavor that made it unforgettable. Although not perfect, it was the best thing Song Chongsheng and his group had ever tasted. Song Chongsheng finished one quickly and said, "Delicious. Miss Li, you should eat too. The grain shops in town are all closed. What if you run out of food?" Li Jiao waved her hand. "It's okay, I have more." She gave them all the remaining bread from her space and also a jar of jam. After they left, Li Chungkai secretly ran away. Wang Shi came in from outside, looking very upset. "Mother, what's wrong?" Wang Shi frowned and said, "Your father actually left." In times of danger, Li Chungkai, as a husband and father, was the first to abandon his wife and daughter and run away. Li Jiao secretly glanced at Wang Shi. Maybe he just went back home. "Mother, it's still early. You come and help me control the fire. I'll try again." After noon, Li Jiao finally succeeded. This time, whether it was the heat or the color, everything was perfect. The cake was soft and sweet. When the cake was too sweet and greasy, adding jam helped balance the flavor, making it much better. Wang was eating something so delicious for the first time. She asked Li Jiao while eating, "Jiao, this is really, really tasty."
Li Jiao shmilat.
In her previous life, she was busy with work. When she was in a hurry, she would order a cake for delivery. Especially when working overtime to the point of a heart attack, a small cake could really help reduce negative feelings. "Mom, you eat first. After you're done, I'll try it again. I think I've found the right feeling." Her homemade oven was definitely not as good as the modern version. She had to figure out how to make it perfect step by step. Although it wasn't as convenient as the smart oven from her past life, the cakes baked this way still tasted just as good as those colorful cakes from before. After her first success, Li Jiao usually baked 5 cakes, and one of them would often fail. Still, her success rate was quite high. Li Jiao took some cakes to Yang's shop and later picked up Li Qiao. On the way, she met Dr. Zhou and was asked if she wanted to go mountain for herbs. She politely declined. Back in Xuanshui village, Li Qiao arrived and was taken to play by his friends. Li Jiao and Wang took his small cloth bag and went home. Li Chungkai and Li Qiao had already returned. Li Chungkai went to work, saying his father asked him to go up the mountain too. Li Jiao didn't want to care about what he was doing. After she and Wang went inside, no one called them to do chores. Wang came out to light the fire and heard a strange voice coming from the upper room. Changyu was feeding chickens in the backyard and asked, "Are there guests at home?" Relatives from second aunt's family came. Changyu looked at the upper room. "Third aunt, are you busy lately? Has the town settled down?" "No, not much trouble.
Everything is fine, except for not many people. The family that fixed the match for Xiao Xiao, when will they come to give the betrothal gifts? Before the new year, after the new year, once the date is set, they can get married. Changyu thought for a moment and told Wang, my parents said that the Yu family is choosing a good date and will come soon. Wang talked with Changyu for a while. She was busy preparing food and quickly went back to tidy up the kitchen. Li Jiao held Li Qiao's paper and used charcoal to draw and write on it. She wanted to split the family. Although she got the family separation document, Wang and Li Chengkai couldn't untangle the complicated situation. She took on the responsibility of supporting the family, but Wang and Li Qingsai's minds and hearts were with Li Qingsai's parents. She is now thinking of other ways to make money, hoping to earn some before the new year. There is also Wan Yuxiu, the woman she is trying to deal with carefully. She wants to set up a good plan in advance. There are many things to do, but what Li Jiao cares most about is to completely get rid of Li Qingkai. Dear, everyone in the family is important. As elders, we should treat everyone fairly. Whose mother holds Deng's hand, speaking in a way that shows she feels sorry for her grandson. Deng feels very embarrassed and glares at Whose mother sharply. Then, Whose mother takes out many things in front of the Li family. Dear, I won't hide it from you. My life hasn't been easy. I only have this daughter. When I came to your house, her father kept asking me to bring things for the child. These are new clothes I made for her. Xiao-san is a boy and grows fast. I just fried this oil residue yesterday, and I kept it for the children. Deng's face looks very unhappy. When Whose mother leaves, Deng directly scolds Whose wife. Third daughter-in-law, we haven't treated you badly. What do you mean? You called your mother here from her home. Are you trying to embarrass me? Whose wife smiles gently and says, Mother, look at what you're saying. My mother cares about the children. She came on her own. I didn't go back. So how could I call her here? Dear, Wan and Xiao's son are my mother's favorites. I can't stop her from loving the children, right? Deng can't say a word to reply. Whose wife holds Li's son and Li Wanwan's hands. Let's go, little troublemakers. Remember what I told you, don't envy others. See, your grandma just brought you something. Come on, go inside. I'll make you something to eat. Your grandma brought eggs this time. Later, you can decide how to eat them. Deng points at Whose wife's back, feeling angry and clutching her chest. Li Chengju's two children, Zhu Yuzhen and Zhu Yujin, hide inside. Zhu Yujin licks his lips. Sister, you heard that? I really want to eat oil residue dumplings. Zhu Yuzhen pats his head. You want to eat? When Dad and Mom come to pick us up, we'll go home and eat. After Deng enters, she sees Zhu Yuzhen holding Zhu Yujin's hand. She gets very angry and calls Zhao. Zhao has been busy tidying up the house these days because the Yu family is coming to visit. Wang has just finished cooking when Li Qiao runs back, panting and holding a piece of candy. Wang asks him, Qiao, who gave you that? Li Qiao hands it to Wang. Chun Xian's mom. She gave candies to all the children in the village. Mom, you should try some. Mrs. Wang's face slightly paused. She pointed inside and said, Mother doesn't like to eat this. Take it to your sister and eat together. Li Qiao took the candy and went into the house. Li Jiao carefully folded the paper and asked the same question Mrs. Wang did. Li Qiao said it was given by Lu Shi. Li Jiao lost her appetite and told Li Qiao to eat it himself. She asked him a few questions about the lesson their teacher had given. Li Qiao answered smoothly, making Li Jiao very happy. Finally, she asked, Qiao, what do you think of our dad? You're focused on studying now. I heard that reading books can help you understand things better. So, tell me, what do you think of our dad? She thought that after going through hard times, Li Chengkai would care more about his family. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Li Qiao looked at Li Jiao's face and said, Sister, I don't know much. The teacher told us that being respectful and caring for parents is the most important. He also said that the current emperor rules with kindness and respect. I don't know much else. Li Qiao was still young. Though he acted mature most of the time, he was only a few years old. Now that the family was better off, he showed a bit of the innocent and lively nature that children should have.
Li jiao jiao shiga.
Yes, respecting and caring for parents is important. But Xiao Xiao, did the teacher say anything about being kind to your mother? Also, a kind father makes a respectful child. I've never said we shouldn't respect our dad. I just want us to have our own home. Of course, if Dad wants to stay with us, he can. But if he can't leave Grandma and Grandpa, he can still take care of them. That's not a problem. Maybe Li Jiao Jiao explained too complicated. Her small mind took a moment to understand her own meaning. Li Jiao Jiao felt helpless about Mrs. Wang's attitude. She could not care less about Li Qingsai's life or death. But Mrs. Wang and Li Qingkai were a couple. If Li Qingkai showed even a little warmth, Mrs. Wang would fall back in love again. This knot, during the time Li Jiao Jiao lived there, made her suffer every time Li Qingkai showed coldness to their mother and her. An old saying goes, Zhou Yu fights Huang. One willing to fight, one willing to endure. Money can't buy her willingness. The problem was that Mrs. Wang was willing. She wanted to stay with the scoundrel Li Qingkai. Maybe, as a mother, she thought it was for the children's good. But what she didn't realize was that every time Li Jiao Jiao saw Li Qingkai bullying her, she thought, if only she didn't care about us, how great that would be. So, sister, can we leave Dad? We want to respect him, but I don't want to stay with him. Looking at Li Qiao's innocent eyes, Li Jiao Jiao seriously started to think about this matter for the first time. Initially, she used clever plans to succeed when her family split apart. It was impossible for Wang to make Wang willingly leave Li Qingkai, but what if she was forced? As the temperature rose, despite the cold outside, it was now winter weather suitable for the season, unlike the heavy snow blocking the mountains before. Li Jiao Jiao wanted to go to the county town again. She told Wang, who frowned, the county town is too far. Why don't we try selling some things in the town first? Li shook her head. Eggs, flour, and sugar, these were her jam ingredients. None of them were cheap, and she couldn't sell them for a good price in the town. As a girl, you want to go to the county town. Wang refused to let Li go. Mom, I just want to visit my sister-in-law and her family on the way, Li said. Wang frowned again. She didn't like her sister-in-law, and her sister-in-law wasn't kind to her own children either. Li took Wang's arm. Mom, if you're worried, we can go to the county town together. Wang thought for a long time. Seeing her silent, Li went on with her own plans. Since she had decided, she needed to find help. Of course, she needed money first. Li Qingkai carried a big bundle of firewood down the mountain. When he entered the house, he hadn't even had a sip of water when Deng called him to fetch water because they had run out. Outside, Zhao called Dr. Wu inside. Li Jiao Jiao saw this and greeted him warmly. Oh, so you're from our family? Jiao Jiao, come, take a look too. Li knew about herbs and could prepare medicines. Her herbal medicines were of very high quality. Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhou often praised her. If she weren't a girl, she could be an apprentice and someday become a doctor to help people. Hearing this, Zhao's face turned pale. No, we don't need that. Dr. Wu waved his hand. Jiao Jiao understands some medical principles. It's fine. Let her listen. Plus, she can prepare medicines. Maybe her family won't even need to pay for treatment. Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dr. Wu kept urging her to go. Zhao felt helpless, but agreed. When she entered, Li Jiao Jiao saw Li and Ma Xiaoqing. Since Li returned from the county, he had been staying with Ma Xiaoqing. Zhao and Li Qingfu had asked him to, though neither of them said anything. Li Jiao Jiao understood this clearly. Li and Ma Xiaoqing have been married for a year or two, but Ma Xiaoqing's belly shows no signs of pregnancy. Li almost didn't return from his trip to the county town. The family is worried, so Li has been at home these days, mainly focused on having children. Why did Jiao Jiao come here? Li was the first to stand up and block Li Jiao Jiao at the door. Dr. Wu quickly pushed Li aside. Your sister knows about herbs, don't you? Not only that, she can also prepare herbal medicines. I'll let her come in so she can listen. Maybe later. You won't even need to buy herbs. Lily was stunned. Jiao Jiao knows about herbs? Mrs. Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Well, Jiao Jiao isn't married yet, but since Dr. Wu says so, let her listen. It should be fine. They had never heard of a female doctor before. Jiao Jiao was rejected for marriage, and Chen Xian had gone to serve as an official. Her future marriage prospects seemed very slim.
Ma Xiao Qing blushed then da caí behind Lily. Lily frowned.
It's true. She's just an unmarried girl. Why does she need to listen? If people find out, they'll laugh at us. Dr. Wu looked at Jiao Jiao. That's right. I almost forgot. Although there's no gender distinction among doctors, Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao nodded quietly at Dr. Wu. It's okay, Dr. Wu. I'm still young and not suitable for this. After a pause, she added, since you're here, don't leave in a hurry. Stay for a meal before you go. Mrs. Zhao's face changed slightly. She agreed mainly because of what Dr. Wu just said, that Jiao Jiao knows herbs and can prepare medicines. In their ordinary family, seeing a doctor costs not only consultation fees, but also money for herbs. A few prescriptions could cost over 100 coins, and if special ingredients are needed, it could be hundreds of coins or even silver taels. So, when Dr. Wu said Jiao Jiao knew herbs and could gather herbs from the mountain, she was secretly thinking about saving money. In the kitchen of the second branch of the Li family, the spirit inside the utensils sneered at Jiao Jiao. It's just infertility. Why hide it?
What's so interesting about that?
Jiao Jiao was surprised. She put down the spatula and pretended to go to the backyard to feed the chickens. She whispered to the spirit, You figured it out? Married for 2 years and no pregnancy. Isn't that infertility? The spirit's tone was disdainful, but that Dr. Wu definitely can't see it. Jiao Jiao fed the chickens. She saw a chick frozen to death by the fence and felt a bit sad. She picked up the chick and took it back to Mrs. Wang to see. At this moment, inside the main house, Dr. Wu prescribed several medicines. Take these first. Mrs. Zhao was very anxious and kept asking, Doctor, can it really be cured? We've been married for 2 years, and we should have a child by now. We've been hoping for this child for many years. Dr. Wu shook his head. No doctor can guarantee a cure for every illness. I understand your urgency, but matters like this depend on fate, and you can't rush it. You should also consider that in Xiaoxi village, there's a family that took 8 years to have a child. Sometimes, children are a matter of luck. Xiao Qing's face turned pale. Lily looked at her and felt unhappy too. As night fell, Li Qiao, sweaty from playing, ran back and said, Sister, just now Annie asked if you could pick some herbs when you go to the mountain. Jiao Jiao heard this and knew what Zhao was up to. She told Li Qiao, Tell Auntie that the family is very busy right now. I don't have time. My mother and I need to work. Li Qiao left and soon returned. Jiao Jiao handed him a cooked meat pie and said, Go call Mom. Dinner is ready. Dinner started in the main room. Li Chengkai filled the water jar. As he sat down, he heard Mrs. Deng say, Your Jiao Jiao knows about herbs? Li Chengkai was surprised. Seeing his reaction, Mrs. Deng asked, Don't you know? He shook his head. I don't. What's going on, Mom? Mrs. Deng frowned and said, Your daughter. You don't even know? Today, Dr. Wu came to see the illness, and it turns out he knows Jiao Jiao very well. He said she can go to the mountain to pick herbs and even prepare medicine. When did your girl learn so much? We all didn't know. Mom, are you sure you heard right? Maybe she was just talking about gathering pigweed. The herbs and plants on the mountain look similar. We don't recognize many herbs. She's just a girl. How would she know? Mrs. Deng slammed the table. Could Dr. Wu be fooling us? Li Chengkai was stunned. Mrs. Deng looked at him coldly, pointing at him and scolding. She's your daughter. What she does is your business. As a father, you don't even know? Isn't that unreasonable? Chengkai, your daughter has grown up and become clever. She's started to deceive her own family. You'd better go ask her about it. Jiao Jiao didn't expect Xiao to be so petty. Usually, she's quiet and doesn't talk much, which proves the saying, a barking dog doesn't bite. Li Chengkai stormed back, demanding to know why Li Jiao Jiao was so calm. She looked at him quietly and asked, Dad, what do you want to do now?
Li Jiao, Li Shankai Shoutan Grili.
Are you asking me what I want to do? I'm asking you, what are you really thinking? You're a girl who's been rejected and you can't get married anymore. Yet you still dare to act like a doctor. Don't you want to get married? Wang's heart was in her throat. She wanted to comfort Li Chengkai, but after he said that, she was stunned herself. Li Jiao has known how to handle herbs from the start, but she didn't think about that at the time. She was blinded by the shiny silver money back then. Now, hearing Li Chengkai say this, Wang was shocked and frozen in place. Yes, a female doctor. She had lived most of her life without hearing of such a thing. Women showing their faces already made it hard to find a marriage, and now with her being a female doctor, Li Jiao was afraid she might never marry. Dad, does it matter to you whether I get married or not? Looking at the furious Li Chengkai, Li Jiao rolled her eyes and said, Even if I don't marry, I can be a sister-in-law for my whole life. I don't care. Hearing this, Li Chengkai was so angry he raised his hand. Li Qiao, scared and pale, instinctively stepped in front of Li Jiao.
Dad.
Wang quickly grabbed Li Chengkai's hand. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Li Chengkai shook off Wang's hand, and Li Jiao hurried forward to hold Wang. Li Qiao rushed over and grabbed Li Chengkai's leg. Don't hit my mom. Don't hit my sister. Li Chengkai kicked out his foot. Little brat. Li Jiao was afraid he would hit Li Qiao again. She kept her face serious and said loudly, If you dare hit Qiao, I will risk my life to go back and tell the master. I want Brother Song and the others to come. Try me. Don't push me. When mentioning Song Chongsheng, Li Chengkai couldn't help but swallow hard. He wasn't afraid of Li Jiao, but he was afraid of the pawnshop behind her. He pointed at her and said, If you dare to threaten me with them. Li Jiao looked at him coldly. Why not? Li Chengkai hesitated and loosened his grip. Li Jiao quickly pulled Li Qiao into her arms. She helped Wang up and turned to Li Chengkai. Dad, I know herbs. I can pick herbs. So what?
No one asked me about it.
It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. Grandma was angry because the eldest aunt told her off. The reason was that the eldest aunt asked me to go up the mountain to pick herbs for her, and I refused. Li Chengkai frowned and asked, She wants you to go up the mountain to pick herbs? Li Jiao raised an eyebrow and replied, Yes. Today, my great-aunt brought a doctor. Dr. Wu examined her, and they want me to pick herbs for them to save money. I refused. Mrs. Wang held Li Jiao's hand and asked, Who is sick? Jiao, what's going on? Li Jiao chuckled softly and said, It's nothing much. They just want to buy herbs without paying. Mother, there are so many things at the main house. I can't handle everything. They want me to find herbs for free. Why should I do that? Mrs. Wang felt heartbroken and held Li Jiao's hand tightly. Li Jiao said nothing. Why should she cooperate if Zhao wanted free herbs? Li Chengkai, this foolish man, came back without asking questions, scolded her immediately, and even tried to hit her. She was fed up with him. Li Chengkai turned his face away and said, We're all family. What's wrong if you find some herbs for your great-aunt? You're just being stubborn. Do you think you're proud or special because you're a servant? Li Jiao didn't want to listen to Li Chengkai. She said calmly, Dad, you and she are family, but I am not. I have sold myself. I now work for my employer. If they want to be my family, it will have to wait 15 years. Li Chengkai choked and was so angry he wanted to scold her again. Mrs. Wang quickly stopped Li Chengkai and said, Enough. You always do this. You hear something, come back and scold the kids. You never listen to what's really happening. Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang's nose and said, Listen to how she talks. That girl, I raised her and fed her for so many years. What have I done wrong to her? Li Jiao was too tired to argue with Li Chengkai. She grabbed Li Qiao and went to the upper room. Deng Shi saw Li Jiao and looked upset. Chu Yuzhen was curious and looked at Li Jiao carefully. Chu Yujin, a bit younger, tilted his head and asked, Li Jiao, do you really know about herbs? Can you pick herbs? Are you a doctor? Li Jiao glanced around. She didn't see Zhao or Li Qiao, nor did she see Li Chong and Chongyu's couple. In the upper room, only Deng Shi, Old Man Li, Qu Yuzhen, and Qu Yujin were there. Grandma, where is my great-aunt?
I need to see her about something.
Deng Shi looked coldly at Li Jiao and said, You want to see her? Then go to her room. Why are you here? Are you trying to show off that you're a doctor? What's so great about it? Should I make a monument or drum up a parade to say you're a doctor? Mrs. Deng was sarcastic and teasing, but Li Jiao didn't take it seriously. She slightly frowned and said, It's not like that. When I was young, I learned a bit about herbs from my maternal grandfather. I'm not skilled enough. If Annie hadn't been afraid of making the eldest sister-in-law sick, I could go pick herbs. I just want to be clear in front of you and Grandpa that this is medicine, not some other food. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me entirely. Mrs. Deng wanted to say something more, but Old Man Li immediately said, Your auntie is joking. You're just a young girl. What do you know? All right, go home. There are many things at the pawn shop. Go to sleep. Li Jiao immediately smiled sweetly and pulled Li Qiao out. Mrs. Deng glared fiercely at Old Man Li. He looked at her and said, She's right. Your second sister-in-law's father does know some medicine, but only for headaches and colds. If she gets seriously ill, she needs a real doctor. The children she was taught by, I wouldn't even let her treat them. If she gives the wrong medicine and something happens, what can we do? I just can't stand her proud attitude. Ever since she had a falling out with the Chen family, she's been acting like she's better than everyone else. Enough. Why are you arguing with her? Maybe she's upset inside and doesn't know where to vent. Sigh. Once Qiao's marriage is settled, you should talk to the second brother. Her marriage is coming up too. Mrs. Deng glared sharply at Old Man Li. You talk so easily. Why don't you say something? I'm a man. What can I say? Isn't this your family's matter? Besides, women are easy to persuade. Just ask a matchmaker. Once she's a year older, if she can't get married, it'll affect the other children's marriages too. Mrs. Deng looked grim. I don't know. She was rejected before, and now she's a maid in someone else's house. Oh, I almost forgot you didn't mention this. I was going to find her a good match.
How could I do that now?
You're just making things difficult for me. The family separation papers have already been stamped at the government office. How am I supposed to find her a match? Don't make things hard for me. As Mrs. Deng said, Old Man Li also just remembered that Li Jiao's family had already separated. That evening, Li Jiao entered her space to look at the cake she had made. She discovered a special feature of the space: preservation. The cake she baked in the afternoon was still good after several hours. A piece of her baked cookie left open in the air had been there for hours, yet it hadn't gone stale. Spirit tool is this space. Like a refrigerator? What refrigerator? I don't know. But I am the most precious treasure of the 8 treasures emperor, and that thing you call a refrigerator isn't worthy of even holding my shoes. Seeing the proud look of the spirit tool, Li Jiao couldn't help but hug it again, giving its little fuzzy head a gentle rub. It felt so soft and comfortable. The cookies I baked are this one. Normally, if you leave cookies in the air, they go stale in just a few hours and lose their crunch. But the cookies in this space are just as fresh as when I first put them in. How is that possible? Is it because the air here has no moisture?
No moisture?
The spirit tool struggled free from Li Jiao's arms and jumped onto a stone. I've told you before, I am the greatest treasure.
You didn't believe me.
Remember. Oh, wait. How did I forget? The spirit tool started spinning around its tail, repeating, How did I forget? Li Jiao looked at it and sighed. The spirit tool's memory wasn't complete. It remembered only that it was a qilin, the name of the space, and some medical skills. Last time, she asked it to teach her some skills, but whenever she inquired, it just spun around its tail, acting like a fool. When she left the space, Li Jiao felt upset. Zhao's family was disgusting, trying to use her grandparents to pressure her. Li Jiao was no pushover. If they were unkind, she wouldn't be kind in return. The next morning, Li Jiao took Wang to town. Li Chengkai looked angry. I'm not doing the family chores anymore. Li Qiao carried her small bag. Dad, I'm going to be late for school. Li Chengkai waved his hand. Your sister will take you. Li Jiao looked at Wang. She wanted to go to the county town, but Wang refused. If she wanted to go, she had to take Wang with her. Qiao, let's go. Mom will take you. Wang held Li Qiao's hand to leave, but Li Chengkai grabbed Wang. You're never home. Do you know what people are saying about you outside? If you dare to go out today, do you believe I will divorce you? Mrs. Wang was stunned, and Li Jiao's mind moved. If Li Chengkai really divorced Mrs. Wang, maybe that would be a good thing for their family.
Divorce me?
Mrs. Wang pointed at herself and said, Li Chengkai, my parents passed away early. Do you think there's no one in my family? If you dare to divorce me, try it and see. Li Chengkai's eyes flickered, and his expression looked unnatural. No daughter-in-law in any family is like you. Always carefree, showing off every day. Are you trying to shame our Li family? Li Jiao couldn't hold back and was about to speak when Mrs. Wang pulled her back.
Shaming?
What have I done to shame you, Li Chengkai? Do you think the Li family hasn't been shamed enough? Jiao made a mistake, but she's still part of the Li family and just a child. You, as her father, with so many elders in the family, how are you handling this?
How can you talk about shame?
All of you are tightening your belts while Jiao and I work as pawnbrokers to pay off debts. Now you look down on us as if we're shameful? Li Chengkai's face turned red. As Mrs. Wang spoke, she couldn't help but tear up. Shameful? How can you say such things? Li Chengkai, if you want me not to be ashamed, then take out the money and pay off the debt. I promise I won't be ashamed. Li Chengkai didn't dare say a word. Mrs. Wang took Li Qiao's hand and walked to the center of the yard, loudly saying, Who said I am shameful?
Say it to my face.
I want to ask, what shameful thing did I do outside? Li Chengkai, whoever said that, tell me who it was. I want to ask how I am shameful. Li Chengkai hurriedly ran out in fear. Oh, what are you doing? Wife, when you leave, the house feels empty. Do the chickens in the backyard need feeding?
You don't need to worry about me.
I just said that. What did I say wrong? Mrs. Wang glared fiercely at Li Chengkai. Li Chengkai swallowed hard. All right, go on. No rush, you old nag. Mrs. Wang pulled Li Qiao and Li Jiao out the door. After they left, Deng Shi couldn't help but spit on the ground. Did you hear that? That was meant for me. This woman, after seeing so many worldly things, her heart has grown big. The second one, that honest girl, I think she can't control her anymore. Old man Li took a puff of his pipe and said nothing. After sending Li Qiao to Master Zheng's place, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang went to the pawn shop. They informed young shopkeeper and others, and Li Jiao specially brought some cakes to send to Song Chongsheng and his friends. A few days ago, she had invited them to try burnt cakes, and she still felt a bit guilty. Now that she had made proper cakes, she wanted to share them with them. Back at the house, Li Jiao quickly took out all the remaining flour, sugar, and eggs from the space. Mother and daughter worked together, and after more than an hour, they finally baked several baskets of cakes. Li Jiao was anxious and hurried to hire a carriage in town. She and her mother rushed towards the county seat. This time, there were many more soldiers at the city gate than before. Several soldiers checked the townspeople entering and leaving. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang immediately took out their travel guides. This time, each of them paid 1 coin to get into the city. There were many more pedestrians in the city than last time. Mrs. Wang poked her head out to look and asked worriedly, Jiao, where should we sell our things? Li Jiao gently patted her mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. We need to go somewhere first. She was not stupid. When she first arrived in the county, she ran into Bingxinjai. The reason they sold so well was not only because their snacks were delicious but also because they had strong backing. During a recent disaster, their shop remained open and unaffected, showing how powerful their support was. Last time, she met Qin Ziyu and Lu Qing at the city gate. This time, she wanted to try her luck in the county. First, Li Jiao went to Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang's house. The grocery store was already organized. When Chu Mingjiang and Li Qingju saw Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang, they were surprisingly warm and friendly. Li Qingju kept holding Li Jiao's hand, and Chu Mingjiang smiled happily. We lost some money, but received a few taels of silver, saying it was to help us buy some supplies again. Li Jiao was surprised. Li Qingju patted her hand. Jiao, my little sister always thought you had potential. I didn't expect that our Jiao is really amazing. Come on, our home is a bit messy, but we have food. You just arrived and probably haven't had lunch yet, right? Come, little sister, I'll prepare something for you. Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao couldn't help but be stunned. Usually, Li Qingju looked down on their family, but this was the first time she had shown such kindness to them. Little sister, who paid you the silver? Are they still here? Li Qingju looked at Li Jiao and showed a look of realization. There are many people at the county hall. Jiao, are you going now? Okay, I'll have your little uncle take you. Mingjiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Jiao to the county hall. Wang Shi was worried and followed out. Li Jiao said to Li Qingju, little aunt, my mother will stay at your house for a little while. I will come to pick her up soon. Along the way, Chu Mingjiang secretly and openly asked Li Jiao if she had any connection. Li Jiao had been in the workplace for many years and knew Xie Changjue, but she didn't tell anyone about Xie Changjue's identity. Little uncle, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chu Mingjiang chuckled. Jiao, don't beat around the bush with me. Is it about Chen Xian? Seeing Chu Mingjiang winking and making gestures, Li Jiao felt a wave of disgust. She didn't speak, but Chu Mingjiang thought it was about Chen Xian. When they reached the county hall, Li Jiao couldn't go inside. There were many tents inside the county hall. Outside, a circle of soldiers in armor stood proudly. Chu Mingjiang was instinctively intimidated and didn't dare to go forward. He looked at Li Jiao with eager eyes. Jiao, I don't know them. I can't go in. Yesterday, I even brought some food, but I was chased out. Chu Mingjiang swallowed nervously and took a step back. Li Jiao sneered slightly. She first looked around outside, then stepped forward. Excuse me. Why are you here? If you have nothing to do, don't stand around. Go. Before Li Jiao could speak, a soldier pushed her out. He didn't think Li Jiao was particularly attractive, so he didn't expect her to get special treatment. Seeing this, Chu Mingjiang hurriedly stepped forward. Look carefully. This is Chen Xian, the scholar who was promoted unusually. Shut up. Li Jiao turned around and scolded Chu Mingjiang. She kept a serious face. I'm looking for Qin Ziyu. Vice General Qin? Hearing Qin Ziyu's name, the soldier looked Li Jiao up and down. Do you know him? Li Jiao took a deep breath. Tell her that someone from Xuanshui village is looking for him. She'll know what to do. Seeing Li Jiao so confident, the soldier hesitated and looked uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Li Jiao, wait here, and then went inside. Chu Mingjiang hurriedly stepped forward. Jiao, who is Qin Ziyu? Do you know Vice General Qin? Li Jiao looked unwell and firmly told Chu Mingjiang, Chen Xian and I are no longer connected. Please be more careful when you speak next time. If you want to get close to him, you can ask Yuzhen from your family. Coincidentally, Chen Xian's mother has been meeting different girls lately, so maybe your Yuzhen could also become his concubine. Chu Mingjiang's face immediately darkened. Jiao, Yuzhen is your cousin. She's also my niece. Chu Mingjiang choked and awkwardly turned away. He wanted her to leave, but he couldn't bear to. He simply kept quiet, staring tightly at the county office. Soon, Qin Ziyu came out from inside. Seeing Li Jiao, his face slightly changed and he quickly stepped forward. Miss Li, why are you here? Is there something you need? Li Jiao thought for a moment and said, I went up the mountain to pick some medicine, specifically for colds. I also made some food. Hearing this, Qin Ziyu immediately said, Our general is inside right now. Miss Li, why don't we go in and talk? Li Jiao had been thinking about this. She needed someone to help her with her cake business. Without backing, she was worried she would be pushed out when she started selling. So she thought of asking Qin Ziyu and Lu Qing. If either of them could help, they wouldn't need to do much. Just let people know she had support behind her. Now that Xie Changju was inside, that was even better. Li Jiao quickly nodded. Okay. She turned to Chu Mingjiang and said, Little uncle, I need to go inside for a moment. Please wait here for me, okay? Before Chu Mingjiang could reply, Li Jiao had already followed Qin Ziyu inside. Chu Mingjiang was anxious and hurried to catch up. Jiao, I want to go in with you. He had never been to the county office before. If he went in with Li Jiao today, he could boast about it when he returned. Li Jiao didn't want others to know she knew Xie Changju. She glanced at Qin Ziyu, who immediately understood and smiled as he stopped Chu Mingjiang. Wait outside. I didn't call you. Chu Mingjiang's face turned pale with fear. He didn't dare to force his way in. After Li Jiao entered, he waited outside, pacing back and forth. The soldiers around him seemed to ignore him. Gradually, he gained some courage. Seeing acquaintances, he greeted them, attracting some attention. Li Jiao followed Qin Ziyu into the county government office. This was her first time seeing an ancient government building. The spacious courtyard was filled with tents of various sizes. Inside the main hall, which was once grand and solemn, there were many people lying around. Several doctors moved among the crowd. Li Jiao looked closely and saw that most of them were elderly, weak, or injured from the cold. Miss Li, come over here first. Qin Ziyu led Li Jiao from a side hall into the main hall. The funds allocated by the court, no matter how you save, must be used first to help these injured people. The affected villagers need to be taken care of one by one. I want. Hearing Xie Changju's voice, Li Jiao instinctively looked inside. Xie Changju sat in a high position, with several officials standing below him. One of them looked very familiar to Li Jiao, but she was sure she had never seen him before. Miss Li, this is the general's study room.
Please sit here for a while.
The general will come soon. After Qin Ziyu left, Li Jiao first looked around the study room. Once she was sure no one was there, she took out the cake and medicinal herbs from her space. She was carrying a bundle when she arrived, so she put the items inside it. Then she found a stool to sit on. The study room looked very luxurious. There were a few blue and white porcelain bottles and a treasure cabinet filled with various items. Everywhere she looked, there were gold, silver, and jade ornaments. Even the stool she sat on was made of fine sandalwood. On the desk in front of the bookshelf, there was a pure gold statue of a mythical beast. Li Jiao felt a bit envious. That thing was worth at least dozens of taels of gold. It was all made of gold. She knew that in this era, 1 tael of silver could exchange for 1,000 coins, and 1 tael of gold could exchange for 1,000 taels of silver. Dozens of taels of gold. Wow. Her eyes sparkled. But despite her envy, the study room clearly belonged to the county magistrate. As the saying goes, a good governor is known in 3 years, and 10,000 taels of silver are worth nothing. It seemed this was true. Even a small county magistrate of Liang County had a study room as luxurious as many wealthy families. As she withdrew her gaze, Li Jiao suddenly remembered Wan Yuxiu's face. No wonder she felt that the man looked so familiar earlier. He must be Wan Yuxiu's father, Wan Darren, the county magistrate of Liang County. Chen Xian was also able to serve as an official under his protection in Yunxi County. Wan Yuxiu had a good father. If he really wanted to target her, then. Just as Li Jiao was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened. Xie Changju walked in against the light. Li Jiao's eyes lit up little by little. Yes, she also has a strong supporter, Xie Changju. She wants to hold onto his leg tightly. Thinking of this, her smile instantly became more flattering. She immediately stood up.
Xi Chang.
General, I came to deliver medicinal herbs. Our town's Dr. Wu said that the pharmacy has no more herbs left. They've all been bought by the court. I thought, in this cold weather, the disaster victims must be having a hard time. I happened to dig a lot of banlangen isatis root on the mountain, so I brought all of it here. Li Jiao looked like she was offering a treasure, pulling out a bag of banlangen from her bundle. Last time, she sold medicine with Wang Shi at Huichun Hall and earned a few hundred coins. This little bit of banlangen was prepared for herself. Oh, I also made some fresh snacks. They taste pretty good. I want to invite you to try them. Xie Changjue looked at Li Jiao's face, and his smile grew even warmer. Clearly reluctant to part with the herbs, yet she still wanted to give them away. He had never seen such a contradictory girl before, but he found her quite pleasing to look at. Because of her contradictions, he felt she was different from other girls. When she mentioned the cakes, his lips curved up, and his expression relaxed a lot. Li Jiao took out a jar of jam, poured a bit onto the cake, and handed it to Xie Changjue. You should try it. I just made it. I hurried to the county to find you, just to get your opinion. Xie Changjue looked at her pure, delicate face and couldn't help but accept it. Under her eager gaze, he took a bite. Soft, sweet, with a hint of fruit aroma. The jam was slightly sour, just right for someone like him who didn't love overly sweet food. He looked at Li Jiao and asked, "Did you really bring this just for me? How did you know I was in the county?" Li Jiao immediately choked. Of course, she didn't know Xie Changjue was in the county. She didn't come to the county specifically to bring him food. Her idea was that Xie Changjue was the best, but as a general, he must be very busy. There was no way he could always stay in Liang County. So her plan was if Xie Changjue wasn't there, she would find Qin Ziyu or Lu Qing. Her goal was never to have them vouch for her. She just wanted others to see that she had support, so she could openly sell cakes in the county. I guessed. Last time I went out of the city, I met Deputy General Qin at the city gate. I was thinking you might be in the county, so I came here. Today, I mainly brought some herbs. Not much, but better than nothing. So, how does it taste? I have other flavors here, like hawthorn. Would you like to try some? Under Li Jiao's enthusiastic gaze, Xie Changjue ate several pieces. Finally, he took out a light yellow handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped his fingers. Seeing this matching color handkerchief, Li Jiao's face suddenly turned red. She hadn't forgotten that she was still hiding this handkerchief in her. She didn't know what fabric Xie Changju's handkerchief was made of, but it felt very smooth. She couldn't bear to throw it away, so after washing it, she kept using it. When Xie Changju saw her blushing, he looked down at his own handkerchief and casually said, "I used to have another one like this. When I went up the mountain to detox, I don't know who took it away. It's really a pity." Li Jiao's face blushed even more. She forced a light laugh and said, "Maybe I lost it." "That makes sense," Xie Changju said no more. He wiped his mouth and said, "This pastry tastes wonderful. I've eaten many kinds, but this is the first time I've had one like this. Do you have more? Send some to others too. Just a small piece for each person." Li Jiao stared at Xie Changju in a daze. She really wanted to ask if he had a mind-reading ability. Seeing her staring at him so intently, he slightly raised his chin, with a mischievous look on his face. "The pastries are delicious, but I can't enjoy them all by myself. That would be unfair." Li Jiao immediately smiled sweetly at him. Yes, we should share them, right? Last time I went to the county, I saw a pastry shop. I spent quite a bit of silver to buy some. They were quite good. Then I thought, I can also make tasty pastries. If only our family could enjoy them, that would be wonderful. Xie Changju couldn't help but want to laugh, but he held back. When Li Jiao brought out several cakes and spread some jam on them, he called Qin Ziyu and others to send the cakes out. The goal was achieved. Li Jiao felt very happy, and the more she looked at Xie Changju, the more she liked him. Xie Changju was not naturally talkative. When Li Jiao didn't speak, he also remained silent, occasionally glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Li Jiao looked around the study room. Her purpose was fulfilled, and she was ready to leave. She stood up and said to Xie Changju, "It's getting late. I won't delay you any longer." Before leaving, she looked at the golden Pichio figurine again. Seeing Xie Changju looking at her, she cheerfully said, "Haha, this looks like it's made of gold. It's so big." When Xie Changju sent her out, he quietly asked, "If you find that wealthy people are stubbornly holding onto their money and refuse to let go, what method could make them happily give it up?" Li Jiao was a bit surprised that Xie Changju asked her this question. Xie Changju also sensed something unusual and frowned with a bitter smile, saying, "Look at me, I really..." Actually, he didn't know why he suddenly said such a thing. Li Jiao seemed to be a clever girl. Unlike other girls who, after being rejected in marriage, would either be very upset or stay at home, she was different. She never avoided others' gazes, and he felt a familiar sense from her. That's why he couldn't help but ask her this question.
"Well,
"I do have a way, but it's not very proper," Li Jiao said, seeing Xie Changju's brows furrowed. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. After hearing her, Xie Changju was stunned. Could it really be like that?
Li Jiao nudda.
If they truly have no money, it's possible for the common people, but it might hurt their reputation a little. Helping the poor and taking from the rich, Li Jiao saw it as just catching mice with a good cat, regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. So whatever method works to get money, that's a good method. However, she was worried that Xie Changju might think it would harm his reputation and be unwilling. After all, ancient people, especially those of high status, cared a lot about face. General, the pastries just now were very tasty. Are they a new product from Bingsinzhai? Yes, they are. The taste is really good. I've never had such soft and delicious pastries before. Li Jiao hadn't left yet when a few people came out from the side hall, holding pastries and coming to thank Xie Changju. The county magistrate of Liang, surnamed Su, named Su Shiling, was there, along with Wan Yuxio's father, the county assistant, the clerk, and the patrol officer from the relay station. A pair of sharp eyes kept scanning Li Jiao. A young girl, quite pretty. Looking at her clothing, new cotton robes, these people's eyes were very sharp. In just one glance, they saw her identity. The group chuckled awkwardly. Xie Changju subtly stepped in front of Li Jiao to block her, and Li Jiao, not foolish, quickly moved away. After leaving the county office, Li Jiao kept thinking that if she succeeded this time, she might also take the opportunity to trick the Wan family. Why could Wan Yuxio target her? Besides her powerful father, the Wan family is also rich. Chu Mingjiang saw Li Jiao come out and hurried to greet her. "Jiao, how did it go?"
"Done.
"Let's go, little brother-in-law." Li Jiao walked outside, and Chu Mingjiang followed anxiously. He didn't want to go back. He hadn't even gone inside to say hello yet. Without her, he couldn't get in either. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly caught up. Back at the Chu family's general store, Mrs. Wang hurried forward to ask Li Jiao, "Jiao, where did you go? You're growing up and becoming more difficult. It's getting late. Should we head home?" Li Jiao shook her head. Li Qingju came out from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. "Jiao, you're back? Are you all hungry?"
Come. Eat."
Li Jiao glanced at the dishes in Li Qingju's hands and raised an eyebrow slightly. One plate had chopped chili stir-fried pork, and a bowl contained egg custard. For most families, this is a special meal, not something served to ordinary guests. "Jiao, where is your little brother-in-law?" Li Jiao pointed behind her. "He's behind me." At the dining table, there was a bowl of cabbage soup with floating oil residue, a bowl of egg custard, and a plate of chopped chili stir-fried pork. Li Qingju enthusiastically served Li Jiao some food and kept urging her to eat more. "You're too thin, child. Eat more. Jiao, eat more." Li Jiao smiled. Chu Mingjiang asked her with a smile, "Jiao, who is that Qin Ziyu? Deputy General Qin?" Li Qingju immediately chimed in, "Deputy General Qin?" Jiao, Is he the general who took your eldest uncle and the others back last time? Do you know him? Oh, I told you. Chu Mingjiang, look, you don't believe me. Think about it. There are so many shops on this street. Why did they return our shop to us first? Someone must have helped us.
Li Cheng hu proudly lifted her chin.
She turned her face and quickly asked Li Jiao, how do you know Deputy General Qin? Did you go to see him today? Did you tell him about our shop? We're so grateful to him. Once the shop is cleaned up, ask him when he's free to come for a drink so we can thank him properly for his great kindness. Chu Mingjiang quickly agreed, yes, Jiao. Seeing the couple keep flattering Li Jiao, Mrs. Wang felt a bit awkward. After thinking for a moment, Li Jiao said, little sister-in-law, I actually don't really know Vice General Qin. We're not familiar. I once saw Shopkeeper Yang talking to him on the official road. When I greeted Shopkeeper Yang, maybe he saw me too. That's all. I really don't know him. Qin Ziyu was simply a subordinate of Xie Chongjue, and she was not lying. Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang couldn't help but feel disappointed. Li Qingju sighed and said, is that so?
Li Jiao nudda.
She quickly finished her meal and then pulled Wang Shi aside, saying they wanted to go back. Wang Shi had already wanted to leave, so mother and daughter left the general store. Meanwhile, Xie Chongjue frowned as he spoke to Su Shiling and others. Master Su, it's like this. In a few days, it will be my birthday. This year, due to the natural disasters, I don't plan to hold a big celebration. How about you help me gather the wealthy people in town and invite them to share a little wine? Qin Ziyu's eyes widened. Lu Qing couldn't believe his ears and reached into his ear to check. Su Shiling was stunned. He stared blankly at Xie Chongjue. But Xie Chongjue was very serious. Even when saying such things, he kept a calm face, not blushing or nervous. He looked mature. He quickly glanced at the county magistrate and others behind him. They exchanged looks. Did General Xie mean what they thought he meant? Lu Qing, I leave this to you. I need to go to Yunqi County. Keep a close eye on everything. After saying that, Xie Chongjue turned and left. Lu Qing was stunned. Su Shiling stepped forward, handed a pouch to Lu Qing, and whispered, Deputy General Lu, is that what the general meant? After returning to the county town, Li Jiao was anxious. She told Wang Shi she wanted to stay in the town's house to make cakes. Since it was cold, the natural refrigerator meant the cakes wouldn't spoil. Wang Shi disagreed. Mother, I'll stay in the town. I won't go anywhere. Wang Shi shook her head. Although the town is peaceful, who knows if there's someone hiding in some corner? You're just a girl. I don't feel safe. Li Jiao felt helpless. She had no choice but to put the flour, sugar, eggs, and other ingredients for baking into her space, and then went home with Wang Shi. The next morning, Li Jiao wanted to go to town to make cakes, but Deng Shi's words prevented even Li Qiao from leaving. Today, the Yu family is coming to my Li family. If it's not necessary, everyone stay at home today. The eldest daughter-in-law, you are the main person today. The kitchen work is up to you. The second and third daughters-in-law, try to help your older sister-in-law as much as possible. Li Li's wife and Li Chong's wife, you also need to help your mother. The Yu family doesn't know how many people will come. When our Li family handles things, we must do it beautifully. Mrs. Zhao nodded, and Ma Xiaoqing and Chong Yu also agreed. Mrs. Hu frowned and asked, Mother, for such an important matter, should some elders from the village go to invite them? Deng thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. The village head's family, and ours are relatives. If he can come, it will help us make a good impression. Deng couldn't wait and said, Mother, I'll go call them. After a pause, she asked, Mother, what about Brother Xian's family? Deng didn't want to invite the Qin family, but Mrs. Hu said from the side, Mother, Xian is now an official. In our 10-mile village, who has someone in official position? Not even a scholar. I think we should invite Xian's parents from the Qin family. With them here, others won't look down on us. What do you think? Deng frowned. Mrs. Wang looked angry. Mother, if you invite the Qin family, I will leave. Mrs. Hu snorted coldly. Second sister-in-law, this is such an old matter. Why are you still holding on to it? Li Jiao looked cold. Third aunt is very tolerant, but we are not as forgiving as you. Third aunt, you are close to their family. If you go invite them, they will definitely come. Li Jiao Jiao said this sarcastically. Mrs. Hu was furious and pointed at Li Jiao Jiao's nose. Li Jiao Jiao had always wondered what benefits the Qin family had given Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu kept trying to jump in. Deng, and old Li disliked flattery the most. Forget about their family. It's not a big deal, Deng said sternly. Third daughter-in-law, fill the big water jars in the backyard. As for the village head's matter, leave it to Lier. After speaking, Deng was about to go inside. Li Jiao Jiao immediately pointed at Li Qiao. Grandma, Qiao Qiao also needs to go see the teacher. Over at the pawn shop, I also want to say something. It's getting late, so we should leave now. Just as Deng was about to speak, old Li said, going to school is important. Jiao Jiao, hurry, and take your brother to see the teacher. Deng obediently closed her mouth and went inside. Old Li then told her, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to show authority, but don't use Qiao Qiao. You see, Chen Yongsheng is now very proud.
Why?
Because he has a scholar's son, and an official son. If our Li family also had a scholar, people would look at you differently when you go out. Deng couldn't help teasing old Li, saying, you think that scholar is like a big radish in the field, easily pulled out? Humph, we also sent heir to school to learn reading and writing. Look, did he pass the imperial exam? Old Li helplessly shook his head and said, I won't argue with you, woman. Then, old Li turned and left with his hands behind his back. Wang was quick with her chores, while Hu deliberately rubbed her waist in front of Wang. Second sister-in-law, my waist. I think I heard it when I was pregnant with Xiao's senator. I really can't bear it anymore. Second sister-in-law, can you help me carry 2 buckets of water? Wang looked at Hu and refused directly. I want to help, but today I have guests coming. I still have a basket of cabbage to wash, and later I need to cut meat and prepare pickled vegetables. I can't do it now. Hu was surprised that Wang, usually gentle and soft, would refuse. She looked embarrassed and said, if you don't want to, then forget it. Hu went to find Li Qingxing, who was taking money from Deng to go to town to buy wine. When he saw Hu approaching, he immediately said, don't come to me. I'm going to town to buy wine. Mother also asked me to buy some fresh meat. Hu watched Li Qingxing walk away, stomping her feet in anger. Li Jiao Jiao took Li Qiao to Mr. Zheng's place and then headed toward the townhouse. At the alley entrance, the Gu family's bun shop was set up again. Gu Dongshu saw Li Jiao Jiao and was excited, quickly greeting her. Jiao Jiao, did you take Qiao Qiao to school?
Li Jiao Jiao nuda.
Dongshu Ji, has business been good these days? Gu Dongshu sighed with a smile, not many customers. They chatted for a while, but Li Jiao Jiao was eager to make cakes, so she hurriedly said goodbye and returned home. Old Uncle Gu sighed and said, I told your mother. She said if you're really interested in her, we should invite the matchmaker Zheng to come and propose marriage before the new year. Surprised, Gu Dongshu said, Dad, really? Seeing how happy his son was, old Uncle Gu shook his head and said, Dongshu, I was young too. It's normal for young people to like someone attractive. But as for her, sigh, as long as you like her, that's enough. Li Jiao Jiao spent most of the day busy inside the house. When she realized it was getting late, she hurriedly stored all the cakes in her space and went to pick up Li Qiao to go home. In the Li family courtyard, Jiao Jiao and son were feeding a donkey. Occasionally, they gave it some grass. Seeing Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao, Jiao Jiao quickly stood up. Oh, you still remember to come back? She said, pulling Li Sen's hand and turning to run into the main hall. Li Jiao Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to Li Wanwan. She and Li Qiao went into the house. She first changed into a new outfit, then went to the kitchen to get water and wash her hands. Big sister, I can write 3 characters now. Li Qiao excitedly told Li Jiao Jiao, I also know how to read books. Teacher said that even though I started learning late, I have a good memory. Sister, I'll recite for you. Li Jiao Jiao called Li Qiao over. While washing his hands, she listened as he recited. After everything was settled, before they left the house, Wang Shi came in. Jiao Jiao, someone from the Yu family is here. Don't come out for a while. I've cooked some food in the kitchen. Li Jiao Jiao didn't want to meet strangers, so she nodded. Neither Li Jiao Jiao nor Li Qiao went outside. In the kitchen, Li Jiao Jiao served hot dishes, while Li Qiao sat at the front stove writing. As a poor child, he knew that ink, paper, and brushes were expensive, so he usually didn't use them much. Li Jiao Jiao carried a basin of water and poured it into a small ditch beside the kitchen. As she turned around, she saw a stranger man staring at her intently. She frowned, hurried into the kitchen, and quietly closed the door.
Miss.
Unexpectedly, the man followed her and knocked on the kitchen door. Big sister, who is it? Li Qiao hurried out.
Who are you?
Are you from the Li family's second branch? My surname is Luo. My name is Luo Ruising. I am Yulin's cousin. By the way, the person inside the kitchen is your sister, right? I heard from your grandmother that you are going to school now. How far have you learned? The man wore a sky blue cotton coat, fixed his hair with a hairpin, looked gentle, and carried a scholarly air. Hearing he was a relative of the Yu family, Li Qiao's attitude softened a lot. No need to trouble you. My grandparents are about to have dinner, so I won't keep you. Luo Ruising was stunned. He looked longingly at the kitchen, smiled, and said, All right, it's time to eat. Come join us too. Deng Shi and Old Li were eager for their family of 3 not to go eat, so they could save food. Li Qiao didn't mind at all. He continued to write. Li Jiao Jiao wasn't curious about her future sister-in-law. After Li Qiao wrote a character, he suddenly looked up and asked, Sister, will Qiao Qiao's sister marry someone from the county town? What's wrong? Li Qiao thought for a moment and said, It's nothing. Uncle and aunt are helping Qiao Qiao's sister find a good family. Grandparents are also very attentive. Li Qiao felt very upset. Li Qiao Qiao was able to marry into the town, but her sister was rejected by Chen Xian, and no matchmaker has come to propose marriage. Her grandparents don't care, and her father is just an ordinary father. Qiao Qiao, write quickly. When you grow up and become successful, won't your sister find a good husband easily? Li Qiao suddenly felt motivated. She worked hard, repeatedly writing in the stove, her small face very focused. Li Jiao Jiao smiled slightly, sliced a white radish into strips, added a little salt to draw out water, then squeezed out the excess water, added seasonings, a spoonful of spicy red oiled chili, and a sprinkle of green onion. She mixed everything well, a simple dish. Today, Wang Shi was busy cooking in the main room. Their kitchen only had a few white radishes. Li Jiao Jiao scooped out some oil residue, sliced the radish, added a spoonful of chopped chili, heated some oil in the pan, added a little minced and oil residue, stir-fried briefly, then added the chopped chili, and finally the radish slices. When cooked, she took it off the heat. Li Jiao Jiao cooked quickly. She served the dishes and said, Qiao Qiao, dinner time. Li Qiao put down her stick and hurried to get bowls, filling 2 bowls of rice. Just as Li Jiao Jiao sat down to eat, Li Huanhuan arrived. Li Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Are you deaf? Your grandparents called you several times. Can't you hear? I have to come personally to invite you. No ancestors in our family have ever been this difficult to call. Li Huanhuan knocked loudly on the door. Their simple bamboo door was almost falling apart. Li Qiao frowned, and Li Jiao Jiao quickly went to open the door. Li Huanhuan's hand was still raised in midair. Oh, finally the door is open. I thought your grandparents had to come personally. Li Huanhuan, didn't your mother teach you to knock gently? Before Li Huanhuan could answer, Li Jiao Jiao said, That's right. My third aunt always knocks like that. As the old saying goes, Dragon gives birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice will find holes. I didn't understand this before, but now I see you. I finally get it. You scold me. Li Huanhuan raised her hand to hit Li Jiao Jiao. Not to mention that Li Jiao Jiao had learned some martial arts from the spirit. Even if she hadn't, a girl of 12 or 13 like Li Huanhuan wouldn't dare fight her. Easily, Li Jiao Jiao held her down, pressing her hand behind her back and sternly asked, Did your mother teach you this? Li Huanhuan, if you didn't come to call me, No one would ask you to come. Since you're here, behave yourself. If you dare to cause trouble again, just try me. Li Huanhuan was crying from the pain, but she was used to being bossy and strong, so she didn't admit her mistakes easily and even threatened Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao was so angry that she slapped her the back and said, "Go ahead, complain if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Huanhuan ran out crying, and Li Qiao quietly asked Li Jiaojiao, "Sister, shall we go?" Since they separated their family, they rarely ate in the main house. They knew Mrs. Deng's temper well and didn't want to cause trouble. Li Jiaojiao wanted to wait a bit longer, but soon after Li Huanhuan left, Li Qingkai hurriedly pushed the door open. Unbelievable. Li Jiaojiao, I didn't know you're so important now. Working as a servant, do you think that makes you look good? Do you think you can ignore your family? Mrs. Wang hurried over and stood in front of Li Qingkai and Li Jiaojiao, sweating and panting. Didn't we already prepare the meal? Why are you shouting at the child?
She asked.
Li Qingkai looked angry. Are you saying I shouldn't say anything? Look at all these people waiting. How dare she act so proud? If you don't feel ashamed, I do. Mrs. Wang's face turned red and then pale. She hit Li Qingkai the arm. You're just embarrassing us. You only care about saving face. Why should we go to eat with them? We've separated, so why should we go? As she spoke, tears fell down her face. Li Qingkai looked angry. What separation? I don't agree. Hurry up and get ready. We have guests coming to eat, and we've invited them several times. Did anyone ask if I wanted to go? Li Jiaojiao looked coldly at Li Qingkai. Dad, wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and buy some incense to burn for the important guests. We can't offend them. Maybe I should buy some candles and paper money too, and burn them for you later. Li Qingkai was so angry he raised his hand to hit Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao was prepared and quickly grabbed his hand. Dad, someone's here. Are you sure you want to hit me? Mrs. Wang was frightened and took a moment to react. She hurriedly separated Li Jiaojiao and Li Qingkai. Are you two enemies in your past lives? Li Qingkai, she's your daughter. She's your daughter. Not just anyone. You treat your niece so well. Why can't you be a little nicer to your own daughter? After speaking about Li Qingkai, Wang Shi then said to Li Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao, don't argue with your father. Okay? Your grandparents are calling you, so just go see them. It's also a way to show respect to Sister Qiao Qiao. Is that all right? In the upper room, Li Jiaojiao held Li Qiao's hand and walked in. Deng Shi immediately introduced her to a woman in her 40s or 50s. This is my disappointing second granddaughter. Jiao, come meet Annie. Li Jiaojiao's face was calm and expressionless, like a Buddha statue. She and Li Qiao went forward. Under Wang Shi's urging, she called out to each elder politely. Finally, she said to Deng Shi, Grandma, Qiao Qiao has homework, so we'll leave now. Luo Ruixing looked at the pretty girl in front of him, and his eyes filled with warmth. Today, he was only here because of his cousin relationship, planning to stay briefly until the Yu family's engagement was settled, then he would leave. But he met Li Jiaojiao. Who would have thought that in this remote village, there could be such a charming beauty like Li Jiaojiao? Li Jiaojiao's face was bare, without makeup, but her fair, smooth skin and delicate features made him eager to tell his cousin right away that he wanted to stay overnight in Xuanshui village. Is this the girl Jiaojiao? Luo Ruixing smiled and interrupted Li Jiaojiao as she was about to leave. Annie, today is such a good day. Why don't we all sit down and have a meal? Zhao Shi, being experienced, noticed Luo Ruixing's strange look at Li Jiaojiao. Since Luo Ruixing was a relative of the Yu family, she didn't mind much, so long as he wasn't looking at Jiaojiao as a future husband. Hearing this, Zhao Shi hurriedly called to Li Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao, we're all family.
Come, sit down and eat.
Since your family split up, you haven't eaten with us in the main house yet. Come, sit with Sister Qiao Qiao. Li Jiaojiao politely refused Zhao Shi. No, we already made food at home. Grandpa, Grandma will go now. Deng Shi looked at Wang Shi and Li Qingkai at the door and said, someone is here today. Let's all eat together. In Deng Shi's view, saying this was already a sign of respect to their family.
Li Chunkai quickly smiled and said, exactly, exactly. They're visiting for the first time.
Come, sit down and eat.
He hurried over to Li Jiao Jiao and forcefully grabbed her hand, saying, Li Jiao Jiao, be sensible. If you keep acting ungrateful, do you believe I'll break your leg? A flash of anger flickered in Li Jiao Jiao's eyes. Li Chunkai was startled. He didn't admit that he was scared by Li Jiao Jiao's gaze. He bent down and picked up Li Qiao. Weixing, didn't you just ask? It's our Jiao studying. We're poor, and he's only just starting to learn. But the teacher said our Jiao is smart and good at studying. Li Chunkai, like a proud merchant, boasted. Li Qiao's face turned slightly red as he struggled to get down from Li Chingcai's arms. Li Chunkai held him tightly. Li Qiao didn't want to leave, and Li Jiao couldn't go back to eat either. She sat beside Li Qiao. Li Qiao was the main character today, so he ate the least. Soon, he put down his chopsticks. His future husband was sitting at the table outside. He secretly glanced at him and blushed a little. He quietly said to Li Jiao Jiao, why aren't you resting today? Your master is too mean. Li Jiao apologized to Li Qiao, my mother and I should be working, but my mother wants to stay at home. I have to go to the master's house. Sorry, Qiao. Li Qiao waved his hand. I understand. After a while, Li Qiao came over and whispered to Li Jiao, just now Wanwan told me that the cousin from the Luo family is asking about you. Jiao, that Luo cousin is actually pretty nice. He's a scholar and will take the imperial exam next year. Jiao you. Li Jiao was the most beautiful girl in their Li family. Sadly, her marriage was cancelled by the Qin family, and now she was working as a servant to pay off debts. Most people would think carefully before asking to marry her. But Luo Ruisheng's family didn't mind. He already had a wife, and his family was well off. For Li Jiao, he was a pretty good choice. Getting married? Sister Qiao, maybe I should forget it. You know, I still owe our master 300 taels of silver. Usually, who would want to be the one to pay off my debt? Li Qiao wanted to say that the Luo family was rich. But he hesitated and swallowed his words. The Luo family was wealthy, but 300 taels of silver was a lot. Finally, after finishing their meal, Li Jiao hurriedly took Li Qiao home. The food on the table was already cold. Mrs. Wang came back and tidied up the dishes. After finishing her chores, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to go to the river to wash clothes. Li Jiao stopped her. Mother, it's already dark. Why are you washing clothes now? Mrs. Wang waved her hand. It's fine. I know the river well. Jiao, wait a moment and help your brother wash up and get ready for bed. I know you've been very tired lately. Xia Chongjua wanted to help connect Li Jiao with someone, but how could Li Jiao let him down? There were so many cakes, but Wang sure didn't go. All the work was done by Li Jiao alone. Without any money, Li Jiao spent a lot of the silver notes given by Xia Chongjua, just waiting for a chance to turn things around beautifully. Wang Shi spoke as she walked out, and Li Jiao hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed a basin, and looked inside. She saw clothes belonging to Deng Shi, old Li's clothes, Li Qingcai's clothes, and even Qi Yuezhen's and Qi Yuejin's clothes. Li Jiao's face instantly darkened. She picked up Qi Yuezhen's clothes and said, Mother, are you just wasting your time? We've been busy all day, and now you still want to wash Qi Yuezhen's and Qi Yuejin's clothes? Wang Shi quickly told Li Jiao to lower her voice. Your grandma is busy. This is just something I did on my way. Your dad has changed clothes several times these days, so I washed them while I was at it. All right, go inside and get some sleep. Mother. Li Jiao looked serious. You know my temper. I don't care about reputation, and I'm not afraid of what others say about me. If you keep washing their clothes, I swear I'll pull those two out of bed right now. Wang Shi sighed deeply. Oh, my ancestors, you really are. All right, I won't go. Li Jiao then took Wang Shi's arm. Mother, I know. It was my dad who asked you to do this, right? He's doing it on purpose. Mother, I'm going to the county town the day after tomorrow.
Tomorrow, you need to help me.
I want to make more cakes. Wang Shi forced a bitter smile and patted Li Jiao's hand.
Before sleeping, Wang Shi whispered softly into Li Jiao's ear, "Jiao Jiao, I know you're doing all this for me. But, dear, the people living in this yard are not just us three. You have to understand, being too fragile can break easily. When I was young, your grandfather often told me that suffering is a blessing. It's really no big deal, just a little tiring. Strength is strange. If you use it today, it's still there tomorrow." Li Jiao breathed in the familiar scent of her mother's unique smell. She affectionately rubbed her face against Wang Shi's cheek. "But, Mother, I just want you to live a good life. I know you're doing all this for me and Qiao. But have you thought about how we feel when we see them bullying you?" Wang Shi was stunned. She had always focused on giving everything for her children, but had never considered this. "Mother, you've already done so much for me and Qiao. Life is limited. I hope you can be happy. Mother, I can earn money now. I can make sure you live happily."
Van sisuddant-li en braça Li Jiao utigli.
A tear slid down Li Jiao's face as she held her mother close. The next morning, Li Jiao hurriedly took her mother Wang to send Li Qiao to Mr. Zheng's place before the Yu family left. The mother and daughter then went to the townhouse. After seeing off the Yu family, Deng Shi stood under the eaves and called Li Chengkai and Wang Shi. Finally, Li Chengkai came out from the backyard, just having fetched water, looking sweaty. "Why are you here? Where is your wife?" When mentioning Wang Shi, Li Chengkai couldn't help but complain. "She told me that the folks over at the East House have some opinions. She also said that with the New Year coming, they are very busy, cleaning the house, washing and mending clothes for everyone in the household. She's so busy. Now, she no longer considers herself part of the family." Deng Shi snorted coldly. "It's all because of how you spoil her. You can't even control your wife, so it's all on you. Come inside. Your father and I have something to tell you." Li Chengkai followed Deng Shi into the house and soon came out again. Hu Shi peeked around, waiting anxiously until Li Chengkai left. She hurried back to her own home. Li Chengxing was still lying in bed sleeping. She shook him awake. "Second brother's family, Jiao, is going to be successful. That Luo from Yu family, he likes Jiao. Teske, I always said, she's so pretty, if she can't be the main wife. Even as a concubine, many people would want her." Li Chengxing turned away and said, "Stop bothering me. I woke up early and didn't sleep well." Hu Shi disdainfully patted his shoulder. Li Chengxing started snoring again. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left. Hu Shi soon went to the Qin family. Unclear what she said to Lu Shi, she left holding a box of pastries and a few yards of brightly colored fabric, clearly not from their Xingfeng town fabric shop. After a long day of work, Li Jiao and Wang Shi were exhausted and bent over. Wang Shi asked her, "Jiao, the last time we went to the county town, we didn't sell anything. You've made so much this time. Do you really think you'll sell it all?" Li Jiao massaged her mother's waist. "Mom, don't worry. Maybe after this, we can establish ourselves in the county town." Seeing her daughter's confidence, Wang Shi couldn't help but smile. Qiao's schooling expenses shouldn't all be on you. "It's okay, Mom. It's not just for Qiao, it's for myself too. My reputation isn't good, and I might not marry into a good family in the future. I have to plan for myself. I need to make more money, right? And also for my mother. In this era, men who become merchants cannot take part in the imperial exams, but women are different. Women in this time have dowries, which include land and shops, and it is women who manage them." When they returned from town, surprisingly, Li Chengkai did not scold Wang Shi and Li Jiao. Instead, he washed the clothes, fetched water, chopped firewood, and even fed the small chickens in the backyard. Wang Shi was stunned. She followed Li Chengkai into the house. He pulled her aside and whispered about Li Jiao. "Parents said this family is good. They asked my older brother and sister-in-law privately, and Li also knows. I think they are nice, so I agreed. The Luo family will come to propose marriage soon." Wang Shi's eyes widened, her face looked bad, and she asked trembling, "You just said, the Luo family wants to marry Jiao?"
"Why?" Li Chengkai frowned. Why?
Of course, to make her a concubine. She's a girl who was rejected by her fiancé. It's good enough if someone wants her. What's wrong? You don't like it? Think about it. You dislike others, and they might dislike you too. The Luo family is very well off. The girl is a scholar. Maybe she'll be a successful candidate next year. Isn't Chen quite proud? Now I'll find a scholar for our Jiao Jiao too. Wang Shi pointed at Li Qingsai's nose. Are you crazy? Do you know what a concubine is? Li Qingkai slapped her hand away. That's better than a girl who can't marry at home. Tears suddenly streamed down Wang Shi's face. She pointed at Li Qingkai. Jiao Jiao didn't offend you, right? You're her own father. How can you humiliate your own daughter like this? Li Qingkai, do you deserve to be a father? I don't agree. I tell you, I don't agree. Li Qingkai looked coldly at Wang Shi. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I am her father, and I have agreed. Wang Shi stared at the man in front of her, unable to believe that the man she married was such a heartless, ungrateful person. In their village, there were girls who married others to be concubines before. But what is a concubine? Often, they were worse off than servants in the household. The master would scold or beat them if he was displeased, and some were even beaten to death by the main wife. The parents of the children dared not say anything. In the end, the children's bodies were either buried or found in the wild graves. Although more than 10 years had passed since then, Wang Shi still remembered. Even during the hardest times for their family, she never thought of sending her daughter to be a concubine. Li Qiao heard the sounds of Wang's family arguing with Li Qingkai and hurriedly went to find Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao brought the little chick back home and locked it up because it was too cold outside. She lit a fire and carried the fire basin into the house. Li Qiao grabbed Li Jiao Jiao's hand and said, "Sister, Dad and Mom are arguing." Li Jiao Jiao stood at the door and listened for a while. She quickly understood what was being said. She didn't like the man from yesterday who was flirtatious, and now it was even worse. Her family wanted her to become a concubine. She was at a loss for words. She suddenly pushed open the door. Wang's face still had tears, and Li Qingsai's face was flushed with anger. She coldly looked into Li Qingsai's eyes and said, "Dad, if you want me to marry someone and become a concubine, that's fine. Here's what you should do. Talk to Grandpa and Grandma. Ask if the Luo family is willing to give 300 taels of silver. You should know, I owe our master 300 taels, and the IOU is still in their hands. If the Luo family agrees, and they give an additional 100 taels as a wedding gift, I will agree." Wang's only then came to her senses. Originally, Li Jiao Jiao did all this just to split the family. She thought it was a bit of an overreaction because their family was really not very straightforward. Li Qingkai couldn't leave his parents, and they only had the 3 of them after splitting the family. At this moment, Wang's felt more grateful than ever that they had split the family and that they had tricked everyone in the Li family. Wang stared intently at Li Qingkai and said, "You heard that, right? As long as the Luo family agrees and Jiao Jiao agrees, I have no objections. 400 taels of silver." Li Qingkai gasped, and his eyes turned red. If he paid back 300 taels, he would still have 100 taels left. Li Qingkai hurriedly went to discuss with others. Wang's was very worried. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile and said, "Mom, what are you worried about? Relax. The Luo family won't agree, and my dad won't succeed either. 400 taels of silver, if that man isn't foolish, he could buy many pretty girls. Why would he only buy me? Isn't that too silly?" Hearing this, Wang sighed in relief. "Jiao Jiao, don't hold a grudge against your dad. In his life, he only trusts your grandparents. Even if they say the mountain is round, he would believe it. Actually, he cares about you and worries about you." Li Jiao Jiao quickly interrupted Wang's. "Mom, I'm tired after a long day. I want to go to sleep." Wang's looked at Li Jiao Jiao's back, wiped her tears, clasped her hands together, looked at the dark ceiling, and quietly prayed. The next morning, Zhao and Li Qingfu went to the county town to prepare a dowry for Li Qiaoqiao. Chu Yuezhen and Chu Yuejin, their siblings, were returning home. Mrs. Deng cooked each of them a boiled egg. Li Huanhuan insisted on having an egg too. Mrs. Hu cried out that Mrs. Deng was biased. Reluctantly, Old Man Li told Mrs. Deng to cook an egg for Li Huanhuan and the others. When Li Huanhuan and Li Qiao left the house, Li Qiao greeted Old Man Li. He quickly asked Mrs. Deng to cook 2 more eggs. Suddenly, 6 eggs were gone, including those for the older Li family members, Li Qiao and Li Chong. Mrs. Deng's heart ached. She angrily told Mrs. Hu, "Go cook some eggs." Just a few eggs, only a few, and they're always begging for them. They haven't eaten eggs in many generations. They're just greedy, no good at all. No wonder they'll spend their lives working the land. No matter how Mrs. Deng scolded, Mrs. Hu didn't reply and happily boiled some eggs in the kitchen. Ma Xiaoqing packed her things, carried her bag, and followed Li Lisen. Li Lisen told Old Man Li, "Sir, I've thought it over. It's better to go to the county town to see how things are. The master probably hasn't returned yet, but I need to watch the shop. We're also heading to the county today." Old Man Li didn't think much and told Li Lisen, "All right, Li, no matter what, you must guard the shop and keep an eye on the master's affairs." Li Jiao and Li Qiao each received an egg. Li Jiao was a bit surprised, knowing that in this family, she and Li Qiao often felt less important. Sometimes, their status was even lower than Li Chong's. Holding the warm egg, Li Jiao passed by Li Huanhuan and said, "Thank you so much. Without you, Qiao, and I wouldn't have eggs to eat. You're really kind, Huanhuan. I was wrong to blame you before." Li Jiao's sarcastic words made Li Huanhuan very angry. In town, Li Jiao and Wang Shi took Li Qiao to see Mr. Zheng. Then they hurriedly hired a carriage. Li Jiao loaded the cakes, bread, and jam they had made over the past 2 days onto the carriage. They sped toward Liang County. Inside the county office, Xie Changjue changed into a dark purple silk robe for today's event. Over it, he wore a matching cloak. Lu Qing and Qin Ziyu stood at the door. Every time a guest arrived, they announced their names loudly, then led them to a place where the guest book was kept. The rest of the process unfolded naturally. Xie Changjue said it was his birthday. These people were worried about finding an excuse to give gifts, and now they had a ready reason. Who would be foolish enough not to take the opportunity? They all carried things to register. "General, Miss Li hasn't arrived yet."
Do you think
"She's late?" All the prominent families in Liang County had come. They even invited landlords and others. Everyone was eager to see the general. Many people came, but Li Jiao still hadn't arrived. They were worried she was late. "It's okay." Seeing Xie Changjue speak casually, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask, "General, are you really fine? If someone reports this to higher-ups..." Xie Changjue sneered. "Report it? Does the treasury have silver?" Lu Qing fell silent. Yes, Xie Changjue was right. Does the treasury have silver? Not to mention the ongoing war in the northwest, just the snow disasters in Liang County and Yinxi County caused many victims and displaced people. So many civilians needed money to be helped. There were many refugees in Liang County. To provide disaster relief funds, the general's horses had died twice. Now the treasury was empty. There was really no way. "Don't worry. Later, I will take out my signature. 1 person each, and that's enough." Qin Ziyu's eyes held a smile. Lu Qing nodded happily. "Don't worry, General. I've prepared everything. Later, after everyone eats, each person can take a signature as a souvenir." Xie Changjue looked outside the mansion, a slight smile on his face, eyes full of happiness. His birthday had long passed, but he had no money. The refugees had no funds to settle, and the treasury was empty. Li Jiao came up with a clever idea, using his birthday as an excuse to invite wealthy families in Liang County to a banquet. Many of these people had never seen officials before. Now, a chance was in front of them, and they wouldn't miss it. When they heard they could get a gift from the general, they all tried hard to establish connections. Below, soldiers carried gifts into the backyard. Among them, County Magistrate Su Shiling's gifts were the most generous, 20 sets. Lu Qing checked and smiled. Even Qin Ziyu's normally serious face showed a rare smile. "General, Just these 20 sets of gifts are worth at least several thousand taels of silver. Magistrate Su is quite wealthy. And this one Jufu, his gift is worth 3,000 taels. Wow, even a small official's gift is worth over 1,000 taels. General, our relief funds have arrived. Lu Qing was very excited, and Xie Changjue's smile became even clearer. Go check the back door. Has she arrived? The show is about to start. She can't miss it. Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao stood at the back gate of the county office. Mrs. Wang swallowed hard and told Li Jiao to pinch herself. Jiao, pinch me quickly. I still can't believe we're about to go in. Mother, let's go.
We have quite a few things.
Whether our family's cakes can be sold in the future depends on today. Li Jiao pushed Mrs. Wang inside. They carried several baskets. Lu Qing and Qinziyu, who had been told to help, hurried over when they saw Li Jiao. Li Jiao moved aside and nodded at them. There are more on the carriage. Sorry to trouble you too. This was the first time Li Jiao saw a banquet in ancient times since arriving in this world. Only a few important people from Liang County were there. The small garden behind the county office was packed with people. After spreading jam on the cakes, Li Jiao handed them to her maid and looked out the window. She was surprised to see Xie Changjiang in a gorgeous long robe, wearing a large cloak, looking noble and cold. He held a wine cup and stood with the county magistrate of Liang County, both smiling politely at the flattering faces around them. He only nodded slightly. Not far away, there was someone recording and registering guests. A man dressed like a clerk was loudly singing about the gifts from the visitors. County Magistrate Su Shilling listened and smiled, knowing he had sent the most gifts. Every 3 years, he reported his work, but he had waited many years without moving from his position. He knew a bit about Xie Changjue's background and decided to cling to him tightly. These people had been in official circles for many years. If Xie Changjue wanted to take money, they could only give him gifts. Soon, the maid brought up some pastries. Xie Changjue looked in the direction behind him and, for the first time, introduced himself. These are pastries made by my family's cook. Please try them, everyone. After saying that, he left. Su Shilling was stunned. After a while, someone familiar with Su Shilling came forward to ask about the situation. Su Shilling shook his head. He didn't know what was happening. But the pastries really were delicious. When Xie Changjue saw Li Jiao, she was whispering with Mrs. Wang. He stood at the door for a while. A maid whispered something in Li Jiao's ear, and she found an excuse to leave. Xie Changjue looked at her and said, "Today is my birthday." Li Jiao nodded and said, "I know. Thank you. I think the cakes I made should be enough. Thank you, General, and thank you for helping me promote them." What does promote mean? Xie Changjue didn't know, but Li Jiao's eyes were very bright and beautiful. "General, you helped me today. Maybe from now on, I will be tied to you. You are a big person, and I am just a small character. I won't trouble you much. Rest assured. I also won't let you do all the work for me without reward. When I make money in the future, I will give you 10% of the profit." Xie Changjue didn't speak. Madame Wang peeked out from inside the house. Xie Changjue immediately turned away, leaving a tall and cold back. Xie Changjue just said and left. Li Jiao was still confused. After a while, once all the cakes were delivered, she and Madame Wang sat nervously together. Madame Wang asked, Jiao, are we really doing what you called gilding?"
Li Jiao nudda.
"Mother, we have a very famous pastry shop in the county town. Even during hard times before, business was not affected. People queued up for a long time to buy pastries. Mother, are my pastries bad? They just need a layer of gold. In the future, we can say that our pastries are made especially for the county magistrate and other noble people." Madame Wang still looked worried. What about her shop? Li Jiao had already thought of a plan. She currently had no money to open a shop, so she asked Xie Changjue to say she was their cook. That way, even if she set up a stall, it wouldn't be strange. She briefly explained her plan to Madame Wang and held her hand. "Mother, you also saw the county town. It's still very safe now. Last night, Yushin told me they are leaving today. Xiao Gu and her family shop has also opened. Last time, Xiao Gu's father even said I could stay at their house. Madame Wang looked at her daughter's side profile. Since the engagement was broken off just a few months ago, it seemed like she had changed a lot. The chief clerk found Su Xiling and quietly asked her about Li Jiao. Sir, do you know who that girl was who was with the general that day? Su Xiling shook her head. It's strange, I'm very curious too. Our general is very upright. He refused several girls who were sent to him. I wonder who that girl was. What a pity, we couldn't find out. Today's cakes were all in limited supply. Each person probably only got about 2 pieces. Xie Changjue came out again and took a stack of his signed papers. Xie Changjue is a general. His handwriting is very important, and his official seal is even more so. So, when they say it's his signature, it's actually Lu Qing, who writes very poorly, who copies it for him. Each person received a piece of paper, and he hurriedly signed 3 characters before giving them out. Everyone was very surprised. This was their first time attending such a strange birthday party. Each person got a small cake, and at the end, before leaving, each received a piece of paper. They didn't even get to eat a proper meal. Xie Changjue looked around at everyone and slowly spoke. The current disaster is severe. Even though today is my birthday, it's not suitable to hold a big celebration. I will use the gifts everyone sent to help with relief efforts. Once again, I thank you all for your generosity. I will write a memorial to report this to the emperor, so your contributions will be recognized. Sorry for the poor hospitality today. Please forgive me. Su Xiling was stunned. Everyone present, except a few who had no official rank, was shocked. They originally gave gifts to flatter Xie Changjue and gain his protection, hoping he would speak up for them. But they never expected him to want to turn it into a memorial to the emperor. They were minor officials, each giving over 1,000 taels of silver. Who wouldn't see this as a problem? Their annual salary was very low. Su Xiling was the first to kneel down, followed by the chief clerk, county magistrate, and the record keeper. All kneeling in unison. Li Jiao and Wang Shi didn't know that the mother and daughter had already left the county town. Now that they had a foundation, Li Jiao just wanted to make money. And also, to completely get rid of that scumbag, Li Chengkai. They hadn't gone far when Lu Qing chased after them. Miss Li, wait a moment. Wang Shi looked at the smiling Lu Qing, feeling a bit puzzled. She preferred Qin Ziyu. Wang Shi had asked around the back kitchen of the county office about Qin Ziyu, but since the maids and servants didn't know her well, they couldn't find out much. Miss Li, this is for you. You worked so hard today making all those pastries. Li Jiao looked at the bundle, her eyes deep and thoughtful. When the snow disaster came, Xie Changjue hadn't forgotten to ask Manager Yang to give her a bundle. She made so many cakes with the silver he gave her. In fact, her costs were his. But he also took out a bundle. Feeling touched, Li Jiao couldn't help but wonder, what does Xie Changjue think of her? A maid?
A servant?
Mrs. Wang was very curious about what was inside the bundle. She was even more curious about why Qin Ziyu wasn't the one delivering it. She asked Lu Qing, Deputy Lu, where is Deputy Qin? Lu Qing was surprised. Madam, are you looking for him? Mrs. Wang felt a bit shy, but she looked at her daughter and shook her head.
No.
I was just wondering, because you two are always together. What is this? Lu Qing thought for a moment and replied, it's some local specialties. You can take them home and try them. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang returned to Sun Shui village. Zhao Shi and Li Chengfu also came back. Li Qiao's marriage was decided for the 18th day of the first lunar month. Zhao Shi was very busy, saying that the Yu family was from the county town, so they needed to prepare more dowry. Since they hadn't split the household yet, the pressure fell on Deng Shi and Old Li. This year there was a snow disaster. After experiencing the damage, Old Li didn't want to sell the grain. When Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang arrived home, they heard a commotion in the main room about Li Qiao's dowry. The loudest was Li Qingxing. Mrs. Wang wanted to go, but Li Jiao stopped her. Mother, what are you going to do? Let them argue. They are fighting over the dowry, but since we've already split the household, you can't really help. If you go, they'll just take their anger out on you. Mrs. Wang waved her hand. No, I can't. Mother, today the teacher assigned homework. Xiao still has homework to do later. Mother, go and cook. I'll go see what's happening. Li Jiao went to the main room and just heard Li Qingxing throwing a tantrum. Why should I? Who knows if things will get harder later? I don't agree. Big brother, this isn't just your family's business. Our family's Wanwan isn't young anymore. We've sold all the grain at home for her. What about our Wanwan? Father, mother, you have to be fair. I'm also your son. You can't favor big brother all the time. We haven't split the household yet. Who sure was also crying. Father, mother, it's so cold this year. If this weather continues, who knows if next spring will be cold or not? What if? What if something happens to us? Deng Shi slammed the table. Stop fighting. Old Li sighed. Third daughter-in-law is right. At this time, grain is the most important. Even if we have money, we might not be able to buy it. Hu Shi was very proud. She glanced at Zhao Shi and then said to Old Li, yes, father. My family also says the same. Even if we have grain, we can't sell it. And if we don't have enough, what can we do? Dad, second brother's family's Qiao is already in school. Dad, our little son is also old enough to go to school. We still need to send little son to school. Mrs. Zhao is so angry she's trembling. Go to school? How much money does studying cost? Third sister-in-law, I think you're not thinking clearly. Do you understand our family situation? Qiao going to school isn't paid for by us. Are you comparing him to us? Mrs. Hu snorts coldly and Li Qingxing's face immediately falls. He looks coldly at Mrs. Zhao. Big sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? When our families Li went to school and learned to read, did we say anything? We worked hard for years just to let him study.
Why don't you count that?
Why can Li go to school, but little son can't? Mrs. Zhao chokes, and Li Qingfu quickly calms Li Qingxing. Third brother, it's different now. The situation has changed. Li Qingxing acts stubbornly, waving his hand. Stop talking about how the situation is different. I only want fairness. Dad, you agree, right? When we tightened our belts to send Li to school, what did you tell us? That if Li becomes successful, our whole family will benefit. I don't know if Li will succeed, but I haven't seen him bring a penny home all these years. Mrs. Hu continues, actually, we kept giving him money. When he got married, how much did we spend? Dad, Mom, we should be fair. You always say, hands are for giving and taking, right? Since everyone is flesh and blood, treat them equally. Jiao stands at the door, watching their quarrel. But today, she didn't see Li Qingkai. She quietly returns home, where Wang is cooking in the kitchen. Li Qiao is writing by the stove, and Jiao hands him a cake. Qiao, are you hungry? Li Qiao waves his hand. Sister, I've already eaten enough. It's completely dark now. Over in the main room, they're still arguing. Li Qingkai has returned. Old man Li told him to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Obediently, Li Qingkai went, collecting a bundle of firewood in the morning and another after lunch. Li Qiao hears the noise and sees Li Qingkai put down the firewood and go to the upper room. Mom, Dad went to Grandma and Grandpa's place. Wang seems to have known this already, just nodding and continuing to cook. Jiao goes to the backyard to get firewood and notices there isn't much left. She picks up a few sticks and tells Wang, Mom, we don't have much firewood left. Wang sighs. It's okay. I'll go up the mountain to gather more tomorrow. Li Jiao frowned and thought, maybe they should go to the town to stay. A single coin can buy a bundle of firewood. But when the words reached her mouth, she knew Wang sure wouldn't agree. So, she kept quiet. Inside, she felt a stronger desire to completely separate from Li Qingkai. After preparing dinner, Wang Shi asked Li Qiao to call Li Qingkai to eat. Li Jiao brought the bowls and chopsticks. Before they started eating, she heard noises from the backyard where the chicks were. Wang Shi told her to eat, then walked outside and said, we bought about 10 chicks, but several froze to death. Now only a few chickens are left. That weasel won't even leave us some. Li Jiaojiao was curious about what a weasel looked like. She hurried outside and said, "Mom, I want to see too." Wang Shi circled the chicken coop several times, but didn't see the weasel. She frowned and asked, "Didn't see anything. Maybe it's hungry?" Seeing the chicks walking nervously, Li Jiaojiao said, "Mom, maybe they're cold. Why don't we bring the chicks inside the house?" A while ago, during a heavy snow, several chicks froze to death. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi had brought the chicks inside. Recently, when the weather warmed up, they left the remaining chicks in the coop. Wang Shi picked up the chicks and held them in her arms. As she was tidying the coop, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Then, a large hand reached toward her mouth. Li Jiaojiao instinctively turned around and screamed when she saw a man in black glaring fiercely at her. Her scream was quickly silenced as the man in black covered her mouth.
She was also
shocked. She struggled and kicked over a bundle of firewood nearby, wood that Wang Shi had kept for climbing beans next year. Hearing the noise, one of the black-clad men panicked, covering Li Jiaojiao's mouth and holding her head, while the other grabbed her legs. They carried her outside. Wang Shi heard the commotion, dropped the chicks, and came out shouting, "Jiao Jiao! What's going on? Are you done? Jiao Jiao!" In the darkness, the remaining snow reflected two dark figures. Wang Shi screamed in fright. The fearful and panicked voices quickly drew the attention of everyone at home.
"Mom."
The two men in black froze. They instinctively carried Li Jiaojiao outside. Seizing the moment when her mouth wasn't covered, Li Jiaojiao shouted loudly. Wang was originally still scared, but when she heard the word mother, her heart trembled. She forgot everything else and shouted Jiao Jiao as she rushed forward. Li Jiaojiao heard the voice of the spirit inside her head. "Stupid. Kick with one foot, kick them over. I taught you this, have you forgotten? Kick, yes, kick hard." Mother Boohoo Li Jiaojiao called out mother again, but her mouth was covered by a pair of large hands. These were men's hands with rough palms. She was so frightened that she bit down immediately. The man didn't expect Li Jiaojiao to bite him. Feeling the pain, he let go of her. Her head hit the ground, but Li Jiaojiao didn't care about the pain. She quickly kicked the man behind her. Wang heard Li Jiaojiao's voice. Her mind went blank, and she rushed toward the man in black. The man in black cursed angrily, "You scoundrel. She bit me." The other man saw Wang rushing over and hurriedly asked the man in front, "What should we do?" Li Jiaojiao heard the spirit's voice again. "Why are you so stupid? Use the martial arts I taught you. Come on, two little thieves, what are you afraid of?" Still shaken, Li Jiaojiao didn't think of the fighting skills the spirit had taught her. Wang rushed forward. Li Jiaojiao remembered that their firewood was nearby. She ran over, grabbed two sticks, handed one to Wang, and kept one herself. Wang protected Li Jiaojiao and shouted loudly, "Li Chengkai, Li Qingxing, father, mother, older brother, third younger brother, come quickly. Thieves have entered our house." The black-clad man who was bitten cursed loudly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and run." Then, the two black-clad men quickly fled from the Li family. Li Chengkai and Li Qingxing also rushed out of the house. Li Chengkai, with a grim face, said, "It's late at night. What are you yelling about? Aren't you ashamed? You woke up the neighbors. Do you have any shame?" Li Qingxing, still frowning, asked Wang, second sister-in-law, "Did you just say there were thieves?" Wang felt very wronged. The first thing her husband, Li Chengkai, did when he saw her and her daughter was to blame them. Only her younger brother-in-law, Li Qingxing, showed concern. Li Jiaojiao was trembling all over, but she clenched her teeth and pointed in the direction where the thieves had run. "Third uncle, there are two thieves. I don't know what they were trying to steal from our house. I came out to get firewood and saw them. I hurried to call my mother. These two thieves are very bold. When they heard my mother shout for you, they ran away. Third uncle, you and my father, quickly go after them. They probably haven't left the village yet." When Li Qingxing heard this, he cursed loudly and quickly pulled Li Chengkai to go after them. Li Chengkai didn't want to go, but Li Qingxing dragged him outside while saying, This year isn't peaceful. Who knows if someone is trying to steal our grain? Hurry, let's catch up and see who they are. Mrs. Wang's eyes were slightly red, tears welling up. Noticing that Li Jiao was trembling all over, Mrs. Wang tightly held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mom is here, Mom is here." Mrs. Wang repeated this, and Li Qiao rushed over to hug them. Soon, the rest of the Li family arrived, Li Qingfu, the old man Li, and others. Hu Shi curiously looked at Li Jiao and asked Mrs. Wang, second sister-in-law, "What kind of thief was it? Do you know them?" Mrs. Wang shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly. Li Jiao knew well that she should stay out of it, but she felt those two men in black were coming for her. Yet, if they were after her, who in the Li family would care? Except for Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao, no one else. So she sniffed and said, "Sir, it seems they were heading to the place where we store grain. This year's snow disaster might have made them try to steal food. I happened to see them, and they even wanted to kill to cover their tracks. So cruel. Sir, please ask Uncle Da and the others to come and see. Uncle San and my father are too few, and I'm worried about them." Li Jiao's words made Old Man Li's expression turn serious instantly. Mrs. Deng cursed those vagrants. Those troublemakers must be after our grain. Old Man Li hurriedly told Li Qingfu to find Li Chengkai and Li Qingxing. Li Jiao was trembling all over. Mrs. Wang told Old Man Li that Li Jiao was frightened and took her inside. After closing the door, Li Qiao quickly poured her a cup of hot water. After drinking a sip, Li Jiao told Mrs. Wang, "Mother, those two people seem to be after me." Mrs. Wang was startled. Jiao, are you serious?" Li Jiao gritted her teeth. "They came to our house, not to the backyard, not to my Uncle San and Annie's room, but to the side of our house. When they saw me, they directly grabbed me. Mother, I suspect I might have offended someone." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jiao suddenly remembered Wan Yuxiu's warning before leaving Liang County. She was struck with a sudden realization. Could it be the Wan family? They are a village clerk, and she is a small farmer girl. Others want to crush her like crushing an ant. It's so easy. For example, tonight, if Madame Wang had come out a little later, or if there were no others at home. Then tonight, even if she, Li Jiao, didn't die and was taken away by those two men, she would lose her innocence. Even if she managed to come back, her life would be ruined. There is also another possibility that they might capture her and sell her or kill her. Then she would truly be gone from this world. Thinking of this, Li Jiao shivered all over and felt cold inside. She had planned to think things through carefully, but she didn't expect the Wang family to be so impatient. How could she protect herself? The first person that came to her mind was Xie Changjue, but he seemed to be going to Yunxi County. Besides, if she asked him for help, would he really help her? Li Jiao thought that if she asked Xie Changjue, he might agree. But why would he agree? What could she offer in return? Jiao, what are you thinking about? Older sister, do you know who it is? Madame Wang, and Li Qiao looked at Li Jiao anxiously. Madame Wang's voice was trembling. We were fine, so why did they come after us? Jiao, what should we do? Li Qiao clenched his teeth. He was so small, but he didn't know what to do either. Older sister, why are they taking you? Madame Wang also hurriedly asked Li Jiao. Yes, what are they doing to you? Li Jiao took a deep breath. Mother, Qiao, don't worry. I will handle this. Even if she told them, what difference would it make? Madame Wang had lived all her life in Xuanshui village, and her family had no influential relatives. Telling her wouldn't change anything. As for Li Qiao, a child, telling him would only affect his studies. The next morning, Li Jiao first took Li Qiao to the teacher's place with Madame Wang. They baked some cakes in town, and Li Jiao bought some buns. Gu Dongshu's eyes were glued to her. Seeing this, Uncle Gu went back home during lunch when there were no guests. Just after noon, Li Jiao and Madame Wang carried buns to the Chen family. Chen Yongsheng and Lu Shi were not at home. Madame Wang said to Li Jiao, it's almost New Year. They probably went out visiting. In such cold weather, no one in the countryside was going out. Everyone stayed at home, lit fires, and chatted happily. Mother, you go back first. I'll wait here for them. Li Jiao urged Wang to go home. Now that it's not snowing, melting the snow is even colder. Wang looked at Li Jiao and softly asked, Jiao, do you suspect it's Chen Xian? Li Jiao shook her head. Wang frowned and asked, then why are we going to the Chen family? Li Jiao sighed and said, Mother, even if Chen Xian didn't do this, I want him to know. Also, later you should show his parents that I am about to get engaged and will marry soon. When that happens, invite them to the wedding feast. Wang's eyes widened in shock. You're getting married? Li Jiao nodded. Although she hadn't found a family for her marriage yet, this was the fastest way to solve the problem now. She felt helpless. She was too weak to do anything. Even the two black-clad men that Wan Yuxiu found, she couldn't find them. She had thought about asking Xie Changju for help, but who is he? Why would he help her? Who are you going to marry? Wang almost lost her voice. Li Jiao quickly made a quiet hand gesture. She leaned close to Wang's ear and whispered, Mother, I just want to earn some money and live a good life. I haven't thought much about anything else. But unfortunately, some people see me as a threat and want to get rid of me. What can I do? I have to say, I'm getting married. Don't worry, I'll find a family soon and get married. Are you crazy? Wang quickly held Li Jiao's hand. No, Jiao, what do you mean? Who thinks you're a threat? Who are you threatening? Chen Xian?
No, who is it?
Wang had always been honest and proper in her life. She never thought about black-clad men or encountered such a situation. She was nervous, anxious, worried, and uneasy. She tightly held Li Jiao's hand. Li Jiao hugged Wang's back tightly. Mother, don't worry. Don't be anxious. Listen to me. My father and grandparents have always wanted me to get married. Whether as a wife or concubine, they don't care. As for the Chen family, Chen Xian is an official now, busy pleasing and flattering many people. I'm caught in the middle, and it's too hard. Wang slowly calmed down. How do you plan to get married? Li Jiao thought for a moment. I've prepared for this. Brother Song is a good match. He's a servant of the East family. I've now sold myself to the East family. We're a good match. Then what? Before I even got married, Brother Song wanted to divorce me. That way, I wouldn't have to truly marry him. I would still be a rejected woman, and no one would worry about my reputation. Mrs. Wang looked at Li Jiao's face. The idea was so crazy. No one had ever done something like that. No, to be precise, no one dared to do such a thing. No girl would be so careless with her reputation, willing to ruin herself. She stared blankly at Li Jiao's face, lost in thought for a long time. Li Jiao, do you know what you're saying? Mrs. Wang's voice trembled slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, big tears rolled down her cheeks. She felt both sad and guilty. She tightly held Li Jiao's hand and wiped away her tears. Jiao, come home with me. Don't be afraid. If they come again, I'll stop them. Mother. Li Jiao grabbed Mrs. Wang's hand. Mother, this is the easiest and fastest way. I really don't care about my reputation. Reputation isn't worth much, right? As someone who traveled from another time, Li Jiao truly didn't care about her reputation. To her, as long as she was fed and warm, she could think about other things like marriage. But in Mrs. Wang's eyes, a woman's reputation was more important than life itself. How could she so easily destroy it? The ideas from two different eras clashed fiercely at this moment. Mrs. Wang's eyes reddened. Do you know what you're saying? Jiao, a girl's reputation is more important than anything. How can you be so reckless? Li Jiao frowned. Mother, I'm just speaking practically, using the quickest way to solve the problem. No. Mrs. Wang interrupted her. Stop talking about convenience. I don't want to hear it. Jiao, you're still a child.
Don't get involved in this.
Don't worry, with your mother here, I will protect you in the future. Mrs. Wang dragged Li Jiao back home. Old Mr. Li was still talking to Li Qingxing about how chaotic the world was. He was worried about the grain being stolen, so he planned to have the brothers take turns guarding the house. After closing the door, Mrs. Wang turned around, sat down with her hands on her head. The house had been robbed. How could she protect her daughter? How could she prevent her daughter from being bullied? These were the things she needed to think about. But Li Jiao no longer wanted to think so much. Since Mrs. Wang didn't want her to do something that might hurt others or herself, she decided to let it go. The father of Wan Yuxiu, the county magistrate of Liang County. With her current strength, she is indeed not powerful enough to be noticed. Second brother, come guard tonight. Li Qingfu stood in front of Li Qingkai and said, Father just mentioned that liar and his wife are going back to the county town. My wife and I are busy packing his things, so we really can't do it tonight. You come first. Li Qingkai didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. That night, Li Qingkai didn't come home. Li Jiao felt very happy, while Wang Shi looked worried. Before sleeping, Li Jiao usually entered her space. The spirit inside was eating cake. Frustrated, Li Jiao rushed over and shouted, My cake. The spirit licked its lips lazily and raised its head. What's going on? I was just eating a bit of your stuff. Not bad craftsmanship, but don't be proud. Your space still has a lot of room to grow. Li Jiao looked carefully and, before the spirit finished speaking, she shouted loudly, You ate so much. I will punish you. Flour is expensive, eggs are expensive, and sugar is costly too. Thinking about how she had spent her money like water recently, Li Jiao felt heartbroken. Although these coins were given to her by Xie Chongjue, she knew she would have to pay him back someday. Spending his money without being related by blood made her feel uncomfortable. Hey. The spirit hurriedly raised its chubby, white paw. Li Jiao, what's wrong with me eating a little of your stuff? I can't eat your things? Don't forget, we are bound together. When I'm full and in a good mood, you'll be fine, right? Li Jiao grabbed the spirit's ear and lifted it into the air. The white, chubby creature kicked and flailed wildly. She slapped it twice, making the spirit scream and threaten to die together with her. Next time, no more eating. I'm going to sell this. Li Jiao usually stored many things directly in her space. The treasure called the 8 Treasures Imperial Coin was just a storage bag to her. She never expected that a tiny spirit inside would dare to steal her cake. In the past, she never saw it eat anything she put in. Just some mortal food. What's so delicious about it? I refuse to eat such things. The spirit, covered in messy white fur, with its tail high up, gracefully walked away, stepping like a cat. Li Jiao crouched down and reorganized the food. Since Mrs. Wang wouldn't let her go to Qin Xian's house, she couldn't just sit and wait. She planned to go to the county town tomorrow to open a stall. The next day, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang first went to the town. Meanwhile, Li Qiao entered Mr. Zheng's private school and the mother and daughter hurried to the county town. At the same time, Li and Ma Xiaoqing also arrived, but they didn't go to the same street and missed each other. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang arrived opposite the Bingxinjai shop. Mrs. Wang was very nervous and kept asking Li Jiao, Are we not stealing business this way? Li Jiao nodded without hesitation. Yes, we are openly competing for customers. Jiao, this isn't good. Maybe we should change to another place? Li Jiao put her arm around Mrs. Wang's shoulder. Mom, don't forget, we've been to the county magistrate's house. What's there to be afraid of? Mrs. Wang clenched her teeth. It's not that I'm afraid.
I just think this isn't right.
Jiao, they're selling snacks here, so we can just move somewhere else. There's no need to compete like this. It feels like we're being unkind. Mrs. Wang was so kind-hearted. Seeing her, Li Jiao couldn't help but think of her mother in her previous life, who was also a kind person. But as the old saying goes, kind people often don't live long. Mom, we're doing business. We don't steal or cheat. We rely on our skills. If my cakes are delicious, people will come to buy them. But if my cakes aren't good, they won't come back, and they'll buy from others instead.
You see? Give it a try, Mom.
There are many people here. If we go further, we'll reach the county office. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare go there, Mom. Mrs. Wang was worn down by Li Jiao's persistence and finally agreed. Li Jiao knew how hard it was to start a business. She believed that the beginning was always the hardest. She opened her cakes, cut small pieces, and placed them in front of her. She began calling out free tastings. Free tastings. No money if you don't like it. Come and try, don't miss out while passing by. Having worked in sales before, Li Jiao was not afraid of speaking in front of people. However, Mrs. Wang, whenever Li Jiao opened her mouth, felt like digging a hole and hiding. Her face turned red, and she dared not look at the people asking questions. Is it really free? Is this not a scam? Li Jiao smiled and said, Of course it's real. We're right next to the county office. Do you think I would lie? Annie, here, try some. If you don't like it, just turn around and leave.
No need to pay.
Several people gathered around Li Jiao, one holding a piece of cake. After eating, everyone nodded in approval. But when they asked about the price, they shook their heads and left. Such snacks, just as expensive as Bing Sinzai. If that's the case, why not buy from Bing Sinzai? Exactly, if it's that costly, I'd rather go there to buy. Right? At least then I'd have some face, wouldn't I? Li Jiao listened to their comments and watched them walk away, biting her lip. Mrs. Wang tugged at her sleeve. Jiao, maybe. We should go back. The price is too high. I told you, no one will buy it. Look, everyone thinks it's too expensive. Li Jiao patted Mrs. Wang's hand. Mom, don't worry. If they don't want it, someone else will. She had prepared so much in advance, even pretending to use her birthday to show off to wealthy and powerful families in Liang County. How could she just give up and leave like that? Failure isn't scary. What's frightening is losing the courage to stand up again after failing. Seeing Li Jiao's determined look, Mrs. Wang sighed silently. But next time, when Li Jiao went out to sell and someone asked, she no longer hid. Instead, she blushed and tried her best to help her daughter.
Hey, this.
I think I saw this somewhere a few days ago at the county office. That day was General Xie's birthday banquet. He said it was made by their chef. How come it's being sold here? It seems so.
The taste.
Exactly the same. After going back, I kept thinking how good it was. Yesterday, I even told our master if we could invite that chef to cook for the kids. As 2 sedan chairs arrived, 2 women dressed in beautiful cotton-padded coats stepped out, with the cakes held on their red silk cushions. Li Jiao saw this and immediately smiled happily. Oh, ladies, you've come to the right place. Li Jiao pointed to Mrs. Wang's cake. Honestly, we don't hide anything from you. Our master doesn't have a big residence in the county, just stays at the county office. It's not very grand. Recently, our master said I'm good at making snacks, so she asked me to try making more. The general asked her to make snacks?
So,
she was sent to sell them? Thinking this way, the 2 women's faces lit up with smiles. They praised Li Jiao profusely, showering her with compliments and flattery. Li Jiao, who had worked diligently all her life, almost floated from all the praise. How many snacks are there? One woman dressed in a gray mouse coat glanced at the cake brought by Li Jiao. Madam Li, please don't compete with me. Our child loves to eat this too. Our old lady is getting on in years and has poor teeth, so she really enjoys soft, tasty treats. Please save some for her. Without bargaining, the 2 women bought the cake directly from Li Jiao. Mrs. Wang was stunned, and the onlookers were also surprised. Li Jiao smiled politely, saw the 2 ladies off, then pulled Mrs. Wang and left. Back in Xingfeng town, Li Jiao couldn't wait and hurried home with Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang was confused. Li Jiao started to light the fire and eggs, busy with her chores. Jiao, why are they fighting to buy our cake? Li Jiao looked up at Mrs. Wang. It's because they tasted our cake at the county office. They recognized quality. Mother, come help me beat the egg whites. Mrs. Wang hurried over to help. Li Jiao vigorously turned the chopsticks in her hand. Soon, her hand was sore, It was getting dark. Li Jiao had to put out the fire in the house with Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang urged her to close the door and go home, but Li Jiao didn't want to leave. After today's events, she believed that no matter how many cakes she made tomorrow, someone would come to buy them. But Mrs. Wang was worried about the people in black and pulled Li Jiao back to the village. Li and Ma Xiaoqing left. The main house was left with Li Qiao and Li Chong, who were engaged, and Li Chengfu and Zhao. Over the past few days, Hu from the third house was jumping around, urging Li Qingxing to ask Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng for money for Li Sen's schooling next year. The house was lively. Mrs. Wang had just returned when Li Chengkai called her to the main room to cook. Li Jiao didn't want to confront Li Chengkai directly. She had already thought of a plan. Once she earned enough money and found a way, after they separated, she wouldn't have to live with such a man. At night, Li Jiao made a radish soup with a pork bone for Li Qiao. She made garlic-flavored ribs for herself. The brother and sister didn't eat at the table but in the kitchen. Li Qiao took 2 bites and then got up, holding a bowl. "Sister, there's a big piece of lean meat. I'll leave it for Mom. She probably won't be full in the main room."
Li Jiao patalikiao hat.
Li Qiao was very obedient, raised well by Mrs. Wang. Li Jiao also scooped some ribs into her bowl. When it was full, she stopped. Li Qiao picked up his bowl and started eating again. After finishing, Li Jiao tidied up the dishes and boiled some hot water. She wanted to wash her hair and take a shower, but the weather was so cold, and it wasn't convenient here. She wasn't used to taking baths frequently. Li Qiao ran inside and said, "Sister, third aunt and grandma are arguing. Dad went to break it up, and now uncle is on the ground being beaten by third uncle." As soon as Li Qiao finished speaking, Wang Shi ran and crying. She hurriedly told Li Jiao, "Your dad and your third uncle are fighting." "Jiao, what should we do?" Wang Shi didn't realize it herself, but in her heart, she already saw Li Jiao as the main support. Li Jiao felt very happy inside. She thought, "Good fight, well done. I really want to send a banner to Li Qingxing to praise him. Li Chengkai is such a scoundrel, but at least he doesn't split the family. He's so confused outside, timid like a quail. At home, he bullies her mother and her. He's good at that. People like him should be punished."
Fighting?
"Why, mother?" Wang Shi was anxious, tears streaming down her face as she explained. "What else? Your third uncle wanted to send Shaoxin to school, but your grandparents said the tuition was too expensive and they couldn't afford it. Your dad was supporting him, and then your third uncle started arguing with him. Your third uncle even insulted our family's Qiao, saying she's also in school. Your grandparents just said, 'Qiao doesn't need money.'" Li Jiao nodded. Yes, sending Li Qiao to school took a lot of effort, but the Li family didn't spend a penny. "Your dad is mouthy," she thought. He suggested that maybe Shaoxin could go to the pawn shop in town and maybe he wouldn't have to pay for school. And then they started fighting.
Good job.
Li Jiao deliberately delayed her steps. When she reached the main room, she saw Li Chengkai covered in bruises, with one eye swollen purple and the other black and blue. He looked very embarrassed. Li Jiao quietly held Li Qiao's hand and slipped in from the doorway. She stood quietly aside, not speaking actively, acting like a background figure. Li Chengkai was indeed badly beaten. Old Li and Deng Shi were shouting nearby.
Li Cheng fu a caidi bem doldli, furious, cursing Li Qiang loudly.
Li Chong was honest. When he heard the noise, he finally came over. As soon as Li Chong entered, Deng Shi immediately questioned him. "Where have you been? Your grandpa called you for a long time." Li Chong pointed toward the back mountain. "Grandma, I went up the mountain. Don't just stand there. Go separate your third uncle and second uncle." Deng Shi pushed him hard forward. Li Chong is tall and strong. He grabbed Li Qingxing with one hand and protected Li Chengkai with the other. Before he finished, he pointed at Li Qingxai's nose and scolded loudly, "You have bad intentions. Your family's Qiao goes to school, but our Shaoxin shouldn't go? What are you thinking?" "Li Chengkai, I see through you now." Li Chengkai looked very embarrassed. Li Chang stood in front of Li Qingxing. When they finally separated, Old Man Li took a deep breath and patted the table heavily. You two, do you have no shame? You're both grown men. Second son, your daughter Jiao Jiao. If Chen Xian hadn't backed out of the engagement, you'd already be a grandfather. How can you hit your brother? Isn't that embarrassing? I ask you, if the villagers find out, will you still have that face? Li Qingkai felt very ashamed and angry, but he clenched his fists and looked down at the ground. Li Qingxing snorted coldly. What am I ashamed of? Dad, our Xiao Xin going to school has nothing to do with him. He's irresponsible and meddles in others' business. I'd be lucky if I didn't beat him to death. Li Qingkai pointed at Li Qingkai. You don't care about your parents at all. Our family just had a big disaster, and you're still shouting about going to school. Li Qingxing pointed at Li Qingcai's nose. If you care about your parents, why don't you take care of your daughter and wife? They go out every day to earn money, and you haven't given a single coin to your parents. Li Qingkai was speechless and couldn't say a word. Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at the Li family in the house. Her feelings of sympathy from earlier disappeared completely after hearing Li Qingxing's words. She wanted to leave Li Qingkai, this scoundrel, as soon as possible. When Li Jiao Jiao was holding Li Qiao's hand and leaving, she met Chang Yu. Chang Yu was holding Li Chang's hand and applying medicine with concern. Third uncle and second uncle are fighting. Why did you go? Look at your hands, so many cuts.
Li Qian smiled foolishly.
When he saw Li Jiao Jiao and the others come out, he quickly withdrew his hand. It's nothing. Is dinner ready? Let's eat. Chang Yu smiled and invited Li Jiao Jiao to stay for dinner. She shook her head. We've already eaten. Second sister-in-law, you should go inside and eat. It's cold now and the food will get cold soon. Back home, Wang Shi hurriedly asked Li Jiao Jiao, how is your dad? He was separated from his second brother. Mother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat first. Li Qiao sat down to eat with Wang and said, yes, mother, it's okay now. We are apart, but nothing else matters. Grandparents have spoken now, and soon they will come to eat. Just as she finished speaking, there was noise from the upper room. Deng's voice shouting about eating. Wang then started eating her meal quietly. After all, she had worked hard to prepare the food, and when it was time to eat, no one from the upper room would remember to invite her to join. After eating, Li Jiao Jiao entered her space to count the cakes she had made. It wasn't many, only a few dozen. This was very different from what she had expected. She lay on her bed, feeling conflicted. On one side, Wan Yuxiu wanted her dead. On the other, Li Qingkai was a scoundrel. She truly didn't want to stay here even for a moment longer. The next day, Li Jiao Jiao and Wang went to the county town again. Because she didn't make many cakes, as soon as Li Jiao Jiao arrived, she was surrounded by many young maids and servants in blue clothes. Wang was very nervous and hurriedly asked, Jiao Jiao, we only made a few cakes. Isn't that enough? Li Jiao Jiao patted her hand and said, don't worry, mother. I already have a plan. Quickly, miss. Are you ready to start? I've been waiting here in line since early morning. Yes, we came early in the morning. Hurry up, we're all anxious to buy. Everyone was talking excitedly. Li Jiao Jiao tried to stand on her tiptoes and said, everyone, please don't worry. We are just cooks from the master's household. We can't do more. I hope everyone can understand. Since they were servants from someone else's household, how could they not understand? After Li Jiao Jiao said this, everyone quieted down. She tried to stand a little taller, smiling as she lined up the customers. Then she announced, today there is a limited sale. Each piece of cake costs 50 cents. Only 50 pieces are available, first come, first served. 50 cents for a small piece of cake. Wang couldn't believe it. But Li Jiao Jiao thought it was normal. Looking at the bakery across the street, where they dared to ask for 3 or 5 taels of silver for just 6 small pastries, she felt she was being very reasonable. 50 cents wasn't cheap, but these people weren't short on money. Only the first few customers could buy the cakes. The rest, disappointed, lowered their heads and asked when Li Jiao would come again tomorrow. After sending the customers away, Li Jiao happily prepared to return to the town with Wang. Sitting in the cart, she counted the money she earned today, 2,500 won, which was 2 taels of silver and 500 copper coins, roughly half a tael. Jiao, we're selling at such high prices. Why do they still want to buy? Mrs. Wang was confused. For just 50 coins, they are willing to buy such a small cake so quickly? Li Jiao smiled and said, maybe they have a lot of money. Mother, once we save enough, I will run a shop in the county town. Then, you can make and sell pastries. As for me, when I have free time, I will go to the mountains to gather herbs. If I'm lucky, I can make money. Mother, our life will get better and better. Mrs. Wang smiled happily, but soon looked worried and sad. Li Jiao didn't notice her mother's worry. She was thinking about whether she should go to the mountains to gather herbs. Making cakes earns money, but it's slow. Herbs sell faster. If she's lucky and finds rare herbs, her plan might succeed. When the carriage was about to reach Xingfeng town, it suddenly jolted hard. Li Jiao immediately tensed up. She grabbed Mrs. Wang's hand and asked, Big uncle, what's going on? But there was only silence. At that moment, Li Jiao's heart jumped to her throat. She heard a voice in her mind, shouting at her to go out and fight, warning her not to tarnish his reputation. Mother, I'll go see what's happening. Stay inside the carriage and don't come out, understand? Li Jiao stood on the carriage, clenching her fists and glaring at the 2 people across from her. They didn't hide their identities. They were dressed as young servants. The coachman was lying to the side, unaware of what was happening. The 2 looked at Li Jiao's beautiful face and said, No wonder Uncle Li told us to find someone prettier. We didn't expect it's a fox spirit. She dares to compete with our young lady for a man. This time we'll just throw her into a brothel. Let's see which man would still want her after that. Their thoughts were so cruel.
Li Yao clenched her fists tightly.
When Mrs. Wang tried to come out, she forcefully held her back. Miss of the county magistrate's family is different. She immediately wants to ruin my reputation. Li Jiao said clearly and loudly, but before you came, did you ask around about my background? Oh, you're just a village girl. You want to ask about your background? That's hilarious. A country bumpkin, relying on a bit of looks, dreaming of our young master. If we didn't kill you, it's because our young lady is merciful. Stop talking nonsense, and catch her already. Li Jiao trembled with anger. Mrs. Wang was about to step forward again, but Li Jiao shouted at her to stay back. Li Jiao quickly told her to stay silent. Her mind replayed the martial arts skills taught by the spirit. She clenched her teeth and jumped down from the carriage, facing the 2 young men in blue. If you want to catch me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Oh, so you want to fight us? One of the young men in blue said. Li Jiao made a defensive move. The 2 young men in blue looked at each other and laughed loudly. Wang Shi saw the situation outside through the gap in the carriage curtain. Her face turned pale. She covered her mouth tightly, wanting to help her daughter, but unsure how. She only hoped the coachman would wake up. Suddenly, Wang Shi's eyes widened. The 2 young men in blue rushed toward Li Jiao. She tried to stay calm. With the spirit's guidance, she quickly knocked down one of the young men. Before the other could react, Li Jiao charged forward. She grabbed his hand with both of hers, slipped one foot between his legs, and pushed him back. She bent her knees as the spirit shouted, "Aim for the back of his head and hit hard." Li Jiao used all her strength, feeling her palms ache painfully. The young man hadn't fainted yet, so she grabbed a nearby stone and smashed it down hard. She knocked one down, but the other got up quickly. She rushed at him again, mimicking her previous moves, and knocked him down as well. Once she was sure both young men in blue were unconscious, Li Jiao's legs went weak. Wang Shi rushed out of the carriage, crying as she ran to Li Jiao and hugged her tightly. My Jiao, my Jiao. Why is your life so hard? What kind of sin did we commit? Why are they after us? We didn't offend anyone. Until now, Wang Shi realized someone was trying to harm her daughter. Li Jiao turned to hold Wang Shi and softly comforted her. It's okay now, mother. Don't cry. It's okay. I defeated them all. Wang Shi didn't stop crying. She held Li Jiao tightly and cried loudly, as if she wanted to release all her frustration and anger from these past days. Li Jiao didn't stop her. After she cried enough, she checked on the coachman. This carriage had been hired by the mother and daughter several times. The driver was an old man. Fortunately, he was only unconscious. Li Jiao pinched his neck, and he woke up.
Who are they?
Are they trying to rob us? From Liang County to various towns below, some towns use official roads, while others take mountain paths. However, encountering bandits in broad daylight like this is truly the first time. The security in Liang County is quite good. Otherwise, the drivers wouldn't dare to transport people. It's okay now. Li Jiao helps the coachman to his feet. She asks Wang Shi to go help move the carriage aside first. Then she pulls the two young men in blue aside. Once the carriage stops steadily, she tells the coachman to take the ropes and securely tie up the two young men, lifting them onto the carriage. The carriage then continues toward Liang County. Along the way, Wang Shi keeps asking Li Jiao, do you think we can make it? Li Jiao tightly holds Wang Shi's hand, but says nothing. Since ancient times, officials tend to protect each other, but Li Jiao is not truly helpless. The county magistrate knows she has some connection with General Xia. When the time comes, she will see whether her subordinate, the county deputy, or the chef at the general's house is more important. Thinking of this, Li Jiao can't help but wonder if Xia Chongjue would step in. Maybe she would avoid a lot of trouble. However, this thought flashes through her mind quickly. Having lived 2 lives, she is used to being independent, making her own decisions, and solving problems herself. She doesn't like asking for help. When the carriage reaches Liang County, Li Jiao directly tells the driver to stop at the main gate of the county office. Wang Shi trembles all over. Li Jiao holds her hand and asks, Mother, why don't you go to your younger sister's house and wait for me? Wang Shi shakes her head. No, I want to stay here and watch. Li Jiao looks at Wang Shi, thinking to herself, you can't really take care of anything like this. It would be better to find a nice place to sit and calm down. But Wang Shi refuses to listen. Mother,
Li Jiao files al plus.
Then just stay here and watch. Wang Shi wants to step forward to help, but her legs feel like they're filled with lead. She can't move. She is so anxious she almost cries. Li Jiao pats her hand and says, Mother, I'll go now. Hey, isn't that the girl who came into our county office's backyard last time? Get lost. You remember everything, huh? You probably think she looks pretty, right? When Li Jiao goes to the county office, she didn't expect to be recognized by 2 officers right at the gate. She quickly explains to the 2 officers, Big brothers, please help me get the people off the carriage. On the way home, these 2 knocked down the coachman uncle. I don't know what they're planning, but as 2 women, my mother and I really don't know what to do. Hearing her words, the 2 officers hurriedly follow her to the carriage. 2 young servants dressed in blue were tightly bound. The constables pulled them up, and they immediately introduced themselves. Seeing this, Li Jiao looked at the 2 constables and then at each other, realizing they dared not harm the 2 young servants. The young servants, confident and looking down from above, glared provocatively. Li Jiao was very angry but pretended to be casual. She asked, By the way, gentlemen, I wonder where Deputy General Qin and Deputy General Liu are today? The 2 constables heard this and looked at Li Jiao, quickly realizing that the 2 young servants were trouble. They exchanged a quick glance and replied casually, We don't know. We are low in rank and rarely see the deputy generals. After a moment, one of the young servants correctly named a constable. The 2 constables untied the ropes from the young servants and jumped down from the carriage. Brothers, don't just stand there. This person is someone our household butler personally ordered us to catch. Help us arrest her and bring her to our house. Our lady is waiting to question her. Yes, please lend us a hand. This woman is really fierce, and we need your help. You have weapons. The two constables looked at each other and hesitated, then stepped back. Seeing this, one of the young servants pointed at a constable and said, "What? Haven't you heard? This is someone from our Wan family estate. She has some connection to us. The county magistrate's wife told us to bring her back for questioning. Help us, gentlemen." One constable took a deep breath and said, "Are you sure? This girl is the cook from General Xie's estate. A few days ago, she was seen in your lady's backyard. Are you certain?" Hearing this, the two young servants paused for a moment. "Who is she? The cook from the general's estate? Don't joke. She's just a village girl from Sun Shui village. If anything, she only looks a little like a fox spirit. There's no way she's from the general's household." "Exactly. We know better who she is than you do." As they spoke, the two young servants saw that the constables didn't move and exchanged uncertain glances. Li Jiao looked at them coldly. "I didn't expect that the servants from the county magistrate's household would be so powerful, able to command the officials of the county yamen. Brothers, are you going to arrest her or not? If not, I will go ahead and beat the drum to complain." The two constables immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. "How did your relationship with the Wan family get involved in the county office court?" Li Jiao ignored them, directly crossing over to ring the grievance bell. This was the first time since the snow disaster that someone had rung the grievance bell. Recently, County Magistrate Su Shiling, Lord Su, had been very busy because the disaster in Yunxi County was severe. The higher authorities paid close attention, and Liyang County even sent a general to station there. He dared not neglect his duties. During this time, he had been constantly with Commander Xie Chongjue. So, when he heard the bell ring, he was completely stunned. "Go see who rang the grievance bell." The two officers saw Li Jiao ringing the bell and quickly restrained the two young servants. The two young men in blue robes were fearless. As they passed by Li Jiao, they said, "Just wait. Our master is the county assistant." Li Jiao paid no attention. When Su Shiling heard the officer's report, he instinctively looked at Qin Ziyu beside him. This Deputy General Qin was famous for being strict and unapproachable, never smiling and not easily moved by anything. He only followed General Xie's orders. "Deputy General Qin, I think that person is your master's cook?" Qin Ziyu glanced at Su Shiling and said, "Official matters are handled properly." Su Shiling was surprised, but then he noticed Qin Ziyu was going with him to the court, and his mood subtly changed. Soon, he made a decision. Li Jiao didn't expect to see Qin Ziyu there. Xie Chongjue had said he was going to Yunxi County, so she naturally thought that Xie Chongjue had taken Lu Qing and Qin Ziyu with him. She didn't expect Qin Ziyu to still be here, following the county magistrate. Thinking of this, Li Jiao straightened her back. Su Shiling's trial was very efficient. First, Li Jiao, as the plaintiff, began to speak. She honestly recounted being kidnapped twice by the Wan family servants. When the magistrate asked for the reason again, Li Jiao openly revealed her marriage proposal with Chen Xian, the head of Liyang County's case. "Now that Lord Chen has found a good match, my parents are also choosing a suitable husband for me. I don't understand why the Wan family refuses to let me go." Su Shiling looked at Qin Ziyu, surprised by the complicated situation. Considering the people involved, he ordered officers to call someone from the Wan family. During the break, Qin Ziyu came to Li Jiao and asked, "Why didn't you come find the general?" Li Jiao was momentarily stunned, then her nose tingled with emotion. Outside the county office, Wang's family was anxious and didn't know where to go. She was a woman fighting in a world that valued men above all. Her father was a scoundrel, and her relatives were difficult. She also faced the daughter of the county magistrate, who wanted to ruin her. She had thought about asking Xie Chongjue for help, but she wondered why he would help her. Soon, the Wan family arrived. The visitors were not Wan Yuxiu's father, but her mother. Wan Yuxiu looked a lot like her mother. Madame Wan had a round face, looked well-fed, and was accompanied by two maids. She first approached Li Jiaojiao as if examining an object, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Then she snorted coldly, "So it's you? Since you have already broken off the engagement, why are you still bothering my daughter-in-law?" Li Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow, almost laughing out of anger at her words. "Troubling your daughter-in-law? Madam Wan, I think you haven't understood the situation. Chen Xian and I broke off the engagement. He has better options now. I've never blamed him. People aim higher, which is normal. Since he married your daughter, I don't understand why she keeps thinking about me. If Madam Wan has come, please ask your servant about last night when he went to our house, and again today on the official road when he stopped me and my mother. What was that for? If your Wan family doesn't give me an explanation today, I will ask the Lord of Heaven himself to judge." Madam Wan didn't expect Li Jiaojiao to be so sharp-tongued. She turned to look at Su Shiling and bowed respectfully. "Sir, our master's gone out and hasn't returned yet. I truly don't understand why this woman is slandering us. There's no such thing as grabbing her. Please, Your Honor, see clearly." Hearing this, Li Jiaojiao was furious. She glared at Madam Wan with anger. "Madam Wan, your master is the county magistrate. Though he has no official titles, he is still a learned man. Are you just lying with your eyes open? Are you sure you're not taking advantage of me, a weak woman? Or are you confident that the magistrate will support you?" Su Shiling was nearly choked by Li Jiaojiao's words. He hurriedly looked at Qin Ziyu beside him. Madam Wan only looked at Li Jiaojiao with a calm expression. "Young lady, you are still young. You should think carefully before speaking and provide evidence. In court, reckless words can get you beaten and thrown out. For the sake of your family, I remind you to speak carefully." "I'll give you the same advice," Li Jiaojiao retorted directly. Qin Ziyu glanced at Li Jiaojiao. Her personality didn't seem like that of a typical village girl. She was strong-willed, outstanding, and full of character. There is an old saying, being too strict can lead to breaking. Madam Wan no longer argued with Li Jiaojiao. She gracefully bowed to Su Shiling and remained silent. Mr. Wan, also known as Lord Wan, was sent to Yunqi County to help out. At this moment, Madam Wan believed that Master Su would surely support her. Cough, cough. Su Shiling cleared his throat. First, he called two young servants forward. With a loud bang of the wooden block, Li Jiaojiao and Madam Wan's faces instantly became serious. "Why are you two here? Be honest. If you hide anything, you'll face harsh punishment." The two young servants didn't expect the matter to escalate to the court. They cautiously looked at Madam Wan and then shouted, "Madam, help! Help!" Madam Wan immediately scolded them. "In court, don't randomly accuse others."
Li Jiaojiao snarat silanli.
The two servants were stunned, then panicked. Under Master Su's questioning, they quickly explained everything clearly. However, even now, Madam Wan remained calm. After they finished, she asked coldly, "You say you are my household servants, but who can prove it? I don't remember having people like you in my household. In fact, once the situation is slightly clarified, the general idea can be guessed." But Madam Wan, relying on her husband's official position and the status of the Wan family in Liang County, did not take Li Jiaojiao seriously. Even now, she continued to argue. Outside the government office, Wang Shi brought Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang. The three of them stretched their necks anxiously. Li Qingju saw that Wang Shi's eyes were red and swollen. She hurried to comfort her. "Second sister-in-law, don't cry. It might not be a big problem. Look, who is that? Is he the Deputy General Qin? Last time I went back, my brother said it was this Deputy General Qin who sent them back." Wang Shi nodded. "I know. I just didn't expect them to bully others like this. Their daughter liked Qin Xian, and Qin Xian wanted to cancel the engagement. What did our Jiaojia do wrong? She was rejected, and now she's being detained. Are wealthy people really so dismissive of us common folks? It's so unfair." Chu Mingjiang sighed. "Second sister-in-law, that's just how the world is. There's nothing anyone can do." Soon, the verdict was announced. Mrs. Wan was stunned. After hearing Magistrate Su's words, She stood up and shouted, "Sir, I am the county magistrate's wife. Our husband has gone to Yunshi County on official business. Have you forgotten? She's just a village girl. How could what she says be true? Maybe they are deliberately trying to cheat us. Everyone knows my son-in-law is talented. He earned his official position as a scholar.
Sir, listen to me.
It must be this girl. She's jealous because Yushio married a good husband. She's unhappy and made up stories about us trying to catch her. Sir, please listen to me carefully." When they left the county office, Li Jiao's legs went weak, and she almost fell. Mrs. Wang hurried forward to catch her. Li Jiao smiled at her and said, "Mother, did you hear that? The county magistrate has decided in my favor. I'm not afraid of the Wan family coming to trouble me anymore." Qin Ziyu came out from inside. Li Qingju quickly tugged on Chu Mingjiang's sleeve. Chu Mingjiang wasn't foolish. He hurried to approach. Qin Ziyu's attitude was indifferent. He only glanced at him and then went straight to Li Jiao. "Don't worry. The Wan family won't bother you anymore."
Li Jiao nudda.
She knew that Magistrate Su's decision to handle the Wan family's case was because of Qin Ziyu's presence nearby. If Qin Ziyu hadn't been there today, and she had gone to complain rashly, facing her subordinates and an unfamiliar village girl, Magistrate Su might not have been so fair and just. Li Jiao smoothed her expression, took a step back, and was about to kneel before Qin Ziyu. Mrs. Wang also hurried to kneel down. Qin Ziyu was flustered. He wanted to help Li Jiao up, but she was stubborn. She and Mrs. Wang kneeled side by side and bowed deeply. "Deputy General Qin, you don't need to say anything about today's matter. I understand. The Wan family's issues these days are like a sword hanging over my head. I am powerless and insignificant. If it weren't for you today, I'm not sure Magistrate Su would have been so fair. So, no matter what, you must accept this gift." Qin Ziyu was not good with words. After a long pause, he helped Li Jiao and her mother to stand up. He said a few words to Li Jiao and then hurriedly left. Throughout the entire time, Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang never managed to say a word. After Qin Ziyu left, Chu Mingjiang couldn't help but ask Mrs. Wang, second sister-in-law, "I didn't expect you and Deputy General Qin to know each other before. Since you are old friends, we don't need to worry. A small county magistrate isn't a match for a general." Chu Mingjiang kept talking, and Li Jiao supported Mrs. Wang. She looked at Chu Mingjiang, then turned to Li Qingju and said, "Little sister, thank you for today. Sorry for the trouble. Since everything is fine now, and it's getting dark, my mother and I will go back first." Li Qingju still had many questions, but she saw that Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang were anxious, so she hurried to catch up. "Why don't you stay here tonight? Second sister-in-law, I've already tidied up the house. Our family just opened yesterday, and Li and Xiaoqing are also in the county. You shouldn't go back today. Stay with us." Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao then realized that Li and the others had come to the county. That made sense. Li was now a big shopkeeper in the county. Recently, the county was troubled with many refugees, but now everything had calmed down, and Li was ready to start earning money again. "No, Jiao is waiting for us to pick her up. We'll go back first." Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang hired the same carriage driver as before, got into the carriage, and left Li County. Meanwhile, Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang weren't so calm. Li Qingju whispered, "Do you think? What are they doing in the county? I heard second sister-in-law and Jiao were working as servants at the pawn shop in town. How could they come to the county?" Chu Mingjiang looked at the grand, solemn county government office, his eyes deep. "Wife, how do you think they know Deputy General Qin? Last time, my third brother and others told me, but I didn't believe it. Think about it, our shop this time. I always feel something's off. Wife, do you think Jiao and second sister-in-law are hiding something from us?" Li Qingju also fell into thought. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang were just ordinary village women. Li Jiao was pretty, and since she was young, her family had high hopes for her. When she got engaged to Qin Xian, everyone thought she'd marry a scholar, no matter what. Who would have thought Chen Xian would break off the engagement? But now, instead of suffering, Li Jiaojiao was involved with Deputy General Qin. They have been back in the county town for many days. During this time, they managed the shop and asked around. They learned that their shop was looked after by acquaintances, which allowed them to return quickly. Not only that, but they also received compensation for their losses. In Liang County, this treatment was rare, and only a few families enjoyed it, but their family did. Chu Mingjiang knew clearly that his family was just an ordinary family in Liang County. They had no relatives, especially none connected to the county government. After careful investigation, Chu Mingjiang vaguely heard that it was a remark made by a general. Now, seeing Li Jiaojiao again, Chu Mingjiang immediately thought of something. He couldn't help but wonder, wife, if Jiaojiao really married into such a family, even as a concubine, it would still be quite honorable, right?
Li Shenjunudda.
Of course. After a pause, she added, you think my second brother hasn't said this before, but the problem is, right now, Jiao and my second sister-in-law have sold themselves to the pawnshop owner in town. Because of this, things get very complicated. Do you understand? Li Jiaojiao had no idea about Li Qingju and Chu Mingjiang's plans. When she returned to town, it was already dark. Li Qiao had gone back home. Wang Shi was worried about Li Qiao. Mother and daughter hurried to Xuanshui village. The Li family was quite quiet. It was almost New Year, and normally the house should be lively, but because Li Qingxing wanted to send his son to school, Hu Shi took the children back to her parents' house. Li Qingxing went out drinking, leaving only the eldest brother's family and Li Chengkai at home. In the following days, Li Jiaojiao's cake business in the county was very popular. Since the county magistrate was not in Liang County, the county magistrate only told the Wan family not to trouble Li Jiaojiao anymore. Madame Wan dared not make trouble, and those who wanted to get close to Xie Changjue could only buy cakes from Li Jiaojiao. As the new year approached, more and more people came to town. Li Jiaojiao even thought about renting a shop. One afternoon, while packing her things, several beautifully dressed women suddenly approached her. They smelled very fragrant, so much so that Li Jiaojiao almost sneezed before they got close. The scent was very strong, but the perfume was cheap. It's their family. They say their cakes are really delicious. Really? Little sister, would you mind giving these ladies a taste of your cakes? Seeing these women, Li Jiaojiao immediately understood who they were. She had been thinking about how to distance herself from Li Chengkai, this scoundrel, but for many reasons, she hadn't succeeded yet. Now, seeing their figures, her eyes lit up instantly. All right, two sisters, please wait a moment. Li Jiaojiao is very pretty and sweet-talking. She treats the two women from the brothel kindly, and their smiles become even brighter. At this time, there are few people on the street. Because the two women are dressed quite boldly, many men glance at them. Wow, this is really good. Last time, Sister Hongxiu said there was a place selling snacks, but it wasn't a shop. She said the snacks were very tasty. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out she was right. Little sister, how much do you sell these snacks for? Li Jiaojiao holds up 5 fingers. 50 coins each. Sisters, how many do you want? Our snacks are limited, so not many are left today. Less than 10. If you want more, you might have to come back tomorrow. The two women look at each other, then at the nearby Bingxinjai, and together they cover their mouths with handkerchiefs, laughing. Come on, take whatever's left. Li Jiaojiao counts the coins while asking, Sisters, you look so beautiful. May I ask your names? Look at that little mouth. You're not married yet, right? You look very nice. Where is your family? Li Jiaojiao points to Wang. My mother went to buy some things and will be back soon. Sisters, where can I find you? Hearing this, the two women giggle. Oh, if my mother saw us, she wouldn't agree for you to come find us. Little sister, be good and don't ask too much about us, okay? Li Jiaojiao says nothing and watches them leave. Wang quickly returns, holding a lot of things. Your little aunt knows we came to the county town. When she goes back, she'll have to think about how to explain to your father and grandparents. Your father asked me last night to buy some cloth for your grandparents to make 2 pairs of cotton shoes.
Li Jiaojiao stai silent.
Wang looks at the basket of cakes and says, Jiao Jiao, are they all sold out? Let's hurry back home. Li Jiao Jiao and Wang rushed back home in a hurry. After Li Qingjiu and Chu Mingjiang's shop got on track, Chu Mingjiang found Li Li and Ma Shaoqing. Li Li works as a shopkeeper for a wealthy family in the county, earning several hundred coins a month. Over the years, Li Qingfu and Zhao have saved money and secretly bought a small house in the county for Li Li, just 4 or 5 rooms, in an alley. Chu Mingjiang, experienced and familiar with the way, found Li Li's house. Li Li was already home, and Ma Shaoqing had just taken medicine, filling the house with the smell of herbs. Chu Mingjiang waved his hand, and Li Li immediately stepped forward to welcome him inside. Little uncle, why are you free today? Is the shop all set up? How's business lately? Chu Mingjiang waved his hand. There aren't many people in the town recently, so how could there be much business? Li Li, I'm not here to ask about that today. Last time, you said Jiao Jiao broke an antique vase at the pawn shop, and it cost 300 taels of silver, right?
Lili Nudda.
Yes, that's right. But we really had no choice, so my grandparents decided to split the family. Later, my second aunt and Jiao Jiao worked as servants for that family, agreeing to work for 15 years before it was done. Little uncle, why do you ask about this? Chu Mingjiang thought for a moment and then asked Li Li again. Did you all visit their master's house? I mean, did anyone from your family go there? Seeing Chu Mingjiang keep asking about Jiao Jiao and Wang Shi, Li Li couldn't help but ask, Little uncle, what exactly do you want to know? After hesitating for a moment, Chu Mingjiang said, Jiao Jiao and your second aunt came to the town. I checked into it. Li Li, you should ask around if their master is some kind of general. This time, Jiao Jiao caused trouble at the county office, and she was up against the Wan County Magistrate's family. But in the end, Jiao Jiao was fine, and the Wan family members were temporarily detained in the government office, not allowed to leave. Li Li's mind started to fill with many thoughts. For example, they were caught and returned from the town, but everyone else went back on their own. Their family was personally sent back by some deputy general, which made many things seem suspicious. Little uncle, do you mean Jiao Jiao and the others don't know about this? Chu Mingjiang clapped his hands. They definitely know. If they didn't, could they come to the town to sell that cake? I already checked. They make pastries for the general's house, which is why their pastries are so expensive. Haven't you noticed? No one in Liang County dares to trouble them now. Li Jiao Jiao and Wang Shi still didn't know. They had worked hard to hide everything, but Chu Mingjiang and Li Li guessed it all. Li Jiao Jiao was counting her silver, planning her next move. The weather had been good these days, still cold, but the snow on the mountain was melting. She wanted to go up the mountain to gather herbs to sell later, so she could have a lot of silver in her hands. Back at the Li family home, Wang and Li Jiao Jiao felt very tired. They had spent the day baking cakes at the townhouse, and their bodies were sore. Li Jiao, being young, understood that her sister and mother were exhausted. When they returned, she took the initiative to light the fire and feed the chickens in the backyard. Wang felt sorry for her children and endured her own soreness to feed the chickens. Li Jiao Jiao didn't rest either. She went home to cook and prepare dishes. Who had taken the children back to her parents' house. Zhao was busy preparing dowry for Li Qiao, who was about to get married. She needed to sew her wedding veil and dress, so she was very busy and had no free time. Old Mr. Li went up the mountain today. He was restless and went to check on his winter wheat. Deng was taking care of her old pig and the dozen or so chickens in the backyard. Li Jiao Jiao brought some flour from town. She kneaded and let the dough rise. She picked some cilantro and a head of Chinese cabbage from the backyard. Li Qiao boiled water and helped wash the cabbage carefully. Big sister, what are we eating tonight? Let's have noodles. I bought a pound of pork today. Later, I'll stir-fry some meat sauce, and we'll eat meat sauce noodles. Qiao, go grab a handful of Sichuan peppercorns for me. Oh, and a head of garlic too. Li Qiao immediately ran to pick some Sichuan peppercorns and brought back a head of garlic, peeling it clean and handing it to Li Jiao Jiao. All the pork they bought was chopped up. They added chopped green onions and a little salt and Sichuan pepper powder. Since there were no eggs, they just mixed everything well and let it marinate for a while. The dough was almost ready, so she gathered it up, kneaded it a few times to release the air inside. In a pot, she added oil, some minced garlic, and a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, then added the meat filling and stir-fried until crumbly. She added a spoonful of bean paste and stir-fried a few more times before removing it from the heat. Making hand-pulled noodles is a skill, but luckily Li Jiao had learned seriously in her previous life. Though she couldn't match the masters who do it every day, making 2 bowls was easy enough. The noodles she pulled out were a bit thick. When boiling, she added the clean Chinese cabbage to cook together. When the noodles were done, she served 3 bowls. Each had a big spoonful of meat sauce, a few cabbage leaves, a handful of cilantro, and finally a big spoonful of chili oil. Although there was no soy sauce or vinegar, it was still a delicious meal. Xiao couldn't wait and started eating right away, holding her bowl. Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. Li Jiao smiled and shook her head. She went out to find Wang. Mrs. Wang fed the chickens and told Li Jiao when she entered the house, "I thought once we split the family, we could raise pigs.
But now,
Sigh, I'll find time to visit your aunt's house and tell them. Before the new year, I can't catch that little piglet anymore." Although they said they were splitting the family, Li Chengkai was still a child who hadn't been weaned. The mother and son wanted to live separately, but he refused. Mrs. Wang and Li Chengkai were still husband and wife, so they couldn't agree. The plan to raise pigs had to be put on hold for now. I changed over 10 chicks, but after a heavy snow, several of them froze to death. Now I only have 8 chicks left.
sigh.
Mrs. Wang felt sad for her chicks. Li Jiao held her arm and said, "In a few months, our family will be able to eat eggs. Mom, let's go inside and eat." Sitting at the table, Mrs. Wang took a bite, but then put down her chopsticks. "I wonder if your father has eaten. Jiao, you and your brother eat first. I'll go see your father and them." Before she got up, a voice came from the upper room. "Oldest, is everyone from the big family dead, or what?" Soon, Li Chong came out, asking gruffly, "Grandma, what's going on?" Deng sure looked angry. "What do you mean, what's going on? Look at what time it is. Your grandpa still hasn't come back.
He went up the mountain.
Go check the back hill. He's old, don't fall." Changyu was in the kitchen cooking. Hearing this, she grabbed a spatula and came out. "Qiangzi, you should go." Li Chong finally moved. Deng Shi glared fiercely at Changyu and said sarcastically, "Not long after you got married, you already got Qiangzi to listen to you. Qiangzi's wife. I didn't expect you to be so clever. From now on, if I want Qiangzi to do something, I'll have to ask you. Otherwise, I worry I won't be able to get him to listen." Changyu blushed deeply. Li Chong wasn't very smart. His family told him his wife, Changyu, was honest and hardworking. Such a person was usually shy and not good with words. After Deng Shi scolded her, she just blushed even more. In the room, Zhao Shi heard Deng Shi's words and quickly came out. "Mom, Qiangzi and his wife just got married. They're in the most loving time now. Qiangzi's wife is shy. If you say that, where will she put her face later? There are still several girls in the family who are married. Mom, if they hear this later, they'll be embarrassed to see people." Deng Shi snorted coldly and turned back into the house. Zhao Shi nodded at Changyu and whispered, "Your grandma is like that, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Don't argue with her." Li Jiao pulled Wang Shi aside and said, "Mother, you heard that Nai called Brother Chang to see him. You can eat your meal peacefully. When father comes back later, he might ask you to do something." Wang Shi knew very well that Li Chengkai deliberately asked her to sew cloth and make shoes for the 2 elders in the family. In fact, Li Chengkai didn't give her a single penny, testing whether she received her monthly allowance. Wang Shi didn't dare tell her daughter about this. She just ate greedily, unaware that Li Chengkai was calculating her allowance. Just after she finished eating, sounds of Li Chong and Li Chengkai came from the yard. "Someone come quickly. What's wrong? Grandpa fell down." Wang Shi was so anxious, she didn't have time to wipe her mouth. She hurriedly ran outside, and Li Jiao dropped her chopsticks and followed. Li Chong was carrying Grandpa Li on his back, with Li Chengkai walking beside him. Seeing Wang Shi, Li Chengkai, with red eyes, shouted at her, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and find a doctor. Quick, Dad has fallen." Wang Shi responded with an "oh," then ran out quickly.
Li Yao grabet her firmly.
"Mother, who are you going to find?" At this moment, Wang Shi was so confused she didn't know who she was supposed to find. She only knew that Li Chengkai told her to go find a doctor. "Stay at home and watch Qiao Qiao. I will go find a doctor." Li Jiao forcibly pulled Wang Shi to Li Qiao's side and then ran out herself. When she called the doctor from the neighboring village, Yuan de Fu, Grandpa Li was already lying on the bed. Deng Shi sternly questioned Li Chengkai, "How are you watching your father? Didn't I tell you to watch him? Look at him now. How are you taking care of your father?" Li Chengkai was sweating anxiously. "I don't know. Grandpa asked me to check on the winter wheat in that field. There are wild animals in the wheat field. I really don't know." Deng Shi's eyes were red. "Your father is so old. Can't you watch him a little? What do we do now? Where's the doctor? Hurry and call the doctor." Seeing Li Jiao at the door, Li Chengkai immediately shouted at her, "Are you dead? Where's the doctor?" Yuan de Fu came out from behind Li Jiao, wiping his sweat. He said, "Stop rushing. All right, everyone step aside. Let me take a look." Li Jiao looked coldly at Li Chengkai, feeling more and more like leaving this man. Wang Shi came with a basin of hot water. Yuan de Fu asked her to wring out the cloth and hand it over. Suddenly, Li Chengkai pushed Wang Shi to the ground. "Get out of the way." Wang Shi was caught off guard and fell. Deng Shi coldly glanced at her. "Stop blocking the way. Hurry and leave. You have no sense at all. Your father has fallen and is injured. Hurry up and get the doctor to treat him." Li Jiao quickly stepped forward to help Wang Shi up. "Grandma, how can you say such things about my mother? My grandfather didn't fall because of my mother. It's all because of my father. He's an adult and he couldn't watch over my grandfather. My grandfather is quite old. If something serious happens, what will we do?" Li Chengkai was stunned, then angrily looked at Li Jiao. Deng Shi, who had been feeling resentful towards Li Chengkai, glared at him even more fiercely after hearing this. "Crazy girl, what do you mean by that?" Li Jiao looked coldly at Li Chengkai. "Dad, didn't you hear clearly? Why did Grandpa call you to go up the mountain?" "It's because he trusts you. Grandma let you go with Grandpa because she trusts you too."
"But what about you? Look at Grandpa.
"He's so old, and if he falls again, it could be very dangerous." Deng Shi immediately scolded Li Chengkai. Seeing Li Chengkai get scolded, Li Jiao felt very happy. She supported Wang Shi and walked out. Wang Shi refused to go back inside and whispered, Jiao, you should go home first. I'll stay here and watch. Maybe they'll need something later. I'll light the fire, and when the doctor gives the medicine, I'll make some for your grandfather." Li Jiao gritted her teeth. "Mother, my father made a mistake. Grandma was just scolding him. What are you doing here? You should go back quickly. Aren't you tired today? Give my father a chance to make amends. If something really happens to my father won't do anything. He might feel guilty for the rest of his life." Wang Shi stared blankly at Li Jiao. Li Jiao pretended not to see and pulled Wang Shi into the house. Even though Li Jiao wanted Wang Shi to rest, Wang Shi was naturally submissive. When Li Chengkai called her, she immediately got up, put on her clothes, and left. Li Qiao was sleeping soundly. Li Jiao patted his back. "It's okay. Sleep well. You have school tomorrow." Li Qiao then fell asleep again. Early the next morning, Li Jiao packed her things early. Wang Shi looked worried. "You're going to the county alone? Is that okay?" "Of course it is." "Mother, you stay at home and help out. Grandpa is making medicine, and he needs to change the dressing. Didn't he say that if you're not home, he can't do these things? Just think of it as helping my father show filial piety." Last night, Dr. Yuan examined Old Li. Old Li only fell and dislocated his leg bones. He needs to have his bones reset. Because he's old, he also needs medication and a splint. He must rest well. Li Chengkai was scolded all night by the Deng family. Li Qingfu and Li Qingxing, who returned in the middle of the night, also yelled at him. Li Chengkai was full of anger but dared not vent it on the Deng family or his brothers. The only person he could take his frustration out on was Wang. Therefore, Li Chengkai told Wang not to go out and said that if the pawnshop needed someone, they could come to Xuanshui village to find them. You, child, are teasing me with your words. Wang knew that Li Jiao was hinting at something, but she had no choice. Li Chengkai didn't care who she was or what her status was. He just wanted to feel better. Wang knew exactly what was going on with the pawnshop, so she sighed and said, "All right, come back early. If you and Jiao don't come back in the afternoon, I will come looking for you."
Li Jiao nudda.
After sending Li Qiao to the teacher, Li Jiao headed to the county town. As soon as she arrived opposite the Bingxinjai, her cake was quickly snatched away. She was so surprised that her basket was suddenly empty before she could react. Li Jiao was eager to open a cake shop in the county, but right now, the most important thing was not opening the shop but dealing with Li Chengkai. She put away her basket and asked a few people on the street before finally finding the entrance to Xiefenglu. Who would have thought that the famous brothel in Liang County was hidden in an alley? After walking through the long alley, Li Jiao finally reached Xiefenglu. It was broad daylight, but there were hardly any people at Xiefenglu. Li Jiao carried her basket, searched for a while, and finally found a sleepy young servant. "Miss, are you really foolish or just pretending? Do you know what kind of place Xiefenglu is? I don't think you're married yet. How dare you come here? Does your family know? Are you an orphan?" Li Jiao smiled and asked, "Little brother, do you know Hongxiu Jie?" The young servant looked at her seriously and said, "Are you here to see Hongxiu girl?" Li Jiao nodded and pointed to her basket. "Yesterday, Hongxiu Jie and 2 other sisters came to buy some pastries from us. They said the pastries are delicious and asked me to send some to them if there are leftovers today. Please help me tell the sisters that I am waiting here for them." She then slipped 2 copper coins into the servant's hand. As the saying goes, the king of is easy to meet, but tricky little ghosts are hard to deal with. The young servant took the coins, yawned, and went inside. Li Jiao waited outside for a long time before a woman in her 20s or early 30s appeared. This woman was one of the 2 courtesans who had bought a cake from Li Jiao yesterday. When the woman came out, she looked Li Jiao up and down. "I heard you're looking for me?" "Yes, sister. Come over here. I have a business to discuss with you." The woman was suspicious, but saw that Li Jiao was a young girl. After hesitating for a moment, she approached, tidied her clothes, and brushed her hair. While the woman observed Li Jiao was also examining her. "Sister, what should I call you?" As the saying goes, a smile can open doors. Li Jiao asked kindly, her eyes showing no contempt or disdain, which made the woman feel more friendly toward her. She pursed her lips. "My name is Chun Xing, little sister. You're from a good family. Didn't your mother tell you what this place, Xiefeng Tower, is? And your mother, does she allow you to come here?" Li Jiao smiled and said, "Sister, everyone is just trying to make a living. I have some skills and make cakes to get by. We are all the same. Why wouldn't my mother let me come? Besides, I am 16 now, an adult. I can make my own decisions. Sister, I want to buy your freedom. Do you think that's okay?" Chun Xing was probably considered older among the women in Xiefeng Tower. The woman named Hongxiu hadn't come out, nor had the other woman who went shopping with Chun Xing yesterday. Only Chun Xing appeared. It's likely she had no clients last night. In their line of work, most rely on youth. Chun Xing, nearing 30, had no clients. Besides buying her freedom, her only other option might be becoming an old madam. "Buy my freedom?" Chun Xing covered her mouth and laughed, but as she laughed, her smile grew tinged with bitterness. "Little sister, what are you talking about?" Li Jiao beckoned her over. She leaned close to Chun Xing's ear. "Sister Chun Xing, you're probably around 30, right? I don't know how old you need to be to retire in this line of work. Or, how much you've saved over the years. I don't know if it's enough to buy your freedom, but right now I have a good option. Would you like to hear it? When Chen Xing heard Li Jiaojiao's words, her eyes showed disbelief. Li Jiaojiao took out 2 silver ingots from her space.
Chen Xing's face changed.
She looked at Li Jiaojiao and asked, "Can you really free me?" Li Jiaojiao thought for a moment. "You definitely can't regain your freedom for now. As long as you successfully marry him. On your wedding day, I will treat your marriage contract as your wedding gift and present it to you with both hands." Chen Xing took a deep breath, staring firmly at the 2 silver ingots, biting her lip. Okay. Li Jiaojiao left the Shifeng building with a piece of paper in hand. Chen Xing's marriage contract. She carefully folded the contract and stored it in her space, then hurried to find a pawn shop to rent a room before heading to Xingfeng town. Li Jiaojiao felt happy inside. Seeing Wang Shi and Li Qiao, she smiled brightly. "Mother, didn't I tell you not to come pick me up?" Wang Shi sighed. "Oh, you. Why are you so brave?"
Li Jiaojiao Shmilat.
Since Xie Changju led the army around here, peace has returned to Liang County and its towns. There are hardly any robbers on the roads, and even the streets are rarely crowded. "Mother, how is Grandpa?" "He's awake. But injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Your grandpa has suffered this time and needs to rest well to recover." Wang Shi paused, looking worriedly at Li Jiaojiao. "Last night, you exaggerated things in front of your grandma. Your father was upset, and he might be angry. Jiaojiao, in the future, don't argue with your father, okay?" Li Jiaojiao thought for a moment and nodded seriously. "Mother, I've been feeling guilty all day today. Why can't I control my words? He's my own father. I've thought about it for a long time. I realize I was wrong. When I go back, I will apologize to my father. Mother, I want to bake some cakes in the house. Do you want to come?" Wang Shi thought for a moment. "Go ahead. How's business lately?" The mother and son stayed in town until it was almost dark before heading back home. Li Chengkai was sent up the mountain by Deng Shi to hunt game. The winter wheat on the mountain had been eaten by some wild animals. These were the crops that farmers depended on. Seeing Li Chengkai, Deng Shi felt annoyed and simply drove him up the mountain. "Jiao, you're back? Did you come from the county today?" At the entrance of the main hall, Li Chengju greeted Li Jiao with a smile. As soon as Li Jiao saw Li Chengju, many thoughts flooded her mind. Why did Li Chengju come back?
Did she know something?
But she quickly calmed down. Li Chengju wouldn't ask Xie Changju, and she wouldn't see him either. So, she could only come to her for answers. "Little aunt, when did you arrive?" Li Jiao immediately smiled brightly. "Little aunt, have you eaten yet? I'm putting things back now. Wait a moment, I'll tidy up and come to eat later." Li Chengju walked forward, affectionately holding Li Jiaojiao's hand. "There's no rush. Jiao, your little aunt, and I need to talk to you." Wang Shi felt sorry for her daughter, who had just returned from the county town and hadn't eaten. She opened her mouth to speak, but Li Chengju had already pulled Li Jiao to the upper room. Deng Shi still sat stiffly on the stool, her face serious. Even when Li Jiao entered, she only slightly lifted her eyelids. Li Jiao glanced around the room and immediately felt uneasy. There was Li Chengju, Chu Mingjiang, Li Li, and Ma Shaoqing. Li Jiao took a deep breath. She remembered that Wang Shi had gone to find Li Chengju that day and probably guessed that they would doubt her identity. Since she was working as a servant at the pawn shop in town, she should have been in town. But she appeared in the county seat. The big fuss with the Wan family that day made her understand why she was in the county. "Grandma, little aunt, little uncle, you're all back?" Li Jiao kept her calm and greeted Ma Shaoqing with a smile. "Older sister-in-law, why are you back?" "Jiao, you're here?
Grandma has been talking about you.
Come in. Ma Shaoqing and Zhao Shi each held Li Jiao's arm and let her inside. Seeing Li Jiao, Deng Shi raised her eyelids proudly, glared at her briefly, then lowered her eyes. "You're here? Sit down, I have a few questions for you." Li Jiao sat as told. Deng Shi first looked at Li Chengju, then at Ma Shaoqing. "Li Chengju, noticing Deng Shi's message, smiled and asked Li Jiao, the owner of the pawn shop in town. Is he a general? Zhao Shi and Ma Xiaoqing looked especially excited, and Deng Shi even perked up her ears. I didn't know before. I only found out recently. That day, I made some food for Master Yang and others at the mansion. Unexpectedly, after tasting it, the owner thought my cooking was good and asked me to go to the county seat to cook for the general. Our owner is some kind of official under the general, but I don't know exactly what. Little aunt, how did you find out? Although a bit disappointed, she thought that since it was an official, Li Qingju, Ma Xiaoqing, and Zhao Shi all had shining eyes, looking at Li Jiao as if she were a juicy piece of meat. In their eyes, Li Jiao now looked like a fat piece of meat. Oh, your mother came to see me that day. Honestly, with the backing of the general's residence, what are you afraid of? Really, a county officer in front of the general is not impressive. If you had told your mother earlier, she wouldn't have worried so much. Jiao, you and your mother are selling those pastries in the town, but what's really going on? Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with a glint of cleverness. It's clear that everyone is driven by the desire for benefit. When Li Qingju and the others returned from the town, besides asking her for news, they mainly wanted to know about the pastries. She lifted her head and returned to her innocent look. She shook her head and said, I don't know much. The master gave me instructions, so I just did it. Every day, I make the pastries. Besides giving some to the general, I sell the rest. She paused and added, the general is kind. He said that the people of Yunxi County are suffering badly from the disaster, and he wants to help them. But the imperial treasury has very little silver left. Li Jiao stopped speaking after that. No matter what they asked, she always said she didn't know. In the end, she just said she and her mother sold themselves to the master, and whatever the master asked them to do, they did it. They didn't know anything else. After Li Jiao left, Mrs. Deng frowned and said, You asked so many questions, but all you got was, I don't know. What's the point? Ma Xiaoqing and Zhao didn't say anything. Li Qingju sat next to Mrs. Deng and said, Mother, you shouldn't say that. Jiao now knows the general and his people. Do you understand what that means? Mrs. Deng replied dryly, What can it mean? Can she become the general's concubine? Li Qingju choked, but since Mrs. Deng was her mother, she held her hand and said, Mother, why are you only thinking about becoming a concubine? The important thing is the connections. Do you know who Jiao used to oppose? Thanks to Li Qingju's exaggerated words, it seemed like Li Jiao was now tied to the general's boat. Ma Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. If she really could get close to the general, then in the future, not only could she run her own shop, but she might even get a government position. Chen Xian, a scholar, is already an official, right? Is it really that impressive? Mrs. Deng was a bit skeptical. Juzi, you should know that Jiao's status. She was rejected by Chen Xian, a young girl, and she was abandoned before she even got married. Look at her now. Which matchmaker would still want to propose marriage? Your second sister-in-law, and the others don't care anymore. With her current situation, what kind of future does she have? Li Qingju felt very helpless. Mother, you still don't understand what I mean. I just want Jiao to help us introduce the general. Even if the general doesn't see us or ignores us, as long as we can get into the general's house, that's enough. Mother, you must understand, even if we just stand outside the general's house for a little while, outsiders will think we have some connection to the general. Ma Xiaoqing couldn't wait to say, Yes, Grandma, that's exactly what I mean. We don't need Jiao to do anything special. As long as we can get through the gate, it's fine. From outside, people will think our family has ties to the general's house, and that's enough. Grandma, with this connection, many people will look up to us. It will be easier for Li to do business, and maybe even our status with our landlord will improve. Li Qingju also explained the benefits of this connection beside Deng. Finally, Deng said, All right, I don't understand those things either.
Since you all think it's good, then fine.
When second brother comes back, I will talk to him. Jiao. That girl has a bit of a tricky personality. Her temper isn't very good. This matter needs him to come back. Jiao Jiao came out of the upper room. Wang hurriedly pulled her inside. What did your grandma tell you? Jiao Jiao simply explained what happened. Wang frowned. What do they mean? Jiao Jiao leaned her head on Wang's shoulder. Mom, it doesn't matter what they mean. It doesn't affect me. It grew dark. Li Qingkai returned from the mountain and was called to the upper room by Deng. Old Li injured his leg and was lying in bed. Li Qingkai felt guilty. Whatever Deng said, he agreed without hesitation. Mom, this isn't a difficult thing. It's just about making a connection. Don't worry. If she dares to refuse, I'll teach her a lesson. Deng finally looked satisfied. Li Qingju hurriedly told Li Qingkai, second brother, be polite to Jiao Jiao. She's a girl, and her temper is like second sister-in-law's. Too fierce. Speak gently to her. Li Qingkai raised his eyebrows. I'm her father. Do I still need to speak politely to her?
Who's supposed to be polite?
Don't get it wrong. Tonight, Li Qingkai made some egg-fried rice and 2 plates of pickles. Li Qiao ate happily, and Wang was also very pleased. Li Qingkai pushed open the door from outside. Smelling the eggs, he couldn't help but frown. What did you all eat today? Wang said just some scrambled eggs and rice. Li Qingkai took off his coat while asking, did you send a bowl to our parents? I tell you, in the future, can you stop being so selfish when you eat? Our parents agreed for you to split from the family, but you really think you're no longer connected to the Li family? During the last snowstorm, if this family hadn't protected us, who knows where you all would be? Mrs. Wang glanced at the almost empty fried rice and quickly stood up. All right, I'll send some to our parents. It's not anything special, so I didn't send anything. Li Qingkai hurriedly stopped Mrs. Wang. Stop right there. Is there something else?
Li Qingkai frowned.
It's nothing much. You can sit down first. Just now, my mother told me something about Jiao Jiao. Isn't she familiar with the general? Did she cook at the county office? So, when you go tomorrow, bring little sister and Li and his wife along. Mrs. Wang was stunned. What did you say? Seeing her like that, Li Qingkai couldn't help but get angry. Are you deaf? I told you, when you go to the county town tomorrow, take little sister and Li and his wife with you. You're not going to cook for some general, right? Since that's the case, introduce them. Mrs. Wang froze. Seeing her like that, Li Qingkai got even angrier. I'm talking to you, are you not listening? You old hag, you're never home, and now I can't even get you to listen, huh? Jiao Jiao quickly pulled Mrs. Wang to her side, looking coldly at Li Qingkai. Take little sister and them? Dad, that's so simple. Just tell me. My mother isn't very good at talking, and you know that. It's a simple thing. Dad, you should go with us tomorrow too. Seeing Jiao Jiao agree, Li Qingkai finally smiled. Jiao Jiao is so sensible. Jiao Jiao also smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Dad, you know the general is a noble person. My mother and I just work in the kitchen. If you want to introduce little sister and them to the general, it's really difficult for us. But here's an idea. We can go in first, and after a while, little sister and them can come through the back door, pretending they're here to see us. The gatekeeper won't stop them. Does that work? Li Qingkai frowned after hearing this. You can't introduce them like that. Jiao Jiao interrupted him. Dad, what do you think of me and my mother? If we really knew any generals or important people, would we still be working as kitchen helpers? Taking them inside is already the limit for me and my mother. If they ask for more, there's nothing I can do. Dad, today you might as well beat me and my mother to death. We just can't handle it. Li Qingkai thought carefully, then looked at Li Jiao Jiao and Wang Shi and nodded. All right, for now, this is the best we can do. Jiao Jiao, I'm not blaming you, but you've never been very successful since you were young. It was hard enough to get close to Qin Xian, but then you and he broke off the engagement. If you hadn't broken off with Qin Xian, you'd be a wife now, and I wouldn't be looked down upon. Li Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes inwardly, silently thinking, nonsense, nonsense. Don't be like your mother. Your mouth isn't just for eating. You need to learn to speak properly. You're a girl. Be gentle when you talk, have a better temper, and try to please the lady, understand? Li Jiao stayed silent, appearing lost in thought. Li Chunkai got angry. Wang Shi, worried he might get angry, quickly said, Jiao just said, she wants you to go with her tomorrow. Hurry and eat, go to bed early, and go together tomorrow. That night, Li Jiao was chatting with the spirit in her space. Where is the person? I've prepared everything. Tomorrow, think of a plan and tell Chunxing in advance. As soon as he's interested, my mother and I can see the future. That's easy. When you get to the county, just find an excuse like buying something or talking about a bird's shield. Any excuse will do. Don't worry, the girl is just doing this kind of business. Someone like your dad is easy to fool. Trust me. I hope so. Alright, I'll check the things I left here. You should eat fewer cakes.
I'm going out now.
Look at these fruits. If you're going to do it quickly. Don't waste space here. After a pause, the elegant spirit moved gracefully. I think we could store more cakes or food in the space. Hearing the spirit mention fruits, Li Jiao thought of Xiaoyin and her grandfather. She hadn't visited them in a long time. She wondered if Xiaoyin was still helping her pick fruits. The next day, Li Jiao, Wang Shi, and Li Qingju and their group first took Li Qiao to see Mr.
Shum.
Then they hired a carriage and headed toward Liang County. On the carriage, Li Chunkai kept saying, "This is too expensive. We shouldn't have hired a carriage. You're just lazy. What's wrong with walking?" Wang Shi looked bitter, but Li Jiao ignored Li Chunkai. She occasionally lifted the curtain and kept thinking about how to carry out her plan. The carriage entered Liang County. Li Jiao suddenly hugged her stomach and said, "Oh no, I can't go on. My stomach hurts. I can't hold it anymore. Father, young aunt, please wait for me a moment." Just a moment. Passing by the house where Chunxing lived, Li Jiao took the opportunity to pretend she had a stomach ache and got out of the carriage. Neither Li Chunkai nor Li Qingju thought much of it. After Li Jiao got out of the carriage, he frowned and said, "Lazy donkeys tend to make a mess. We just arrived in the county, and she's saying her stomach hurts, then her head hurts, and that. If I were the master, I would have sent such a maid away long ago." Wang Shi frowned and said, "That's your daughter. Saying that like this isn't good for you." Li Chunkai stubbornly replied, "I'm teaching her how to behave. We're from the countryside, and we should be diligent and honest. But she hasn't learned that at all. She only learns bad habits, like sneaking around and being sly." Li Qingju quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Oh, second brother, Jiao is a girl. Saying that might embarrass her. All right, we've arrived in the county. After you finish your business, come to our house and sit for a while. We'll go back tomorrow." Faced with Li Qingju, Li Chunkai was very polite. "No, I won't go. Your family has a lot to do, and your shop has reopened, but business isn't very good, right? You're busy, so I won't go." Li Qingju was good at talking. "Second brother, what are you saying? We're siblings. You're going to your sister's house. How can the business be bad? Whether the business is good or not, you should stay overnight and rest." Li Qingsai's face was full of smiles. It was decided then and there. Soon, Li Jiao returned. The carriage slowly arrived in front of the county office. Li Jiao and Wang Shi got out. Li Jiao exchanged a glance with Wang Shi, who took the initiative to stay behind and greet Li Qingju and Ma Xiaoqing. Li watched as Li Jiao headed toward the back door of the county office. He couldn't hide his excitement. He clenched his fists. Even if he couldn't be related to the general, being able to enter the county office and establish connections there made him feel hopeful about his future. Li Jiao knocked on the back door of the county office. Soon, the door opened. Because he had seen Li Jiao before, the gatekeeper was very polite to her. Li Jiao softly asked, "Are Vice General Qin and the others still in our county?" The gatekeeper shook his head. Hearing this, Li Jiao understood. She took a piece of broken silver from her sleeve and handed it to the gatekeeper. She whispered a few words into his ear, and he nodded. When Li Jiao returned, she was carrying a basket. "Little aunt, big brother, I'm really sorry. The gatekeeper just told us that the general and others have gone to Yinchi County. Even Deputy Chin and his men have gone there. Our county magistrate and the general left last night without telling us. I can't deliver the snacks I made today. What should we do? Li Qingkai, feeling disappointed, couldn't help but criticize Li Jiaojiao. We came from so far away, and you didn't even know they were leaving? Li Jiaojiao, how could you work for others? Wang Shi couldn't hold back and said, how would we know they weren't here? You're so unreasonable when you're hungry. Li hurriedly tried to calm everyone. Uncle, don't worry. The grown-ups have their own matters. They can't be waiting at the government house every day. Let's come back tomorrow. It's not urgent. Jiao is working at the general's house. That's a fact. Don't worry too much. Li Qingju also tried to persuade Li Qingkai, and only then did Li Qingkai give up. Li Jiao already hated Li Qingkai very much. She wished she could get rid of him right away. People like him are like flies falling into your nose. Don't eat them, but they make you feel sick.
Little Aunt, here's the plan.
My mother and I have tasks to do. We'll sell the snacks first, then come back later and ask at the county office if they've returned. As soon as I know, I'll come to call you. Does that sound okay? Li Qingju dared not refuse. Now they were begging Li Jiaojiao to help, so they were very polite and quickly agreed. After sending Li Qingkai, Li Qingju, and Li away, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi put down the basket. When the small servant from the bakery saw them, he didn't show any hostility toward mother and daughter. Instead, he nodded politely. Some people were already waiting to buy cakes, and some were acquaintances. Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi lifted the cloth cover of the basket. Soon, they sold all the dozens of cakes they brought. Wang Shi wanted to find Li Qingkai and others, but Li Jiaojiao held her back. Mother, I'm a little hungry. Can we eat something before we go to find my little aunt? Hearing that Li Jiaojiao was hungry, Wang Shi immediately took her to get something to eat. Mother, do they sell roast chicken there? Li Jiaojiao pointed to a shop selling roast chicken. Mother, let's buy a roast chicken. I've never had roast chicken before. Let's buy one to take home. Chow, and I will eat together. Wang was very worried, especially since the money was originally earned by Li Jiaojiao herself. She immediately took Li Jiaojiao to buy roasted chicken. After buying the chicken, Li Jiaojiao wanted to eat wontons, so mother and daughter went to eat wontons again. After they finished eating, more than an hour passed. Li Jiaojiao counted the time and believed that Chunxing had already met Li Qingkai for the first time. She trusted Chunxing's ability, but she knew one meeting wasn't enough to win Li Qingkai's heart. She planned to meet him a second and third time. When Li Jiaojiao and Wang reached Li Qingju's grocery store, Li Qingju frowned and said, "He's not back yet. Maybe something delayed him. Jiao, come inside and sit. Emotion, Eugene, what are you two doing? Hurry up. Your sister Jiao is here." Li Qingju's children, Chu Yuzhen and Chu Eugene, were 15 years old. Chu Yuzhen was usually very close to Li Wanwan, but she didn't get along well with Li Jiaojiao. Chu Yuzhen didn't like her, and since her personality was gentle, she didn't bother to talk to her. Li Jiaojiao waved her hand and said, "No, little aunt. My mother and I are going to find my father. We asked earlier, and the general will return in a few days. When he comes back, I will ask the steward if we can see him. Would that be okay?" Li Qingju was very happy and said, "Oh, really? Whether the general sees us or not doesn't matter much. The main thing is, we want to pay our respects to him. Isn't that right? It's mainly because of you. You caused him quite a bit of trouble." Li Jiaojiao smiled politely but didn't say anything, no matter how much Li Qingju talked nonsense. After leaving Li Qingju's grocery store, she didn't go far and saw Li Qingkai helping Chunxing. She pretended to look casually and pointed at him, saying to Wang, "Hey, Mom, look, isn't that my dad?" Li Qingkai, who grew up in the village and was in his 30s or 40s, had never encountered such a situation before. A beautiful girl, tearful and looking at him sweetly, calling him big brother. In his life, he only had Wang as his wife. Wang used to be pretty when she was young, but unfortunately, after marrying into the Li family, she was worn down and looked like the women in the village. Because of traditional customs and years of hard work, her skin was dark and dull, full of wrinkles. Compared to the woman in front of him, Wang was not even qualified to be her servant. Li Qingkai helped Chunxing walk forward, unaware that Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi had just seen everything. Big brother Li, you're really a good person. If I had met someone else today, I might not have been sent back. Chunxing, who had spent over 20 years in entertainment venues, had seen all kinds of men. She didn't need to think much. She just pretended to bump into Li Qingkai and said she had sprained her ankle. When Li Qingkai saw her and heard her sweetly call Big Brother Li a few times, he quickly lost himself. He was dazed and followed her, intending to take her home. Wang Shi couldn't believe it. She blinked hard and asked, "Could it be your father? Your father is a good man in many ways." She didn't finish her sentence. Her voice caught in her throat. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. Yes, it was Li Qingkai. Not only that, Li Qingkai was gently helping the woman beside him. When they passed by, Li Qingkai didn't even notice Li Jiaojiao and her. Li Jiaojiao's eyes showed a flicker of worry, but she quickly erased it. Instead of worrying whether Wang Shi could accept it, she thought that this pain was just for now, and afterward, life would be beautiful. Isn't that a good thing? Big brother Li, our house is just ahead. Thank you so much today. It was my fault that I accidentally bumped into you, and I trouble you to take me back. I'm really sorry. Well, Big brother Li, are you free? Why don't you come inside for a drink before you go? Chunxing's eyes shimmered like a calm lake, sparkling. In just one glance, Li Qingcai's soul seemed to leave his body. He almost hesitated but nodded. After a while, Li Qingcai asked softly, "Your home is?" Chunxing immediately looked at him shyly and said, "To be honest, Big brother Li, I am a widow. Since my husband died, I was kicked out by my in-laws. I have nowhere to go, so I rented a small house in the county. I make a living by washing clothes and sewing." Li Qingcai looked at her with full sympathy. "I see." They then went straight to the house Chunxing rented from Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao couldn't believe it. She had planned for a second meeting, but unexpectedly, Chunxing was so skilled that she had already lured Li Qingcai into her house in just one encounter. A man and a woman alone in a room. Not only in Liang County, but even in their countryside, this was not acceptable. "Why is my dad following her?" Li Jiaojiao deliberately pointed at the alley where Li Qingcai and Chunxing disappeared. She tugged at Wang Shi's sleeve. "Mom, did Dad go to buy something? Let's go and take a look." Mrs. Wang stayed still. Over the years since she married Li Qingcai, he has been very honest. Except sometimes he's a bit forgetful. Overall, he's a good person, hardworking and honest, never causing trouble. There are widows in the village, but Li Qingcai never talks much to anyone. Yet, this honest man, Li Qingcai, was somehow involved with a pretty woman in the town. Mrs. Wang couldn't believe it. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Jiaojiao asked knowingly. Mrs. Wang suddenly felt a little scared. She shook her head. "We're not going. You know your father, he's stubborn. Maybe your grandma asked him to buy something. Let's go to your aunt's house and wait for him there." Li Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow. She didn't insist on going to find Li Qingcai, but instead went back with Mrs. Wang to Li Juju's house. All afternoon, Mrs. Wang was distracted and worried. "Mom, it's getting dark. Let's go home." Li Jiaojiao didn't expect Li Qingcai to fall for the gentle charm of spring apricot on his first try. He still hadn't come back. Li Juju frowned and said, "Second brother is really something. What is he doing? He still hasn't come back." "Jiao, don't worry. I'll ask your uncle to look for him."
Li Jiaojiao Shmilat.
"Aunt, no need to trouble yourself. My mom and I need to go back to pick up Qiao. We can't stay in town overnight. How about this? My mom and I will go back first, and tomorrow we'll come again. Don't worry, I've already told the steward to let us in when we come." Li Juju was very pleased with Li Jiaojiao and kept praising her. She didn't notice that Mrs. Wang's mood was a bit off. As Li Jiaojiao and Mrs. Wang prepared to leave, Li Juju also got some things ready for them. Li Jiao tugged at Mrs. Wang's sleeve. Mom, what's wrong? Aunt is talking to you. Mrs. Wang finally looked up.
Huh?
Li Juju mainly focused on Li Jiao and was quite casual with Mrs. Wang. Second sister-in-law, I just brought some things for Qiao and the children at home. I sewed a pair of cotton shoes for your parents. Please take them back to them. Mrs. Wang responded with an O, but her eyes were fixed on the empty street. Li Jiao helped Mrs. Wang onto the carriage. Mrs. Wang was still reluctant to leave. She stopped Li Jiao. Jiao, your father. He hasn't come yet. He's not very keen on staying at your aunt's house. Maybe we should wait for him. Li Jiao pointed to the sky. Mom, it's getting late. If we don't leave now, we might miss Qiao. Mrs. Wang only then left with Li Jiao. It was dark when Li Chengkai finally entered the gate of Li Qingju's house. Chu Mingjiang was very curious. Li County is small, and he grew up there. He knows all the streets well. He looked around the town but didn't see Li Chengkai. Second brother, where did you go? Why are you only back now? Li Chengkai looked away nervously and said, No, I didn't. I got lost, left the town, and was trying to find my way back. That's why I'm late. By the way, where are Jiao and her mother?
Chu Mingjiang Frau Wen.
Li County is so small. How could he get lost? To avoid more questions, Li Chengkai quickly changed the subject. What did Jiao say? When will they take you to see the general at the county office? Chu Mingjiang cared more about his own interests.
Hearing this, he sighed.
Jiao said the general isn't in Li County now.
He's gone to Yunxi County.
We'll have to wait. There's nothing we can do. When they returned from the town to Xuanshui village, Mrs. Wang looked upset. Even little Li Qiao noticed something was wrong. He tugged at Li Jiao's sleeve and whispered, Sister, what's wrong with Mom? Li Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Maybe she's just tired. Qiao, what do you want to eat tonight? I bought a roast chicken from the town. We'll have it later. Li Qiao was so happy. Roast chicken. He had never eaten it before. In the kitchen, Li Jiao steamed the chicken in a pot. She also made some dumpling soup with carrots, white radish, and a little cabbage, seasoned it, and served it with the chicken. Li Qiao eagerly took a bowl from Mrs. Wang and started eating. Mom, you eat too. Why aren't you eating? Mrs. Wang let out a small sound and slowly picked up her bowl. After a few bites, she suddenly asked Li Jiao, did you see that person clearly? Do you think she's selling something? Selling something? Selling herself, maybe. Li Jiao didn't say anything. She thought for a moment and replied, maybe some rouge or powder. I think she looks pretty and smells nice. Rouge and powder. Mrs. Wang chewed on these words, feeling more anxious. She quickly ate her meal and said, Jiao, you guys finish eating. Afterward, we should go to the town early tomorrow. Just as the mother and children finished eating, they heard Hushur and the children return. Hushur entered and said, Oh, we left, and now who's eating chicken tonight? Mom, did you kill a chicken? Daughter, you can't do this. I just left, and you're already killing chickens. Mrs. Deng was a strong woman and couldn't stand being insulted. She opened the door and scolded Hushur loudly, which I saw you eating chicken. Do I have that kind of luck? I raised so many rebellious children, and not one of them let me eat chicken. Now you come back and ask me for chicken? Who should I ask? Do I deserve to owe you? Hushur choked and couldn't believe it. Didn't you eat it? Li Sun twisted his little bottom in Hushur's arms. I want to eat chicken, Mom. I want to eat chicken. Li Huanhuan licked her lips. She also wanted to eat chicken. Although her maternal family ate well, they didn't kill chickens for them. Li Huanhuan's mouth watered, and her eyes kept darting around. Mrs. Deng glared fiercely at Hushur and Li Sun. Eat. Do you want to eat my flesh? Come, eat my flesh. Hushur hurriedly apologized to Mrs. Deng and also asked Li Sun to apologize to his grandma. Then Hushur took out a jar of wine from her family, saying it was for old man Li to drink. Only then did Mrs. Deng calm down. Mrs. Deng stopped scolding Hushur and instead stood under the eaves, scolding whoever was eating chicken in someone else's house. Li Qiao felt that the taste of chicken in her mouth wasn't good anymore. Wang Shi quickly tidied up the dishes. Li Jiao grabbed her, but Wang Shi pushed her hand away. Don't pull me.
Your grandma is talking about me.
You say I should forget to send her some of the good food? Mom, if you send it now, Grandma won't thank you. She'll just scold you again. Why bother? Wang Shi looked helpless. There's no way around it. Your grandma has this personality. If I don't send it today, do you believe she'll keep scolding tomorrow? Li Jiao fully believed it. The three of them ate a whole roast chicken, which they could have finished entirely. Wang Shi absent-mindedly ate some thick soup, while Li Jiao and Li Qiao wanted to save some for Wang Shi to eat more. But before they knew it, only half a chicken was left. Wang Shi directly took the remaining half of the chicken and sent it to Mrs. Deng and Old Man Li. Before leaving, Li Jiao told Wang Shi a few words. Although Mrs. Deng was still scolding, her tone was lighter. Later, Old Man Li said something, and Mrs. Deng stopped scolding altogether. This is given by the host. Since it's sent to you, what else do you want? Old Man Li lay on the bed. If you don't want to eat, keep scolding. Mrs. Deng still cursed, but her voice was much quieter. Only Wang Shi could hear. Who sure heard the sounds coming from the upper room. She quickly locked all the items she brought from her family into a box and tidied up Li Sen's clothes. Later, you go to your grandparents' place first. If they're eating chicken, just say you want some. Be a little sweet-tongued, understand? You are the youngest grandson of the Li family. Your grandfather loves you. Hurry and go. Li Huanhuan was also a bit anxious. Mother, I want to go too. I want to eat chicken. Hu Shi grabbed her arm. Wait a moment. Let your brother go first. Li Huanhuan looked upset. Hu Shi frowned and said, What are you upset about? It's because you're a girl. If you were a boy like your brother, your grandparents would like you too. Fine, you can eat later. It's not a big deal. Wang Shi returned, but from the upper room, they could still hear Deng Shi scolding. Li Jiao felt helpless. She saw Wang Shi sitting aside, wiping tears, and couldn't bear it. She advised her mother, Why are you crying? I told you earlier, there's no need to send the chicken. Whether you send it or not, she'll still scold. Why make yourself suffer? Now that you've sent the chicken, you should feel better. Why are you still crying? Wang Shi clenched her teeth. No, I just. Li Jiao sighed. Mother, we do things with a clear conscience. I didn't want to send the chicken, and you felt guilty, thinking you're unfilial. But now that you've sent it, you've already shown filial piety. There's nothing to cry about. You've done what you should. The rest is up to my grandmother. If she wants to scold, let her scold happily. Don't foolishly cry. What do you think? Under Li Jiao's comfort, Wang Shi quickly stopped crying. Early the next morning, Li Jiao and Wang Shi planned to go to the county town. Deng Shi stopped Wang Shi and pointed to Hu Shi beside her. You two wait first. Yesterday, Cheng Kai didn't come back. You mother and daughter ran back, and today you're going to the county town again, right? Since that's the case, bring along the third daughter-in-law too. Li Chengju and Li Li had come back to help Li Jiao and Wang Shi with matchmaking. Suddenly, Hu Shi wanted to go too. Could it be that she knew something? Actually, Li Jiao guessed right. Hu Shi was clever. After returning, she quickly learned a lot from Deng Shi's words. Last night, she added some oil to Deng Shi's words, and early this morning, Deng Shi told Wang Shi and Li Jiao to bring Hu Shi along. Grandma, my mother and I still have work to do. What can the third daughter-in-law do with us if she comes along? Everyone has to go to my younger sister-in-law's house first and wait for me and my mother to finish our work. Li Jiao didn't refuse. Wang Shi knew she wasn't very good at talking and was worried she might say too much, so she said nothing and asked Li Jiao to answer. Go wait at your sister-in-law's house? Deng Shi was very fond of her daughter, Li Chengju, who was born from her. She loved her very much. Li Chengju married into the county town, and Deng Shi had saved up her dowry for many years just for this. To Deng Shi, her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren visiting her daughter's house felt like they were taking things from her daughter, eating her food, and using her. Her daughter couldn't stand that. Yes, my mother and I still have work to do, so we can't go with the third aunt and them right now. My father is still staying at my sister-in-law's house, Li Jiao said. After she finished, Deng Shi frowned. Hu Shi quickly waved her hand. No, mother. I don't need to stay at my younger sister's house. You know, my maternal aunt lives in the county town. I happened to be going to see her today. Last time I went back, my mother mentioned her. She's old now, and I haven't heard from her in a long time. I just want to check on her. Deng Shi nodded in approval.
All right.
Li Chengxing suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Mother, I want to go to the county town too. When Deng Shi heard this, she was so angry, she poked Li Chengxing's forehead. You want to go to the county town? Is it some kind of treasure? All of you, just itching to go there. Mother, it's perfect. We can go together. Last night, you said you wanted to send some tofu to the younger sister and them, right? Well, today let Wanwan's dad deliver it to her, Li Chengxing said. Deng Shi hesitated for a long time before agreeing. On the carriage heading to the county town, Li Chengxing couldn't help but ask Li Jiao, do you go to the county town every day? Of course not. Li Jiao quickly waved her hands. These days, I have to cook for those big people. Our master just gave us some silver to hire a carriage. In a few days, once those important people leave and go away from Liang County, I won't go anymore. Third uncle, what are you going to do in the county? Li Chengxing openly showed his excitement and greed. Of course, I want to see the big people. Our Jiao has become impressive. Who would have thought she could make snacks for the general? Jiao, you're really amazing. Li Jiao smiled but didn't say anything. Throughout the journey, Li Chengxing kept asking Li Jiao when he could meet the general, what the general was busy with, and what kinds of officials were in the county office. Li Jiao was good at pretending and fooling around. She didn't tell the truth, just giving vague answers, because she didn't have much real information to share. Finally arriving in Liang County, Li Jiao hurriedly pulled Wang Shi off the carriage. She quickly paid the fare and disappeared from Li Chengxing and Hu Shi's sight with Wang Shi. As mother and daughter left, Li Chengxing couldn't help but say to Hu Shi, Wife, you're so clever.
You didn't tell me about this.
What are you planning? Hu Shi smiled and replied, What could I do? I just didn't quite trust it and wanted to see for myself. Think about it, Jiao and your second sister-in-law, what kind of people are they? If you were a general or a county magistrate, would you be interested in their simple meals? Li Chengxing shook his head without hesitation. I definitely wouldn't be interested. Jiao looks pretty, but if I were a general or a county official, I've seen many beautiful women. There's no way I'd be interested in Jiao. Hu Shi kicked him hard. All you do is look at women. Li Chengxing chuckled and turned his face away. Hu Shi continued, I don't believe it. I just want to come along and see for myself. If it's true, then our family will have a strong backing. Big brother's son, Li, is very clever. He's quick to act in these matters. I already know what he wants. He's just hoping to open a shop and be his own boss someday. As for your little sister, she's also very sharp and loves to plan. Li Chengxing didn't argue because he shared the same view about Li and Li Chengju. I think it's unlikely. Let's see if it's real first. Once I confirm, I'll tell you. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you not going out for drinks today? The couple argued back and forth. The carriage driver outside couldn't wait and asked, Are you getting off or not? Hu Shi quickly replied, We're getting off right away. After stepping down from the carriage, Li Chengxing looked at the lively county town and couldn't help but glance around. It feels like I haven't been here in a long time. Let's go to my little sister's house for a meal.
I'm starving.
I didn't eat anything this morning because I wanted to leave with Jiao and them. Serves you right, Hu Shi couldn't help but say. Jiao, are they coming with us? Wang Shi carefully pulled on Li Jiao. Jiao, let's sell some more snacks first. Once we're done, we should go back.
Don't come anymore.
Sigh. Once your dad accepts that we've separated, we should tell your grandparents the truth. It's not good to keep lying. Mr. Wang is an honest man who has never lied in his life. However, for his daughter, he has also lied along with her. This is a great struggle for his conscience. Mother, don't worry, I will tell them. But not now. Telling one lie often requires many more to cover it up. If there was no other way, she wouldn't deceive them like this. Li Jiaojiao and Mrs. Wang confirmed that Hu Shi and Li Qingxing did not follow them, so they stopped. They didn't go to the county office, but took a walk nearby. Then they carried their basket to the opposite side of the bakery. Today, their cakes sold even better than before. Before they reached their destination, they were surrounded by people. Li Jiaojiao and Mrs. Wang were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, all the cakes in the basket were snatched away. Holding the money, Li Jiaojiao found a bun shop and sat down. What's going on today? Mrs. Wang shook her head. 50 coins for a snack. And so many people want it, even fighting over it. What are they thinking? Mrs. Wang couldn't understand. To her, 50 coins could buy 2 or 3 pounds of rice. If it were her, she wouldn't spend that money on snacks. I don't know. Li Jiaojiao thought something must have happened that she didn't know about. In this era, with very limited information, she and the upper-class people already had a big information gap. After eating the bun, Li Jiaojiao couldn't wait to visit Li Chengju's house to see what was going on. She hoped Chen Xing could do better this time and that they could finally get Li Chengkai. If that happened, they could escape their hardships sooner. Meanwhile, the Li family received a matchmaker from the town, surnamed Zhao. She had been a matchmaker for decades. Even though she was older, many people in the town still asked her to find matches. She spoke gently and said to Mrs. Deng, I am here on behalf of the Gu family from the town's bun shop. Sister-in-law, your second daughter is a good girl. The old Gu from the bun shop in town asked me to come and propose marriage to your Li family. Old Mr. Li sat up and asked, Are you talking about the old Gu who sells buns in town? Matchmaker Zhao nodded with a smile. Yes, that's right. Dong Shu is old Gu's youngest son. He has been working with his family since he was young. Brother Li, since you asked, I guess you know their family. The Gu family owns a bun shop in town and their business is good enough to support their family. They also have a large house in town. Old Mr. Li's face lit up with a smile. If it's the Gu family, I think it's a good match. Old Gu is honest in business. Over the years, everyone in town knows this. If it's his son, I believe he's a good person. Madam Zhao nodded. Yes, that boy looks lively. He helps his father make buns, and his buns are very tasty. He's famous in our town. Before the snowstorm, their business was very good. Old Mr. Li asked a few more questions, but Mrs. Deng looked serious. After a while, she suddenly asked, Would such a good person like our girl Jiao Jiao? You know about her, right? She was rejected before. Hearing this, Madame Zhao was a little surprised. She thought she probably hadn't seen anyone from her family openly criticize her granddaughter. She nodded slightly. We all live in the same town, so how could we not know? By the way, this isn't your girl's fault. The Chen family broke their promise. They climbed high, and it has nothing to do with her, right, sister-in-law? The Gu family also knows this. Old Gu still asked me to propose marriage. What do you think? Old Mr. Li nodded. I think it's good. I know old Gu. He's a good person. His son is probably the same. Yes, I agree. Li Chengkai has lived for over 30 years, but he's never felt like such a real man as he does now. Li Qingju was very curious. Second brother, did you hear that? Li Chengkai suddenly looked up.
Huh?
What did you just say? I said, second brother, later we'll go see Jiao Jiao and the others. What are you thinking about? I've been talking for a while. Just answer me if you heard me.
Li Chengkai frowned.
Little sister, how about this? I'll go find her. Li Qingju waved her hand. I'll go with you. Later, Xiaoqing and the others will go too. Hearing this, Li Chengkai quickly said no need. I'll find her myself. Little sister, you all shouldn't go either. Jiao Jiao is stubborn. If you ask her too many times, she'll get annoyed. I'll go. Don't worry, I'll call her later and bring her to you as soon as I can. Li Qingju had heard Mrs. Deng mention several times that Li Jiao had a bad temper and that Li Chengkai and Wang Shi didn't know how to educate her. Now, Jiao Jiao is different. As the saying goes, even a high-ranking official's door is open to 7 ranks of officials. She cooks for the general. Even if she's just a cook, she's still the general's cook. If Jiao Jiao doesn't take them, they have no choice. Alright then. Li Chengkai hurriedly finished his meal and left. Chu Mingjiang went out to sell some things and then came in. Chu Yuezhen was talking to Li Qingju.
Dad, how's the business today?
Chu Mingjiang sighed. Oh, it's just so. Yuezhen, are you going out? Chu Yuezhen smiled and nodded. Just now, Xiaohua asked me to go to the silk shop. I made 2 sachets recently, and I want to give them to the shopkeeper. I'll also buy some things on the way back. Li Qingju isn't good at sewing, but Chu Mingjiang's mother is skilled at embroidery. Chu Yuezhen learned a lot from her when she was young. Since she was about 12 or 13, she embroidered 2 pouches or sachets each month to exchange for money at the silk shop. Chu Mingjiang waved her off, and Chu Yuezhen left with the sachets. Li Chengkai couldn't wait to find Chuanqing. Good Chuanqing, I missed you so much.
Li Shankai sudan li ugja Shunxing tigli.
Chuanqing struggled a bit. Brother Li, I am now your person. How do you plan to settle me? I told you, even though I am a widow, I come from a good family. If I disappear like this without explanation, how can I marry someone else in the future? Li Chengkai held her tightly. You're mine now. Who else would I want to marry? Chuanqing took the chance to hold his neck. Then marry me? Li Chengkai was holding a young, beautiful widow. He almost didn't hesitate and said, of course, I want to marry you. When will you invite the matchmaker to propose? Chuanqing looked at him with affection, her eyes shining, making Li Chengkai feel like his heart was lost. I'll ask the matchmaker to come right away. Good Chuanqing, give me a kiss, just one kiss. By the time Li Chengkai left Chuanqing, it was already noon. He looked satisfied and walked confidently down the street. Hu Shi and Li Qingxing searched around the county town, but didn't see Li Jiao or Wang Shi. Hu Shi's face was dark. That girl Li Jiao is really too cunning. She must be worried that we will get close to the county office, so she found an excuse to slip away. Li Qingxing frowned. You still have the nerve to say that. You know that girl is clever. Why didn't you follow her? Now, where do we find her? Hearing this, Hu Shi was furious. Are you blaming me now? Are you dead? Why didn't you follow her just now? The couple argued loudly on the street. Hu Shi got anxious and started fighting with Li Qingxing. Li Qingxing held her hand, then suddenly saw Li Chengkai. He quickly let go of Hu Shi and ran over to Li Chengkai. Second brother, what are you doing here? Where is Jiao and your family? Mrs. Hu saw Li Chengkai and quickly stopped arguing with Li Qingxing. She hurried over and said, Second brother, your family is really sneaky. Jiao has become successful, but you didn't help your brothers. We're close relatives after all. Mrs. Hu's biggest complaint was about Li Qingju and Li Li. If she hadn't been clever, and if Li Qingju and the others had gained connections with the county office and the general, they would have become very powerful. But now, they could only farm in the countryside. Oh, what help! We just made some pastries for the general. Why are you here? Where are Jiao and the others? Li Chengkai felt very proud. The more successful Jiao was, the more people valued him. He enjoyed feeling important.
Stop talking.
Jiao really? She tricked us. She took her mother and ran away, and now she ignores us. Second brother, does Jiao have feelings against us? She wants to bring her sister-in-law and Li, but refuses to bring us. Li Qingxing agreed from the side. Li Chengkai quickly said, Oh, it's not like that. She's worried and busy. We all heard what the general said. He said their pastries are delicious and asked them to sell some. The money they earn will be used to help the common people. Come on, I'll take you to find them. Li Chengkai thought he was leading Mrs. Hu and Li Qingxing to find Jiao and the others. Meanwhile, Jiao and Mrs. Wang had already arrived at Li Qingju's house. At noon, Li Chengkai and his group came inside. When Mrs. Hu saw Jiao and Li Qingju sitting together, she was very angry. She stormed in and said, Jiao, what do you mean? If you don't like me and your third uncle, just say so. I know you're now important and are playing tricks on me and your third uncle. Li Qingxing was even angrier. He sat down in front of Jiao Jiao and sharply pounded the table. Tell me, what do you mean? Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Third uncle, what are you talking about? What do I mean?
I'm worried.
My mother and I got off the carriage, and when we asked others about the time, we found out we were late. Third uncle, my mother and I are working at the county office now, not at home. Even if we were at home working, we wouldn't dare be late.
You know that.
Otherwise, Grandma would hit us. Li Qingxing snorted coldly, and Mrs. Hu sat down angrily. Because we were in such a hurry, we didn't tell you. But I just told my sister-in-law that neither the general nor the county magistrate are in the county town these days. Apparently, one of the officials will be returning soon, but we don't know who it is yet. We're thinking of seeing if we can bring you into the county office tomorrow. Get everything ready. If that official is there tomorrow, I will ask the steward to take you to meet him. Li Jiao Jiao kept making up stories, since whether they saw anyone or not was just her casual guess. Li Qingxing and Mrs. Hu looked relieved, their anger fading a bit. Li Qingju was very happy. Jiao Jiao, you're right. We should prepare early. We'll go shopping soon. Jiao Jiao, what do you think we should give them? Li Jiao Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law, you both have seen the world. What do you think would be good to give? That night, Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang did not go home. Li Chengkai stayed on as usual. That evening, Li Jiao Jiao found Chun Xing and urged her to hurry. Early the next morning, Li Jiao Jiao left first, claiming she had to go to the county office, and left with Mrs. Wang before Li Qingju's family. In front of the county office, Li Jiao Jiao met Lu Qing. Because of that, they were able to smoothly enter the kitchen of the county office. Lu Qing had other matters and left first. Li Jiao Jiao handed a small silver piece to the kitchen steward before bringing Li Qingju's family inside. Yesterday evening, Li Qingju's family bought many things, all for today's event. The county magistrate of Liang County, Su Shiling, and others were not in the office, so they didn't see the magistrate. But that was enough for Li Qingju's family to boast about for a year. Mrs. Hu couldn't believe she would ever get into the kitchen of the county office. Actually, Li Qingju's family only sat in the kitchen for a little while and didn't do anything. They left with Li Jiao Jiao soon after. When Li Jiao Jiao, Mrs. Wang, and Li Chengkai returned home, Li Qingxing had already gotten off his carriage and wasn't home yet. Mrs. Hu didn't bother waiting and followed them home. As soon as they arrived, Mrs. Hu hurried to see Mrs. Deng and old Li. Mother, I never thought I'd see the day I could go into the county office. The county office is so big and grand. Mother, our Li family isn't bad either. Soon, we'll have connections and influence. Mrs. Deng listened and thought about the marriage proposal from yesterday. She called Mrs. Hu to come and call Li Jiao Jiao over. What are you doing, Mother? Someone came yesterday to propose marriage to Jiao Jiao. When Hu Shi heard about this, she quickly asked Deng Shi for details. Deng Shi then told Hu Shi about the Gu family's proposal to marry. Selling buns? Hu Shi frowned. Mother, our Jiao Jiao is now making desserts for the general. Can the Gu family, who sell buns, really match our Jiao Jiao? Old Man Li frowned and said, they're all in the food business. Why can't the Gu family be suitable? Third daughter-in-law, go call Li Chengkai and Wang Shi. Although Hu Shi was reluctant, she went to call Li Chengkai and Wang Shi. Li Jiao Jiao bought a roasted chicken from the county town and brought it back. Li Qiao ate the chicken alone, while Wang Shi and Li Chengkai took a while to return. Wang Shi looked happy, but Li Chengkai looked serious. After entering the house, he said directly to Wang Shi, I told you I don't agree. Let Jiao Jiao marry the bun seller in town. If you dare to agree, I will leave you. Wang Shi was stunned. She looked at Li Chengkai in disbelief, trembling as she asked, why you? What did you just say? Li Chengkai thought of Chun Xing from the county town. He looked coldly at the yellow-faced woman in front of him and said, I mean I don't agree with the Gu family's proposal. Jiao Jiao is my daughter. She belongs to the Li family. If you dare to agree, I will leave you. Li Chengkai, are you still human? What's wrong with the Gu family? That girl is hardworking and from a good family. That's enough. What more do you want? I just don't like the Gu family. Our Jiao Jiao is born to be wealthy. She will marry into a rich family someday. The Gu family who sells buns, how can they match our Jiao Jiao? If you don't agree, that's fine. I'll leave you. Tears welled up in Wang Shi's eyes as she pointed at Li Chengkai. Are you still a human? Li Chengkai, I bore you a son and a daughter. What did I do wrong? If you leave me, do you dare to leave me? Li Chengkai glared at Wang Shi. If I leave you, I leave you. Look at yourself now, so ugly. Still thinking about interfering with Jiao Jiao's marriage. Dream on. Hearing this, Wang Shi remembered seeing Li Chengkai walking closely with a woman in the county town a few days ago. She pointed at him and asked, Li Chengkai, do you have a woman outside? Is it that woman from the county town? When Li Chengkai heard this, he suddenly became furious. What are you talking about? A woman from the county town? It's you, this woman. I am Jiao Jiao's father. I don't agree with her marriage. No one can interfere. Mr. Wang immediately saw the guilt in Li Chengkai's eyes. His outward confidence masked his weakness, which made her angry and upset. I am Jiao Jiao's mother. Her marriage is my decision. Why can't I have a say? Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang's face. If you agree, I will divorce you. You shameless woman, don't think you're so great just because you make some pastries now. Jiao Jiao saw Mrs. Wang crying uncontrollably and felt sad. She quickly stepped forward. Dad, please stop talking. Mrs. Wang then hugged Jiao Jiao. That day, Jiao Jiao, and I saw you very close to a woman in the town. Li Chengkai, have you already decided to divorce me? Li Chengkai looked away, feeling guilty. You're talking nonsense. Where did you see that? Jiao Jiao, tell the truth. Jiao Jiao looked at Li Chengkai and boldly tore off his false mask. Dad, Mom and I saw it. Who was that woman? She looked about my mom's age, but she was dressed brightly and colorfully. Li Chengkai was so guilty, he stammered. What are you talking about? You must have seen it wrong. That day, someone asked for directions, and I just walked with her a little. Jiao Jiao smirked slightly and said calmly, Dad, you and Mom have been married for many years. My marriage isn't something we can decide now. If you argue like this, people will laugh. Mrs. Wang, hearing this, grabbed onto a lifeline. Yes, our Jiao Jiao's marriage isn't up to us. Don't even think about it. Whether it's the Gu family or someone else, I advise you to give up. Mrs. Wang had always been obedient to Li Chengkai, except when it came to their child's matters. She wanted to make Mrs. Wang completely lose hope in Li Chengkai. If he came again, she wouldn't be soft anymore. Why bother with all this fuss if it was going to end like that? Stop bothering me with your nonsense. Li Chengkai pushed Mrs. Wang hard. Don't always bring up your boss. I am Jiao Jiao's real father. I am her father. So, what if she's from the boss's family? Mrs. Wang clenched her teeth. Li Chengkai, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You've always wanted Jiao Jiao to marry into a good family so you can show off and get benefits. Do you think I'm stupid? I think the Gu family is good, and I agree to their marriage. Li Chengkai was furious because Mrs. Wang hit a nerve. Every word she said was true. How could Li Chengkai admit to it? He raised his hand and sharply slapped Mrs. Wang. My daughter, I do whatever I want with her. Mrs. Wang covered her face, and Li Jiao Jiao was stunned. When she recovered, she instinctively stepped in front of Mrs. Wang. Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang. I tell you, if you dare secretly give Jiao Jiao's birth date to the Gu family, I will divorce you immediately. Just wait and see. That night, Li Chengkai didn't come home. Mrs. Wang lay on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling in silence, not sleeping. Li Jiao Jiao knew Mrs. Wang was upset, but she didn't try to comfort her. The next morning, Old Man Li called someone to ask Mrs. Wang to come to the upper room. I think the Gu family is good, but Chengkai disagrees. What do you think? In Old Man Li's view, being a servant was better than marrying. Moreover, Old Man Li thought that with Jiao Jiao's status, it was already lucky that the Gu family showed interest. But Li Qingkai was now acting proud and said they didn't match. Old Man Li still wanted to try to persuade them because he genuinely thought the Gu family was good. Mrs. Deng frowned. You just like to be disliked. We can't decide her marriage. Let the couple worry about it. Old Man Li glared at Mrs. Deng. They're young, and Jiao Jiao is my granddaughter. What's wrong with asking? After Old Man Li spoke, Mrs. Wang's eyes turned red. In the kitchen, Li Qiao whispered to Li Jiao Jiao, Sister, do you really want to marry Brother Dongshu? Li Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow.
Who told you that?
Mom thinks Brother Dongshu is pretty good. Sister, are you going to marry him?
Li Jiao Jiao pukalikiaus fureyat.
Who said, I want to marry him. Come on, you're only a kid.
Why worry about this?
Hurry up and eat. After eating, go to school. Li Qiao held her bowl, took a few bites, but couldn't help asking Li Jiao Jiao, Sister, don't you like Brother Dongshu? Li Jiao Jiao was caught off guard and laughed. Little kid, do you even know what liking someone means? Li Jiao Jiao wasn't worried about her marriage at all. Not to mention that Mrs. Wang and Li Qingkai couldn't agree. Even if they did, she wouldn't agree unless she said yes. The next day, Li Jiao Jiao didn't see Li Qingkai. A few days later, Li Jiao Jiao finally saw Li Qingkai. The first thing he did when he entered was to say he wanted to divorce Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang had not yet fully regained her senses when she heard Li Qingkai with a stern face say, This wife of mine has been married to me for so many years, especially this past year, causing trouble with my parents. She has turned Jiao Jiao into what she is now. Even at such a young age, she knows how to encourage us to split the family. Who would dare to marry such a wife? Mrs. Wang was so shocked she almost forgot to cry. Mrs. Deng looked serious and asked, What are you crazy about? Old Mr. Li struggled to get up and pointed at Li Qingkai. You wicked son, what are you causing trouble for? As for the marriage with the Gu family, if you don't agree, we won't say anything more. Why are you making trouble now? Thinking of Chun Xing, Li Qingsai's heart started to race. He was eager to separate from Mrs. Wang so he could marry Chun Xing. It's not that I want to cause trouble, but this wife of mine has caused me too much suffering. I don't want her anymore. I want a divorce. Mrs. Wang's eyes instantly turned red. Li Qingkai, what have I done wrong to you? If you want to divorce me, I've been married to you for over 10 years. I've worked hard in your family, and I even gave birth to a son and a daughter for you. How dare you want to leave me? Why should I be the one to leave? Li Qingkai pointed at Mrs. Wang. You're fighting against me. You caused my parents to split us apart. I want a divorce. Mrs. Deng looked serious and asked second son, This isn't a joke. What exactly do you want to do? I want a divorce. Jiao Jiao was secretly happy inside. Chun Xing was very skilled at dealing with Li Qingkai, just a few days, and he was already causing trouble by demanding a divorce. News of Li Qingsai's desire to divorce spread throughout Sun Shui village in less than half a day. Mrs. Wang's family had few close relatives left. Her brothers were all married, and her eldest brother's grandson was quite grown up. They had no time to care about her. Li Jiao Jiao's youngest uncle had spent a lot of money on his marriage, and now he was barely making ends meet. He hadn't seen her in over a year and a half. Li Qingkai knew all this, which is why he dared to ask for a divorce. Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Deng refused to agree. The eldest son, Li Qingfu, and Zhao's family from the main house were busy watching the drama. The third house's Hu and Li Qingxing only cared about their own affairs. Besides old Mr. Li and Mrs. Deng, no one else cared whether Li Qingkai got a divorce or not. Mrs. Wang felt hopeless. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Li Qingkai wanted to leave her. If it was only because of Jiao Jiao's marriage, as her father said, the Gu family had already politely declined. But Li Qingsai's continued fussing made old Mr. Li very angry. Li Qingkai, if you cause trouble again, I will beat you. Do you believe me? Li Qingkai is already a father, and Li Jiao Jiao is about to get married. At this age, he's causing trouble over divorce, and everyone in the village is waiting to see their family's embarrassment. Usually very obedient, Li Qingkai has lost his mind this time. He argued with Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng, saying, "Dad, Mom, I've already suffered because of this wife. Look at her, she's so ugly. What has she done all these years? I really can't stand her anymore." Mrs. Wang couldn't take it anymore. She got into a fight with Li Chengkai. That day, Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang didn't go to the county town. Mrs. Wang couldn't beat Li Chengkai and was pushed to the ground. Angry, Li Jiao grabbed a bench and swung it at Li Chengkai's head. Li Chengkai's head was immediately split open, blood pouring out. He covered the back of his head and said, "Dad, Mom, look at this. Can I keep such a woman? I don't want her anymore. I want to divorce her and kick her and her daughter out." A daughter who hits her own father really shocked everyone. Mrs. Wang didn't expect Li Jiao to actually hit him. The matter was eventually reported to the village chief. Li Chengkai, with a bandage around his head, stood in front of the whole village and said, "It's this wife. Li Jiao is her good daughter. You all saw it. I almost let her beat me to death. Such a wife, I won't keep her anymore. Maybe one day I'll die from her beating, and I won't even know why." Everyone was speechless. Mrs. Wang had borne children for Li Chengkai, taken care of the household, and been filial to her parents. According to reason, Li Chengkai shouldn't divorce her. But since Li Jiao hit her father, everyone blamed Mrs. Wang for it. So, Mrs. Wang chose to protect Li Jiao and was willing to divorce Li Chengkai. Mrs. Wang agreed to divorce, but she wanted Li Jiao and Li Qiao to stay with her. Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng didn't want that, but Li Chengkai, blinded by love, just wanted to quickly divorce Mrs. Wang and agreed, without much thought. Thus, Mrs. Wang and Li Chengkai divorced. Mrs. Wang took Li Jiao and Li Qiao and moved openly and proudly to a house in town. The day after Mrs. Wang moved out, Li Chengkai brought a woman back from the county. He introduced Chunxing to Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng, saying, "Dad, I want to marry her." Li Chengkai started dating another woman after wanting to divorce and remarry. The villagers quickly found out. Yesterday, they were criticizing Mrs. Wang for not teaching her children well, but now they all kept quiet. There are so many people in the village, but not everyone is foolish. Clear-minded people can see right away that Li Chengkai has a new partner and is eager to leave his old one behind. However, everyone is curious because Li Chengkai has always been honest. Such an honest person. When did he start being involved with another woman? Old Man Li picked up his pipe and threw it at Li Chengkai. "You wicked child. I don't have a son like you. Get out of here. Go away." Mrs. Deng looked very upset, but Li Chengxing was full of interest. He quietly asked Li Chengkai, "Second brother, when did this happen? You kept it a secret from everyone in the family. We really thought you didn't like second sister-in-law and Jiao. Turns out it was because of this new woman." Mrs. Zhao shot a sharp look at Li Chengxing, then looked at Li Chengfu with suspicion. Who would have thought that Li Chengkai, so honest and simple, would do something like this? "Father, listen to me." Li Chengkai suddenly knelt in front of Old Man Li. "Father, Wang is so ugly, I really don't like her. Just looking at her makes me want to. Later, I met Chunxing and she treats me very well. Father, Chunxing already has my child. What can I do? Chunxing is from a good family, and I have to take responsibility, right? Shameless. You're so shameless." Old Man Li pointed at Li Chengkai, and Mrs. Deng glared fiercely at Chunxing. Chunxing, experienced in social circles, had seen all kinds of people. She thought Li Chengkai was the stupidest person she had ever met. They had planned how to get her into the family quickly, so Li Chengkai could deceive the Li family into thinking she was pregnant. Li Chengkai even agreed to such a plan. Wang was not eating or drinking, her eyes red and swollen. Li Jiao brought out a bowl, and Li Qiao asked softly, "Sister, is mother still not eating?"
Li Jiao nudda.
When looking for Chunxing for Li Chengkai, Li Jiao thought about it. Wang, being a traditional woman, grew up in this era, and her thoughts were fixed on marrying and following her husband. But Li Chengkai cut off her path. Wang couldn't understand why. She had given birth to a daughter and a son for Li Chengkai, worked diligently, and was filial to her in-laws. She never argued with her sisters-in-law. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did Li Qingkai want to divorce her? Although they later separated, Wang still couldn't understand. Hearing the knock on the door, Li Jiao felt a bit confused. When they came to town, they didn't know many neighbors. Their family used to get along well with the Gu family, but unfortunately, the Gu family sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to Li's family, and they refused. Recently, they had been staying in town. When Li Jiao saw Uncle Gu, he didn't pay her any attention. Li Jiao was sensible. Since the Gu family didn't want to bother with them, she didn't go over to cause trouble. Who is it? It's me, matchmaker Zheng. Li Jiao opened the door and saw matchmaker Zheng's face. She smiled as usual and asked, "Is your mother at home?" Li Jiao nodded. She thought about Wang's wife not eating for 2 days, so she pointed inside and said, "My mother is inside. Please come in. Don't cry. You probably don't know yet, but the woman he brought back is pregnant." Wang's eyes suddenly widened. She stared hard at matchmaker Zheng's face. Zheng looked at her with sympathy. She wasn't at fault but was seen as a pitiful woman who was divorced. "Sigh, I didn't want to come today, but I was asked to be a matchmaker. I really didn't want to. It's so embarrassing. Now, I think everyone in the village knows. Li Qingkai brought back this woman, and she's pregnant. I don't know when they got together. I really feel sorry for you." Wang couldn't help but start crying again. "I came here because I feel sorry for you and wanted to tell you. Girl, I'm older now, and I've been a matchmaker for many years. I've seen many lovesick men and women, but I've never seen a family like yours. Really, don't cry. It's not worth it." Wang wiped her tears with her hand, her voice hoarse as she thanked Zheng. "Thank you." Zheng waved her hand. "Actually, it's good that you're like this now. At least the child is still with you. The Li family is a mess because of Li Qingkai. Your in-laws are sick from the stress. But that man insists on marrying that woman. Everyone in the village is cursing them, calling them a pair of shameless people. I just came to tell you, stop crying. It's really not worth it." Li Jiao couldn't help but remember Zheng. She was really kind to come and comfort Wang. But Zheng wasn't just here to comfort Wang. Everyone in town knew Wang's wife and Li Qingkai had divorced. People felt sorry for Wang because she was truly unlucky. Li Qingkai dared to treat her badly because he knew she had suffered and had no support from her family. Mrs. Wang has been married to Li Qingkai for many years. She gave birth to a son and a daughter, managed the household, and was respectful to her in-laws. Yet, Li Qingkai somehow started being with another woman and even got her pregnant. If Mrs. Wang keeps crying, it's really not worth it. Alright, I just came to tell you this. I am leaving. I will never agree to be a matchmaker for their family, said Aunt Zheng as she stood up. She glanced at Li Jiao outside. I'm leaving now. Our family lives not far from yours. When you get better, I'll come to see you in a few days. Li Jiao brought in some water, but Aunt Zheng had already left. Oh, Jiao, no need to trouble yourself. I'm leaving now, Aunt Zheng said, patting Li Jiao's shoulder. You should talk some sense into your mother. At this point, crying won't help. For your sake and your brother's, you need to be strong. Li Jiao looked more lively, and Aunt Zheng couldn't help but think. Jiao, our house is just down the alley. Next time, bring your mother out for a walk so she can meet some people nearby, okay?
Li Jiao nudda.
After seeing Aunt Zheng off, she went back inside with 2 cups of water. Mrs. Wang stared blankly at the ground, her eyes unfocused. Seeing this, Li Jiao sighed and handed her a cup of water. Mom, did you hear what Aunt Zheng just said? You've been crying all this time. What's the use? You think you haven't done anything wrong all these years. Since the problem isn't with you, why keep crying? I actually think it's better this way. If you divorce him early, you can leave this suffering sooner. Li Jiao pushed the cup toward Mrs. Wang. Mom, don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. It's really not worth it. According to what she just said, my dad. He must have been sneaking around with another woman without you knowing. Otherwise, how could she get pregnant? If he's like that, why are you still thinking about him? Mrs. Wang said nothing and turned her face away.
Li Jiao Jiao sighed again. Mom, think about me and Jiao Jiao. If your health gets worse, what will happen to us? We don't have a father anymore. Do you want us to be without a mother too? At this point, Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cry. Now, in her and Li Jiao Jiao's hearts, Li Chengkai was no longer their father. Mrs. Wang looked at her crying daughter and felt sad. Jiao Jiao, stop crying. Mom understands now. Wang's voice was very hoarse. She hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Besides crying, she kept crying non-stop and hardly rested. No wonder her voice was so bad. Li Jiao Jiao comforted Wang, but over at the Li family, there was still a lot of fuss. Li Chengkai and Chun Xing moved into a room. Chun Xing didn't know how to do chores, and these days, Li Chengkai kept bossing her around. In the upper room, Zhao Shi couldn't help but spit out harshly, shameless. They haven't even gotten married, and she's already with a man. Isn't that embarrassing? Hu Shi said nearby, I feel like this woman doesn't seem like a good family girl. Have you ever seen a girl from a good family move into someone else's house before marriage? And now she's even having a child with someone else. It's disgraceful. Hearing this, Zhao Shi was stunned. After a long pause, she asked, You mean? Hu Shi hurriedly said, I didn't say anything. Second brother is completely focused on that woman now. If I dare to speak nonsense, he might even hit me. Zhao Shi sneered. You might be right. Look at Dad and Mom. Dad is so sick and Mom is also sick from worrying. Yet, he still brought that woman into the house. Our Li family is almost the laughingstock of the village. Almost the village's laughingstock. Our family is the big joke of Sun Shui village. That's why I don't even dare to go outside anymore. Hu Shi was also angry at Li Chengkai. Li Chengju and Li Li had also returned. After such a big incident at home, they were in the county town. If they didn't come back, how would the family think of them? I really don't understand what second brother is thinking. Knowing Jiao Jiao has ties to the county office, yet he still wants to drive Jiao Jiao and second sister out. Has he lost his mind?
Li Chengyu frowned, vried.
If Li Chengkai did this, Jiao Jiao and their relationship would definitely become strained. In the future, when they tried to visit Jiao Jiao, she might not even recognize them anymore. Right now, he's only thinking about the baby in that woman's belly. Nothing else matters to him, Deng Shi said sharply. She looked at old man Li, who was drinking medicine on the bed. I think this scoundrel should just be separated from us. Look at what the villagers are saying about our family. It's so embarrassing. After finishing his medicine, old man Li told Deng Shi, no need for you to say. The divorce papers were already given to their family. Later, I'll ask the eldest to find some villagers to come. Since we're splitting up, let's do it thoroughly. That evening, Li Chengkai carried a pair of buckets filled with grain and came out of the upper room. As Li Chengkai pushed open the door and entered the house, he saw sunflower seed shells scattered all over the floor. Chun Xing was lying on the bed, cracking sunflower seeds. She glanced at Li Chengkai and said, If you don't come back soon, I will go and call you. Your older brother, look at what time it is.
I am starving.
Please make some food for me. Li Chengkai thought about what his parents had said upstairs and looked at the 2 buckets of grain he had brought back. His face darkened. You're not really pregnant. Just now, my parents called me to talk about dividing the family. This is the grain they are giving me for our share. We can live in this house however we want. My parents said they won't interfere anymore. Hearing this, Chun Xing immediately sat up. Really? That's wonderful. Then your older brother, go buy some things, and we'll pick a good day to get married quickly. Chun Xing just wanted to get married as soon as possible. Once married, she could get her selling herself paper. At that time, she lowered her eyes, hiding her disgust. By what? I don't have a penny right now. My parents have separated me out, and in the next year or 2, we only have these few grains. I don't know how we will survive. Xinger, you told me before that your late husband left you a lot of things. Where are those things? Chun Xing couldn't help but sneer. Brotherly, do I need to take out my late husband's things to give you? Li Chengkai sat next to Chun Xing and put his arm around her shoulders. Yes. We also have land.
My parents divided the house to me. But as you saw, just these 2 buckets of grain. That's not enough for us for a year. Just give me the things first so we can get through this tough time. Next autumn, after the harvest, our life will gradually get better. As he spoke, Li Chengkai moved his hand. Chun Xing slapped his hand away coldly. She looked at Li Chengkai with a stern expression. These are my most precious belongings. We're not even married yet. I would never give you my things.
What if you don't marry me?
What should I do then? My future as a broken flower. What will happen to me? Brotherly, don't blame me for being harsh. I have no choice. We're not married yet, so I really can't just give you my things. Li Cheng was so angry that he stood up. Chun Xing refused to give in. Gritting his teeth, Li Cheng finally coldly said, I will go buy the wedding supplies. Chun Xing smiled, thinking that once the wedding day arrived, she would finally get her freedom paper. Thinking of this, Chun Xing wondered how to find Li Jiaojiao. Since Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi in town had completely cut ties with the Li family, they stopped pretending and no longer wandered near the pawn shop. Song Chongsheng and others also stopped coming here. Wang Shi took on some laundry, mending, and sewing jobs in town. Li Jiaojiao went to the county every day to sell cakes. One day, Dr. Zhou from Chuntang met Li Jiaojiao. He hurriedly said, Tai Pai Shi, you know this medicinal herb, right? A few days ago, some medicine merchants came to town and specifically asked for this herb. They offered 10 taels of silver per gene. Li Jiaojiao's eyes immediately lit up. In about 10 days, it would be New Year. She didn't plan to sell cakes in the county anymore. She wanted to run a shop there, but she hadn't earned enough money yet. Now, an opportunity to make money had come to her. On Dakingshan Mountain, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi set up a tent. Li Jiaojiao took out a flint and started a campfire on the ground. Jiaojiao, is this how you usually gather herbs on the mountain? The mountain wind blew cold, making her hair freeze. She curled up in her blanket. Li Jiaojiao brought in hot water. Mother, Tai Pai Shi, who is a very precious traditional medicine. It grows on steep cliffs. We definitely need to go into the mountains to find it. I used to dig herbs on the outskirts of Dakingshan, but I've never been inside. If it weren't for worrying that Wang Shi couldn't escape Li Cheng's shadow, Li Jiaojiao wouldn't want to bring her along. Tai Pai Shi, who usually grows in harsh environments, often on cliffs. That's why this herb is so rare. Wang Shi hurriedly pulled Li Jiaojiao into the blanket. Jiao, we make good money selling cakes. Why do we need to dig herbs too? Mother, we have to share some of the money with the shop owner. Li Jiaojiao had already thought it through. She used Xie Chongju's name to sell cakes. Xie Chongju was also short of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested celebrating his birthday and having corrupt officials from Liang County give him gifts. The money sent from the court for disaster relief was heavily deducted. How much was left when it reached Yunxi County? Wang Shi was confused. Li Jiaojiao patiently explained everything to her. Wang Shi was kind-hearted and listened carefully. After hearing her explanation, she said, Jiao, let's take the capital and give the rest to the general for disaster relief. Sigh, encountering such a disaster makes life really hard for ordinary people. Yes, mother.
Li Jiaojiao Shiga.
Our family has been doing quite well this year. I earned some money and bought several cotton-padded jackets for Wang Shi and Li Qiao. We also have a brand new quilt on our bed. I've stored some food in my space, so we're not worried about food. But what about those who are severely affected? Xie Chongjue allowed her to sell cakes outside using his name, and she's careful to do so. Once she earns enough money and opens her own shop, Li Jiaojiao plans to think about other ways to make money. She can sometimes go up the mountain to gather herbs. But she also wants to find something for Wang Shi to do. From time to time, animals call out in the mountains. Wang Shi shivered in fear. Mother, don't be afraid. We've lit a fire. As long as the fire doesn't go out, we'll be safe. Rest assured and sleep. I'll stay on watch tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the highest mountain. There must be Dendrobium officinale there. Wang Shi shook her head. Anyway, I can't sleep. Jiao Jiao, you sleep. I'll keep the fire going. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't argue with Wang Shi, so they took turns sleeping. In the first half of the night, Li Jiao Jiao leaned on Wang Shi to sleep. In the second half, she let Wang Shi lean on her. Wang Shi hadn't rested well these days. Once they reached the mountain, she might forget about Li Chengkai and fall asleep peacefully. When dawn broke, Li Jiao Jiao saw Wang Shi sleeping soundly. She went out with a kettle and fetched water from a small stream nearby.
Huh?
While fetching water, Li Jiao Jiao suddenly saw a small fish in her water bottle. She was overjoyed. She had always been lucky. Whenever she faced difficulties in this world, she would always encounter a helping hand. She caught the small fish and then used her water bottle to scoop more from the stream. In just 15 minutes, Li Jiao Jiao caught over 20 small fish and 2. The water was cold, but thinking that she could make soup with these fish and roast them to eat, she no longer felt cold. Wang Shi woke up and couldn't find her daughter. She called anxiously, "Mother, I'm over here." Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly waved her hand. Wang Shi ran over and saw her daughter's wet pants. She was standing by the stream, next to a small pond filled with dozens of small fish and 2, which she had skewered with grass and hung up high. "Such cold weather. What are you doing? Hurry up and pack up. What if you get sick?" Li Jiao Jiao waved her hand. "It's okay, Mother. Mother, look. I caught a lot of fish. Later, I will cook fish soup for you. The crab can be roasted to eat, and fish soup with cake should taste very good." Mrs. Wang didn't care whether the food was delicious or not. She forcibly pulled Li Jiao Jiao out of the creek. Li Jiao Jiao wanted to catch a few more, but in the end, she had no choice but to carry 2 and dozens of small fish back. They cleaned and cooked a pot of fish soup with the small fish, then ate together. After finishing, mother and daughter packed up the tent. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't throw the things into the space, so she had to carry the heavy tent while climbing the mountain. Mount Dacheng is a range of mountains with continuous peaks, dense forests, and higher areas still free of snow. The mother and daughter carefully stepped on dry branches as they climbed upward. On the halfway up the highest peak of Mount Dacheng, Li Jiao Jiao saw her first piece of dendrobium. The terrain here is high and full of jagged rocks, so there are few trees. The dendrobium grows on these large rocks and lush green moss, with each plant emitting a tempting glow. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't wait and tiptoed to dig. Mrs. Wang helped from the side. Li Jiao Jiao was very lucky. She dug up one patch, then turned around and saw another patch on the rocks behind her, and more patches after that. Mrs. Wang's initial surprise turned to numbness as she carefully helped Li Jiao Jiao dig out the dendrobium. Some spots were quite high, and the large rocks were too big to climb. Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang took turns climbing but couldn't reach the plants. Looking at the dendrobium above, Li Jiao Jiao was not willing to give up. She moved 2 large stones, stepped on them, and climbed higher. "Mom, I can reach it. Bring me the backpack." Mrs. Wang turned to get the backpack, but Li Jiao Jiao's footing was unsteady on the rocks. The 2 stacked stones suddenly toppled, and she fell down. Mrs. Wang didn't care about the backpack. She hurried over, shouting, "Jiao Jiao, are you okay?
Talk to me.
Are you all right?" She quickly picked up Li Jiao Jiao. Seeing her, Mrs. Wang's heart ached and tears welled up. "You're bleeding. You're bleeding." Li Jiao Jiao's ankle was cut by a stone, leaving a 1-finger-long wound that was bleeding heavily. Mrs. Wang was at a loss, trying to press her hand over the wound, but Li Jiao Jiao stopped her. "Mom, don't cry yet. I prepared everything before going up the mountain." "Go get my bag," Li Jiao Jiao said. "To go up the mountain, what kind of healing ointment is needed? Something to cure snake bites, rat bites, insect stings, and ant bites?" Li Jiao Jiao has prepared all these. She took out a little and stored quite a bit in the space. Li Jiao Jiao sprinkled the ointment on the wound. She took out a yellow handkerchief, paused for a moment, then put it away and replaced it with another cloth. That handkerchief was much cleaner just now. "Why didn't you use it?" Li Jiao Jiao smiled at Wang Shi. "That one was too clean. I couldn't bear to use it." Wang Shi didn't think much of it. After bandaging the wound, Li Jiao Jiao rebuilt the stone pile, then tiptoed carefully to step back onto the ground. This time, Wang Shi didn't dare to leave. She held onto Li Jiao. The mother and daughter worked on the mountain for most of the day, filling their baskets. They had about 20 to 30 jin of dried herbal roots, worth 10 taels of silver per jin. They also had some pockets, but it was getting dark and animals in the mountain started making noise again. Wang Shi was too afraid to take risks and pulled Li Jiao down the mountain. When they reached the place where they camped last night, Wang Shi noticed something was wrong. First, Li Jiao, who was supposed to be tending the fire, was moving slowly and had fallen asleep by the fire. Wang Shi fixed the tent and came back to find her daughter already asleep. Jiao, go inside the tent and sleep, okay? It's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Wang Shi finished speaking and didn't pay much attention. She went to fetch water with her kettle. But when she returned, Li Jiao was still sitting by the fire. This time, Wang Shi finally sensed something was off. Jiao. Wang Shi pushed her gently, and Li Jiao suddenly fainted. When Wang Shi's hand touched her daughter's skin, she couldn't help but cry out, Jiao. Li Jiao thought she was fine, but she was wrong. She had a fever. That night, she ran a high fever, her whole body hot. Wang Shi was so worried she started crying. After crying, she gritted her teeth and went to the creek to fetch water, boiling some to wipe her daughter's forehead. Where is this place? Li Jiao opened her eyes and saw a white fog in front of her. She heard the spirit's voice but couldn't see what the spirit looked like. I didn't expect you to turn misfortune into luck. Look, the space has gotten bigger, hasn't it? Li Jiao looked around but still saw only white fog, nothing clear. But she could feel that the cramped feeling was gone. Previously, her space could hold many things, but she carefully calculated that her space was about 100 cubic meters. So, after putting in many items, it felt a bit cramped and narrow. Plus, I can grow things here. Didn't you dig up a lot of dendrobium today? You can plant them here and later, you can grow some valuable medicinal herbs. Li Jiao was very happy. She stepped on the solid ground and couldn't wait to pick a dendrobium to plant. Mrs. Wang took care of Li Jiao all night. Her fever had just gone down. When Li Jiao slowly opened her eyes, she saw Mrs. Wang looking at her with red eyes, excited. Mother, what's wrong? Mrs. Wang sniffed and said, What do you think is wrong with me? You, this child, just know how to scare me. This morning, you went into the water to catch fish, and in the afternoon, you hurt your foot on the mountain. Now you're running a fever. You're really going to make me angry to death. She had a fever? Li Jiao touched her forehead. It was cool. She looked at the handkerchief in Mrs. Wang's hand and felt sorry. Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Li Jiao thought she was lucky, like a lucky fish chosen by fate, so she dared to act recklessly. But it turned out she was just lucky, not healthy. When she moved, her body felt weak and soft, with no strength. Mrs. Wang helped her up and gave her several bowls of water. Only then did Li Jiao's lips stop feeling so dry. Mother, I'm much better now. You should go to sleep. Mrs. Wang shook her head. I'm not tired. You're really going to scare me to death. The sounds of wild animals on the mountain occasionally echoed. Mrs. Wang's face was pale. Li Jiao held her hand tightly. Mother, don't be afraid. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang didn't know when they fell asleep. At dawn, Li Jiao was suddenly awakened by a piercing, terrible scream. When she looked around, she saw Mrs. Wang with a face flushed red. She reached out to touch her forehead. Mrs. Wang had a fever. Li Jiao suddenly wondered if her luck was really as good as she thought. She was feeling weak now, her mother had a fever, and she didn't know what was happening outside. She hurriedly put on her clothes, feeling dizzy and sluggish.
She thought she might be sick.
She quickly searched through her bag, but after a long search, she remembered there wasn't much medicine inside. She looked at the sleeping Mrs. Wang and then entered her space. After taking medicine from the space and giving it to Mrs. Wang, Li Jiao looked toward the direction where she had heard the screams earlier. While boiling the medicine, she also heard two softer cries, but she couldn't leave. After feeding Mrs. Wang the medicine, Li Jiao took a bag of animal-repelling medicine and sprinkled it around. Still, she felt uneasy, so she grabbed a knife and chopped some firewood nearby. She lit a fire and watched the bonfires burn, feeling a little more at ease. Help! Is anyone there? This time, Li Jiao heard clearly. Someone was calling for help. She stood in front of the tent for a while, but instead of following the sound, she went inside the tent, gave Mrs. Wang some water, and wiped her forehead. When Mrs. Wang's temperature gradually dropped, Li Jiao finally relaxed. She communicated with her spiritual device and confirmed that the animal-repelling medicine was effective. Then she felt reassured and headed toward the direction of the voice. Along the way, Li Jiao dug up a lot of Dendrobium officinale. Dakingshan truly is the largest mountain range in Xingfeng town. As long as you're brave enough and lucky enough, you can find what you need here. Her basket was full, so Li Jiao simply threw it into the space and took out a bag from there. Help! Help! The cries for help grew fainter. Li Jiao pricked up her ears, carefully digging up a lush patch of Dendrobium officinale, then cautiously moved toward the sound. Is anyone there? Help! Li Jiao stayed at a distance, observing the chaotic scene in front of her. The surrounding trees and bushes were damaged to varying degrees. Near the damaged plants, there was a trap. From the broken arrangement of the trap, it looked like some animal had fallen into it. Li Jiao had to be very careful. If she encountered a fierce beast, her life might be over here. So she hid behind a large tree, staying perfectly still. Is anyone there? Seeing that the sound was coming from the trap, Li Jiao let out a small breath of relief. The person was still alive. Even if there were wild animals, they probably weren't dead or unable to move. Otherwise, this person wouldn't still be alive. Still, she carefully observed her surroundings. She found several bloodstains on the ground. Moreover, she discovered some animal hair in a thorny bush, a grayish-yellow color. She wasn't very familiar with animals, so she couldn't identify it right away. However, this was enough to make her pay close attention and carefully approach the trap. When Li Jiao reached the edge of the trap and saw the situation inside, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Inside the trap, a tiger had already died. A large, sharpened wooden stake was passing through its body from the middle. The air was thick with the smell of fresh blood. Next to the trap, a young man was hanging on the wooden stake, weakly calling for help. He had multiple injuries, but luckily, they avoided his vital areas, so he was still alive. The man closed his eyes and instinctively called for help, unable to move. After observing the trap, Li Jiao looked around the nearby environment again. Surprisingly, there was a tiger on this mountain. Fortunately, she was lucky and hadn't encountered it. Otherwise, she and her mother might have been just enough for the tiger to have a good meal. Once she confirmed there were no other animals or signs of animals nearby, Li Jiao let out a long breath of relief. The tiger inside the trap was long dead, and the blood under the stake had dried up. Considering how cold Mount Daqing was, the man's life had been quite long to still be alive. Just as Li Jiao was about to leave the trap, she suddenly looked at the tiger on the stake. In the future, such animals would be protected. Rumors about tiger bones, tiger whips, and tiger skins were priceless items. She couldn't help but stare at the tiger. Help! The man's cracked lips moved as he called for help again. Li Jiao clenched her teeth, tied the rope to a tree, and slowly descended. She went straight to the tiger and quietly communicated with her spiritual device. Such a big tiger. It's already dead. Can I put it in the space? It's a valuable thing and I want to keep it. What are you going to do with it? Of course, sell it for money. With the tiger skin and bones, Li Jiao was sure they could leave Xingfeng town and move to the county to live. Li's family was always scheming against her. Li Chengkai had caused a separation from Mrs. Wang. Li Qingjiu and the others hadn't returned from the county yet. Once they found out, they would definitely come looking for her. With the help of her spiritual device, Li Jiaojiao carefully moved the tiger from the stake into her space. Then she went to the man. She first looked at him carefully. His clothes and appearance looked like those of a nearby hunter. She examined his palm closely, confirmed his identity, and then quietly called out. The man heard a sound and slowly opened his eyes. One of his legs was pierced by a wooden stake, and his blood had already dried and clotted. His body was hanging from 2 wooden stakes, and he was too weak to move. If he hadn't been holding on by sheer willpower, he might have already seen the afterlife. Is that a bodhisattva? The man's voice was hoarse. In front of him was Li Jiaojiao, who looked extremely beautiful. He had never seen such a pretty face before. He blinked and said, "Maybe I am already dead. Bodhisattva, please have mercy on me. I have an elderly mother who is over 60 years old. She is blind, and I am her only child. Please let me go back and take care of her. If I die, my mother will have no one." Li Jiaojiao looked at the man and took a deep breath. "I'm not a bodhisattva, but I can save you and help you get out." She circled around the man. He was too weak to speak anymore because of dehydration and blood loss. After a few words, he fainted. Li Jiaojiao worked hard to pull the man out of the trap. His wounds started bleeding again. She took some healing ointment and bandaged him carefully, treating his more serious injuries. Then she gave him some water to drink. The man had already been awakened by the pain, but because he hadn't eaten, his eyelids wouldn't obey him, and he couldn't open his eyes. After drinking some water and feeling very hungry, he finally forced himself to open his eyes. Li Jiaojiao squatted on the ground. She crushed the cake she brought with her. When she looked up, she saw the man staring at her eagerly. She quickly shoved the cake into his mouth. "Eat some of the dry food I brought first." The man gobbled it up without caring about his injuries. Li Jiaojiao felt conflicted. She originally wanted to keep the tiger for herself, but after hearing the man's words, she felt sorry for him. Maybe the tiger was the one he had hunted with great effort, and she had hidden it in her space. She felt guilty about it. While the man was eating, she quietly went to the side and took the tiger out of her space. "Sigh, if it's not a proper thing to have, then just let it go." The tiger was no longer hers. Li Jiaojiao felt much lighter in her heart. She decided to dig for medicinal herbs nearby. "Are you a doctor?" The man looked at the wound on his leg, and then saw Li Jiaojiao digging herbs. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm not a doctor, but I make a living by collecting herbs. By the way, I also dragged the tiger out of the trap. I collect herbs to support my family. Big brother, I saved you. Do you think I could get a share of the tiger's bones later?" When Li Jiaojiao returned to the tent, Wang Shi was still asleep. She sat outside carefully packing away the tiger bones, a smile on her face. She didn't expect her luck to be so good. Finding so much iron-skin dendrobium was one thing, but also encountering a tiger. Although she had parted with the tiger and the hunter, a lucky person doesn't need much effort to get such a precious thing. She felt very happy. When Wang Shi woke up, Li Jiaojiao packed up the tent and took all the iron-skin dendrobium she had stored in her space out and placed it in front. Only then did they go down the mountain together. At the Li family, Li Chengju pointed at Li Chengkai's nose and said, "I really think you've gone crazy." "No, I think you're sick, very sick." Li Chengkai didn't speak. Li frowned. As a younger relative, he didn't have the right to criticize Li Chengkai. But Li Chengkai had abandoned his wife and children just for a woman. This made Li look down on him. Deng Shi frowned and said, "Enough. He has already written a divorce letter. What else can he do?" Li Chengju pointed at Li Chengkai's face and said, "Yes, you're so capable. Why did you even tell us about your marriage?" "Li Chengkai, I tell you, we won't recognize that woman if you marry her. Don't bring her to see us in the future." Li Chengkai frowned and said, "Little sister." Before he could finish, Li Chengju, furious, interrupted him. "Don't call me little sister. I don't have a brother like you. What has second sister-in-law done wrong? She has managed the household for years, been filial to our parents, and even had a pair of children for you. What has she done wrong?" "Li Chengkai, you really are something else, so impressive." Little sister, I don't care what you think, but I'm getting married. If you want to come, have a toast. If not, that's fine. Li Chengju and the others returned because Li Chengkai had sent someone to deliver the news. He was getting married tomorrow. Li Chengkai went inside. Li Chengju's face turned pale with anger. Old Li, who was still recovering from his injury, fainted from the shock. Now he was still upset about the marriage, and the whole village was waiting to see their family's joke. Hu Shi had just returned from the Chen family. Her face was not looking good, and she glared at Li Chengkai with displeasure. In town, Li Jiaojiao and Wang Shi rested for the night. Early the next morning, mother and daughter delivered the cleaned iron-skin dendrobium to the Huichun Hall. They brought 4 large bags of dendrobium and 2 baskets full. Dr. Zhou and the others were stunned. Where did you dig this? So much iron-skin dendrobium. In Dakingshan. This item is very valuable. You can't find it easily on ordinary mountains. I think only Daqing Mountain in our town has it. You're really brave. I heard there are big creatures on Daqing Mountain. Big creatures refer to tigers. Mrs. Wang smiled and said to Zhou, dashing, really? Then we are quite lucky. We didn't hear any sounds. Dr. Zhou, how much do you think these things could sell for? Dr. Zhou quickly weighed them for Li Jiaojiao and her family. 43 jin. 43 jin equals 430 taels of silver. Mrs. Wang's hand trembled uncontrollably. Dr. Zhou told Li Jiaojiao to wait a moment before going inside. With so much silver, even their rejuvenation hall would need to gather more, not to mention he was just a visiting doctor there. Jiaojiao? Li Chengju came to town to get medicine for old Li and Mrs. Deng. Today, Li Chengkai got married, but no one from the village came. Still, Li Chengkai and Chun Xing went door to door to toast, which made Mrs. Deng and old Li so angry they almost fainted. Li Chengju was so scared she hurried to town to get medicine. Little sister-in-law. Mrs. Wang held Li Jiaojiao's hand, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She dared not look at Li Chengju, afraid her tears would fall and embarrass her. Why are you here? Li Jiaojiao pointed at Mrs. Wang. My mother hasn't been feeling well these days, so I came to get her some medicine. Little sister-in-law, are you here to get medicine too? Li Jiaojiao didn't tell Li Chengju the truth. Li Chengju was too clever. If she found out that the mother and daughter had made money and were planning against them, Li Jiaojiao wasn't worried about herself, but worried about Mrs. Wang. So she kept quiet. Your grandparents are also sick. Sai, your father didn't handle things properly.
We've all talked about him.
Jiao, don't hold a grudge against your grandparents. They just couldn't help it. Li Chengju comforted Li Jiaojiao a few words. Li Jiaojiao didn't reply. Mrs. Wang couldn't hold back and turned away to wipe her tears. Jiao, you haven't been to the county town recently, right? I haven't seen you in days. By the way, have the generals come back? Seeing how eager Li Chengju was, Li Jiaojiao slowly said, because of my mother's health. The master thinks my mother and I have bad luck, worried that our fate is unlucky and might offend the generals. Not only did they not let us go to the county, but they also dismissed us. Little sister-in-law, we can't see the generals now, and we also owe money. You know we owe the master 300 taels of silver. The master was kind enough to let us pay back 30 taels. Little sister-in-law, could you lend us some silver? Seeing Li Chengju hurriedly leave the pharmacy, Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but smile. Dr. Zhou took out a bag of silver ingots. After Li Jiaojiao took it, she quietly asked Dr. Zhou, do you still need some tiger bones and tiger whip? The person had already dismembered the tiger on the mountain. He kept the tiger skin, gave most of the tiger bones to Li Jiaojiao, and also the tiger whip. Dr. Zhou almost choked on Li Jiaojiao's words. He stared at her in surprise. If he remembered correctly, she wasn't married yet. She wasn't married, yet she spoke so boldly.
What?
A tiger whip? No shame at all. Dr. Zhou, why are you hesitating? This is a good thing. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. You've been kind to me, so I asked. If you don't want it, I'll take it to the county town. Dr. Zhou quickly said, yes, I want it. Why wouldn't I? When they left the Huichun Hall, Mrs. Wang's legs were trembling. She had just fought back tears, but now she forgot to cry. Her eyes were alert as she looked at the pedestrians on the street. She pulled Li Jiao's hand and whispered, "Quick, let's go home." Li Jiao couldn't help but want to laugh. At the moment she left the house, she secretly threw over 500 taels of silver into her space when no one was paying attention. She kept a little of the tiger bones, but sold the rest to Dr. Zhou. Many people can't even afford to drink tiger bone wine, so Dr. Zhou paid her over 70 taels of silver. The owner of Huichun Hall even made an effort to build a closer relationship with Li Jiao, telling her that if she needed medicinal herbs in the future, she should choose their hall first. "Mom, are we going to buy some things?" Mrs. Wang frowned. "What do we need to buy? Today is such a good day. Let's go cut some pork, buy some flour, Mom. Let's make dumplings to eat." Mrs. Wang was worried. She shook her head. "Let's go home first."
Put.
She leaned close to Li Jiao's ear and whispered, "First, hide the silver. Carrying so much money makes me nervous. Let's go out and buy things later." Li Jiao had no choice but to follow Mrs. Wang back home. After entering the house, Li Jiao took out 2 silver ingots and handed them to Mrs. Wang. "Mom, with so much silver, I can't keep it all myself. I'll give you 100 taels.
Keep it safe. We've earned so much money this time."
Jiao's dowry and our future life as a mother and son are fully covered. Mrs. Wang waved her hand. "I don't want it. You keep it all. Just keep it all." After Mrs. Wang married into the Li family, she never carried even a single silver coin. When she was suddenly given 100 taels of silver, she was truly afraid to accept it and was not used to asking for money. Li Jiao firmly pressed the silver into Mrs. Wang's hand. "Mother, this is the money you earned from gathering herbs on the mountain. It's for you. I don't care how you spend it, but it's yours now. I'll keep the rest for future business or whatever we need." Mrs. Wang, hearing Li Jiao's words, did not return the silver. "By the way, we still need to do some business. Jiao, I'll keep this silver for now. Your dowry. I've been saving some just in case. Mother, let's go sell some meat today. Tonight, we'll make dumplings to eat." When Mrs. Wang heard that Li Jiao wanted to go out, she quickly shook her head. No, we have so much silver at home. We can't leave now." Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry, "It's okay, Mother. I've hidden it well. That's not allowed. Jiao, go cut some meat and bring it back. I'll stay here and watch the house." After Li Jiao left, Mrs. Wang closed the door, lit a fire and burned a few braziers inside the house to keep warm. She also went to the backyard to start the bread kiln and baked a few cakes herself. Since returning from the mountain, Mrs. Wang felt like she was less sad. Meanwhile, at the meat stall, Li Jiao was cutting meat when she met Chun Xing, who had run out of Sun Shui village. Chun Xing was still wearing a red cotton jacket. She grabbed Li Jiao's hand tightly. "Miss, I've done everything you asked. I also married your father and had the wedding. You promised me the contract of selling myself." Li Jiao looked at Chun Xing's anxious face. She took her to a quiet alleyway. "This is your selling contract. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Thank you for freeing my mother." Chun Xing clutched her contract, tears falling uncontrollably. If she had a happy family, why would she end up in a brothel? She had been working there for so many years, watching her beauty fade. She had often wanted to buy her freedom, but the madam was never willing to let her go easily. She wouldn't be willing to let her leave without draining her last drop of sweat and blood. Chun Xing dreamed of holding her own contract one day, and now that she finally had it, she felt at peace. But she had never seen someone like Li Jiao, someone who would find a brothel girl to her own father. "Miss, your work is not petty. You will surely achieve great things in the future. I wish you success and happiness," Chun Xing said as she tore up her contract on the spot and left gracefully. Li Jiao sold 5 jin of pork belly, cut over 10 jin of pork fat, bought 3 or 4 jin of ribs, and also bought more than 10 jin of flour. In the town, they had no land and no vegetables to grow, so she also bought some scallions and other seasonings. When she returned home, seeing that Li Qiao was about to finish school, Li Jiao put down her things and went to pick up Li Qiao. Big sister, is Mom still crying? Li Jiao shook her head. No, she's not. Qiao, I have something to tell you. Li Qiao looked up. Li Jiao held his hand. I want to go to the county town. We made some money from collecting herbs on the mountain this time. Qiao, I want to find a better place for us. What do you think? Li Qiao thought for a long time and then slowly looked up. Sister, do whatever you want.
Don't worry about me.
Mom lives in the town, but if she keeps running into family members, she might get upset. Also, Dad's temper. It's better if we're a bit farther away.
Li Jiao rubad li Qiao's hat.
We used to sell snacks in the county town. I want to open a snack shop for Mom there. I'll keep collecting herbs, and I also want to learn some medical skills. Qiao, you should study hard. Our life will get better and better. Just then, Li Chengkai, Li Qingxing, and Li Qingfu, 3 brothers, stopped passers-by in front of them. Seeing them, Li Jiao immediately thought of Chun Xing was wearing a red cotton-padded jacket today when she came to see her. Maybe she ran away after the engagement. Thinking about Li Qingsai's foolishness and how he ended up unlucky, Li Jiao couldn't help but smile. Sister, it seems like Uncle and Dad are over there. What are they doing? Li Jiao pulled Li Qiao to the side. Who cares what they're doing? Anyway, we have nothing to do with them now. Qiao, let's go this way. Li Qiao thought for a moment and agreed. They turned and headed home along another path. Back home, Li Qiao went to study, while Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang were busy in the kitchen. Mrs. Wang washed and cut the pork fat into large pieces. She put some water in a pot, added the pork fat, and started the fire to render the lard. Li Jiao was kneading dough and chopping meat filling nearby. The pork belly was minced, then mixed with chopped scallions and salt, peppercorns, and eggs were added, stirred well, and set aside. Jiao, do you want to add some cabbage? Li Jiao shook her head. Mom, we've used up a lot in the past 2 days on the mountain. Tonight, we're having pure meat. It smells so good. Once the meat filling was ready, she went to roll out the dough. Mr. Wang put down the hot tongs to help out. Mother and daughter each rolled out dough and made dumplings. Before long, they had packed a whole row of dumplings, each full and round, filled with meat. Once the water boiled, they added the dumplings and stirred them gently. Mr. Wang went to light the fire. Li Jiao quickly made a spicy oil sauce because she liked spicy food. Although these were dumplings, she still preferred soup, so she prepared some soy sauce and vinegar for Li Qiao. Now their family had money, and even expensive soy sauce was affordable for her, so she bought a kilogram to keep at home. Qiao, dinner is ready. At the table, Li Qiao ate dumplings eagerly. Mr. Wang kept reminding him, "Eat slowly. There are still more in the pot. Why are you eating so fast?" Li Jiao couldn't help but wipe his mouth and said, "Eat slowly. In the future, our family will always take care of you. If you want to eat something, just tell your sister, and she will make it for you. Don't worry, no one will refuse to feed you anymore." Hearing this, Mr. Wang paused with his chopsticks. That night, the smell of pork fat filled the yard. The neighbors thought someone was slaughtering a pig nearby. Mr. Wang carefully covered the pork fat residue and put it aside, then went inside to sleep. The next morning, news about the Li family spread through Xingfeng town. Li Jiao was taking Li Qiao to school when she heard townspeople say that Li Qingsai's wedding had taken place the day before. They had gone to the wedding hall, and after drinking, Li Qingsai's new wife disappeared. Some villagers saw her running toward the town, so Li Chengkai and his brothers went after her. But of course, they didn't catch her. Everyone in town found this very funny. That kind of man deserves it. I heard he divorced his previous wife just to marry this new one. Turns out, she's a scammer. She ran away on their wedding day. Revenge has come back to him. Li Jiao felt happy listening to these stories. On the way back, she smiled. At the alley entrance, Gu Dongshu saw Li Jiao and hurried over. Jiao Jiao, I finally see you. Are you okay? Are you all right?
Li Shankai di Bursa Banshi.
Everyone in town knew about it. Gu Dongshu had been paying attention to the Li family's affairs. The jokes about the Li family had everyone laughing from year to year. Li Jiao Jiao looked at Uncle Gu, who was frowning behind her, and shook her head.
We're fine.
Thank you for your concern, Brother Gu. I'm going home now. Li Jiao Jiao walked away quickly. Gu Dongshu raised his hand, about to call her back, but his father grabbed him tightly. Dongshu, are you not listening to me? Gu Dongshu looked at her back and spoke in a hoarse voice. Father, this isn't her fault. Why should all the blame be placed on Jiao Jiao? You and her, it's impossible. Gu Dongshu, can't you see clearly? I asked for a matchmaker, Zheng, and you heard her yourself. Li's family doesn't agree. Gu Dongshu clenched his teeth, eyes full of pain. Luckily, we didn't become a family by marriage. Otherwise, our family would be the laughingstock these days. Jiao Jiao is good, and her mother is nice too. But look at her father. What kind of person is he? He abandoned his wife and children. What a scoundrel. He still dares to come to town looking for someone. Everyone in town is laughing at him, but they don't know the full story. Enough, don't be so sad. Come on, let's go home. Uncle Gu pulled Gu Dongshu several times, but he refused to move. Uncle Gu sighed deeply. Child, why are you so stubborn? Come on, listen to your father. Let's go home. You and her, it's just not meant to be. Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang heard from a villager passing through town. I heard that woman isn't good. She's just a liar, whispered Li Lianzhong's sister-in-law to Mrs. Wang, speaking quietly so Li Jiao Jiao wouldn't hear. Just a liar? That can't be true. Mrs. Wang was worried. Li Cheng-kai told her that the woman was a widow living in the county seat, childless, young and pretty, and still a widow. Li Cheng-kai was very interested in her.
Why not?
She's run away. Now Jiao Jiao's grandparents are scolding her father whenever they have free time. He's really no good. What did Jiao Jiao do to deserve this? Li Cheng-kai is just a scoundrel, and he's getting what he deserves. Mrs. Wang only smiled bitterly and said nothing. When she came to town for the market, she overheard a fight nearby. Many villagers had gone to watch. She heard the sounds. They fought fiercely and badly. Li Jiao Jiao listened outside the door, feeling quite happy inside. Li Cheng-kai was a troublemaker. He kept bullying people, treating her like a soft target. After saying goodbye to Li Lianzhong's sister-in-law, Mrs. Wang felt downcast. She sat by the stove, sighing. Mother, what's wrong? Mrs. Wang saw Li Jiao Jiao come in and shook her head. Jiao Jiao, when are we leaving? Li Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Shi with surprise. Wang Shi was not in a hurry to go to the county town. She was more anxious about Li Jiao Jiao. Wang Shi was hesitant about the Li family and couldn't bring herself to fully cut ties. But she surprisingly asked this question. Let's wait until Qiao Qiao comes back today. Qiao Qiao has been studying with Master Zheng for so long. She should tell him herself. And Manager Yang, he helped us a lot to get Qiao Qiao into school. We also tricked the Li family together. Mother, I plan to wait for Qiao Qiao to return, then buy some things. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the county town. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. You're right. We're grateful to them. The family separation, Qiao Qiao's schooling. It's all because of your careful planning, Jiao Jiao. Okay, I will start packing. Wang Shi got up to pack her things. When she reached the door, she turned back. Jiao Jiao, what should we do with this house? Li Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. Let's sell it. Mother, don't worry. Now we have money. When we get to the county, I will buy a shop first. If there's a place behind the shop to live, that would be perfect. If not, I will look for a smaller house. Since it's just us mother and son, a smaller one will do. Once our shop opens, life will get better gradually. And Qiao Qiao's schooling. Li Jiao Jiao bit her lip. Qiao Qiao's schooling. When she leaves in the morning, I told her, Mother, once we go to the county, we can look for a good teacher gradually, okay? Wang Shi frowned. Take your time to find one? Li Jiao Jiao knew what Wang Shi was worried about. The matter of schooling concerned Qiao Qiao's future. As a mother, Wang Shi was most worried about her daughter's future. Mother, we will go to the county first. Before I find a shop, I want to see if I can find Deputy General Qin or Deputy General Liu. I will ask them to help introduce someone. In the county, I want to find a good teacher for Qiao Qiao. Mother, we are from a humble family, without connections or a good background. It's hard to find a good teacher for Qiao Qiao. Hearing Li Jiao mention Deputy General Qin and the others, Wang Shi nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you. In the afternoon, Li Jiao went to pick up Li Qiao. Li Qiao said to her, Sister, our teacher said it's not recommended for me to go to the county. Li Jiao held Li Qiao's hand tightly. Qiao, but we can't stay in Xingfeng Town anymore. My parents are divorced, and everyone in Xingfeng Town knows. I don't mind, but mother? Jojo, Uncle Zheng doesn't want to leave you. I understand. Don't worry, I won't risk your future. I will find a better teacher for you. Our Jojo will surely have a bright future. Li Qiao feels a little sad. It was his first time going to school. Because he was talented, Uncle Zheng was very kind to him. He was also reluctant to leave Uncle Zheng. But like his sister said, they can ignore it. What about his mother? Mrs. Wang is naturally gentle and sensitive. Now that she is forced to leave, with so many gossiping remarks, how can she handle it? Li Qiao is a thoughtful child. He gently nodded and said, Sister, I will listen to you. Li Jiao sighed. She wasn't raised in the same way as children in ancient times, so she didn't understand. In her past life, she went to school from a young age, kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school, and university. At each stage, she met different teachers. Some taught her knowledge, others taught her how to be a good person. Each teacher was different, so she couldn't understand Li Qiao's sadness. Li Jiao held Li Qiao's hand. When they reached the alley entrance, Gu Dongshu hurried over. Jiao, be careful. Many people have come to your house. Your mother. Before Gu Dongshu finished, Li Jiao pulled Li Qiao and ran inside. Gu Dongshu wanted to follow, but was stopped by his father. What are you doing? Gu Dongshu pointed inside the alley. Dad, many people are here. Your mother is crying. I want to see if I can help. I can't believe I raised such a fool. If she's crying, it's their family matter. Why do you, an outsider, need to interfere? Come back now. Gu Dongshu couldn't go and could only stretch his neck, staring longingly into the alley. When Li Jiao returned, she saw Grandpa Li holding Li Qingzai's head, making him kowtow to Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang was hiding to the side. Li Qingju held her hand. Second sister-in-law. Second brother knows he was wrong. Today, Dad gave him a good beating. Dad said, if you're not satisfied, you can hit him as much as you want. If you're still angry, you can even kill him. Second sister-in-law, as long as you feel better, you can do whatever you want. Grandpa Li, with a stern face, pointed at Li Qingkai on the ground. Jojo's mother. This scoundrel was blinded by dirt. He can't tell who is a person or a ghost. Now that he knows he's wrong, give him a chance to change, okay? Mrs. Wang looked at Li Qingkai, whose cheek was pressed to the ground, tears falling like broken pearls. Mrs. Zhao also tried to persuade Mrs. Wang, saying, Sister-in-law, forget it. Look, Father personally brought him here today. Even if you don't look at him, you should do it for Father's sake, right? Father is getting old, and with so many people watching, you should consider that, right? Madam, this isn't your problem, so you're good at persuading others. If one day my eldest uncle finds a woman outside and, because of her, throws you out of the house, even abandoning his own children, and you can still say such generous words, I hope you can say that too. Li Jiao pushed her way out of the crowd, ignoring Mrs. Zhao and others. She stood at the door and told the onlookers, Dear villagers, sorry about this. This is our family's private matter. It's embarrassing enough without bringing shame to everyone's ears. I'm going to close the door now.
Sadi.
Li Jiao quickly shut the door. The Li family members seized the chance to push inside. After closing the door, Li Jiao looked around at everyone present. Besides Mrs. Deng, Li Qiao, Li Huan, and Li Sun, who are waiting to get married, Everyone else was there, including Li Chong and Chong Yu. They all stood among the crowd. So many people came to force Mrs. Wang to go back with them and continue living with Li Qingkai. She had spent dozens of silver coins, and she wondered if she had gone crazy. Old Mr. Li took a deep breath and said to Li Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to find someone. Your father and mother causing such trouble affects you the most. Good girl, I feel sorry for you. You ungrateful father. I'll teach him a lesson. Now, you should persuade your mother. Let's go home and live happily as a family." Hearing this, Li Jiao Jiao sneered coldly. She turned to Li Qiao and said, "Qiao Qiao, take your mother inside. She's not feeling well after her illness last time. Don't let her get involved in this." Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang returned from the mountain. Li Qiao knew they were sick and had been worried for a long time. The little boy not only stayed home alone overnight, but also helped by boiling water and cooking when they returned. He was very obedient. "Big sister, I'll take mother inside." Li Jiao Jiao nodded and made a gesture to him, signaling him to hurry and take Mrs. Wang inside. Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Hu stepped forward to stop Mrs.
Wang.
Mrs. Zhao said, "Jiao Jiao, you told your mother to go inside, but can you still decide what to do later?" Mrs. Hu looked gleeful and said, "You, a girl who isn't married yet, don't you want to be in charge of your mother?" Li Jiao Jiao's face instantly turned cold. "Third aunt, my mother has a hard life. First, she has no supportive family, so she has to bear all the grievances herself. Second, she is unlucky. I am just a daughter, and Qiao Qiao is still young. When she got sick, no one stood up for her. There's nothing I can do, but I still have to try, even as an unmarried daughter. Third aunt, do you have anything else to say?" Hu sure clenched her teeth and oldly looked at Li Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, this is your father's fault. He's a fool. Your grandfather and your grandmother have already scolded him, beaten him, and yelled at him." "Grandpa." Li Jiao Jiao interrupted him. "Grandpa, stop talking. My father is powerful. He signed the divorce papers. If I didn't care, I wouldn't. I'm just a girl, and he doesn't like me. He doesn't want Qiao Qiao either. Grandpa, you all know my mother was wronged. You also know my father is a scoundrel, no good at all. But you didn't stop him from abandoning his wife and children, right? So why is he now here according to your wishes?" Old Li choked, and Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at Li Qingkai, who was pressed to the ground by Old Li. "Grandpa, it's already like this. Let it go. Don't cause more trouble. Really, our Li family's reputation is almost ruined. Look at what the townspeople say about us. Don't just think about my father. Think about Aunt Qiao Qiao, who is about to get married, and Aunt Wan Wan, who is also looking for a match. Don't ruin our family's reputation just because of us." Zhao's face changed, and Hu Shi quickly hid her smug smile. If they weren't all from the same family name, and considering Li Qingsai's character, they would really find him disgusting just by looking at him. Old Li looked at Li Jiao Jiao's face in disbelief. After a while, she said, "Jiao Jiao, your parents are divorced. Do you really think you can marry into a good family in the future? Grandpa, what does marriage or not matter? That's just a joke. Qiao Qiao, and I lost her father. I have to support her. Besides, if I marry someone and have bad luck, like my mother, marrying someone else, working like a beast for over 10 years, giving birth to children, and finally being kicked out, I'd rather go crazy than marry someone. I'd rather never marry in my whole life. Qiao Qiao is in school now. Maybe she will have some success someday. I don't have any illusions about marriage." Old Li almost couldn't breathe. Li Jiao Jiao kept saying that her mother had a hard life and married a bad man. Li Qingkai couldn't listen anymore. He suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted, "Li Jiao Jiao, I am your father.
I am your dad. Don't talk about me like that.
Whether we stay together or separate is my and your mother's business. You, a young girl, think you can interfere in my affairs? I tell you, no way. Get out of here quickly. Don't block me. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson." Old Mr. Li looked serious and said, "Jiao Jiao, you should call your mother out." Since they had already torn their relationship apart, Li Jiao Jiao didn't want to pretend anymore. She sneered and said, "You don't understand words, do you?" "Sir, I still call you sir because of our blood relation. Your son doesn't want a wife or children. Why don't you force him to come out and apologize to my mother? Now he's been dumped by another woman, no one wants him. Now he remembers my mother. What do you think of my mother? What do you think of us siblings?" Old Mr. Li's face suddenly changed. At first, Lee Chung-kai wanted to divorce his wife. Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Deng argued and scolded him, but Lee Chung-kai seemed to be blinded by greed. When Chun Xing entered, Mrs. Deng had already gone to see her. Chun Xing was young, and later she said she was pregnant. Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Deng reluctantly agreed to let Chun Xing stay. As a wife, Lee Chung-kai had already found one. Chun Xing could give birth to children, so the old couple turned a blind eye to Lee Chung-kai abandoning his wife and children. Now that Chun Xing ran away and the wife and children were gone, old Mr. Li and Mrs. Deng realized that Lee Chung-kai had been tricked. They forced him to go to town to apologize to Wang Shi, hoping she would come back. "None of you should say anything about doing this for our good. My mother is now divorced, and everyone in Xingfeng town knows it. It doesn't matter. We've already been laughed at. Whether I marry or not, and what Jiao Jiao's future will be. It has nothing to do with the Li family anymore. Now, please leave." Li Jiao Jiao pointed straight at the door and said, "Especially you. From now on, our mother and son don't want to see you. Do you understand? We don't want to see you anymore." Li Chung-kai was furious. "Li Jiao Jiao, I am your father." His face turned pale with anger, and he lunged toward Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao didn't hold back. When he rushed at her, she lifted her foot and kicked him hard in the chest, a direct kick. Li Chung-kai was kicked to the ground. He clutched his chest and shouted, "Disobedient child. You rebellious girl. I will kill you." Li Qiao couldn't hold it anymore and opened the door.
Go back.
Li Jiao Jiao turned around loudly and said to Li Qiao, "Watch your mother carefully. Don't let her come out. This disgusting thing, I will handle it myself." Inside, Mrs. Wang clenched her fists, tears falling heavily down her face. She bit her lips so hard that it bled, unaware of it. Li Qiao closed the door quickly and hurriedly held Mrs. Wang's hand.
"Mom, don't worry."
"Sister said she will handle it." Suddenly, Mrs. Wang couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged her head and squatted down. "I'm not worried about myself, Qiao Qiao. I'm worried about your sister. She's a girl. If she causes such a fuss, her reputation will be ruined forever. What will she do in the future?" Li Qiao didn't fully understand the importance of reputation, but he knew he needed a good name for his studies. "Mom, when I grow up and succeed in my studies, I will be your and sister's support." Hearing this, Mrs. Wang cried even harder. She couldn't speak, only shook her head repeatedly. Outside, Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at everyone in the Li family. "Sir, my father, this kind of man gets obsessed with women easily. We need to watch him more carefully. If we're not careful, he might cause trouble for Uncle Da and Uncle San's families. As for me, my mother, and Qiao Qiao, since he doesn't want us, we won't bother you anymore. Even if we have to beg on the streets in the future, we won't come to your Li family door. Sir, now you can rest assured, right?" Old Mr. Li's eyes were very cold. He looked at Li Jiao Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, you're a part of our Li family. For Qiao Qiao's sake, I will bring your father here to apologize. I thought giving you a way out would make you step down, but I didn't expect you to be so proud." Li Jiao Jiao didn't speak. If they gave her a way out, would she really step down? If she did, wouldn't that be a waste of the careful plan she had made? "Fine, since you're so brave, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Zhao Shi looked at Zhang Xiefeng, wanting to say something. In the end, Zhang opened his mouth, shook his head, and turned to leave. Hu Shi and Li Qingxing, however, were thinking about what Li Jiao Jiao had just said. The way they looked at Li Chung-kai changed. The last to walk was Chong Yu and Li Chong. Li Chong didn't say much, only told Li Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, I will always be your brother." Li Jiao Jiao's nose felt sour. Chong Yu held her hand and said, "You are always so strong. Jiao Jiao, you're a girl. Being too tough can break you." You should know that. Now that things have become like this, we all know it's Uncle Air's fault. But so what? At most, he would be laughed at.
But you.
Your future days will be too hard. Li Jiao clenched Changyu's hand tightly. Second sister-in-law, I know. The whole family, only you and Brother Changzi truly care about us. Don't worry about our lives. It's fine. It's just some rumors, but it's better than being abandoned again next time. My mother is gentle. If this happens a few more times, I'm worried she won't be able to handle it. Changyu nodded. After watching them leave, Li Jiao couldn't help but smile. They succeeded. As long as they left Xingfeng town, she believed their family's days would get better and better. Big sister, come quickly and see mother. Li Qiao hurriedly opened the door. Inside, Wang Shi was curled up on the floor, holding her head, trembling uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face changed drastically, and she rushed over quickly. Mother, what's wrong? Li Qiao was so frightened she started crying. Li Jiao tried to pull her hand away, but she struggled hard. Wang Shi hugged her head too tightly. She couldn't move. She was very worried. Host, don't worry. The voice of the spirit in her mind came through. Li Jiao's hand paused slightly. Soon, the spirit taught her how to calm Wang Shi down. Don't forcefully open her hands. She might get hurt. Call your brother. Have the two of you talk to her softly in her ear. Help her relax. Let her know there are still people who care about her in this world. Then she will gradually calm down. Mother, I am Jiao. Mother, don't look like this. It's his fault. Why do you punish yourself for his mistake? You still have me, Qiao, and our little brother. He's very obedient. Mother, I will also be very sensible. Li Qiao was also speaking nearby. Under the continuous warm words from Li Jiao and Li Qiao, Wang Shi gradually calmed down. Li Jiao let out a breath of relief. Wang Shi had scared her badly. She didn't know that someone who was extremely sad could look like that. She was a little frightened. She helped Wang Shi to stand up, holding her. Li Qiao buried herself in Wang Shi's embrace. Mother, we're leaving tomorrow. We're going to the county town. Someone like him, from that kind of family, isn't worth us remembering. Li Qiao slowly looked up and said to Li Jiao, Sister, Mother is worried about you and me. That's why she's crying. Li Jiao was stunned. She always thought that Mrs. Wang was upset because of the Li family, because of Li Qingkai, and that was why she cried so sadly. After all, in this era, divorce and abandonment are so harsh for a woman that it might be better to give her a white silk ribbon and let her end her own life. Li Jiao never expected that Mrs. Wang was actually doing it for her. Mrs. Wang tightly held Li Jiao's hand. Jiao, what will you do in the future? My poor daughter. Having parents who are divorced and being rejected by her fiancé, Mrs. Wang was most worried about Li Jiao's future. With her current situation, how could she find someone to marry her? Mother. Li Jiao held Mrs. Wang's hand back. Mother, look at me. Do you think I can make some money? Mrs. Wang was stunned by Li Jiao's question, then nodded. She believed her daughter's luck in gathering herbs was rare and valuable. That's enough. Mother, I'm good at earning money. When I save up a few thousand taels of silver, maybe even 10,000 taels, I'll have a shop and a business. Then, I'll find a son-in-law who lives with us. Mrs. Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Li Jiao comforted her. Mother, don't worry about me. If I find a son-in-law, that will solve a lot of problems. Jiao will study hard and aim to become an official someday. Then, no one will dare to bully us.
Li Yao patet her chest confidently.
Mother, don't worry. I will study hard and pass the imperial exams, maybe become a scholar or an official. Mrs. Wang was warmed by her children's words. She relaxed slowly after a while. Then the whole family started packing their things. That night, Li Jiao and Li Jiao slept beside Mrs. Wang, one on each side, with Li Jiao constantly encouraging her. Early the next morning, Li Jiao hired 2 wagons and loaded all their belongings onto them. She helped Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao into the second wagon, and the 3 of them headed toward the county town. By noon, they arrived at Liang County. Li Jiao instructed the carriage to take them directly to an inn. After settling Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao left the inn. First, she needed to go to the herbal shop to prepare the shop and the house. She had earned a few hundred taels of silver and wanted to pay back Xie Changjue's money, but since her family still had no home, she decided not to rush to repay him for now. That afternoon, the herbal shop people took Li Jiao to see the house and the shop. Li Jiao took 3 days to settle her home in Liang County. She spent over 200 taels of silver out of her 400 taels, leaving her with about 200 taels. She also bought some items, costing more than 10 taels. Once everything was arranged, Li Jiao began to focus on getting Li Qiao ready for school. Wang Shi couldn't stay still. After buying the house, she was eager to make pastries, which could also earn money, though not as much as medicinal herbs. While Li Jiao was out making connections, Wang Shi surprisingly built a bread oven by herself. Li Jiao went to the county office and learned that Deputy Qin and others had not returned. However, Magistrate Su had come back and County Magistrate 1 also returned. Because Chun Xian had made a contribution, he was not punished. Instead, Magistrate Su advised County Magistrate 1 that village girl doesn't know her relationship with General Xie. When you go back, make sure to control your wife and daughter. Your son-in-law has made a good deed, but he's still just a small county magistrate and can't compare to General Xie. County Magistrate 1 carefully considered Su's words. When he returned home, his wife immediately complained, "For a village girl, I think Magistrate Su has lost his mind. He even confined me. What is this? Since my son-in-law is so capable, he must get rid of that troublemaker girl." County Magistrate 1 ignored his wife's words. He paced inside the house with his hands behind his back. "Husband, did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Husband?" One county magistrate glared fiercely at his wife, then looked out the window. "I found it strange from the start. Asked around about General Xie's birthday, and it wasn't at that time. Yet they insisted on holding a birthday feast, serving only some new pastries and no food. Husband, what are you talking about? Since Shower said it, that girl must die. Otherwise, if my son-in-law starts to like her, our Shower won't be able to control him. What should we do?" "Shut up." One county magistrate angrily scolded his wife. "If you don't understand what I mean, then let me ask you, do you think your son-in-law is as powerful as General Xie?" Jiao, I've already tidied up the shop in front, and the bread oven is built. I'm going to find someone to check the date, and soon we can open for business." Li Jiao, full of thoughts, just arrived home when Wang Shi excitedly told her. Li Qiao heard Wang Shi say that Li Jiao had returned and stopped studying. She ran out of the house and called out, "Sister." Li Jiao held Li Qiao's hand and smiled as she looked at the shop in front. Wang Shi was a restless person and had tidied up the shop very cleanly, even polishing the tables and chairs until they shined. When Li Jiao bought the shop, she was attracted by the small courtyard behind it, which had 5 rooms, a water well, a storage room, and a kitchen. Although the shop was not big and in a not-so-great location, for Li Jiao, this shop was exactly what she needed. Among the tea traders, this shop used to sell food. This time, the asking price was over 200 taels of silver. The tables and chairs inside the shop would not be taken away. "Mother, there's no need to rush." Li Jiao leaned into Wang Shi's embrace, smelling her. Only then could her anxious heart calm down. "Mother, let's eat first and rest for a while. There are still many things to prepare at home. We want to open a snack shop, but just those tables and chairs are not enough. We also need to find a carpenter to make some cabinets." Wang Shi thought for a moment. When she and her daughter sold snacks opposite Bing Sinzhai before, she thought the decorations in Bing Sinzhai's shop should be like that. Snacks from Bing Sinzhai should sell for a lot of silver. "You're right," Wang Shi nodded. "And your brother's schooling is also important. Let's solve these 2 things first, then we can open for business." Li Jiao responded with an but she didn't want to talk further. Wang Shi stroked her long hair, but didn't ask anything else. That night, Li Jiao lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Xie Changjue was not there. She felt like she couldn't do anything. At first, she didn't plan to ask for help, but reality hit her hard. She was just an ordinary village girl. To families like Wan's, she was like an ant on the ground, easy to crush. When Wan County Magistrate returned and his wife was released from restrictions, it was probably only a matter of time before she was also free. Wan Yuxiu wished she could kill her. Her parents were probably secretly planning how to get rid of her. Thinking of this, Li Jiao clenched her teeth in anger. How are you so stupid? The voice of the spirit in her mind sounded. Why am I so unlucky to have a host like you? It's not hard. Just find a way to make sure your rival's father can't become the county magistrate. Li Jiao rolled her eyes. You think I don't want to? The problem is, I don't have that much power. Host, when it comes to women, you should make good use of your weapon. Your weapon is your decent-looking face. That Xie Changjue clearly likes you, so just use your brains and easily manage to get a county magistrate position.
Li Jiao staya silent.
She had thought about it, but between her and Xie Changjue, to put it bluntly, they weren't even sure about their relationship, not even considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Why would Xie Changjue help her? They weren't related by blood, so should Li Jiao become a secret woman in Xie Changjue's life? Moreover, if she used Xie Changjue's status to do such things, even if they did have something in the future, their relationship wouldn't be pure anymore. That's why she's kept the gold Xie Changjue gave her until now without using it. She hoped for a relationship based on equality. In short, Li Jiao was worried she wouldn't be able to control Xie Changjue in the future. Then how about this? Do you have the courage? The spirit inside her, a bit arrogant, asked Li Jiao. A small county magistrate, if you don't want to use Xie Changjue to do something, then do it yourself. Your rival, the reason she looks down on you is because she relies on her father being a county magistrate, right? What if her father dies? The county magistrate is just an official under the county governor, not even a 7th rank. Wan Yuxiu only shows her arrogance in front of her. But if the Wan family lost the county magistrate position, or if Wan Yuxiu's father died. Understand now? The spirit was very proud. Actually, you've stored a lot of herbs in the space recently. Last time you went into the mountains to pick herbs, you dug up quite a few. Come in, I'll teach you how to prepare medicine. Tonight, we'll go and make sure that county magistrate dies quietly. Li Jiao's eyes widened. Killing someone? What? I'm telling you, host, if you want to solve the problem without relying on others and do it yourself, but you're too timid. What do you want to do? The spirit's words deeply hurt Li Jiao. Yes. What does she want to do? Li Jiao turned over and sat up. She clenched the copper coin on her neck and entered the space directly. You're right, I'll handle it myself. Wan Yuxiu is trying to kill me, so why can't I fight back? You teach me, I'll prepare the medicine. Tonight, I'll sneak into the Wan family. Chun Xian, that coward, abandoned himself for Wan Yuxiu from the start. Let him take care of his wife. This timid person definitely can't do it. She doesn't want to trouble Xie Changjue, nor does she want him to know about this. So she decided to act herself. If you want to kill me, then I will take your life. That's right. Host, we need to aim higher and go further in the future. You must stay strong. The space can now grow herbs, which surprised Li Jiao. She originally thought it was just a storage space. Now, with the spirit of the space, some rooted herbs have been planted. Sawu, aconite. Yes, this stuff is quite toxic. You should use less. Add a bit more fresh half-summer. Li Jiao followed the spirit's instructions and made a sticky herbal paste. The strong smell could be deadly and also suffocating. This is your first time making medicine. Next time, I will teach you how to refine herbs into small pills. They will be more toxic and easier to feed to him. But how can I make him eat it willingly? Li Jiao thought about it. Even if it's a pill, how can she make one county magistrate swallow it? She can't just force his mouth open and stuff it in, right? Is there a kind of medicine that makes him eat it himself? The spirit glared at Li Jiao sharply. I don't know. You have to find out yourself. Li Jiao sat in the space for a long time, thinking about what kind of poison would make him take it willingly, secretly undetectable, and she could clear herself of responsibility. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't come up with a solution. She simply left the space, hugged her quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Li Jiaojiao suddenly felt her back hair stand up. She sat up abruptly and saw the window wide open, with a figure quickly jumping out. Li Jiaojiao didn't bother to put on shoes and quickly chased after him.
Stop.
Worried about waking Wang Shi and Li Qiao, she lowered her voice. Could it be someone sent by the Wan family? Or Wan Yuxiu? Li Jiaojiao couldn't tell, but she was extremely angry. How much does Wan Yuxiu hate her? She must want to see her dead. Did the Wan family send you? How much silver did they give you? I'll pay double. Do you dare to take it? Li Jiaojiao swallowed hard, unsure if silver could truly win the other person's heart. But no matter what, she was willing to try. After all, she wasn't even qualified to know killers. Otherwise, Wan Yuxiu could have hired someone to kill her. She would just spend all her remaining silver and make sure to get rid of Wan Yuxiu and her family. The figure slowly turned around. He was dressed in black, blending into the night, holding something small in his hand that Li Jiaojiao couldn't see clearly. Jiao Jiao. When the man called her name, Li Jiaojiao trembled all over. She looked at the man in disbelief. Xie Changjue? The man slowly approached. In the dark night, Li Jiaojiao finally saw who he was. It's me.
I just got back.
I heard a lot happened in your family. I wanted to come see you, but it was too late. You just said Wan's family sent people to kill you? What's going on? At that moment, Li Jiaojiao didn't know how she felt. Excited, nervous, and even a hint of hidden sadness. She had planned everything alone, successfully removing Li Qingkai from her life, moving to the county town. She thought she could start a new life, but she forgot she still had the Wan family. Wan Yuxiu married Qin Xian, and for some reason, Wan Yuxiu always felt she would ruin her marriage and wanted to harm her.
You.
Words were on her lips, but she couldn't say anything.
Li Jiaojiao Schnifa.
The new year was coming in a few days, and Li County was still very cold, probably around 0 degrees. Tell me everything clearly. Xie Changjue came closer to Li Jiaojiao. As he got nearer, he finally saw her face clearly. It had been less than a month since they last met, but she looked much thinner. Her chin was sharp, her eyes large and bright, but her gaze carried deep exhaustion. Xie Changjue couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Li Jiaojiao looked at her room, then at the rooms next door belonging to Wang Shi and Li Qiao. Jiao? Wang Shi woke up when she heard the noise. Li Jiaojiao, frightened, pulled Xie Changjue into her room and quickly said, "It's nothing, mother. I got up to use the bathroom." Wang Shi then went back to sleep. Closing the door, Li Jiaojiao took a deep breath. She looked at Xie Changjue and asked, "Why are you back? Have you handled everything in Yunqi County? Do you still need medicinal herbs?" Xie Changjue looked at Li Jiaojiao's flushed face and replied, "Yes. The matter in Yunqi County is settled. We're leaving now." Li Jiaojiao opened her mouth, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Since she started insisting on dividing the family, this man had helped her a lot. Now he was leaving. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. That's good. The common people finally don't have to suffer anymore. So, when do you plan to leave? Xie Changju slightly frowned. Li Jiaojiao pretended to be indifferent. When you leave, I'll see you off. I don't have anything else, but I've kept the silver you gave me, and I should return it to you. Hearing this, Xie Changju's face darkened. You really want me to leave that much? Li Jiaojiao was stunned. She slowly looked up and met Xie Changju's intense gaze. You're here to handle affairs, not to settle down. If you want to leave, I can only send you off with my blessings. Is there anything else? Xie Changju choked. Although they had only been together for a few months, he had never met a woman like her. Moreover, Li Jiaojiao had saved his life more than once. Li Jiaojiao took a deep breath. All right, it's getting late. You should go now. Since he was leaving, Why did he need to know about the Wan family's affairs? A flicker of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. She was afraid she couldn't kill anyone, but what if someone tried to kill her? Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered, and she wasn't a rabbit. Turning her back, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Li Jiao quickly wiped it away, not wanting Xie Changju to see any sign of weakness. Sadly, her first love seemed to have died before it even began. Xie Changju clenched his teeth, wishing he could grind them to dust. He said fiercely, Li Jiao you. Hearing him stammer, Li Jiao couldn't help but retort. What are you, Xie Changju? It's late at night. Do you know I'm still an unmarried girl? If my reputation is ruined, can you afford to pay for it? In truth, Li Jiao knew her reputation was already gone.
I'll pay,
Xie Changju said firmly. Li Jiao was surprised and stared at him blankly. I'll pay for your reputation. Xie Changju spoke clearly. Actually, he didn't have to come in, but when he heard about what happened to the Li family, he felt very sorry for Li Jiao. Moreover, she had taken her mother into the mountains to gather herbs in such cold weather and dangerous conditions. Hearing this, her heart pounded faster and faster. Li Jiao's heart was about to burst out of her chest. What will you pay me with? Marry me? Li Jiao was stunned. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. After a long moment, she asked, Do you really understand what you're saying? Xie Changju took a deep breath. I've thought about this for a long time, Jiao. My family background is a bit complicated. The reason I was poisoned and why I came to Liang County. I worry you might not accept it. Why Xie Changju was poisoned, why he came to Liang County, and other reasons. Li Jiao had thought about these, but she didn't dwell on them. Everyone has their little secrets, which is normal. Besides, her relationship with Xie Changju wasn't close enough for her to ask about his past. Let's be honest with each other. If you can accept this, let's try to be together and see if we can make it work. If not, I hope we can at least stay friends. Li Jiao's calmness surprised Xie Changju. She then started talking about her family. You probably know most of my family situation. I was rejected by someone I was supposed to marry. I don't think it's my fault, but people believe I was rejected and that I won't marry into a better family in the future. Also, my father and mother divorced. My father didn't want me, my mother, or my younger brother. In the future, I want to run a business to support my mother and brother. They won't be obstacles between us. After speaking, Li Jiao looked quietly at Xie Changju. After a moment, Xie Changju slowly began to talk about his family background. I am a fourth-rank general in the imperial court. Our Xie family is in the capital. My sister is a concubine in the palace. Jiao, I won't hide it from you. I have a marriage arrangement made since I was young. I know about it, but I've never met the person. Besides, our family has made many enemies. That's why I came to Jiangnan Prefecture. Jiao, my family background is complicated, but I want to marry you. It's not just talk. Li Jiao was a bit shocked. She had guessed that Xie Changju's status was noble. He was a military officer. But she didn't expect that his family was a prominent family in the capital. Such a family, because of their high status, are very strict with themselves and others. Li Jiao seemed to see no future for them. Her reputation was almost ruined, and she was just a village girl. How could she catch Xie Changju's eye? Moreover, Xie Changju had a fiancé. Just a few words from Xie Changju made Li Jiao start to feel hesitant. Xie Changju, you say you want to marry me. I believe you are sincere. However, our social statuses are too different. Maybe it's better for us to just be friends. I know I'm not exactly what you need, but I still have many good qualities. Li Jiao, what are you talking about? Xie Changju looked angry and grabbed her shoulder. What do you mean by what you just said? Li Jiao tried to pull away from Xie Changju's hand, but she was too weak. He held her shoulder tightly. I'm just a village girl who was rejected by my fiancé, with parents who are divorced, and I still support my mother and younger brother. I have no background or special skills. Xie Changju, why do you think you can fight against your whole family with just your strength? Or are you planning to help me leave my family, or something else? In her past life, she watched many dramas where, because of differences in status, many lovers ended up becoming bitter enemies. It's better to give up early than to hurt each other later. If you don't marry me, do you want to marry someone else? Li Jiao took a deep breath. She liked Xie Changjue, but to say she loved him deeply, that's not quite right. It's better to stop early than to suffer later. If I don't marry you, I can choose not to marry anyone, or I can marry someone else. Xie Changjue, you're a general from a noble family. You should understand the gap between us. It's like the difference between clouds and mud. I'm worried you might rush into marriage with me and then fail to keep your promise later. If that happens and I get hurt, it would be too tragic. I've already had bad luck. Don't you want to prevent me from being rejected again? Xie Changjue was stunned. Li Jiao patted his hand gently. I understand your feelings. I also want to believe what you said is true. But marriage isn't just about us. It involves two families. So I've heard you.
Go talk to your family.
If they don't mind, I'll agree. I'm not stupid. You're such a good person. What more could I ask for? Hearing this, Xie Changjue relaxed and said, okay. Then he asked about the Wan family. Li Jiao didn't hide anything. She was already thinking of ways to solve the problem. When Xie Changjue asked, she told him everything honestly. They keep trying to hurt me again and again. If I don't fight back, what am I supposed to do? What do you want to do? Li Jiao clenched her fists and squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. They start on the first day of the month. I start on the 15th. As she spoke, she turned around and searched the bed. Xie Changjue felt embarrassed to watch, so he turned away. Taking this chance, Li Jiao took out silver from her space, along with the bundle Xie Changjue had given her, the bundle containing gold.